My first and hopefully my last ever 50-hour marathon live stream. This is not something I want to do. It's something I'm doing because I actually don't think I have a choice. I think I have a moral obligation to do so. Why is that? My name's Charlie Lambden. This channel is called Moving Home with Charlie, where I share my 25 years of experience within the property industry with anyone trying to move house to try and make moving home easier. My stated end goal one day in my career is a home for everyone, which I hope to achieve through my property website Best Agent and through raising awareness of how better to get things done when you're moving house. It's 2024, we're about to have an election, and everybody knows the housing market is in a terrible state. Whether you are a buyer, whether you are a seller, whether you are a tenant, or whether you are a landlord, it's in a shocking state. And the most important thing is this: if we want change in the housing market, which pretty much everybody does, like 100%, almost 100% of people do want change in the housing market, a general election is the only chance we get to actually make changes to the housing market, because almost everything to do with the housing market is the result of political decisions and political failure. In between elections, there's nothing we can do. We're stuck with the government that we got until the next election comes along, and during that time, the last 20 years have taught us almost nothing changes. And the things that they do change don't tend to help. I am a politically neutral person. I was a student of politics, and when I was a student of politics, I realized right there and then it doesn't make any sense to be a supporter of any one party, blindly supporting one party. It makes sense to, each time an election comes around, have a look at the situation, have a look at the parties, have a look at the policies, have a look at the manifestos, have a look at the people, the leaders, the teams, and the likelihood of each party actually able to deliver change that most people want. So I'm a huge fan of being able to vote for whoever you like, and therefore I'm a huge respecter of anyone voting for whoever they like, even if it's not who I think it should be. As someone who's voted Labour twice in the past, I'm not anti-Labour. My problem is the Starmer-led government, which we are almost certainly about to get, is not going to accomplish the changes that the housing market needs. Number one, because it hasn't laid out enough changes that the housing market needs. And number two, because the ones that it has, like we're going to build 1.5 million homes, are not achievable. They're making promises they absolutely cannot keep. And so we are, with near certainty as far as I'm concerned, staring down the barrel of at least 5, hopefully not 10 more years of absolute stagnation when it comes to progress in the housing market. So the purpose of this live stream, this marathon live stream, is for me to discuss with and debate with as many people as possible to try and change your mind. If you are planning to vote Labour and you want the housing market to get better, I want to change your mind. Come along and ask me why. Tell me why you think voting Labour, and I'm going to go through it. Why voting Labour, why so many people are doing it, because it seems at face value like that's the sensible thing to do, and I get that, but I want to explain to you why that's a mistake, and why it doesn't matter who else you vote for. What we need to do is to end the duopoly, the two main parties, the uni-party, however you want to call it. They've become almost indistinguishable from each other. They were like this, left and right, and they've just slowly over the years moved in, and then they've overlapped, and they are heavily overlapping. Very, very similar policies with only slight differences in the leaders. Nothing would make me happier than to believe that the incoming Labour government with a landslide majority is actually going to fix the housing market. Nobody would welcome that more than I. And if you think you can persuade me that that's what's going to happen, I'm all ears and I want to hear it. So you are invited to actually join on this live stream, either with audio or video. If you want to come on as a video guest, please do. If you just If you don't want to show yourself on video but you want to be able to talk to me, then you can also do that. There is a link below to a Google form where you put your details in and I can check it, make sure you're not a total nutter or a troll, and then I'll welcome you onto. We've got a lot of time to fill. I've got 50 hours to fill, so I can talk to anyone and everyone who wants to discuss this. The rules are, we debate policy, we debate track record of achievements or failures of individuals. We don't discuss individuals, we don't discuss, there's zero name calling, right? So debate and discuss as passionately with me as you want. Any name calling whatsoever, or any baseless accusations without evidence to back it up. Anything which is just what I call an argument ender, where, oh, well, they're just a ... they're just a so-and-so. That's not debating, that's ending discussion, because there's no comeback to that. So unless you've got evidence to say, well, there was this time when so-and-so did this thing which is relevant because, then of course. But if it's just, well, I don't like so-and-so because they're a ... that's not a debate. With the greatest respect, it's irrelevant what we think of the people. Voting based on what we think of people who we don't know never ends well, does it? We have to look at policies, we have to look at track records, we have to look at stated intentions, we have to look at voting records. So we have to look at tangible, meaningful things that actually are likely to affect the outcome of the election. So that's why I have also linked below on the page where this is being live streamed and the description below to a web page on my website where I've linked to all the housing policies and housing manifestos of the main parties, except for the Tories, because they don't even have one. The Tories deserve to get wiped out in this election, but that doesn't mean that Labour deserves a landslide win at all. So I vote you I vote you? I haven't even started this and I'm exhausted. I urge you to vote for whoever is most likely to stop Labour getting in. And I hope that if this live stream, if this debate gets enough views, maybe even goes viral, if you share it for me and help me by sharing it, maybe we can change a couple of seats. Maybe we can change enough minds to change a couple of seats and just slightly tip the balance of power. Because nothing would improve this country's prospects more than a fairer housing market and the chance for working people to be able to afford to live in a decent home near to where they work. Nothing would improve this company's outlook more in terms of us as an electorate. Nothing would improve it more for more people than improving the housing market and all of its problems. I don't know how far into the live stream you might be watching this video, but if you are, thank you for watching, thank you for waiting. Right now while you're watching this, I might be having a bathroom break, I might be having a very quick power nap, or tending to some other unavoidable situation, but I will be back soon. Most importantly of all, just please make sure you do actually vote, even if it is to spoil the ballot, because that tells the candidates that they all wasted a vote and lost a vote, and every single vote counts to these guys. I promise you, every single vote counts. Every single election result is made up of individual people voting. Nothing else. Individual people voting is what makes up every election result. Anyone but Labour, but hey, if I fail to change your mind, and if you think that voting Labour is the right thing to do, I respect that completely, and I wish you all the best, and hope that Labour's going to get in, so I hope I'm wrong about them. I really hope they achieve lots of stuff. In the meantime, I'm going to play a few clips from a few of my older videos just to pass some time while I'm having a power nap or whatever I'm doing. And I'll be back with you before too long. Thanks for watching. Please remember, if you haven't, to help spread this video and get it suggested in more places, click the like button. If you haven't, give me one of those. Click the subscribe, and why not say hello in the comments, in the live chat especially, but in the comments underneath as well. It all helps to get this video out there. I don't normally ask to do that, but in this one I am. I really want to get this video out there. I want to engage as many people as possible who are undecided about how to vote for a better housing market. I'm Charlie, welcome to Moving Home with Charlie, and thank you for coming. Do you think we can build houses here? Yeah. There's enough space to build houses here? There's a lot of space, isn't there?
Yeah, there's a lot of space to put more houses in there.
Yeah. And I've always said, don't wait to buy, ever. If you need a home and you found one that you can afford and you like it, buy it. Just don't overpay. Just to give you an idea,
If you were to give up 1% of the carefully selected countryside that's not currently used, carefully selected, we could have 50% more houses. And the number one problem for house builders is finding land that's got permission to build on it.
Alex, there, can you hear me?
Good evening, Charlie.
Hello, mate, how are you doing?
All right. How are you doing?
I had this horrible nightmare that I agreed to do a 50-hour live stream. What an idiot. I can't believe that that was just the worst nightmare. Thank God for that. I feel like I need 50 hours of sleep more than anything else. I really do.
You're nuts, but good luck.
Thank you very much. Well, we are actually, so this is, welcome everybody. Thank you for joining. This is my attempt to help every undecided voter realize that if they care about the housing market, you cannot vote for Labour. And for every person who's intending to vote Labour, I'm going to try and change your mind, because if we get the landslide Labour government with a huge majority that we are predicted to get, I don't know how to phrase it without sounding hyperbolic, but it's going to be the worst possible outcome. And I know that the first thing people are going to say, well, what do you mean? Even worse than the Tories? And yes, it will be even worse than the Tories, probably because of the Tories. This is the point. Like, Labour are going to, the next government is going to inherit the mess of the last 14 years, which was the mess from the global financial crisis. Yeah. And so the problem is that any new government that inherits the total clusterfuck of an economy and a housing market that we've got right now, unless they've got the strength, and by that I mean the strength of the House of Commons that they probably will have, the leadership and therefore the party unity, so that they don't all get divided and have infighting, then it's very, very difficult to get anything done. As anyone who's worked in a large organization, Alex, you'll know this. The larger the organization, the more difficult any change is. And the one thing that everybody agrees on is that radical change is required. And I know that Labour's going, well, vote for Labour and you'll get change. Bollocks. I'm sorry. They're not going to change anything.
No.
What did your dad call him? A dead rabbit?
No, Keir Starmer, he refers to him as the well-groomed dead rabbit.
And this isn't a personal thing about him. I've never met him, don't know the guy. But anyway, listen, that's the introduction here. We are live streaming on Instagram, YouTube, X, LinkedIn, Facebook, and TikTok. Hi, TikTok guys. Everyone can see what you're seeing on the screen, Alex, except for the guys on TikTok. If you're on TikTok, if you want to join in, by the way, everybody and anybody is welcome to join in this live stream wherever you are. If you want to talk about housing and politics insofar as they're related to each other, the UK housing market and UK politics, and in particular this election, because, and this is what I'm about to come on and discuss with Alex, the reason that the housing market is in such an utter state is because of how the electorate, we the voters, do not learn from previous elections our mistakes. And that every single fucking time they say to us, oh, we're going to build lots of houses. Every single time. And this time round, they both have the temerity to make that fucking claim without anything to back up why this time it's going to be different. And as I said in the X post earlier on, it's a bit like the abusive partner that beats you up repeatedly. And after 4 or 5 times, like, oh, I won't do it again. I'm not going to beat you up again. It's okay. This time it's going to be different. This time we really are going to build houses. Starmer said in an interview to the Times a few days ago, when asked, how fast will you be building 300,000 homes a year? He said, well, hopefully by the end of the first term.
Yeah.
And so even if he were to achieve that, even if they were to achieve this miraculous house building target that has eluded every other government ever since after the war, pretty much, it still doesn't solve the problem because the houses won't get built where they need to be built. But anyway, let's get into that. So first of all, Alex, right? Someone on TikTok just said, "Never a bad time to buy, my friend." Tell that to the guy I put the post up on X about earlier, who paid 265,000 for their home 2 years ago, and it's now on the market for 230, not sold. Real terms, 60 grand loss. Never a bad time to buy.
Yeah.
Can be. If you're going to need to sell after 2 years in a falling market and it's a new build, it's a terrible time to buy. Alex.
Yes, Charlie.
I'm 28 years old. I got a degree. I've got a really good job. I'm on a 6-figure salary, and I can't afford a decent home. What have I done wrong?
Oh, well, I'm sorry, Charlie. You haven't really done anything wrong, except you should have been much brighter in terms of the year you were born. If you were about, I don't know, 30 odd years older, you'd be fine. We've just had, it's a bit like when you play poker and you have to start with small blinds and then there's the big blind. And so the betting increases as you go around. People talk about the housing crash in 90, for instance. And yes, it decimated lots of people. But at that point, houses as a percentage of salaries were still fairly affordable. Ever since we allowed massive access to debt, and that was the absolute height of that was in about 2007, 2008, when people were being able to borrow 125% of the value of their house. I mean, 125% loan to value. That's impressive. It's now made it's not the big blind, it's double the big blind. The money you've got to put down is vast in comparison with salaries. So you can either argue that wages simply haven't kept up, or you can argue that nearly 0% or 0.5% interest rates allowed people to borrow more than they could possibly afford at a historically reasonable interest rate. But underlying all of that is we've just moved the game up now so that rather than you losing your shirt, you lose everything.
Okay, so I'm 28. I'm successful. I've got a 6-figure job, and so is my missus. But we can't afford a place big enough to raise a family in London. And what you're saying is it's not my fault. Okay, well, whose fault is it then? So what's actually happened? I've heard people saying, "Well, I haven't built enough houses," and I've heard people saying, "Well, it's too much immigration," and I've heard people saying, "Well, it's because of QE and money printing and cheap debt." And if it is those things, I'd say to you, well, whose fault is that then? Whose fault is the fact we haven't built enough houses? Whose fault is it that immigration or population growth is too high? And whose fault is it that they made all this cheap money that allowed people to buy houses and inflate prices too high?
Well, yours, because you didn't hold the government to account. And also yours, because you spent all of your wages rather than on investments or shares or anything productive. You decided to bang everything you could into a house so that you could prove that you were better and bigger than the next person on the street, but also so that you had a nice place to live. And because of that mentality with the Englishman's home is his castle, there's no escape from it. All of the things you mentioned, the low interest rates, the availability of debt, the immigration, all of these things, and the fact that successive governments have not built enough social housing, and builders won't build private housing if there's not going to make a good return on it. All of those things. But the Brits really need to stop plugging every single penny they've got and going for the biggest mortgage they can possibly handle. But they won't, because they want the nicest house they can possibly buy. It's a mentality. The French don't have that mentality. It's not the way that the French mind works. And part of that, of course, is because they do have many more excess houses than we do. Now, that's because they have the coast and ski resorts and all these wonderful things. And so they've got a shed load of houses that are second homes, that are holiday homes. And that just keeps, in general, the availability there. We don't have that. We're quite tight, not as quite as tight as the Netherlands. Actually, I've got a little chart here. Hold on. You okay with me chucking a chart up?
Love it. Love your charts. By the way, while they're putting a chart up, anyone who wants to join this live stream is welcome to do so. You just have to fill out the Google form, which is linked in the description below. And I'm going to put it in the comments below. And if you're watching on TikTok, go to my website, mhwc.co.uk/election, and you can find the form there. Someone has just put the form in, and their name is Rishi Sunak. Their profession is unemployed. Their preferred social media link is sorry, but I don't share this with working class plebs. And so please provide any times you might be free. I'll be free anytime after 5th of July. Anyway, okay. So yes, you're sharing something.
Yeah, it just because everyone talks about the UK and how England doesn't have enough houses and all this sort of stuff. This is just a very simple. You've got a set of European countries there, the population of those countries, how many physical dwellings there are. So if you take the UK, for instance, at the time I did this, we were 67.2 million people. We had 30 million physical dwellings and 28.2 million households. Okay. But if you take somewhere like France, you had 37.6 million physical dwellings and 31 million households. So the average number of occupiers of their housing was 2.19. So not totally dissimilar to ours. We're a little higher, actually. We're more dense. But their non-primary residents, 6.6 million, only beaten by Italy with its even older population. With also,
so what's the non-primary residents? How many are second homes?
No, they are. You've got ones that are primary residents. They are a home. The non-primary could be empty, a second home, a holiday home. We don't know. That's the final column as a percentage of the total.
Okay.
But what you'll notice is, guess what? What do Portugal, Greece, Spain, Italy, and France all have in common?
It's sunny.
Yeah, and there's the sea. What do the Netherlands, Austria, Germany, UK have in common?
It's cold.
Yeah. So have a look at how many non-primary residents there are in comparison as a percentage. The only ones that sort of buck the trend are Switzerland and Belgium. Switzerland because of its skiing and also its Switzerland and people like the whole neutrality and bank system, and Belgium because it's the EU headquarters, it's Parliament, and they've got thousands and thousands. If you go into Brussels, there's so many places with politicians in them or hangers-on or NATO, all the headquarters stuff there. So they don't really count. But you've got the top five and the bottom five, and you get to see the differences somewhere between 20 and 30% of non-primary homes versus 0% in the Netherlands to 10% roughly in Poland.
And 6% here. And I've also noticed that the average number, so occupiers per household, we're not, Portugal and Greece and Spain are much higher than us.
Yeah, well, look at Poland still. I mean, you've got, if you're a student in Poland, your sitting room is 2 bedrooms.
So someone has asked, what's the conclusion of this data? It's quite right. Asked, what's the fucking point? What are you saying?
The fucking point is, we do actually have some spare homes in this country. Yes, we need more, and we need more of a certain type, and we also need to reallocate homes, which will happen naturally as a certain generation die off. But we're not as overcrowded and we're not as underhoused as some other countries in Europe, which people hold up, like Germany, as being fantastic.
That is the point. So, okay, so I'm crying into my 6-figure salary that I can't afford a home, and so we're not actually what you're saying is it's not that there haven't been enough homes built. It's not that we have a shortage of homes. Okay.
Well, and as you pointed out, and it's a great map. There are absolutely areas of the UK where there is a shortage of homes.
Yeah.
There are concentrated areas, and yes, those do often line up with areas with very high immigrant populations. However, across the country, no, we are not short of homes. We have a terrible misallocation of homes where 1 or 2 people are living in 4, 5, 6-bedroom houses. But across the board, Germany, Austria, much worse than us. Netherlands.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So I have. So are you about to start on that new graph?
No, only if you want to. I just left it there as a sort of background thing.
Okay. I'm just gonna hide it for 1 second. Okay. So there are areas of the country where there are too many people and not enough houses. Okay. And so because I earn a 6-figure salary, I'm obviously living in a place where there are highly paid jobs.
Correct.
And where there are highly paid jobs, everybody wants to live there.
Yep.
And that's why I can't afford the houses. And how come everyone else has been able to afford the houses? So Bank of Mum and Dad and Granddad has been helping out with massive deposits.
Yep.
Which I haven't got because I didn't come from a wealthy family. So I can't. Okay, that's crap. And so yes, this particular area where I can't afford a home, it's very, very, very expensive. It's very overcrowded. But so what was this other thing you said, which is about the cheap money? So who voted for that? Who voted for cheap money, and why does that mean that I can't afford a home?
Well, yeah, this is the problem. People have got really fed up with, I think it was 13 years, can't remember however many years it was. It was a long time of Conservative government heading up to 97. And let's face it, towards the end there, everything did go a bit peak-tong. And if you lived up north and were related to a mining community, you would have suggested that a lot earlier it all went peak-tong. But whichever way you viewed it, it was time for a change according to the population in 97. And New Labour came in. But New Labour were not the same as old Labour. New Labour were actually not too dissimilar to the Conservatives in some of their policies. One of those was that ever since the Barings crash in 95, the Bank of England, who were supposed to have been overseeing banks and making sure they didn't get themselves into trouble, got a good stern telling off. And they stopped being in charge of looking after banking. And the FSA were appointed by Labour to do that. And the Bank of England were told, you just keep inflation at 2%. That's your job. So you set interest rates, keep inflation there, away you go. The FSA, unfortunately, was not very good at its job. So what actually happened was when Labour got in, and do you mind if you show that graph now?
Yeah. There it is. Okay.
So,
guys, if you're on TikTok and you want to see this graph, you got to switch to YouTube basically if you want to see these on a big screen, because it's the camera's flipped around, so I can't make it the right way around for you. Flip camera. Oh, that's okay. Sorry, guys. Yeah, all I can do is show you this. Okay, keep going.
Right. So the blue and the grey bars that you see running from 1963 onwards, the blue is our national debt. So that's what the government are borrowing to keep our infrastructure going. And as you can see, from 63, it actually dropped, and it continued to drop in the 90s. We had a little bit of surge up until 97 when Labour got in. And then actually they kept the public spending nice and low. And it really didn't increase very much all the way through until the final years of the Labour government in 2009, 2010, when it had a massive jump. And the reason for that massive jump, they started quantitative easing. So you go, okay, so the public debt, because again, government debt is just our debt. We are the only money the government has.
Yeah.
Actually, Labour didn't really increase spending on services. That doesn't sound like Labour, does it? I mean, they do that. Wasn't that what they did? No, what they actually did was, if you then look at the grey bars, which are private debt, you can see that, yes, absolutely, the deregulation from the late 80s onwards increased our private debt under the Conservatives. But when you get to 97 and you go through to 2010,
it takes off.
Have a look at that. And so what people voted for in 97 was a change away from the Conservatives. What they voted for 4 or 5 years later was, dear God, I'm rich. I'm driving a Bentley Continental. My house has gone up so much in value. This is fantastic. Let's have more free money.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So when Labour came in '97, private household debt shot up, and that's why everybody felt richer. But actually, they were just borrowing more and owed more, and they enjoyed it so much. They thought, well, we'll vote Labour back in again because everything's brilliant. Everything's on the up. We're all feeling prosperous. But actually, we're all just saddling ourselves with more debt. And so was the electorate, with the benefit of hindsight, a little bit foolish?
Well, I mean, Jesus, hey, I'm going to use a phrase you love. Nobody's got a crystal ball. If you're doing something and it feels good, you probably keep doing it until it doesn't. The problem with an economy is
like drinking.
Like drinking. Exactly. Well, I've never learned that lesson. The problem with an economy is it takes so long to change course that by the time you realize that you're fucked, you're not just a little bit fucked, you're proper fucked.
Yeah.
And this is what happened. If you look, this green bar here is the average annual GDP growth.
Okay.
Which you can see, with the exception of the recessions, as we go up and down. So you have recessions in 73, another one in 79, another one in 90, 91. But the average was 2.4% growth per year. Now,
that's healthy.
Yes, that's brilliant. So, Jesus, if we could have that, would be fantastic. As soon as you get to 2000, when we started all this borrowing and, things were really taken off, at this point, we were up to £50,000 per person, man, woman, child in this country of debt.
Yeah.
Having not that long ago, 30 years before, only been at about 18,000. And this is real debt, by the way. This is not nominal. This is inflation adjusted. Which is why you can't buy a house, because back then you had so much more money because you weren't in debt. But anyway, by the by. You can see that actually the rot set in from about 2000, 2001, sort of the dot-com crash.
Yeah.
And our average annual GDP, even forgetting 2020, so because that, it's a little unfair to include COVID, dropped from 2.4% to 1%. Now, once you include COVID, and actually as you move further, because this only goes to 21, but if you hang on 1 second... here we go. This is how it looks until 2024. This goes all the way up to Q4 of 23. And you can see our GDP, nice steady climbs, and we've got the boom period, 40 years of boom from 75 through, 25 years of boom from 75 through. And then it falls off a cliff, and it's now, with all the debts that's on top of us, it's burying us.
Yeah.
Alongside wages. And wages have followed exactly the same trajectory. Wages rushed up all the way through to 2007. They then fell. This is in real terms. They fell. We've had very slow wage growth. And now, even though the press are reporting, real wage growth. If you actually look at the inflation that we've had and our real wage growth, it's tiny. So from 07 until 23, the end of 23, 16 years, we actually had negative wage growth year on year.
From
16 years.
07 until 23, 16 years.
Yep. 07 is here, 23 is here. We are 0.3% down. Whereas if you could take 20 years from 87 until 07,
wasn't that our 20s and 30s?
Yes, we had 63% growth, which was 2.5% per year.
So Gen X had the best of it in a way.
No. Boomers, 67 to 87, they had 91% growth, 3.3% a year.
All right. Okay. Yeah, so they did the best, then we did second best, and everyone else is fucked.
But yeah, sorry, young people. And by young, bear in mind, that's anyone who started work in 2006, let's say, because let's face it, you weren't helped by that. So that would have mean you've been born in 86. If you went to 85, if you went to university, let's say an average of 86. So at this point, you are now 40 years old, nearly.
Glenn Daly on TikTok says, let's be real here. Unless you have inheritance, you need to be a top 5% earner to get a deposit. Yeah, and this is the point. So, I mean, back in the day, anyone with a full-time job could get a mortgage and buy a house.
Oh, we're back to this, are we?
Okay, so okay. I mean, I think probably. Do you know what the most interesting thing was that you showed? Going back to that graph, the bar graph of debt. Can you put that one back up?
Yeah.
That one there. So actually, when the Conservatives took over in 2010, debt then sort of flatlined a bit for a while.
Well, what they did was because, so bear in mind this graph doesn't show, I have another one that does, is interest rates. And interest rates all the way through this period, so from 2000 to 2009, were around the 5 to 6.5% mark.
Right.
So they stayed there. But what happened here is that in 2009, interest rates fell all the way to, I think, 0.5%, but they fell very fast.
Yeah, that's right, I remember.
So you would expect that people then increased their borrowing, but they didn't. Now, why didn't they? Number one, the banks weren't lending.
Yeah.
Number two, their wages were actually falling.
Yeah.
So even with the tiny interest rates, they couldn't borrow more. And in fact, people paid back a lot of their debt. So why is it almost a flat line? It's because the government kept printing the QE money and putting that into the system. So our overall debt did slowly increase. Personal debt actually fell. I mean, the highest ever personal debt was in 2009. If you look at this gray bar here, I mean, it's a monster.
Sorry, someone on X has made a point that I want to just bring up actually for a second, which is there are two chaps, Taylor and Glenn Daly, having a ding dong about how hard or not hard it is to buy a house. I mean, anyone, like if you're prepared to do a second and a third job, and if you're prepared to tighten your belt, live really sensibly, live to a budget, and have a long-term plan, save your deposits, stick to a good job, make sure you're getting pay rises and the rest of it. Yes, it's possible for anyone to save up. But I mean, again, you're going to be well into your 30s at best if you do not get a gifted deposit before you've actually saved up enough to that. In most places in the country, less so in the north, but in the southeast of England, very, very much so. But the point is, this is what my view is, it shouldn't be that hard. It should not be that hard for ordinary working people with an ordinary job to get a home. That's the problem. That is the problem. And I think, as with all addictions, we've become addicted to cheap debt as a country. And now the dealer wants to get paid.
Yeah, well, this is the problem, and this is where my sort of doom comes from. It's not as a country; it's as the whole of Europe, America, Australia. You look at these things, you go, yeah, all of these first world countries, Australia not so much, but all of these first world countries, certainly Canada as well, they've just gorged for now 20 years. 20, 25, 26, 27 years on debt. It started off having quite a high interest rate, but became freely available. Then it was a low interest rate.
And is this basically the lion's share of the reason that you think that no matter who we vote for, no matter what happens, there's no getting away from the fact that we've got debt, half a century's worth of debt that's catching up with us?
Yes, I think that's inescapable. It can be handled better or worse, but without a full financial reset, and people will start talking about the WEF and all that sort of good stuff. But in all honesty, much as I hate the idea of CBDCs, if it allows us to have debt jubilees and get rid of some of the public debt so that we can at least invest in services, I think that is better than raiding everyone's pensions, which is where they are likely to be going in the future, and forcing people or forcing the pension holders to put a percentage of their money into infrastructure projects in country, because governments are just fantastic at running infrastructure projects properly.
Guys, I know there's masses of stuff happening in the comments here, and forgive me. Yes, Mark, I haven't forgotten, and I've got your details, Mark, and I will be inviting you on the show, definitely. I haven't worked out timings yet, but we will do that. I want to talk. Okay, so let's just have a recap of where we've got to, which is that as a country, that it's an inescapable fact that both the government and private individuals have been accumulating debt at an ever increasing rate, even when adjusted for inflation. Correct?
Yeah.
Right. We're at record debt levels. I think is it 2 or 3 trillion as the country, which is just a meaningless number. It's a meaningless number, but
it's basically GDP. But bear in mind that's public debt. Our total debt is something like 3 times GDP, which puts it at about 7 trillion.
And as anyone who really understands debt knows, debt is like a ball and chain around your throat in terms of financial progress.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, there are occasions when there are opportunities to borrow, to create or buy assets whose growth outstrips the cost of debt. And yes, of course, debt can be, if you really understand what you're doing, it's a bit like drugs, right? They don't let the public use drugs because you're not killing yourself, but they let doctors use drugs because they understand how to use them, roughly speaking. It's the same with debt. If you really understand the risks of debt and exactly when to use it and when not to use it, it can be very, very useful.
Yeah.
If you don't understand it, it'll kill you. I mean, financially speaking, it will eventually just drag you down and kill you financially.
In the same way that cocaine is used after many surgeries for a whole host of reasons, and if you use it after surgery or you use it as a drug within a regimen, and it's done for a few weeks or days, whatever it may be, it's wonderful. It's great. That's why they use it, just as they do with many opioids. But if you start snorting a couple of lines every single morning before you go to work, it's not going to be good. And we've survived on debt.
Yeah. Okay. Now, I as anyone who follows me on X will know, I've been really coming down hard on Labour and Starmer in particular. And I know that Mark Polden wants to come on the show and debate. And Mark, let me know what your cutoff time tonight is. But we're here. I'm here for another 48 hours, so don't worry. There's plenty of time. My concern is, so as you say, I think as you rightly point out, it doesn't matter who's in power. The debt's still there and it's not going away. What matters is how well it's managed. Right. An oversimplification and a synopsis of why we're in a state of sort of terminal decline as a country, both financially and to the public services, GDP per capita, any measure you like, right? We're basically just sort of slowly rotting. Is because actually for at least the last 20 years, and probably more like the last 30 years, very little of real substance has actually been achieved by any government. Yes, there have been some changes, and we can get into the ones that have been good and which ones have been bad, but overall, less and less and less has got done. And there's like this sort of paralysis where all organizations that get too big, eventually get so big, they can't do anything, they can't move. Do you know what I think is a good example? Is NASA. So NASA, back in the 60s and 70s, was just this incredibly respected, amazing organization that took us to space and to the moon, reached a point where it had become such a bloated institution that it could no longer viably get people into space. And it took an entrepreneur to come along and go, well, actually, we can do it for 1/10 of the cost that you can. And everyone laughing, no, you can't do that. NASA, who do you think you are? You're nowhere. You're just a software engineer. What the fuck do you know? Self-landing rockets? And he was laughed at roundly. But deliver it they did and have. And they now do most of NASA's launches for them. And the point is, large institutions become unable to pivot. They can become unable to innovate meaningfully. It's just like slight little innovation. Big innovation doesn't happen in large organizations. And our government has become, because legislation does the same. When you add new legislation, you don't take away old legislation, do you? And the legislation ball, Gordian knot, just gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, which is why every time anyone tries to change anything, some helpful
Twat.
Tuesday somewhere goes, oh, you can't do that. Oh, no, you can't do that. Oh, no, you can't do that. And it's actually one of my massive, biggest pet hates in life is people go, no, you can't do that without any alternative. Okay, what can we do? We've all agreed we've got a problem to solve. And you're just sitting there going, no. You know, and how they solved the NASA problem was actually SpaceX came along and said, well, why? Why do you have this regulation? This is a regulation you came up with in the 60s. Is it still relevant? Well, no one's asked that. And that's the problem in big organizations. No one can be fucked to go, maybe these regulations that have always been in the company just are no longer relevant.
Exactly.
And so, you know, I know you've seen it in your work when you've been advising large organizations of various things, and getting them to change is nigh on impossible, isn't it?
It's so hard. It's really interesting. What you often have is people like Musk, or rarely of his caliber, depending on what you think of him, but you get people who want to found a company. They're going to have a startup. And it turns out that they're great. They're great for the first few years. They're great until they've got about 100 employees, at which point they simply don't have the operational style brain in order to operate a growing company. And by the time you've got to a few thousand people, they're definitely not the right person to be leading that company. And so they end up doing whatever they're doing. They either sell or they become an advisor and they bring in a board and so on and so forth. And that's good because you then have people who operate it. The problem, as you say, is as that complex system grows and grows and grows, you bring in more and more people of different experience levels, but they just get modeled into that mindset. They follow the corporate mindset, which is fine if you actually have people who are willing to adopt change. But otherwise, you will watch companies die. Look at BlackBerry. Look at Nokia.
Yeah.
Look at the titans of all of these things, and go back. There are many others across.
I remember before they brought the iPhone out, everyone was laughing at the iPod. They were laughing at, and I thought it's only a question of time until they mix a phone and an iPod together to get something. I didn't know it was really cool.
Touchscreen.
When it came out, I remember everyone laughing. People with BlackBerrys laughing and going, "Oh, you don't need it." And that's what happens. That's what everybody does. If you don't understand the innovation, or you feel threatened by it, you've got to want to. You either go, "Well, actually, it's really cool. I'll have that," or you go, you laugh and you die. A bit like,
Well, but
so to answer the question that's on the screen, because let me just start, because there's a million rabbit holes we can go down here. Why not Labour? Because voting for Labour is like voting to keep the corporation alive, to carry on this corporation that's becoming less and less and less able to change. And they're saying, change, vote for us and there'll be change. And it just won't. It'll be the same shit with a different day. And that's not even anybody's fault necessarily, but until you have, and you look back through history and all really effective leaders. So unless you need to change, you don't need real leadership, because when you don't want to change anything, everything stays the same. Leadership's not required to keep stuff the same, like good leadership. But when stuff has to, like when you're at war or bad stuff has to go, the best leaders in history were almost always really unpleasant people, but they were really good leaders. And we as a country like to vote for nice people. Nice people never change anything. That's the problem. So the political system itself is, in my view, the obstruction to an improved management of our country, its resources, its debts, and everything else. And therefore, voting Labour, and I get it. Like if you're a first-time voter at this election, and you're looking back at the last 10 years, going, "Well, the last 10 years have been some kind of fucking clown show." Labour, I mean, they've got to be better, haven't they? And they seem to be safe. They're like they've been around for a long time. Let's just go for the safe option.
You may find that chart is quite useful at this point, Charlie.
Remind me which chart you're talking about.
It's the one that's being shared at the moment. And the reason it's useful is it makes your point, which is originally you go back to the 1830s, etc. The only people who could vote in this country were male landholders. So we are talking about less than 800,000 people even after 1832.
Sorry, can I just stop you? Just so people know what this is. So this is the blue is Tory, the yellow is Lib Dem, and the red is Labour, going back over 120 years. and that's the share of the vote, right?
Yeah, sorry, yeah, 190 years, and that's the share of the vote. So one of the reasons we have first past the post is because first past the post works particularly well when you have two parties. And historically, that's what we had. We had the Tories and the Whigs, or the Conservatives and the Liberals. Now, what happened in 1900 was Labour were founded. And if you then look at the next 30 or 40 years, including two wars, but women got the vote. The vote was extended across all people in the country over the age of 16, 18, whatever it is.
Working people.
Working people. So and there was so much change, and there was change because the Liberals basically just collapsed as Labour, as you can see, took all of their vote. The Tories continued as they were, but the new thinking of Labour, the welfare state coming in after the war, that would not have happened without the new thinking of a party that was only 40 years old. It was new. It was brand new. The Tories have been sitting there doing the same old thing forever.
Yeah.
And the problem that we've got is this: from a liberal perspective, they've been fucked, if you excuse my language, ever since about 1930. I mean, look at their percentage. They're nothing. They're no one. They were the opposition party, or even the leading party before.
Yeah.
And now we're at that point where I get the feeling in this election, the Tories,
the blue is about to vanish.
There is a chance that the Tories will go the way of the Liberals.
Yeah.
And they will end up with 100 years of a tiny little percentage. But that requires something to fill that vacuum. It requires another party with new ideas and new thinking to bring new concepts and new practices to the UK. So I'm really interested in this election because the Tory party has never received less than roughly 30% of the vote. Their worst ever result was in 1832. It was 29.2% of the vote. Even in 97, when they got obliterated by Labour, they got 30.7%. If they only get 20% of the vote this time, that will be like the Lib Dems in the 1920s. It will be the beginning of the end. But do I think reform are where Labour were in 1900? I have no idea, because I'm not that old. I'm old, but I'm not quite that old. Yeah. And I don't think that reform are quite as trailblazing as Labour were back then. It was just such a different concept. You still had servants, and you still had, indentured workers, and you had women who couldn't vote, and it's a lot of interesting stuff. So I just think that chart is interesting as to what might happen.
Whiz all over the city says Nokia is still alive. They used to make tires, But yes, I mean, this going back to the question, and yes, guys, I am going through your questions. Someone on so Taylor on TikTok says Labour and Conservatives are all the same. If you want change, vote for it. And I agree with that. That's the big mistake that we as a country are about to make by voting Labour back in, is that I don't doubt their intentions to change. I don't doubt their desire to change. I doubt their ability to change anything. That's my concern, because it's much more difficult than any of them realize. I mean, I think I'm right in saying nobody in the shadow cabinet has ever been in government. I think I'm right in saying that, right?
Don't know.
Not a single Labour shadow minister has ever been in government, including Keir Starmer.
No, he definitely hasn't.
And so, you literally got a bunch of complete rookies coming in. Now, that can go well. If that team comes in with a very clear vision and they're a really cohesive team and they all pull together in the same direction to make change happen, it might be change we like or don't like, whatever. But right now, I think, Alex, you and I agree that any change is better than no change, right? If that new team comes in and makes change, well, I would welcome that, and I'd be really happy to see that, and I'd happily put my hands up and go, well, I was wrong about Labour. But as someone who's employed over 500 people, almost all of whom I interviewed personally over the last 30 years, I know the difference between someone who delivers and someone who makes excuses. And the people who deliver, and those are the people who deliver no matter what, whatever obstacles they come up against, they find a way around. They never come back and go, oh, well, I couldn't because they didn't get back to me. Or I couldn't because the supply didn't. Oh, no, there's just like a million fucking excuses for never delivering. I'm afraid Starmer is the king of those guys. He's just, and a lot of them, they don't even know it themselves. Like he's unaware of what it takes to pull a team together so that the team is effective enough to get over the obstacles that are in their way to make change. Specifically, let's talk about planning reform, right? Why is it he thinks he's going to be able to make reform to the Town and Country Planning Act when everyone else has said they're going to and they couldn't? And what worries me and annoys me specifically about this is that he hasn't said the reason those guys failed is this. And this is how we're going to solve that problem. There's been zero substance like that. And that's why I'm frustrated, because everyone's lapping up they're going to fix everything. And I'm like, fuck me. Honestly, have you not read every previous election manifesto ever? Every government said everything and they never did any of it. And yet everyone's voting like, well, they're going to do it. I mean, I've polled people and I've asked two questions. Why do you think Labour is worth voting for? And why do you think Keir Starmer is deserves to be leader? And in both cases, I haven't had a single solid answer. It's always been, well, they can't be as bad as the Tories. That is the overwhelming reason people are voting Labour. They can't be as bad as the Tories, right? I mean, that is not a reason to give any political party a massive majority because, well, they can't be that bad. Let's give them total power for probably the next 10 years. I mean...
Yeah, I agree.
You must have witnessed it firsthand when nice and reasonably professional people take on a project that they don't understand.
Oh, yeah.
They believe that they can do it, and it all goes to shit.
Yes, that's normally when I get called.
And that's not even including the fact that there might be factions within the Labour Party quietly biding their time, waiting until there's a big majority that they want to come along and go, right, everyone out the way, we're in charge now. I mean, there are people who think that there's going to be a leadership contest and Keir Starmer's going to get challenged within a couple of years.
Well, that's where my money would be. I can't see Keir Starmer. He doesn't have what it takes to be PM. And I know I'm saying that with the backdrop of someone like Rishi, but there will be a challenge within 2 years, if I was going to make a bet.
And so, okay, guys, imagine that. You're voting in a party that's going to have a leadership challenge and you're going to be given a prime minister you didn't vote for within a couple of years.
It's not an uncommon situation over the last...
This is my point, right? This is my point. Why do you think it won't happen to Labour? So, okay, people are asking, okay, well, who should we vote for? Honestly, in order to... So from my point of view, the goal, the objective we should have as an electorate is an end to the status quo, an end to the duopoly, an end to the uniparty, whatever you want to call it, an end to the Labour Tory, because they have become almost indistinguishable from each other. Okay, yep. And anything that destabilizes or dismantles that unhealthy power that's there right now is good. Anything that does that is good, because whatever comes in its place is going to be new. And new people will make mistakes and new things will go wrong, but more stuff will get done. And so on balance, if you get 3 times as many changes made, one out of 3 is bad, but 2 out of 3 are good, you've got double the rate of beneficial change compared to if just one change is being made at a time. And that's why, honestly, just this, looking at this objectively, mathematically, and scientifically, anything new is better than Labour or Tory. Now, there is no other party that's ready to govern, right? There's no point in pretending that there is. There isn't. And that's why I think the only way that we end up in getting somewhere better is where we have probably one government term of a complete mess of a coalition.
No.
And a lot of dead wood gets flushed out, and there's a lot of jostling for power, and the real leaders will emerge out of that scenario, I think. When the old institutions have all gone, well, it's game over for us then, isn't it? Because this is my other thing, right? the Labour Party it doesn't resemble the Labour Party that I grew up with
No.
in any fucking way, shape, or form. It is no longer Labour. It's not even New Labour. And people say it's like it's not. There is nothing about Keir Starmer that represents Labour's ideology as it was. Now I know that Tony Blair came along and said, "Well, that's why Labour won't get voted unless we have something new," and he created New Labour. Well, I would call Keir Starmer's government the New Tories. The New Tories. Genuinely, that's the most accurate description of what you're going to get if you vote for them, and they will have as much infighting. And the reason they'll have infighting, it's ridiculous to say that the caliber of human beings in one party is better than the caliber of human beings in another party. Go back through history, that's patently not true. They will all fight each other. There are personal agendas. There are factions within parties. There's infighting and divisions. And the only thing that ever solves those problems is really iron-fistedly strong leadership.
Yeah.
And there's nothing on the horizon. Well, certainly for this election, there's nothing. There is no party, not Tory, not Labour, not Lib Dem, not Reform, no one who's got a strong enough government team waiting to run. And that's why I really despair. But, we've got bad or worse, right? We've got a Labour majority, I think, is a disaster because it's more stagnation and more of nothing. A hung parliament and a coalition, a scrappy coalition, won't be pretty, but it will be better than a Labour government. That's what I think. And I don't know what you think.
Well, I mean, my concern with the coalition is, again, as we've discussed, the only form of government that actually is effective in getting things done, as for instance, Musk within Tesla and SpaceX, is a dictatorship. Now, we don't live in a dictatorship, we live in a democracy. And sort of, if democracy is the least bad form of government, a coalition is sort of the worst, least bad form of government, because there's a very strong chance of absolute deadlock and getting nothing at all done with a coalition.
Someone's called me a rich Tory bum boy. By the way, I have voted. I voted with a postal vote, and there it is. And I will reveal it at the very end of this live stream after the polls close. That's quite weird. That this I keep forgetting this is going to be many, 2 whole days basically.
You are absolutely nuts.
I just want to change as many people. And by the way, guys, thank you everyone who's watching this now. Please share this. Please spread it. Share the link. Spread it. Say to people, there's this nutter and he's going to be election broadcasting right the way through until after the polls because I just think there is a small chance, right? There's a small chance if this gets a bit of steam that actually those of you, like some of you who are in here, actually the very first person, Craptacular82, says, this is the first time I've been 2 days out for an election and still have no idea who to vote for. So I'm going to come on to how to decide who to vote for, right? What my recommendation is in a minute. But please share this. I never normally ask you to click the like and click the subscribe and comment and share and all that kind of stuff. But on this particular live stream, given that I'm going to be putting myself through utter misery to get through, because I am 52 years old now, I'm not looking forward to this. No idea. I mean, I will be taking some short naps. I've got some 30-minute videos lined up to play to give myself the chance for power nap and to come back. But I really mean this as a marathon, and I'm doing it because I really want to maximize the chances of improving the housing market. And the election is the only time that we ever get, as a population, get a chance to do that.
Yeah.
Should we take a few questions, Alex?
Yeah, go for it.
Gnomic Gnome says, unfortunately, people need to live through 4 years of Labour misery. People need to get upset and they're still distracted by cheap foreign holidays and buying stuff on credit. They need to feel the pain. Well, I'm not sure whether I agree that they need to, but I do agree that they're going to.
They will. They certainly will.
Mark Polden, hi, Charlie. When do you want to debate? I'm the Labour CLP policy officer. I can't remember how late you can go tonight, Mark, but may well be later tonight if you're still around. Keep chiming in. I've got your details. I'll get in touch with you and send you the link. Country Guy says the Tories are a mess, but I remember many Labour governments going back to Harold Wilson and the country was in a worse state. I fear for young people, they have no idea what is coming. Now, you could say that's what you and I have been saying for a while.
Yeah.
I do agree with that. I do.
Yeah, I don't quite remember Harold Wilson, but but yes, and also I'm not entirely sure, Country Guy, that the country was in a worse state. I mean, and let me qualify that. It certainly was. Day-to-day living was certainly a lot grimier, and it is much easier today. But in terms of the overall economy, the scale, and even we're talking in real terms, the scale of debt, the scale of collapse hasn't really been matched, or potential for collapse hasn't really been matched, apart from straight after the Second World War. And then, of course, we had a big change in demographics, and we had the whole nation pulling together because they'd just survived a war. We don't have that now. I kind of hoped that COVID might make people work together, but instead it turned out to be even more divisive.
Yeah, it did, didn't it? I'm just looking for some more questions here. There's some good questions. Right, next up. Let Me Look TV says the head of the Financial Services Authority, dumpster fire, is now governor of the Bank of England. Yay!
It's good, isn't it? It's all jobs for the boys.
Margaret Walsh on X says Starmer, if he wins, will do so by default and not merit. Absolutely right.
Correct.
That is you're correct, and that's why we're stuffed. It's a bit like Rishi Sunak becoming prime minister.
Oh God!
He didn't win that position or get elected. He got it by default, and it's exactly the same thing again. I mean, it's almost the same as that. Nick Who says, "Weird, you are so anti-Labour when the previous Labour administration was certainly a competent one." So I'm not anti-Labour. This is. I don't know whether I'm not failing to make it clear. Right, I have voted Labour twice in the past. Although I didn't agree with its politics, I admired the passion of old Labour to stand up for the downtrodden and the disaffected and working class people who were really overlooked by the Tories. I respected and admired that. I thought Neil Kinnock, again, didn't agree with his politics, but my God, that man believed and stood up and fought every last ounce of his energy and so I'm not anti-Labour. It's the particular middle management team that's coming in that I have a problem with, because they don't have the strength to make the changes that are needed. So I'm not anti-Labour. Joe Greenfield who said that Charlie is a rich Tory bumboy. I need to remind everybody, there's nothing wrong with being a bumboy, by the way. I mean, I'm told. Apparently, it's amazing how many people assume that I'm a Tory. I have voted Tory in the past, but not because I'm an always voted Tory person. I studied politics at A level, and it taught me there and then, because I had such a great politics teacher. I never knew what his politics were, probably because he was also politically neutral, and he taught me that actually the whole idea of politics is to improve people's lives. No one party's got the monopoly on doing that. You've got to always take a look and see who's there, what the policies are, what's the situation, and what are the priorities. So I've never been a blind supporter of one party. And I'm certainly not a supporter of the Tories right now. That's 100% the truth. Nick Who says Gordon Brown wasn't responsible for Bear Stearns, etc. Gordon Brown actually apologized for deregulating the banks too far. He did a long time afterwards. He accepted his share of responsibility for what happened. He wasn't totally responsible for it, but they certainly didn't. They didn't. Sorry, I got TikTok after a while because it has to check that you're actually still there.
Yeah, light touch regulation by the Labour Party in order to have the free market, which is the Tory concept, just didn't work out all that well. And he did sell all our bloody gold, half of our bloody gold at a stupid price. But let's ignore that.
So yeah, guys, I have voted. I did a postal vote. I took a photograph of my ballot, and at the end of this live stream, after the polls were closed, I will show you what it was. It wasn't Labour. That's all I'll tell you, right? It wasn't Labour. I'll also tell you that it wasn't Tory as well. Now, Nigel Farage has come up a lot in the comments. Freddie Moses says, Nigel seems like an obvious choice. Only politician that's got some stones. There are other people saying, yeah, but he's a horrible racist, all this kind of stuff. Now, my comment about this is that I've never cared too much about the individual personalities of politicians. I only care whether or not they achieve improvements for people or not. In my opinion, that's the only thing that matters. I don't care what they do, who they do it with, where they do it. Just literally their private life. I don't care. If they've harmed anybody ever, then no. But if they haven't ever harmed anybody and they have the potential to make change, this is all people. I'm not defending Farage or anyone in particular. I'm like, it only matters what their achievements, their relevant achievements or relevant failures are. That's the only thing that matters. So, but the one thing that's definitely true is that Nigel Farage is a Marmite character who stirred up an utter hornet's nest. On one side, he's got ferocious fans who believe in him as a straight talker. And on the other side, he's got people who literally calling him Adolf Hitler.
Yeah.
It's and I just think that phenomenon on its own is remarkable, that someone can create such deep division. Question from Zaz. Leading question, what do you see happening if Labour get in, but with the Liberals leading the opposition? Isn't that the direction that enables a path of radical change? I don't see how, no. Because I don't think Ed Davey, sorry, I can't remember his name then. I find Ed Davey moderately, he's okay. He's a moderately effective, but I just think that actually the Liberal Democrats are the ones who should have been able to rally all the people who are disaffected by Labour and Tory. That should have been an open goal for the Lib Dems. So I see it as a failure of leadership that hasn't happened. It's just become too vanilla, especially because they do definitely have the best housing policy, right? They've got the most detailed, most thought through, lengthiest housing manifesto policy of all the parties. And it's only those in the Greens who are saying they're going to build lots of social houses.
Yeah. I got to say, for me, Lib Dem, given where I live, are likely to be the top runner.
So this is what, do you agree with this, Alex? If you were watching this and you're listening to me and going, okay, so I shouldn't vote Labour, how do I decide who to vote for? Well, if you remember that the goal is to stop Labour getting in, then the party you should vote for is whichever party is most likely to stop Labour getting in, whoever that is. Now, you might have to hold your nose when you mark the ballot paper for whoever that might be. But if your objective is like, I don't really care about all the others because I don't like any of the others enough to want to vote for one in particular. Therefore, if you are indifferent to all the others, but you do want to stop Labour getting in where you are, then it only makes sense to vote for the party that's most likely to stop Labour getting in where you are. In some places that'll be Lib Dem, in some places it'll be Tory, in some places it'll be Reform, in a few places it might even be the Greens, I don't know. The SDP don't seem to be figuring anywhere, and I think Worker Party only in George Galloway's constituency where he's standing. So it's wherever you are, you've got to look and see who you think is most likely to beat Labour where you are. That's who to vote for.
Yeah.
If you're otherwise indifferent, right? If you know who else you want to vote for, it's not Labour, vote for them, whoever they are, right?
And I'm sure that everyone who's listening is savvy enough to know that there are tactical voting websites that will tell you in your particular constituency where your vote should go. So you can literally go to Google and type in tactical vote, and there are plenty of websites that will show you the current split.
GGFR says, don't need to vote for JSO or Green. We get their policies anyway. That's an interesting point. Guys, no. Listen, let me be very clear. I'm not going to tell anyone who to vote for. I would never do that. I voted who I voted for to try to stop Labour getting in. In my constituency, Labour is a Labour stronghold, actually. That's what determined my vote. I'm not going to sit here and tell anyone who to vote for. You've got to vote. You've got to vote for your own reasons, your own conscience, based on your own priorities, that kind of stuff. But in my view, if you want a better housing market, let's come on to talk about what that is in a minute. By the way, Alex, if you need a break for any reason, just let me know.
Yes. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll take 5 minutes now.
Okay, guys. Yeah, actually, that was a 10-minute video. I'm going to play that 10-minute video again, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. And I'm going to be in a different place when I come back in 10 minutes' time. See you in 10 minutes, Alex. Thanks, everyone. See you in 10 minutes. Take a 10-minute break. Bye. My first and hopefully my last ever 50-hour marathon live stream. This is not something I want to do. It's something I'm doing because I actually don't think I have a choice. I think I have a moral obligation to do so. Why is that? My name's Charlie Lambden. This channel is called Moving Home with Charlie, where I share my 25 years of experience within the property industry with anyone trying to move house to try and make moving home easier. My stated end goal one day in my career is a home for everyone, which I hope to achieve through my property website, Best Agent, and through raising awareness of how better to get things done when you're moving house. It's 2024, we're about to have an election, and everybody knows that the housing market is in a terrible state. Whether you are a buyer, whether you are a seller, whether you are a tenant, or whether you are a landlord, it's in a shocking state. And the most important thing is this: if we want change in the housing market, which pretty much everybody does, like 100%, almost 100% of people do want change in the housing market, a general election is the only chance we get to actually make changes to the housing market, because almost everything to do with the housing market is the result of political decisions and political failure. In between elections, there's nothing we can do. We're stuck with the government that we got until the next election comes along, and during that time, the last 20 years have taught us almost nothing changes. And the things that they do change don't tend to help. I am a politically neutral person. I was a student of politics, and when I was a student of politics, I realized right there and then it doesn't make any sense to be a supporter of any one party, blindly supporting one party. It makes sense to, each time an election comes around, have a look at the situation, have a look at the parties, have a look at the policies, have a look at the manifestos, have a look at the people, the leaders, the teams, and the likelihood of each party actually able to deliver change that most people want. So I'm a huge fan of being able to vote for whoever you like, and therefore I'm a huge respecter of anyone voting for whoever they like, even if it's not who I think it should be. As someone who's voted Labour twice in the past, I'm not anti-Labour. My problem is the Starmer-led government, which we are almost certainly about to get, is not going to accomplish the changes that the housing market needs. Number one, because it hasn't laid out enough changes that the housing market needs. And number two, because the ones that it has, like we're going to build 1.5 million homes, are not achievable. They're making promises they absolutely cannot keep. And so we are, with near certainty as far as I'm concerned, staring down the barrel of at least 5, hopefully not 10 more years of absolute stagnation when it comes to progress in the housing market. So the purpose of this live stream, this marathon live stream, is for me to discuss with and debate with as many people as possible to try and change your mind. If you are planning to vote Labour and you want the housing market to get better, I want to change your mind. Come along and ask me why. Tell me why you think voting Labour, and I'm going to go through it. Why voting Labour, why so many people are doing it, because it seems at face value like that's the sensible thing to do, and I get that, but I want to explain to you why that's a mistake, and why it doesn't matter who else you vote for. What we need to do is to end the duopoly, the two main parties, the uni-party, however you want to call it. They've become almost indistinguishable from each other. They're so they were like this, left and right, and they've just slowly over the years moved in and they've overlapped, and they are heavily overlapping. Very, very similar policies with only slight differences in the leaders. Nothing would make me happier than to believe that the incoming Labour government with a landslide majority is actually going to fix the housing market. Nobody would welcome that more than I. And if you think you can persuade me that that's what's going to happen, I'm all ears and I want to hear it. So you are invited to actually join on this live stream, either with audio or video. If you want to come on as a video guest, please do. If you don't want to show yourself on video, but you want to be able to talk to me, then you can also do that. There is a link below to a Google form where you put your details in and I can check it, make sure you're not a total nutter or a troll, and then I'll welcome you onto. We've got a lot of time to fill. I've got 50 hours to fill, so I can talk to anyone and everyone who wants to discuss this. The rules are, we debate policy, we debate track record of achievements or failures of individuals. We don't discuss individuals, we don't discuss, there's zero name calling, right? So debate and discuss as passionately with me as you want. Any name calling whatsoever, or any baseless accusations without evidence to back it up. Anything which is just what I call an argument ender, where, oh, well, they're just a ... they're just a so-and-so. That's not debating, that's ending discussion, because there's no comeback to that. So unless you've got evidence to say, well, there was this time when so-and-so did this thing which is relevant because, then of course. But if it's just, well, I don't like so-and-so because they're a ... that's not a debate. With the greatest respect, it's irrelevant what we think of the people. Voting based on what we think of people who we don't know never ends well, does it? We have to look at policies, we have to look at track records, we have to look at stated intentions, we have to look at voting records. So we have to look at tangible, meaningful things that actually are likely to affect the outcome of the election. So that's why I have also linked below on the page where this is being live streamed and the description below to a web page on my website where I've linked to all the housing policies and housing manifestos of the main parties, except for the Tories, because they don't even have one. The Tories deserve to get wiped out in this election, but that doesn't mean that Labour deserves a landslide win at all. So I vote you I vote you? I haven't even started this and I'm exhausted. I urge you to vote for whoever is most likely to stop Labour getting in. And I hope that if this live stream, if this debate gets enough views, maybe even goes viral, if you share it for me and help me by sharing it, maybe we can change a couple of seats. Maybe we can change enough minds to change a couple of seats and just slightly tip the balance of power. Because nothing would improve this country's prospects more than a fairer housing market and the chance for working people to be able to afford to live in a decent home near to where they work. Nothing would improve this company's outlook more in terms of us as an electorate. Nothing would improve it more for more people than improving the housing market and all of its problems. I don't know how far into the live stream you might be watching this video, but if you are, thank you for watching, thank you for waiting. Right now while you're watching this, I might be having a bathroom break, I might be having a very quick power nap, or tending to some other unavoidable situation, but I will be back soon. Most importantly of all, just please make sure you do actually vote, even if it is to spoil the ballot, because that tells the candidates that they all wasted a vote and lost a vote. And every single vote counts to these guys. I promise you, every single vote counts. Every single election result is made up of individual people voting. Nothing else. Individual people voting is what makes up every election result. Anyone but Labour. But hey, if I fail to change your mind, and if you think that voting Labour is the right thing to do, I respect that completely. And I wish you all the best and hope that Labour's going to get in. So I hope I'm wrong about them. I really hope they achieve lots of stuff. In the meantime, I'm going to play a few clips from a few of my older videos just to pass some time while I'm having a power nap or whatever I'm doing. And I'll be back with you before too long. Thanks for watching. Please remember, if you haven't, to help spread this video and get it suggested in more places, click the like button if you haven't. Give me one of those. Click the subscribe and why not say hello in the comments, in the live chat especially, but in the comments underneath as well. It all helps to get this video out there. I don't normally ask to do that, but in this one I am. I really want to get this video out there. I want to engage as many people as possible who are undecided about how to vote for a better housing market. I'm Charlie, welcome to Moving Home with Charlie, and thank you for coming. Do you think we can build houses here? Is enough space to build houses here?
There's a lot of space, isn't there?
Yeah, there's a lot of space to put more houses in there.
Yeah.
And I've always said, don't wait to buy ever. If you need a home and you found one that you can afford and you like it, buy it. Just don't overpay.
Just to give you an idea, if you were to give up 1% of the carefully selected countryside that's not currently used, carefully selected, we could have 50% more houses. And the number one problem for house builders is finding land that's got permission to build on it.
Alex, you there?
Hello, mate.
Oh, thank God you're still there. Right, I'm now at my standing up position in the kitchen because my desk I was already flagging, and my God, I've got a long way to go. Long way to go. But I've got chocolate, and I'm back on TikTok as well. So welcome to my kitchen, guys. I'm now standing. So let's is there anything you want to particularly chat about, Alex, or otherwise I think we should just get chatting with some of the people in the comments here.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a number of comments about immigration. I've loaded up a graph for you if you're interested in covering that this early. You're only 3% of the way through.
Do you know what? There are some KPIs you don't want. But we love your graphs, Alex. We love your graphs. And I've got loads and loads and loads of other material to share because I've got a lot of time to fill here. So I'll take everything you've got. But I just, if we're going to go around on immigration, I just want to warn everyone, we're not going into any, we're not going down the rabbit hole on that debate, but just insofar as it's relevant to housing, yes, definitely. Yeah, so have you got it there to share, have you?
Yeah, should be sharing now.
Okay, and can you hear me okay on this camera?
Yes, no, in fact, I think it sounds slightly better there.
I'll tell you something else, by the way, guys. I'm planning, assuming I'm still alive when the sun comes up, to go outside with a mobile on the 5G connection here and actually go to the beach near where I live and see the sun come up. Let's see how well that goes. Right, there's your graph.
Okay, so along the bottom there, you've got bars, just grey bars that are either down or up, showing whether immigration was positive or negative. You've got the red line, which is emigration, and the blue line, which is immigration. And as you can see,
people leaving, blue is people coming in.
Exactly. And as you can see, from 1952 and indeed before that, all the way through until the mid 80s, we exported lots of people. We were a big net emigration country because let's face it, the UK was pretty fucking dismal for many of those years. Certainly all the way through the 70s where it really picked up. But ever since the mid 80s, we have been an importer of people. And that really took off from about 94 onwards. I mean, we have not been, we've always been positive since 94. But in 2004 is where you had this massive increase, which has just continued with a slight dip when we were in our recession after the GFC. And we know that we're getting a lot of immigrants at the moment. Now, the green line is births. And you'll see up here, this is 1967 when the pill was first made available to single women, because until that point it had only been for married women. But it wasn't advertised, and GPs at the time didn't tell people that they were allowed it until there was an advertising campaign right here in 72. So what you can see is this is the birth rate until we get to 72, and then it's really very, very flat until immigration becomes positive. And what we used to have in this country was quite a low birth rate for our own people, people who are natives born here, which was as low as about 2 down to 1.9. And for our immigrants was about 2.3. So we were achieving a constant flow, which is 2.1 is the replacement rate. However, since about 2016, that number has plummeted. And we are now at 1.59 fertility rate, which needs to be 2.1 children per woman across both our immigrant population and our own population. And this is why immigration continues, and they keep bringing in more people. We simply cannot prop up a debt scheme that always requires a larger volume of people at the bottom. And that has a knock-on effect to GDP per capita.
So, can I just check my assumptions are correct on what I've understood for you? So, for the population to remain the same, we need a birth rate of 2.1 children on average per woman.
Yeah.
Right. And our domestic population is only going less than 1.6.
Yeah, 1.5, 1.49 was the last reading that I saw.
So you're like almost 30% below replacement rate.
Yeah. Our new immigrants are still higher, but nowhere near replacement rate.
Right. So what I want to point out to this is because one of the questions in my mind has been, why is it that in 2010, when the Tories were elected, in 2015, they say that they would cap legal migration to net migration to under 100,000. Why did they say that they would do that and promise that in an election and then never do it? And my question was an ignorant one, like, is it because they couldn't? Is it they didn't want to? Is it because they lied? Was it like what was the actual reason that many more people? Because surely they can control how many people they're letting in. And so I think, and again, I want to explain this to people who want to understand what's happening. If you have a birth replacement rate that's 30% below par, like keeping us at the same population, how soon does that lead to economic collapse? If just hypothetically, 30% below replacement rate, how quickly does your economy collapse?
Well, within a single generation.
Right. So
from where we are today.
And so, and you'd begin to see the effects of that within one political term, would you?
Well, we're already seeing. I mean, the thing is, we are already seeing the effects of it. The taxes that we are paying are because the services that are being provided have had to grow substantially, and we have a much older population who are, let's face it, much more likely to use the NHS and to use the ambulance service. You know, the most common ambulance call out is because an elderly person has fallen. Well, we've got a lot more elderly people as a percentage of the population. If you go back to the 1950s, only 9% of the population were over 65. If you go fast forward to today, it's over 20% of the population.
Right. So am I right in saying that unless they are knowingly going to let the economy go into recession, a government kind of has no choice but to top up the failing population rate with legal immigration?
Well, yeah, there are two ways. You prop it up with immigration, but that, although it increases your overall GDP, tends to decrease your GDP per capita because you tend not to be bringing in high flyers, because we don't do that. We're bringing in massive amounts of students and their relatives, although that's being clamped down on. The only other way you do it is you innovate, and it's something that the Conservatives talked about a lot in terms of turning us into the biotech hub for the world, and, you know, a new Silicon Valley that was going to be, or the Oxford, Cambridge, London triangle for life sciences. You know, and that's a wonderful idea, but the problem is that all of those types of companies still get much more funding if they list on the NASDAQ in the US than they do over here, because nobody's willing to invest over here. And part of the reason they're not willing to invest, a small part, is because we tie up all of our capital in houses and we have a vast amount of debt.
This is something else that I really think everyone needs to understand. It's so important because it's also one of the things that's killing the economy. When we put all of our money into houses, there's no money left to spend anywhere else.
Exactly.
I wonder why. Why do we become a country so obsessed with maxing out our credit cards on houses?
I have no idea. I mean, people will blame Thatcher to some, everyone should be a homeowner. But I think the phrase, a man's home is his castle, predates Thatcher by a little while.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess I'll tell you why. I think because of our tradition of landed gentry and the class system, the idea of owning a home meant that you were no longer of the serving class. And I think that's still a hangover that we're coping with 100 years later.
Oh, so you think it's just keeping up with the Joneses?
Well, not on a conscious level. I just think it's drilled into people. I mean, certainly my parents said, "Well, it's very important. You got to buy a house. I mean, that's the first thing you got to do. I mean, that's it's very important." And judging by when you bought your first property, I'm sure yours said much the same thing.
I'm not sure I was paying much attention to them, but yeah. Okay, sorry, I'm eating some chocolate with nuts to keep my energy levels going. We've got some more comments here. I'm going to try and catch up. So Greg says, if Labour need money, they will start with the 42 billion in uncollected taxes from 2023. This is an example of what I think is wild naivety about how easy it is to just go, wave a magic wand and pa-ching. And the actual friction that is involved in collecting unpaid taxes is much harder than that. It's not that easy at all. Now, Nick Jones says, holiday lets are a cancer to a community. This is, again, it's not a black and white issue, I don't think. I think, you've got to remember that there are a lot of communities and towns that thrive on tourism. In fact, it's their number one income. With no holiday lets, they'd have nowhere for the tourists to come and stay. So it's a question of balance and how well managed those communities are, I think. Too many holiday lets? Absolutely. It's like anything. A little bit of everything is good. Too much of anything is bad. And too many holiday lets in one community will kill it. I've seen towns in the West Country that have been just had their soul gutted by holiday lets being bought. And they're just like a ghost town in the winter.
Yeah.
Annie Anonymous says, are any of the parties saying they'll rebuild the social housing stock? Yes, Greens and Lib Dems are saying they'll rebuild housing stock. They're both saying they'll build 150,000 social government housing on top of whatever the private sector is building. Nick Who says, are you really going to do this for 50 hours? I don't want to think about it really, but I that is my intention. I will be taking a couple of naps here and there. I will. I've actually got something I might be using to buy myself a bit of time if I get really desperate. Is I've got a vinyl. I got a record player for my birthday, right? And this is not the 9 o'clock news, which is a BBC production, and I loved the BBC of the 1970s.
That's fantastic.
The BBC of the 1970s was just brilliant.
Well,
they had a sense of humour. They had a real sense of humour. So I might just put that record on because it's right here next to me. I've got the turntable and that vinyl. So Nick, it's going to get desperate at some points, but yes, I do plan to keep going. Nick Jones asks if I have a stunt double. No, but I have some pre-recorded Charlie to play. Which kind of counts. Sir Flashmorph says he's an old man. There'll be many pee breaks. Back to the actual topic at hand here. Alexander Jones says, with Keir moving the Labour Party back towards the centre, we're back to the absurd situation where we have two Blairite parties with very minor right-left variations between them. Yes.
Yeah.
I agree. And that's why I think the electorate is bonkers to basically vote for the same. You know, you're getting the same with Labour as you got with Tories, with very, very few differences. Much more important question here. Is the Stig really AI?
Well, there's not much I, but certainly no A.
There's no A. No, you're all real. And Annie Norman says that I'll look like Wurzel Gummidge by the end of this. Yeah. Annie, you're showing your age there with Wurzel Gummidge as well.
Gummidge, yeah.
I remember Wurzel Gummidge very well in my youth. Now, I did want to debate that chap, Mark Polden, and I've actually texted him during that break, but I haven't heard back. I have sent him the link, so he might turn up at any time.
Well, he said he'd be here till midnight. I, on the other hand, will probably only be another 20 minutes, mate.
It's too. Okay. So did you have a look at that list of stuff I sent you in that email a bit beforehand?
Yes, quickly.
So I've got one thing here, which is why I think housing is actually a much bigger subject to be voted on than anything else. And I did a you can tell I'm slowing down. I did a poll on X, and here are the results. Okay. Is that?
Yeah, no.
So I asked a question. Unaffordable housing is at the root of all social problems. Do you agree or disagree? And I've listed poverty, life chances, social mobility, shortages. What do I mean by shortages? Housing shortages, poor health, lack of disposable income, flatlining economy, and family aspirations. And 73% mostly agreed. 20% mostly disagreed. So, I mean, that's interesting. So, because I've always thought that housing, this is why people often say to me, Charlie, why are you talking about politics? If you think you're going to make any difference in the housing market without taking politics into consideration, you are going to be wasting your effort, because we only get the chance to change the housing market at elections. And that's why this is so important to me. So important that everyone votes to not vote in Labour. And I know we're not going to make any difference to that with this live stream, but you know, I'd love to think that we might just help a few people. Actually, anyone watching this now, has anything in this video changed your mind either way yet? If you were undecided before, are you now decided? Could you put in the live chat? Someone on TikTok says Nigel's already paid him, so he has to do the 50 hours now.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Oh dear, yeah, getting paid would be great. Oh, Mark says you're here. I've texted someone, Mark. I WhatsApped it. Just stop that sharing. Yeah, that's a discussion worth having. I think a lot of first-time buyers, when they're doing their sums, completely leave out a maintenance budget.
Yeah.
And I think, well, it's rent versus mortgage payment. That's it, isn't it?
Yeah, well, and that's, you know,
there's a real luxury and advantage to being a tenant, in that you will never get a financial shock other than a rent increase. You're never going to get a sudden large outlay. That's always the landlord's problem.
Yeah, and it's also, Charlie, one of the reasons why I think that a lot of Gen Xers and millennials, when they come to inherit their parents' larger houses in a few years' time, will be in for a shock about how low the price might have become, simply because with the cost of energy these days and the cost of maintenance on these larger, older houses, there won't be the buyers. People just won't be able to afford it. You know, when it's costing you £30,000 to replace a couple of dormer windows in your 1890 house, there's not many first-time buyers or even, second steppers in their 30s who are going to go, yeah, well, I can afford to do that every 10 years, plus the roof, plus the chimneys, plus the painting, plus the oh, crap,
Mark is here. We have our first random live guest member of the public. So I've got no idea how this is going to go, but Mark, welcome to the party. How are you? Oh no.
Hello, Charlie.
So Mark, your internet connection seems to be a bit jumpy. But do you want to introduce yourself? And so you, if I'm right, you used to work in some shape or form for the Conservatives. You now work for Labour. And it was because the Conservatives let you down on the housing promises, right? Is that right? Oh no, Mark, I'm not sure your internet's up to the job. Alex, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. He's just frozen, mate.
Mark, if you can hear me, try again. I'm gonna lose you. Try again and see if you can come back with a better internet connection. Unfortunately, we couldn't hear you. But yeah, that's gonna be interesting to see what happens there. And now I've lost my place. What we were talking about? The costs of home ownership compared to renting.
Yes, but if you've got, and this is why, much as I hate them from a character perspective, if you've bought a modern house which is insulated correctly, I had to use half a bottle of Febreze today. Somebody posted Keir Starmer with
Okay, this is a really good question. Kevin Flagg asks, which is relevant to what I've been saying and what you and I have been discussing.
Yeah.
Let's assume a social housing building spree. 1, where does the money come from? 2, where do we get the skilled workforce? And 3, what about infrastructure? Let me give brief answers to those questions. Where does the money come from? So let me give you 2 suggestions. First of all, if the government were to just go out to the bond market and borrow the money from the bond market to build these fixed, tangible assets, which it will create a liquid income from and also save money on its current temporary housing costs, the bond market is going to be very, very happy to lend that money because it's a sensible investment which has multiple returns on it, even if they're just going to use the existing bond market to raise money. So that's where the money would come from. Yes, it's government debt, which is a taxpayer burden, but for the first time that I know of, it would be a government investment that actually had a return for the taxpayer, not just a cash one into the government coffers, but actually social ones as well. But the second way of doing it, I said this to Alex earlier, is the government could launch a special kind of premium bond for house building, and therefore allow members of the public to invest in that house building program, social house building program, because I think a lot of people would want to do that if it was done properly. 2, where do we get the skilled workforce? I mean, right now, there are a surplus of builders at the moment because building work has slowed right down. So there are out of work builders and skilled tradesmen, number 1. So there's spare capacity there, number 1. Number 2, and this actually plays into your hands, Alex, of your visions of workhouses and buses. There are a lot of economically inactive people and new people who don't have skills yet who can be trained up. And so quite quickly, you can train people up to have the skills necessary to be builders. And number 3, what about infrastructure? That's a valid point. Of course, infrastructure is needed, but I think in a lot of cities, there's a lot of existing infrastructure. And the point is that those people are already there, but they're currently living in hotels and bed and breakfasts. There are 250,000 families in temporary accommodation being paid for by the taxpayer, and some councils are spending more than 50% of their entire annual budget paying for hotels for people who are homeless. That is where the big return comes on this. Now, the other thing is that if the government's building social housing, it's creating competition for the private sector. And I think will help bring prices down. Whether governments want to do that or not is another question, of course. But yeah, I mean, Alex, what would your answers be to those?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with all of that. I do think that there would need to be some skilled immigration, just as there always has been on construction side. I mean, if you went back 20 years, there were a lot of Polish builders, then Romanians, and so on and so forth. I also think, and it will depend on what happens in terms of CBDC and all the rest of that good stuff, but a number of institutions, including banks like Lloyd's, have shown a real interest in build to rent and in owning property portfolios, which will make more sense if they stop being so important from a cash perspective. It's replaced by CBDC. And so you may find that there are quite a lot of large firms. Amazon, I think, have launched an initiative in the US, and I haven't read that much about it. But what they discovered was that wherever there's a big Amazon presence, house prices have gone up because Amazon in the US, from a headquarters perspective, pays its staff quite well. And so because house prices have gone up, Amazon are now talking about building housing. So you get, it's like the old pit communities. A mining boss would come along up north in Yorkshire, and they would actually build a town around the mine. Now, we don't have that heavy industry in the UK so much anymore. We have technology, but you can do the same thing. Mark.
Hello.
Oh, that's good. That's better.
Okay. Yeah, I'm actually on my laptop right now rather than my phone, so that's cool. Just a bit about myself. I'm an ex-Conservative Party member. I was the deputy chairman of the Conservative Policy Forum in the area I live. I left the Conservative Party after the vote with Theresa Villiers and so on, where they got rid of the housing targets. I'm now a Labour member, and I'm the Labour policy officer for the area I live as well. But I'm also an Open University economics student. So I have quite an interesting perspective. And for the record, I was also the Northwest coordinator for the SDP. So I've had a pretty interesting journey, and I can talk about lots of parties because I've experienced Reform, I've experienced UKIP from the inside, not the outside. I've experienced the Conservative Party and what party members are like, and the Labour Party.
Well, thank you very much for that. That's really, really useful introduction. And thanks for coming on. So my question to you is, you've explained why you left the Conservative Party as a member and joined the Labour. Have I got that right on screen? You're the Labour policy officer. For what area is that?
That is a place called Ellesmere Port and Bromborough in the northwest of England. Okay.
So my question to you is, what is it that makes you think that Labour is going to deliver better on housing? I mean, I don't know how much of this live stream you've been watching. If you watched most of it from the start,
yeah, I have.
Then you know my thoughts. So I would love to have my mind changed on why you think they're going to succeed in, for example, changing planning laws, and whatever else that needs to happen. So I'll give you the floor and listen to you.
Okay. So, in simple terms, I'm very good friends with my MP, and we have long conversations about this. He has said to me in words of one syllable, we have got to deliver. In order to get a second parliament, Labour has got to deliver. And Labour, from the top to the bottom, knows it's got to deliver. And I'll give you some ideas about how it is looking to deliver.
Go for it.
So basically, Charlie, have you ever heard of something called hope value?
I think so, but not if it has a technical definition.
Okay, so a technical definition is if you sell a piece of land, currently what you can do is sell it for a price, i.e. the agricultural value, and you can put a clause in the sales contract that if it obtains planning permission, you can take a certain percentage of that planning uplift.
Okay.
Okay. Under Labour, that's gone. That's completely gone. You cannot do that. So the price that a piece of land is sold for housing, building, is the price that it is. There is no clawback.
Okay.
Okay. Number one. Number two, 2 weeks ago, I submitted a paper to the Labour leadership regarding self-build. Okay. In 1988, 40% of the houses in this country were built by small and medium-sized builders. That is now at 12%. We have an effective oligopoly.
Yeah.
I can say that as an economics student. Now, you'll have probably read the Competition Markets Authority report from a few months ago, which said that the main developers are making between 10 and 30% on any new house. Sorry,
Yeah.
I'll get rid of this screen so I can actually see you. That's better. Yeah, so any developer is making between 10 and 30% on each new house. This report I wrote was actually based on a report which Boris Johnson instituted in Number 10. An MP called Richard Bacon wrote it, which in 2 years ago. And even Conservatives were saying then that a way to get round planning problems and people objecting, people generally object to big developments if you can have thousands and thousands and thousands of self-build, co-op build and small build, then it generally does not get objected to. But Labour have said publicly that they will overrule. The Secretary of State has the authority to overrule anything. So what is going to happen is you'll see a lot more from the centre that even though planning permissions are turned down, you will find that the mayors and those in the centre of central government will be sticking their hands in and saying, you can't overrule that, you can't overrule that, you can't overrule that. And the system will change also from that respect.
Well, that would be quite something. It makes me think. So you're saying that literally the Secretary of State. Who's that going to be for Labour? I can't remember.
It will be Matthew Pennycook at the moment. But even so, you may have read in the press, Michael Gove on certainly 20 or 30 occasions that I know of overruled. There has always been that power there. That's already there.
Okay.
It's just that Conservatives generally have left it because the Conservative base is boomers who own their own homes, who object and give Conservatives their vote. Once that is moved aside by the mandate that Labour would have, that instantly becomes a non-issue.
I understood. Okay. All right. So, Alex, you there?
Yep.
So one of the things that I put on X today, Mark, I think you may have seen it, was that, and I said at the beginning of this live stream, Keir Starmer, and actually I respect him being honest about this, he said he doesn't think they'll get up to target till the end of the first term, up to 300,000 houses per year being built until the end of the first term. He's also been straight at the fact that, he thinks it's going to take 10 years before any meaningful improvements have come through. I think that's, again, it's good that he's not being unrealistic about that, but it's also pretty demoralizing for people who are currently stuck in a bad situation. Even if they do meet the house building targets, I'm right, aren't I? And no government can mandate a private company to build at a loss, can they?
No, they can't. But if you consider that the big developers, what they are is in effect agencies. They book people to build houses for them. They deal with the planning, and they deal with the civil, the coordination. But that's all they are, is agencies. Now,
Right.
within that, there is a problem in this, that they don't actually train anybody. So
No.
we have a dearth of tradesmen. I'm one myself. I'm an electrical engineer. I'm also a qualified plumber for my sins. I ran a home renovation company for a number of years as well, and I now work on electrical switchgear for solar farms and Amazon warehouses and stuff like that. But there is a dearth of tradesmen. Now, if you go down the small and medium-sized enterprises route, the self-build, the custom build, the co-op build, etc., government can get involved in that. Government could become the agency in itself. Government could become the developer.
Yeah.
And in conjunction with colleges and grabbing the tradesmen who are currently retiring at such a rate that it is unreal, because that's the case. The average age of a bricklayer now is 60 years old. We need to grab them. We need to get them into colleges and get them out on sites, training young people to build. But the only people that are going to do that are small and medium-sized enterprises. The big developers are not going to do that because they just don't. I've worked for big developers on schools and so on. They don't have apprentices around. What we actually need is a project to rebuild our building industry.
Well, I agree with that, and it's interesting your point about the government potentially becoming an agency as well. This is perhaps an overly simplistic view. I think that because it is the government's obligation to house certain groups of people, right?
Yeah.
People who've been made homeless with families,
Yeah.
asylum seekers, all the people that they're required to. And currently, by the way, that's, as you probably know, there's a lot of people being made homeless through no fault of their own. It is effectively the taxpayer who's obliged to fund that. And so for the segment of housing that the government is responsible for in those cases, it makes sense for that to not be done by the private sector. It makes sense for the government to build and own its own purpose-built, decent, long-lasting quality homes that it can use for its own purposes to house those who need housing. So instead of putting people into, like families, into hotel rooms, they actually get a temporary home. So like a halfway house, it's not designed to be a long-term permanent home for them, but it's designed to be a turnaround home where they have their own kitchen, the ability of their own washing and stuff like that, and they can actually live in it, which you can't do in a hotel room, right?
Okay.
I think the government should own its own. Yeah, sorry, carry on.
Okay. For record, I'm an advocate of house first. If it's a concept that comes from Scandinavia and so on, they actually put homeless people and so on directly into houses. The problem, putting my hat on as an economics student, the government has no immediate capital it can put into that. The report I wrote was based a lot. One of the ideas in the report I wrote is that if we do self-build, because 50% in Germany of houses are self-build or custom built. In France, it's 40%. Okay. In England, it is, I think, 12%. So we are an outlier in Europe. But what we could do through a scheme like that is that if you take the big developers out of it, you take their profits out of the situation too. And in effect, what government could do is become an agency, a land seller, because it buys it through compulsory purchase or whatever at its real value, which is unimproved, and that's where the planning uplift ban comes into place. Okay, then government could take some money out of that situation, 20% say, and it could use that for social housing. So for every, say, 5 houses that were built through self-build or co-op build or small business build, it could take 20%, and for every 5 houses, you get 1 social house.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, Mark, I admire your determination and commitment, and obviously what you're doing for a living is to try and improve the situation. I just think that all of these good ideas, whatever party they come from, they get held up by red tape. They get held up by politics, held up by changing policies.
I can't deny that. But as I say, as a ex-Conservative member, there are in the Conservative Party, there are the likes of Theresa Villiers and her banana scheme. And I can tell you for a fact that every single Conservative member I ever met was like Theresa Villiers. They don't want anything built. The problem is that the MPs and Rishi Sunak are captive to the party itself. So I can tell you for a fact, if you want the housing situation solved, don't vote Conservative.
I don't disagree with that. Alex, thanks, mate. Thanks very much for your support and your help, and have a nice night's sleep, you bastard. And,
Pleasure, Charlie. Will do.
And yeah, it'd be lovely to check in with the morning. See you in the morning. Have a good night's sleep.
Catch you later.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Well, we've got a couple of questions for you. So there's a question on the screen there for you from Patricia, who says, developers have banked land. What land are you talking about, please?
Okay. So I drive around where I am. Within 10 minutes of where I am, I could identify sites that aren't owned by major developers, that are brownfield sites where you could quite easily build somewhere in the region of 300 houses. It's been put to me by my own MP, we only produce 45% of the food that we consume in this country. So we really don't want to touch agricultural land. Fine. Now, if you go down the route of self-build, of small developments, of strip developments, okay, you can do that along the edges of fields. You've got main roads there with services already there, waiting to get done. The big house developers, we all know this. They want to build 100, 150, 200, 250 houses. Okay, that means new services. That means a load of, excuse my language, bollocks with objectors. Okay, if we strip build along roads that already exist, with services that already exist, the power's there, the drains are there, everything's there. So we just tack on.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? It's and okay, developers have banked land. I'm an advocate of land value tax and property value tax. There are things that can be done through the tax system and even through permissions, so that you make permissions time limited. If you don't get a spade in the ground within a year, your permission's gone.
Yeah.
And that land will be forced to be sold, and it could be forced to be sold through land value tax. Imagine if we put a 1% property value tax on every house in this country to replace council tax. Okay, that would actually link the tax to your house value. That means you as a house owner or a renter or whatever. You want your house value to go down because it's going to cost you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Kicking Mustang is comment I put on. He posted a few minutes ago. This is all fiddling around the edges without land value tax. Land value tax fixes this and will smash the oligopoly of land bankers and developers in the UK. Yeah.
It does more than that, because it links everybody's house value to the amount of tax they spend.
Yeah,
that means
right.
There's an instantly
anymore, will they?
No, it's an immediate downward pressure on house prices. I look at it as an economist too, that as your friend was saying earlier, we are hobbled in this country to do with business development, but not only that, we are hobbled in terms of we are paying so much for our houses. We cannot afford solar and PV. We cannot afford air source heat pumps. We can't afford home batteries, etc., etc. We got to pay all this money into just having a roof over our heads, and it's hobbling the whole country. It works through the system, which actually means that employers have to pay more wages. You pay more money for your stuff at the supermarket. The government pays more money in wages, so therefore has to tax you more. It's a huge circle that goes round and round and round and round, and it's sucking the life out of this country.
Well, I agree. It's sucking that. Yeah, absolutely. I do agree. Well, I mean, whilst I share most of your ideas, nothing you've said has persuaded me that Labour is actually going to deliver on it. That's the.
Well, I mean, you know, I'm working towards Labour delivering on it. All I can tell you for sure is that Conservatives will not. I have been there. I have been inside the party.
I do believe that Labour might push back harder against NIMBYs than Conservatives. I do accept that. But what I hope is that they don't get distracted with internal politics and turmoil. That's what I'm worried about. If they actually get on with their job,
me too.
Then I'd be really, really happy to see what you're saying happen. Oh my God, I've got so long to go. I'm only 2 hours in. At least it's less than 48 hours now until I finish.
Yeah,
we've been going over 2 hours. I'm going to need to take another break now, actually, for a bit, and I'm sure the numbers are going to drop.
Well, I'm going to say.
But Mark, I really thank you very much. It's a really, really constructive contribution and very interesting to hear. And I hope all we can do is hope that. I mean, I love the idea of more self-build, smaller plots rather than these big. But again, you know, the big building corporations have got too much influence in Whitehall.
Yeah, yeah.
And I don't know how. I don't see Starmer stopping that. I really don't. I mean, I wish it would, but do you think he will? Do you think he'll push back against the power of the house builders and the investors and the shareholders and all of them?
I think he will, because he's got to. His primary mission is to help working people. Okay. Now, the current situation we have got does not help working people. We understand that Conservatives got to that point because it's who they are. You know, conservatism is the power of capital, and it's the power of big capital. But I will say Mrs. Thatcher did get it right in the fact that she tried to get as much home ownership as possible, because she recognized the power of individuals, working people's capital, in that they would vote Conservative if Conservatives would give them that opportunity. And then it all went sideways.
Yeah, it went sideways because they didn't replace them, did they?
Yes.
That was a big mistake. A really big mistake.
Yeah.
Right, guys. Well, sorry, Mark, go on. You got something else to say?
But I believe he is a leader that I believe is the most normal leader that we have got in our political ecosphere. I don't actually. Yes. I don't believe that there's actually any force within Labour. And as I say, I'm on the inside. Labour First, which is the organisation which is Keir Starmer's propulsion organisation within Labour, okay, is unrivaled in the situation. There is nobody who wants to replace Keir Starmer or has the power to do so within this parliament.
There's a question here you might like to be able to answer better than me, actually. Will I Am says, putting in a 1% land tax and increasing stamp duty for first-time buyers, how does it help working people? There's two separate questions here. Let's put the stamp duty to one side, because I think stamp duty is a terrible idea and it should be stopped completely across the whole market.
Yeah.
It's a moving tax.
Yes.
A 1% land tax in place of council tax, Will I Am, would actually massively improve income inequality. Because at the moment you've got people on low incomes paying the same higher council tax than some multi-millionaires with properties in different boroughs. The council tax system is all stuffed up. So,
Charlie,
yeah.
Sorry, can I do a big up for an organisation called Fairer Share? They have actually worked all of this out, and they reckon that you will be better off in a lot of places if you pay a 0.7 or a 1% property value tax than if you pay your council tax in, I think it's about 65-70% of homes in the UK. But it does mean that people who are rich with big homes will pay an awful lot more.
Yeah, I've just put a link to fairershare.org.uk in the live chat there so people can check it out. It does make sense. It does mean people with bigger houses will pay more tax. That's okay, isn't it? That's the point. That's the problem. It's a really horribly unfair system at the moment. But yeah, okay. So Will I Am, I think stamp duty, I agree, is silly, and it just needs to be abolished completely. And it won't make house prices go up if you abolish stamp duty. It means more people will move. Social mobility improves. It gets easier to move house. More larger homes will be freed up by downsizers who are currently stopping their moves because of stamp duty. But the land tax or the property value tax, either way, that property value, land value tax makes a lot of sense.
Incidentally, 70% of the land in Britain is still owned by the same people as it was at the Battle of Hastings. This is the thing, is that land value tax, okay, if you don't mind me going on for about another minute,
okay.
Charlie.
Yeah,
okay.
No, I welcome it. One minute, that's all I have to talk.
There was an economics professor called Arthur Pigou, okay, and he was the head economics professor in the 1920s at Cambridge. He came up with this idea of taxes that make you change behaviour. If you think about the sugar tax, okay, that is designed to make you buy products that don't have so much sugar in it. If you impose a land value tax, that means that the owner of the land, the beneficial owner of the land, is then getting charged on something that he was not previously charged on. So most farmland in the UK, a good proportion of it is uneconomic to farm. So that makes the beneficial owner of it make a decision. I'm being charged tax on something that is not making me any money. Therefore, why not? Let's sell it. Therefore, a lot more land comes onto the market, and particularly government could buy that, plot it up, and sell it to individuals. And as I say, there could be money there going towards social housing, because that's the biggest hurdle for me as an economics student, looking at a Labour government or any other government of any other colour, is the amount that has been borrowed by government over the years. We are paying so much interest on that, it is difficult to consider the idea of borrowing much more. But if government can make money out of enabling people to build houses, in effect, almost charging for planning permission. It can then throw that money straight into building social housing and also release some of the government land as well, of which government is a major owner of land too in the UK. Also, if we can persuade King Charles to release quite a lot of the land that he owns too, that would be extremely beneficial.
Okay. Mark, thank you. Thank you very much. And I someone's actually asked a question I want to answer here. On the back of what I've said to you, where is it? Here we are. Craig Wood says, Charlie, how the hell can you say you agree and then conclude you'd vote for them over Labour? My point is I'm not particularly anti-Labour's policies. My worry is whether they'll actually get anything done. And I have a very, very strong confidence that they won't get things done, unfortunately, because of the political system itself and the way that rewards all kinds of bad behaviour within Westminster. If they do start to build more houses than other people were in the right places where they're needed, I'll welcome it, and I will happily go. I was wrong there. I was wrong. And Mark, I wish you all the best, because you're clearly you've changed parties in order to stick to your objectives, which is to try and improve housing. So whether or not we agree on the best way to do it is a separate thing. But I welcome and applaud your commitment to it, and thank you very much for coming on the show.
No problem.
And I hope everyone else appreciates Mark's efforts, because it's quite scary coming on here. You just in front of a bunch of strangers. You get some quite rough treatment in the comments on this channel. I do my best to keep the trolls out, but it's mostly good natured. But no, Mark, I really appreciate it, and hopefully maybe you'll come back another time.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, thanks a lot, guys. Thanks. I'll say goodbye to Mark now. Right, everybody. Comments I wanted to talk about. Shaz Gently says the Tories and Labour are not the same. 14 years of ransacking the country and filling up the helicopters for their billionaire friends. Let's see if you're right. I fear that this new incoming Labour government is the new Tories, and it's going to be exactly the same. Maybe not. We'll see. Maybe we'll see, because I do worry about Starmer trying to attract private investment from big investors and big companies and big businesses, because then the government gets owned by its investors and has to do what the money people say. And and that is just doing exactly what you say on there. So Fleshmorph says, one of the problems is that houses today are built by people who hate houses. They just want the money. So they cut every corner and don't care how it looks, etc., and sneak in ground rent, etc. That is a very true problem. It's important to point out not all house builders are like that, but it is true that a lot of them are. I would agree with that. And it is a problem, because the new houses just aren't built to last like they were back in the day. Will.i.am makes another good point. How on earth will you make a 60-year-old retired labourer train apprentices? Forced labour? I assume if they are on some sort of universal credit because they're choosing not to work, that could be changed. They could be required to train people. And 60 years old, as long as you're healthy, there's no reason you can't go and train up apprentices, I don't think. This made me laugh. Zaz says, Charlie, in 45 hours, vote Labour. That's not going to happen. I remain open-minded, and by all means, if you want to change my mind, I'd love to have you try and change my mind. That's the whole point of this live stream. SJT Fun Club says, you are right, Charlie. There's no way Starmer is going to do anything. I hope I'm wrong about that, but I'm afraid I don't think I am wrong. Patricia, replying to Kicking Mustang, says tax evasion on hard assets is virtually impossible. Good point. And one more message from Kicking Mustang here. Land value tax is the only tax that encourages economic activity. All other taxes disincentivize activity. I don't disagree with that. I just wonder whether or not there's any prospect of any government ever implementing this. I mean, imagine the change. I can remember when Thatcher brought in, or tried to bring in, the poll tax. Do you remember? There were those massive poll tax riots in the 80s, and then on the back of that, they brought in council tax instead. But I just don't know if any government's got the nuts to make those changes that big, because people will try and stop it. So, right, guys, there's huge amounts of comments I haven't had a chance to see. If there are any of you watching right now with a relevant comment or question you want me to address right now, could you re-put it in the live chat there? And let me see what we've got. And in about 5 minutes, I'm going to take a slightly longer break, because I really want to pace myself and get through, because I'm determined to see this through. I'm only 2.5 hours in. That's 5%. I'm only 5% in, but it's something. And I've been standing for this last hour and a bit, which is helping me stay awake. But my eyes are starting to sort of crust over. Your eyes crust over. So I need some eye drops and stuff. But I'm going to keep going, and I wonder if there are. And is there anyone watching from outside the UK in a different time zone? Anyone watching from the USA? Anyone watching from the Far East? Anyone watching from down under? Human Being said, please comment on Blackstone entering the UK. Could you put a link in there to the story so I can read about it, because I don't know anything about it? And does anyone also know of any news this evening that's relevant to this as well? So Flashmorph asks a question. Historically, how long does it take after the election before activity in the housing market starts to increase back to normal? That's a really good question. I think it depends on whether the election outcome is as expected or not. If the election outcome is as expected, I think you can expect to see a bit of a bounce in activity, actually, as it catches up, because in June, activity is just fallen right down, very, very low activity in June. So I think that if we get the Labour majority, which is what's expected, then I think you'll see the housing market will suddenly have a bit of a boost in activity, which would be great. If, however, we don't get a Labour majority, or if it's a much smaller one than expected, or if there's even a hung parliament, I know the chances are small, but there is a chance. And I would welcome that, by the way, for all the reasons I've said. If that happens, then I think the housing market won't jump back to normal levels. I mean, it's the summer. It's always quiet in the summer anyway. But yeah, if there's an unexpected election outcome, you could see a little bit more uncertainty affecting housing market activity. Lee Marsden. Yes, you said people are waiting for the rate cuts to bottom out. One cut won't boost it. You're absolutely right. And as Alex and I have said several times with the graphs, even when they dropped after 2008, 2009, they slashed interest rates right down to about 0.5% or something. It didn't stop house prices coming down. It didn't make house prices go up for a long time. Chris on YouTube says all help to buy scheme type schemes should be ended. All this does is make developers inflate prices. Thought. I agree with you, Chris. All of these artificial financial stimuli, all artificial financial stimulus in the housing market, whilst it might help some individuals get onto a housing ladder, overall it makes everything worse. And that's why I have been saying for a long time, if you fix the economy without fixing the housing market, affordability gets worse and worse and worse. If you fix the housing market as the priority, things get better and better and better. Fixing the housing market has got many other returns on that investment and also will help the economy as well. Wheel Opinions asks, if land tax replaces council tax, would non-payment result in seizure? Well, we don't know because it's not a thing yet, but you'd have to assume that it could eventually lead to that. But yeah, so we'd have to wait and see if it became a thing. But I mean, ultimately, that's what happens is if you don't pay your bills, any creditor can go to the courts to take your assets. Those are the current rules. So yeah. Gosh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. In real terms, all 4 Labour prime ministers since 74 resulted in house price growth of 119% versus 5% growth under the 4 Conservative leaders, but not including Boris Johnson. I don't know that. Yeah, I'd love to look at that with some more time. Maybe in the middle of the night. Actually, I might just get that link up. Hang on. I can't click on that link. It won't let me click on that link, annoyingly. Any more questions? Here we are. Deborah M says, Charlie, I hear you repeatedly say the market will slowly decrease, whereas Gary's economics predict it will continue to increase as this benefits the rich who will own more. What are my thoughts? So my thoughts are that Gary makes one assumption, which is that the rich people who've got lots of spare wealth in assets knocking around will buy and sell it to each other, including property. Now, what I know about rich people is that they don't want hassle, and buying and selling property is real hassle, especially when it's not on the up. And I agree with him that they will do a lot of what he's saying, and they'll buy and sell assets, and you can see that happening in the stock market, definitely. But actually, if you're that wealthy, what you don't want is some rundown rental property that needs attention and hassle, and something that you can't sell quickly if you need to sell. So that's why. There's lots of other reasons why I also don't think there are enough rich people to buy up the property in large enough quantities to make a difference either. I also don't agree with Gary's economics that just taxing the rich solves income inequality. It doesn't. But that's for another time. D. Griffo says, it seems a bit idealist to assume that a change of government would induce any radical change to the housing market. I agree. And people wonder why Labour/Conservatives are not appealing. Well, despite them not being appealing, it looks like Labour's going to get absolutely they're going to get a massive majority, a big landslide. Right, I am now starting to have the blue screen of death in my head. So I'm going to take a break for a bit, 20 minutes, half an hour, and I will be back. And I'm sure there'll be far fewer of you there when I come back, but to those of you who are there, I look forward to discussing with you. I will look just type question in big letters in the live chat, and I will come back to those questions in a while. That's a good question, Nick Jones. I'll come back to that afterwards. And yeah, lovely to see all these questions. But guys, right, I am going to play a video, which is a collection of my comments and thoughts about the housing market over quite a long time. And I'll be back when it finishes. So thank you, and I'll see you when this video has finished playing. Thanks, guys. See you in a bit. My first and hopefully my last ever 50-hour marathon live stream. This is not something I want to do. It's something I'm doing because I actually don't think I have a choice. I think I have a moral obligation to do so. Why is that? My name's Charlie Lambden. This channel is called Moving Home with Charlie, where I share my 25 years of experience within the property industry with anyone trying to move house to try and make moving home easier. My stated end goal one day in my career is a home for everyone, which I hope to achieve through my property website, Best Agent, and through raising awareness of how better to get things done when you're moving house. It's 2024, we're about to have an election, and everybody knows that the housing market is in a terrible state. Whether you are a buyer, whether you are a seller, whether you are a tenant, or whether you are a landlord, it's in a shocking state. And the most important thing is this: if we want change in the housing market, which pretty much everybody does, like 100%, almost 100% of people do want change in the housing market, a general election is the only chance we get to actually make changes to the housing market, because almost everything to do with the housing market is the result of political decisions and political failure. In between elections, there's nothing we can do. We're stuck with the government that we got until the next election comes along, and during that time, the last 20 years have taught us almost nothing changes. And the things that they do change don't tend to help. I am a politically neutral person. I was a student of politics, and when I was a student of politics, I realized right there and then it doesn't make any sense to be a supporter of any one party, blindly supporting one party. It makes sense to, each time an election comes around, have a look at the situation, have a look at the parties, have a look at the policies, have a look at the manifestos, have a look at the people, the leaders, the teams, and the likelihood of each party actually able to deliver change that most people want. So I'm a huge fan of being able to vote for whoever you like, and therefore I'm a huge respecter of anyone voting for whoever they like, even if it's not who I think it should be. As someone who's voted Labour twice in the past, I'm not anti-Labour. My problem is the Starmer-led government, which we are almost certainly about to get, is not going to accomplish the changes that the housing market needs. Number one, because it hasn't laid out enough changes that the housing market needs. And number two, because the ones that it has, like we're going to build 1.5 million homes, are not achievable. They're making promises they absolutely cannot keep. And so we are, with near certainty as far as I'm concerned, staring down the barrel of at least 5, hopefully not 10 more years of absolute stagnation when it comes to progress in the housing market. I'm Charlie, welcome to Moving Home with Charlie, and thank you for coming. Do you think we could build houses here? Is enough space to build houses here?
There's a lot of space, isn't there?
Yeah, there's a lot of space to put more houses in there.
Yeah.
And I've always said, don't wait to buy, ever. If you need a home and you found one that you can afford and you like it, buy it, just don't overpay.
Just to give you an idea, if you were to give up 1% of the carefully selected countryside that's not currently used, carefully selected, we could have 50% more houses. And the number one problem for house builders is finding land that's got permission to build on it. It's all very nice wanting to protect your view. And typically I think the NIMBY demographic tends to be more senior. But if you want your kids and grandkids to have affordable homes, what's more important, your view or affordable home for young people? Because as people have been predicting for a very long time, home ownership has been priced out for the young. And not just ownership, but renting as well has become too expensive because there aren't enough properties to rent. So the only solution, the only permanent long-term solution to this is building more houses. A mixture of urban, suburban, rural, isolated. Doesn't have to be all one kind, but just putting the whole mix in, there is massive, look at it. Look how much space there is. There's just huge, vast areas of wide open space, and not all of this is used for farmland. And I know that there are a million reasons for people being worried about it. Well, there aren't enough schools, there aren't enough facilities. That's true, and so that's going to be factored into the mix, of course.
Just had a lovely long conversation with a big issue seller outside South Kensington Tube Station in London. It was just interesting hearing his perspective. He said to me, did you know that there are people who buy houses in London and then only stay there 1 or 2 weeks a year, and they just leave them empty the rest of the year? And it just, seeing it through his eyes, of course I know that happens, but he just couldn't believe it. He said some people have so many houses they forget that they've got one in London. And he said he thinks that there's 1 or 2 people dying on the streets every day in London. He said that homelessness is much worse now than it was 20 years ago. And he said 20 years from now, it's going to be even worse. He said he doesn't think the government's going to do anything about it until there's blood on the streets, he said, were his exact words. All of the house price indices, the figures they publish, which they call the average house price, are not the average of house prices. They are a bizarrely complex calculation of estimates and assumptions. So for example, the ONS does this thing where it creates this hybrid property, which is a makeup of a flat and a detached house and a semi and a terraced house, to call it the typical property. It doesn't exist in real. When a landlord wants to sell their property or move back into it, and they have to ask the tenants to leave, and those tenants are working and not in arrears, they've been perfect, they're no-fault tenants, they are put through what's called a no-fault eviction, whether they found a new home or not. And a lot of tenants in that scenario cannot find a new home through no fault of theirs. They just cannot find one. There isn't one they can afford, or they're not being given one. They apply and they're turned down, whatever it might be. They just can't get the new home. Eviction date comes along. If you find yourself without a home, even if you're able to sleep on a sofa here or sit, you try and hold a job down when you don't have a home. And what happens more than anyone realizes, you've got all the figures, you can look them up, right? About 1 in 3 cases of new homelessness is someone that was in work and was paid up, and through no fault of their own, has found themselves homeless. You lose your home, then you lose your job, then you can't get a home, and it's a horrible spiral. So the purpose of this live stream, this marathon live stream, is for me to discuss with and debate with as many people as possible to try and change your mind. If you are planning to vote Labour and you want the housing market to get better, I want to change your mind. Come on and ask me why. Tell me why you think voting Labour. And I'm going to go through it. Why voting Labour, why so many people are doing it. Because it seems at face value like that's the sensible thing to do, and I get that, but I want to explain to you why that's a mistake and why it doesn't matter who else you vote for. What we need to do is to end the duopoly, the 2 main parties, the uni-party, however you want to call it. They've become almost indistinguishable from each other. They were like this, left and right, and they've just slowly over the years moved in and they've overlapped, and they are heavily overlapping, very, very similar policies with only slight differences in the leaders. The house price correction, if you want to call it that, is only just getting started. The corrections being applied will include correcting for, number 1, 12 plus years of artificially low interest rates. Number 2, the effects of 1 trillion of quantitative easing, or money printing, now being reversed. Number 3, the unwinding effect of Help to Buy on wider house prices, around 20%. Number 4, the effect of the COVID cash handout property party, now the hangover. And number 5, the now popped buy-to-let bubble. On top of the corrections, not to double count anything, we also have now a failing economy, rising joblessness, and unmanageable government debt levels. The 10% correction expected by respectable institutions, as some call them, will prove a woeful underestimate. Whether they know they're wrong and are deliberately understating it, or they honestly believe it and are just crap at their jobs, I don't know. If my 3-year peak to trough 35% estimated average nominal price fall expectations turn out to be anywhere near correct, I realise this means an unimaginably different future for many people who are relying on that not happening. People relying on house prices for their pension, for their care costs, for their family. I may be wrong, of course. Maybe prices will only fall 10%. They've already fallen further, just not yet reported, I think. And everyone can have a good laugh at my expense. But if you are someone who can't contemplate anything worse, I encourage you to consider the possibility that I'm right and ask yourself what, 3 years from now, you would wish you had done today with this information, especially if your family's future depends on it. The first one is about so Good Lord, which is a provider of technology to lettings agents, was talking about how they have a monthly rental index, and they're talking about how rents rose to a new 7-month high, but the rise is slowing a little bit, and most importantly on here, they talk about voids lengthening. Now, a void period is the period that a landlord has their property sitting empty in between tenants. And voids across England lengthened during May, hitting an average of 21 days. And this is a rise from 19 days to 21 days. So that's an that's an over 10% increase in the average void period in a month. I think that's significant. Average voidage, there's a word I didn't know existed, voidage. It's now 11% higher than same time last year, suggesting a slight lessening of the imbalance between demand and supply. On the same story, the BBC reported on the back of Zoopla's data, rents rise at 6.6% a year, but the pace is slowing. And this is data from Zoopla. Rents continue to grow faster than average earnings, although the gap is much narrower than a year ago. And he goes on to say that a continued slowdown in rental price growth to 5% by the end of this year. I got into the property industry for a living, well, initially as a sort of landlord investor, one at a time in the 90s. But that was a sort of sideline for me. I got actually into it as a career in the late 90s because I thought to myself, moving home is quite obviously and publicly the second most stressful thing you can do in your life after divorce. And I thought, now the internet's here, estate agents aren't needed anymore. I was wrong about that, very, very wrong. My first startup was to try and disintermediate estate agents and just have a website that buyers and sellers could put their houses on. And I was convinced that this was going to just wipe out estate agents right in the late 90s. And so were all the investors who threw money at me. I was 26 years old. They were like, this is amazing. And they threw me loads of money at me. Anyway, that's how I started. I ended up actually then being a supplier. I learned quite quickly the hard way that estate agents do have a critical role in people's life. Unfortunately, most estate agents don't do it very well, but there is a small minority who do it exceptionally well and add great value to people's lives in the process. Those are the people I've had as clients for 20-something years. So it's estate agents of all sizes, one-man bands through to national corporations. In fact, my first software client was a countrywide brand in the early 2000s. And so I have spent the last 20-something years of my life all day, every day, dealing with estate agents' businesses as a provider of their CRM software, their management information software. I have seen literally millions of applicants, buyers registering, coming through Rightmove, through Zoopla, through on the market. They go automatically into the software that I provide for my agents. I have helped my estate agency clients manage the process of turning those buyers, those registrations into qualified applicants, turning those into viewings, turning the viewings into offers, turning the offers into deals, and turning the deals into exchanges. Because until they exchange, or until the tenant moves in, no one gets paid. And I've always, right from day one, understood that that's the end goal for everyone who needs to move house. Agents or movers, it's like moving in. Until you move in, everything is a waste of time and a waste of money, unless that move in happens. I had a private message from someone on Instagram, which I thought was worth sharing with everybody because I get asked this question a lot. Hi Charlie, been following you for a bit on YouTube and the content's helpful. I'm soon to be a first-time buyer and looking to hopefully have circa 15 to 20,000 saved up early next year. So we're now March 2024, so he's about 9 months away, he's talking about. My current living arrangement isn't ideal, to say the least, but it is cheap, so I'm incredibly eager to get myself out of where I am, but very conscious of the market at the moment. And here's the question. When do you think the right time to start getting my ducks in a row would be? Once I've firmed up all my savings, or should I start speaking with people before that to speed up the process? Okay, I love this because when you're thinking that far ahead as a first-time buyer, it means you do have the chance to get yourself really well prepared. And as I've said in other recent videos, the first thing you want to do always, as a first-time buyer who needs a mortgage, before you start talking to any estate agents, is to find yourself a mortgage broker or financial advisor that you really are sure you can trust. I did another video recently about how to find a mortgage broker you can trust. It's a tricky thing to do. Go and check it out though. But what you want to find out is that the most common response you get when you ring up a mortgage broker and say, I want to buy a house in 9 months' time, is give us a call back when you found somebody you want to buy. And that, in my opinion, is exactly what you don't want to hear from a mortgage broker, because what that tells you is that that mortgage broker is only concerned about quick deals. They're all about the short term and they're not worried about your long term. Whereas a broker who says to you, great, good that we're talking early, we can really get to know each other and get everything lined up and make sure you're really well prepared. And a broker that's happy to talk to you and give you their time this far in advance is the kind of broker that you want, because they're demonstrating that they care about the long term for themselves, for their own business, as well as for you and their other customers. So 9 months is a long way off. And what I would be doing in that person's situation is I would be researching brokers. I would be making certain that when I do choose my broker, I don't fall into the trap of the wrong broker for me. Nothing would make me happier than to believe that the incoming Labour government with a landslide majority is actually going to fix the housing market. Nobody would welcome that more than I. And if you think you can persuade me that that's what's going to happen, I'm all ears and I want to hear it. So you are invited to actually join on this live stream, either with audio or video. If you want to come on as a video guest, please do. If you don't want to show yourself on video, but you want to be able to talk to me, then you can also do that. There is a link below to a Google form where you put your details in and I can check it, make sure you're not a total nutter or a troll, and then I'll welcome you onto. We've got a lot of time to fill. I've got 50 hours to fill, so I can talk to anyone and everyone who wants to discuss this. The rules are, we debate policy, we debate track record of achievements or failures of individuals. We don't discuss individuals, we don't discuss there's zero name calling, right? So debate and discuss as passionately with me as you want. Any name calling whatsoever, or any baseless accusations without evidence to back it up. Anything which is just what I call an argument ender, where, oh, well, they're just a ... they're just a so-and-so. That's not debating, that's ending discussion, because there's no comeback to that. So unless you've got evidence to say, well, there was this time when so-and-so did this thing which is relevant because, then of course. But if it's just, well, I don't like so-and-so because they're a ... that's not a debate. With the greatest respect, it's irrelevant what we think of the people. Voting based on what we think of people who we don't know never ends well, does it? We have to look at policies, we have to look at track records, we have to look at stated intentions, we have to look at voting records. So we have to look at tangible, meaningful things that actually are likely to affect the outcome of the election. So that's why I have also linked below on the page where this is being live streamed and the description below to a web page on my website where I've linked to all the housing policies and housing manifestos of the main parties, except for the Tories, because they don't even have one. The Tories deserve to get wiped out in this election, but that doesn't mean that Labour deserves a landslide win at all. So I vote you I vote you? I haven't even started this and I'm exhausted. I urge you to vote for whoever is most likely to stop Labour getting in. And I hope that if this live stream, if this debate gets enough views, maybe even goes viral, if you share it for me and help me by sharing it, maybe we can change a couple of seats. Maybe we can change enough minds to change a couple of seats and just slightly tip the balance of power. Because nothing would improve this country's prospects more than a fairer housing market and the chance for working people to be able to afford to live in a decent home near to where they work. Nothing would improve this company's outlook more in terms of us as an electorate. Nothing would improve it more for more people than improving the housing market and all of its problems. I don't know how far into the live stream you might be watching this video, but if you are, thank you for watching, thank you for waiting. Right now, while you're watching this, I might be having a bathroom break, I might be having a very quick power nap, or tending to some other unavoidable situation, but I will be back soon. Most importantly of all, just please make sure you do actually vote, even if it is to spoil the ballot, because that tells the candidates that they all wasted a vote and lost a vote, and every single vote counts to these guys. I promise you, every single vote counts. Every single election result is made up of individual people voting, nothing else. Individual people voting is what makes up every election result. Anyone but Labour, but hey, if I fail to change your mind and if you think that voting Labour is the right thing to do, I respect that completely, and I wish you all the best and hope that Labour's going to get in. So I hope I'm wrong about them. I really hope they achieve lots of stuff. In the meantime, I'm going to play a few clips from a few of my older videos just to pass some time while I'm having a power nap or whatever I'm doing. And I'll be back with you before too long. Thanks for watching. Please remember, if you haven't, to help spread this video and get it suggested in more places, click the like button if you haven't. Give me one of those. Click the subscribe. And why not say hello in the comments, in the live chat especially, but in the comments underneath as well. It all helps to get this video out there. I don't normally ask to do that, but in this one I am. I really want to get this video out there. I want to engage as many people as possible who are undecided about how to vote for a better housing market. I'm Charlie, welcome to Moving Home with Charlie, and thank you for coming. Do you think we can build houses here? Yeah. Is enough space to build houses here?
There's a lot of space, isn't there?
Yeah, there's a lot of space to put more houses in there.
Yeah.
And I've always said, don't wait to buy, ever. If you need a home and you found one that you can afford and you like it, buy it. Just don't overpay.
Just to give you an idea, if you were to give up 1% of the carefully selected countryside that's not currently used, carefully selected, we could have 50% more houses. And the number one problem for house builders is finding land that's got permission to build on it.
Hello everybody, welcome to another video with me, Charlie Lambden. This is Moving Home with Charlie, and I'm here to share with you the 20-something years of insights that I have picked up from working alongside estate agents who've been my clients for all that time. For those of you moving for the first time, by that I mean selling for the first time and buying the next place, up until now your only experience of dealing with estate agents will have been buying. And as a first-time buyer with nothing to sell, it's never easy, and you probably had quite a stressful experience, but it is nothing compared to what you are about to go through if you are selling and buying. And I'm not talking about speculating on house prices. I'm not talking about selling, waiting for the market to drop and then buying. That's a totally separate thing. I'm assuming that all other things are equal. You need to move from one home into another home. So if you haven't already seen it, I would recommend that you check out the video I've done, which is advice for first-time sellers, which is just about the process of understanding what goes into the sale of a property, whatever your reasons for selling it. What typically happens in a typical move, and we're talking only about home movers here, of course, right? People moving out of one home and into another, is that people will try to sell their existing home and buy their new home at the same time, and will always try as much as possible to have a simultaneous exchange and simultaneous completion, so that you don't end up falling between two stools, and so you can move out of one house and into your new house on the same day. The problem with that, and the risk with that, is that you're relying on three parties. There's yourself, there is the buyer of your old home, and there is the seller of your new home. So you've got a transaction involving at least 3 parties. And what I want to show you on here is, so this is the one, the property on the left is the one that you need to sell. And the property on the right is the one that you need to buy. And this is you. Okay? And you've got over here your buyer. Over here, you've got the seller of your new home. The 2 approaches to this that are available are the one I've already outlined, which is that you try to sell and buy the 2 properties simultaneously. And when that works out well, it's great. The alternative option is complete the sale of this home first, find somewhere to live temporarily, and then complete the purchase of your new home separately. Now, why would you do that? Sounds like moving twice, sounds like more expense, more uncertainty, more time, more hassle. Well, yes, potentially. There's a law of communications that goes something like this. Okay, if you've got 2 parties, you've only got 2 possible directions of communication. From party 1 to party 2, and from party 2 to party 1. It's just 2-way communication, okay? And let's just assume that that's the scenario of you and the buyer of your existing house. The moment you put a 3rd person in, right, you've suddenly got, instead of 2 communications directions, you've got 6 communications directions, right? So you have instantly tripled your communications overhead, your communications requirement, the number of conversations that need to happen. You've tripled it. You have got a 300% higher communications overhead to a simultaneous sale and purchase compared to if you do 2 separate purchases, where you'll only ever have 2 concurrent communications directions or overhead. Does that make sense? I hope that's clear, okay? So you've also got far more factors outside your control, because your buyer of your old home may be in a chain. The seller of your new home may or may not be in a chain. And you've got extra mortgages and surveyors and extra conveyances to have involved. And so it is a much, much harder job for you and your estate agent to line everything up for simultaneous exchanges and completions than it is to do one transaction at a time. The risk of doing them as separate transactions is that you end up, for whatever reason, being unable to buy your next home. And you end up falling between 2 stools in no man's land. And that can happen for a number of reasons. Your availability of mortgage might change, availability of finance might change, your credit, you might end up suddenly, for reasons outside your own control, not being able to get the finance together for the new home. That's a very real risk, and you wouldn't want to sell your old home if that was a risk. I turned the wrong camera on then. Hello guys, welcome back. I've changed just to sort of mark the time. I can't believe there's still so many of you watching. I thought we would start. Can you all hear me? Can I check? I have looked at some of the comments. I've got some questions to go through. Could I just want to double check you can hear me okay? Anyone just give me a thumbs up or a yes in the live chat that you can hear me. That'd be really cool. Bit of a delay. Maybe you can't hear me. I feel like I'm interrupting your conversation. Craig, can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. Awesome. Right. I'm going to start by playing this clip to you because I think it's funny. It's rude. It contains the C word. So if you're easily offended, don't watch this, but otherwise enjoy this. Hang on.
As we look back at the last 14 years of Conservative rule, as we look back at this gaggle of obdurate, arrogant, stubborn, unrepentant, heartless, self-serving bunch of arseholes who have spent the last 14 years trying to keep their useless, maniacal political party together while sleepwalking the country into a kitchen blender. 14 years, 5 prime ministers, 7 chancellors, 8 foreign secretaries, 13 culture secretaries, one of whom was Nadine Dorries, a woman so stupid she thinks Channel 4 is a brand of perfume. 8 home secretaries, including grinning exorcist doll Priti Patel, Sajid Javid, James Hilarious rape jokes cleverly, and far-right pin-up Suella Braverman. Twice! A woman who says multiculturalism has failed, even though her, Patel, Javid cleverly, Sunak, Kwarteng, Zahawi, Badenoch are proof that even if you do have brown skin, you too can become a vicious, festering, regressive, lying, greedy, nasty, eye-wateringly wealthy, but morally bankrupt cunt. No fewer than 16 housing ministers, which explains why the UK is the most difficult place to find a home in the developed world. In 2000, a home cost 4 times the average salary. Now it costs 8 times the average salary, and workers are 11 grand worse off a year after 15 years of almost completely unprecedented wage stagnation. We've gone from 29 billionaires to 177 billionaires, whilst the working classes endured crippling austerity. The highest taxes in 70 years, lowest corporate taxes in 50 years. The rich are richer and the poor are much poorer, and your average high street is boarded up. We've endured David Cameron's hubris, Theresa May's chaos, Boris Johnson's lies, and Liz Truss throwing £30 billion of your money down the shitter. 100 billion in lost trade due to Brexit, 40 billion in lost tax revenues due to Brexit, whilst our farmers and our fishermen were sold down the river. The worst trade deficit since records began, and our national debt is now at 3 trillion. Average student debt has gone from 5k to 50k, homelessness has doubled, child poverty has tripled, an energy crisis that has little to do with the war in Ukraine and more to do with unfettered capitalism and unbridled greed. Highest energy bills in Europe, with 6.7 million people currently living in fuel poverty. Party of law and order have overseen record backlogs in the Crown Court, delays of 5 years for rape cases, with rapists being spared jail because the prisons are full. Chronic shortages of judges on top of a narrative that says they're all enemies of the people. They sold off 600 police stations. They cut police numbers by 21,000, then increased police numbers by 20,000, which is not an increase in police numbers, no matter how many times they tell you it is. Highest train fares in Europe, lowest state pension in Europe, longest waiting lists in NHS history, a nation with rotting teeth and people being hospitalised with malnutrition and scurvy, billions of taxpayers' money wasted on PPE contracts for their rich mates, and they let the bodies pile high and killed tens of thousands of pensioners during the pandemic, and then they lied about it. They cut our armed forces, they closed and sold off our fire stations, they closed, then sold off our libraries, they didn't build those 40 new hospitals, and they forced councils into bankruptcy. They wasted billions on HS2. They voted to allow bankers to have unlimited bonuses. They allowed BP and Shell to steal our oil and gas reserves without paying taxes, whilst Norway, of course, went the other way and has a sovereign wealth fund of over 1.6 trillion. And record amounts of our tammies and turds are being churned into our rivers and oceans by our privatised water companies. Windrush, Grenfell, Partygate, Barnard Castle, 30p Lee, bullying, affairs, groping and rape and tractor porn and Chris Pincher and corruption and dirty deals and racist donors and lies and lies and lies. And yes, the pandemic didn't help and the war in Ukraine hasn't helped, but don't believe them when they tell you that that's the reason that you are poorer this week than you were last week, whilst Rishi Sunak is richer this week than he was last week. Rishi Sunak cut taxes on champagne on the same day he cut funding to rebuild schools, and he wants to bring back national service. What else are they going to bring back? Grandstand? Spam national health, Snickers going back to marathon. I look forward to voting these incompetent, hubristic grifters out, and I hope they spend a very long time in the wilderness and have a really good think about what they just did. Well, a trip down memory lane there with some highs and some lows from the last.
Pretty impressive, isn't it? It looks like he's doing that from memory. Unbelievable. So that's Jonathan Pye, for those of you who haven't come across him before. He is he plays a fictional news reporter that talks when he's off camera. Okay, guys, we've got some funny questions and comments here. And we're getting into the wee small hours now. We are at least past midnight, way past my bedtime. One of you asked, how am I going to stay awake? For 50 hours, Nick Jones says. It's a very good question, and I don't know the answer. I am planning to take like short power naps, 10 to 15 to 20 minute power naps at some point. So probably I'm hoping to do a straight 2-hour stint now. That will take me to 2 a.m. And then maybe I'll keep going if I can, but if I'm feeling really like I'm really flagging, I will take a quick nap and then I'll keep going. And I am hoping, if the weather's good enough, to be out on the beach with you in the morning to see the sun come up on the beach, because that would be quite cool. Right. Let's go through some of your questions, guys. Nick Jones asks, do you think we would have higher economic growth if we treated houses as houses and not assets? 100% yes, we would, because they wouldn't be so expensive and people would have more money and more disposable income to spend in the economy. That would be good for the economy. So 100% yes, I do think we would have higher economic growth if houses weren't assets and investments. Visible comment with the case is, let's face it, this country is going down the shitter. House prices could go up 100% or down 50%. Does it matter when the country is being destroyed by design? I'm aware of that theory. Hilary Porter says, taxing assets will improve the situation, especially as half the population have little in the way of assets. The tax should be on assets worth, for example, more than £10 million, not tax on earnings. Cookie Monster says, I will move from the UK if Labour get in. Where will you move to, Cookie Monster? Outvisit says, has the election put people off from viewing properties over the last 6 weeks? Not over the last 6 weeks, but over the last 4 weeks, yes. It didn't make too much difference to start with, but then when Nigel Farage threw his hat into the ring, it kind of everything ground to a halt. And in fact, Savills put out a survey just yesterday that I put out on my X account, showing that, in fact, activity had pretty much ground to a complete halt. Lee Marsden says, houses always go up in value long term. That is not true. They go up in price, they go up nominally, but they don't always go up in value, because value means you have to take inflation into account. And already, even before prices started to come down significantly, in London, there were flats that, when you take actual value into account, have not gone up since 2007. So it is not true that houses always go up in value long term when you adjust for inflation. Usually, but not always. Total Eclipse asks, the stamp duty freeze for first-time buyers helped drive prices higher. Now that Labour intend to remove this, will prices drop or stall sales further by hurting the buying power of new first-time buyers? So, stamp duty holidays on their own don't always have the massive effect that they had during the lockdown era. What happened there was a combination of, yes, the stamp duty holiday, that was definitely a major stimulant to people rushing to buy, but also people had a lot of extra cash because the government was doling out actual cash to people left, right and centre, so suddenly people could have deposits. And interest rates were cut even lower. And so everyone thinks it was because of the stamp duty holiday alone. Now, what that did was it made everything else worse, but there was already a rush and prices were already going up anyway. Now, what's happened is that they've temporarily lifted the stamp duty threshold to 425,000, but prices haven't shot up, have they? So stamp duty is a moving tax, whether you like it or not. It's a moving tax. It needs to go altogether. There are other much more intelligent things to replace it with. And Labour has intended to remove it and put the first-time buyer stamp duty threshold back down to 300,000. It will stall sales further, yes, because if you think about how first-time buyers who've saved up a deposit and then you've got the moving costs as well, when you lump an extra few thousand of stamp duty on there, it's just an extra stretch, and it slows things down and it puts people off, and it's just, for some people, just puts it out a bit out of reach. So it definitely slows things down, putting that threshold back down. Now, guys, I am going to just, by the way, I might get the drums out, not during the night because I've got sleeping children and a sleeping partner who would kill me. But in the daytime tomorrow, when I need to wake up, I might just get on the drums to embarrass myself for fun. Yes, Lee Marsden, completely agree. You can't tell people who to vote for. You can say who you're voting for if you want, but you have to tell people to vote for who they want to vote for, because that's the whole point of democracy, is that everyone votes for who they want to vote for. And so what you should be saying is read manifestos and make up your own mind. I agree with that. What is my latest vision, asks Cookie Monster. What do you mean by that? It's the same one I've always had. What do you mean? Now, by the way, for those of you who would like to help me, but you get too bored, or it's too late, too tired to watch, do me a favor and just leave it running. Just put your speakers on mute, but leave it running. The more of you who are watching, the more it gets suggested to other people, the more people will come and watch it. So when you need to go to sleep or whatever, or do something else, if you want to help me out with this and just try and make sure it's getting as wide a usage as possible, just leave it running. That'd be really, really cool. Zazek, how do I say that? Zakzek, I think. This is mental. Good luck, Charlie. Thank you very much. Watching this while waiting for the Acolyte watch party. Don't know what that is. Can you play the funky drummer, says Cookie Monster. I have to remind myself how it goes, but yes, I think I can. Outvisit asks, does the timing of the election affect your prediction? The timing of the election? No. I was always expecting an election at some point. My prediction, and it's not a prediction, you're talking about my price fall expectation. I think prices are going to... I think prices have already fallen further than people realise, number one. Number two, I think they've got a lot further to go. All the pressures are downwards. I'm amazed at how well they've clung on so far in some places. But the timing of the election doesn't affect my prediction, though. Expectations. I still think it's just taking a very long time, but I still think what's going to happen is going to happen. For the same reason that Alex Groundwater thinks that what's going to happen with debt is going to happen. It's just unavoidable. Hey, any of you want to come and join? Any of you fancy coming on and joining? If you would, then pop your details into that form on the page. I'll just hang on a second. Here it is. If any of you feeling brave and you want to come along and chat, Come on, anyone up for it? There's the link. Put the details in there. Tell me that you have, and I'll send you the link to come and join. Craig, question a bit further up. Question. Craig says, what are your thoughts on buyer protections when purchasing property? First time buyer here, and I'm astounded that the biggest financial decision of your life comes down to bought it how you saw it. Yeah. The way to protect yourself is by getting a full building survey. That's one thing. By getting a very good quality conveyancer and asking them exactly what your worst case liabilities are with that property. And by getting buildings insurance. Then you're pretty much protected. That's why I always say get a survey. Always say get a survey. Mike Atkinson says, I have a feeling it's going to be 2026 before house prices realistically come down. Gut feeling on how long these things take. I don't disagree with that. It's happening really slowly because the relentless guff and puff of everything being okay and you should just buy and overpay is just extraordinary. I've got a feeling that once Labour get into power and you have that sort of transition phase when the balls get dropped and everything stops working. Let's see what happens. They don't stick to their manifestos, do they? Nobody ever sticks to manifestos. RGAL says, do you think how tax is spent is one of the main issues? Yes, I do. Other nations with very high taxes, the population seems to be content. Right. So, country I spent a lot of time in is Norway, and they have very high taxes, but everyone's very content because they spend them intelligently and they spend them efficiently and they spend them on high-tech stuff. And they have very low crime, very low unemployment, and the very high standard of living. So, if one of the biggest problems with the British system, the civil service, is that it operates horrifically inefficiently. I mean, anyone who's tried to deal with the NHS, I mean, booking a dentist appointment for my daughter who's broken her tooth must have cost the NHS several £1,000s now in the calls and the attempts and the time and the forms, and we still don't even have an appointment. So the taxpayer is paying for work that's not actually getting any problem solved. It's just like, oh, just throw more money and get more work. And it's like the NHS budget has gone up and there's just more people, but nothing, there isn't actually any more productivity at it. Yeah. Craig Wood says, I spoke to a new agent the other day who's taking business from one of the big EAs in my area, confirmed that the big estate agent doesn't do valuations, straight up asks the seller what they want to sell for. Yep. And as long as that's going on, prices will stay artificially high. Well, that's why so many people aren't selling. 2026 will be the year to buy, says Lee Marsden. Ricky Heath says, what are my thoughts on the growing number of airfields being bought up for housing? Very sad. As a hobby pilot, it's obviously just sad, but that's from a selfish point of view. But actually, I think that the whole general aviation sector in this country is a pathetic joke how badly it's run. It's, aviation is a growth industry around the world. My local airfield has got an electric plane there now with an electric charger for it as well, and they're doing electric changes, so there is new technology coming out. But pilot training, it's a growth, and as a country, honestly, it's just pathetic how badly our general aviation light aircraft sector is managed. So, I mean, if they stopped, councils own airfields quite a lot. Was it Gloucester Council is just selling off Gloucester Airfield to a private company? Don't know. Outvisit asks, will your mortgage brokers and maybe Russell be joining in the next 50 hours? Yes. Russell has said he's going to join me, and that's because Russell has, he shares with me a lot of my views about how the housing market in this country can be fixed. We actually agree on almost all of that. And he wrote an essay about it some time ago, and I'd like him to talk everyone through it and take your questions on it. And also, one of my mortgage brokers I work with has said he'll join at some point as well. I doubt it'll be tonight, and it'll probably be more like tomorrow in the daytime. And I'm just trying to see if we've... Yeah, I did that poll to see how many of you, who you think will win the election, not who you're going to vote for, but who's going to win. Let's have a look what the results are. Yeah, so only 115 votes so far, but 77% of you think Labour are going to win. 12% think Reform are going to win, and 9% think hung Parliament. It's interesting. Do you know what I'd like to talk about now? I'd like to talk about the election coverage. It's really interesting. By the way, are there any of you watching this who still don't believe that I'm politically neutral? Come on, and if anyone there still doesn't believe I'm politically neutral, I'd like to know why, because it really blows my mind how people find that a difficult concept to grasp. Yes, Russell Quirk, that's right. I tell you why. I tell you one of the reasons. So Craig says, laughing my ass off, who's thinking Reform will win? I'll have whatever you're smoking. I mean, the chances are close to zero, but I think Reform will get a much larger share of the vote, not necessarily more seats, but share of the vote than even the polls are predicting, I think. And I just don't think it's going to be the Labour landslide everyone expects. I really don't, because I get the feeling that there are far more undecided people on this election than there are usually. And I think a lot of people answering in the polls are saying Labour. They're not really sure, because they're just like, well, it's not Tory, I'll say Labour now. But a lot of people who still don't know. There's some good questions here. I'm just going to pin a couple of them, come back to them. Oh, some very good questions. My whole life, I have had a passionate loathing of institutions, because every single institution that I've ever been involved with, school, but boarding school, the army briefly, the city, sort of bank, etc. Institutions require you to obey their rules and toe the line and not be outspoken. And so all of us who have worked for an employer, and the bigger they are, the worse this is, you have to toe the line. You have to be a company man, which basically means you can't be yourself, which basically means you have to lie. This is why when people say, oh, politicians are liars. Yeah, they have to be. They have to be liars. They literally have to be liars. Because if they weren't, then they would all say different things, and then they'd be accused of not keeping up party unity. It's impossible to be a politician without being a liar, because you will not get elected to be a leader of your party if you just say whatever you want. Although Nigel Farage might appear to be disproving that point. But this is what brings me on to my point, right? Without being a Reform supporter, and this is really important, right? They're not yet a party that's fit to govern in any way, shape or form. They're not a serious contender for government yet. They certainly are a serious contender for opposition. But I am, as someone who's always disliked institutions as things that just suck the joy out of life and make you hate your life, I'm really enjoying watching the establishment lose its collective shit over the fact that a non-establishment insurgent is coming to shake things up. I just enjoy watching that. Doesn't make me a reform supporter, but I fucking love watching the establishment freak the fuck out. It's just like, I can't bear the blind adherence to the institutional way and the brainwashing that happens both left and right, as in institutions. And so anything that challenges the status quo, I just love it. I love it. And in my mind, that's why this election is going to be interesting, because it's being shaken up and people are thinking twice about what they're going to vote for. And people are being bullied for saying they're going to vote reform, which is just you cannot bully anyone for whoever they want to vote for if you enjoy the freedom to vote for who you want to vote for, right? Because that's the whole point. Being free to vote for who you choose is what defines a democracy, what makes us, relatively speaking, free. So nobody of any political persuasion can enjoy their freedom to vote and then judge someone else for not voting the same. Like, you literally, that's a self-contradiction. It is an oxymoron. You are an oxymoron if you like voting for who you want to vote for and you don't like other people voting for anyone else. Like, I love that you can all vote for whoever you want. I just love that. That's so fucking cool. I love that we have the potential power to change governments. That's what's about to happen. I love that the Tories are getting their asses handed to them on a plate by the electorate. That's fucking wicked. I don't love that Labour are going to get in, but I love the fact that that's what people vote for. That's what they get. Like, I don't understand all these people who just can't cope with someone having a different political opinion to them and just having a fucking meltdown and resorting to name calling. I don't get it. Uber Bika says, "You're a monster raving loony party, Charlie." I take that as a compliment. Total Eclipse says, "I'm definitely undecided this time. I don't love any of the manifestos." And this is what I think a lot more people are undecided. I think a lot of people do see that Labour is more of the same as the Tories and don't like it, but they also don't like everything else that's on offer because a lot of it feels like a wasted vote, or maybe, there are pros and cons for every party. And I can see that there isn't an obvious choice. And that's why so many people are undecided. But we must all cherish our freedom to choose who we vote for. And if we do, then we cannot allow ourselves to judge anyone else for who they vote for. Just can't. Nick Jones says, "Are you allowed to go to bed?" Nope. Of course you are, but just leave your screen going. Lee Marsden says, "I'm not a party follower. I've previously voted for both red and blue." So I have in the past voted Green, Tory, Labour, and Lib Dem. That's not including this election, which I have not divulged what I vote for that is yet. Oh, that's a good question. Cookie Monster says, "How are mortgages at 4.13% when the base rate is at 5.25%? Well, the Americans call them teaser rates. I mean, I'm assuming that's a 2-year fixed rate. They will often also have a fee, like an application fee or a joining fee that kind of offsets that discount. They also don't borrow money from the Bank of England. They get it on the swap market, and swap rates might be a bit lower. But also they're taking a long-term view. And because borrowing volumes are down to their lowest on record, there is very strong competition between the banks to lend money. So that's why loads of them have been cutting their rates, not by huge amounts, but they've all been just slicing them a little bit lower, because it's been so quiet. I mean, when you see all of them, when you see all the lenders lowering their rates slightly, that is a very, very clear sign that they've got no one trying to borrow money, or very, very few. Charlie, how many of your viewers are voting reform again? You ran a poll, right? Yeah, I did run a poll, actually. Let me dig it up. I can't remember. It's going to be hard to find it. But I will just try and find it, because it was quite a lot on X. You see, this is the other thing that I find interesting about X. I don't know how many of you agree with this. Oh, there was this poll, which, just given the number of, it was 80% Reform Party with 11,000 votes. But I don't think that's real. Come on, where is it? Okay, 60% of you think that I voted Reform, 20% of you think that I voted Liberal Democrat, 10% of you think I voted Green, Indie or other, and 7% of you think I voted Conservative. Well, at the end of this live stream, I will reveal that. I'll just share that with you, because that's quite interesting. Is that on the screen there? Yeah, there you are. 1,500 of you voted on that. I'm looking forward to revealing what that is. I'm not going to give anything away yet. That's me voting in my constituency, where I'm registered to vote. But I can't find that other poll. I think it goes back too far, basically. No, sorry guys, can't find the other poll. But I think it was 60% or something. It was a lot. Yeah, Ricky Heath says, I still can't decide who to vote for. I think it'll be more of a tactical vote for me. Tories are still a close second to Labour in my area. Okay, interesting. AW07 says, Reform can't win, but it could be their first real massive stepping stone into mainstream politics. So the thing that everyone needs to remember about the first past the post system is that it's really like a seesaw, right? And it's to get up to the fulcrum part and make it tip in your favor is really, 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 really hard if you're not a very big party. But it also works in your favor. If Reform were to get the sort of the shy vote, the shy majority vote, the first past the post system might actually tilt in their favor. I mean, look what's happened in France. 35% of the first round went to the National Rally, Marine Le Pen's right-wing party. But by the way, can we call them right-wing and not far-right? They're not fucking goose-stepping, swastika-wearing Nazis, are they? That's what far-right is in my head. They're right-wing, definitely, but they're not far-right. Pisses me off how so much of far-right. It's like, it's far-right, far-left. I mean, it's a really unhelpful term. Vyasa Imadisetti, I hope I've said that right, says, hi Charlie, you may believe you are neutral, however you have now gravitated against Labour. Right. Okay. Thank you for that observation. So I'm lifelong neutral, but I always vote. But when I vote, it doesn't mean that I'm not neutral. Does that make sense? Because I'm always, the best voting advice I ever heard, and I just think this is amazing, is if your life is not okay, vote for who you think will make your life better. If your life is okay, vote for who you think will make other people's lives better. I just love that. I've always loved that. And that's always been my approach, right? I'm gravitating against Keir Starmer more than I am against Labour, if that makes sense, Vyasa. Does that make sense? I don't believe he's got enough leadership strength to actually deliver on any of the policies in their manifesto. I really don't. I think he thinks he does because he made some changes in the CPS and because he made some changes to the Labour Party. But those are, I'm sorry, they're nothing compared to what he's up against now when he becomes Prime Minister. There's the tea. I've finished my second cup, Nick. Uber Bikas says, what about the Lib Dem leader? He seems about the most normal, honest person. I agree in that he's, compared to the others, he seems like a more stable sort of person. But I just, the fact that he's missed the open goal opportunity when so many people are fed up with the Tories. You know, all of the people who are not voting Tory now, who did at the last election, they were potential Lib Dem voters. A lot of them were. And so the Lib Dems really missed a trick. Really missed a trick. And I think it's if I was a long-term Lib Dem supporter, which I'm not, but if I was, I'd be really disappointed, pissed off, and feel like they'd missed the only opportunity they had to actually really make a big impact. I mean, they're going to get some more seats than they did last time, probably, but Kylo Hawk says, Charlie, do you think average house price falls in the UK will be greater in 25 than 24? If so, why? Yes, I do. I do think they're going to be greater in 25 than 24. Because I think that we still haven't felt the full effects of low fixed rate mortgages coming to an end, number one. Number two, employment continues to go up. Number three, job vacancies coming down. I think that there's going to be a lot of instability after the election, a lot of business instability that's going to affect the economy. And I think buyers are going to worry about it. I don't think rates are coming down anytime soon either. And I think a lot of people are going to be in a forced selling position. And if Labour get in, which they look like they're going to, they're going to be very anti-landlord by the sound of things. I think they're going to push a lot more landlords out of the market. MK says Farage, I think you meant, is part of the establishment. No, he's not. Like, whatever you think of him, he's not. And if you want proof of that, go back and watch the speeches that he gave in the European Parliament 20 years ago. He's never been part of the establishment. He was a rich banker and he left banking to go into politics. And his whole life in politics has been as a shit stirrer against the establishment. So I've heard a few people saying that he's part of the establishment. He definitely isn't. His whole shtick and why he's getting so much support is because he's not part of the establishment. And that's one part of him I do like, is that he challenges the establishment and is not afraid to stand up to them and say what he thinks. But he's definitely not. That's an incorrect observation, I think, and there's plenty of evidence to show that. But yeah, I've met him a couple of times. I've been on his show a couple of times, and he's a real Marmite character in real life as well. You know, there are things you like and think about and go, I like that, and things about him you go, oh, don't like that. Craig Good says, everyone can vote for whoever they want. Yes. However, the moment you start calling me a lefty clown, don't then cry when I come at you and your voting choice. Fair enough. Kang says, you're really doing this marathon. Good luck. I'm on night shift. I'll pop in later. Cool. Again, guys, leave it running. Leave it running. I mean, it's getting very late now, and I know I'm going to start to lose people. Do we have anyone watching outside the UK? I would love you to say hello in the live chat if you're watching from abroad. I'd love to. I know that from my YouTube stats, I do have quite a lot of people watching from other countries around the world. Car World says Labour bad for business and bad for housing. I agree. I do agree. Wow. Martin McGee says, info. I've just had the offer accepted for 125,000 on a bungalow that sold for 100,000 in 2007. Prices are starting to come down even in South Yorkshire. Wow. Congratulations on getting your offer accepted. Justin Purcell says, do you think there will be a lot of buyer's remorse a few months after the election? Yes, and not just a few months after the election. And I want to just share with you something that Lewis, my mortgage broking friend, shared today, which I put up. Come on. Here we are. I'll get up on screen and show you because here it is. Share the screen. Really appreciate you guys being here this late at night. Really appreciate it. There you go. Read it and weep. So this is a property that was a new build, sold in 2022 for 265,000. Now, when you adjust for inflation, that's 290,000 in today's money. So listing it at 230,000 is a 60,000 value loss for a property bought 2 years ago. And this is especially true. And someone said in the comments under that post, they said someone fell for the gimmicks and the gizmos and the all the incentives when you're buying new build, and it's true. You really shouldn't fall for those. You really shouldn't fall for those. Zach says, Charlie, I think you are an ultra liberal. Lol. In general, I'm an independent voter. I voted for the Tories before and Lib Dem in the last election, but I'm going to vote for Labour this time around. No. Why? Tell me why you think Labour is how you'd like to cast your precious vote. What makes you think that they are worth voting for? Is it because you've been hurt before by the other parties? Is it because you don't think there's any point voting for a smaller party? You don't need to explain why you're not voting for the Tories. I totally get that. But I would absolutely love to know. I really, this is the whole point of this live stream. I want people to tell me why they're voting Labour, and I want to change your mind. So Zach, tell me. Sorry, that was 12 minutes ago. God, I'm really behind on the comments, aren't I? Let me try and catch up with the comments. That's a great comment. I'm just going to pin some of these and then come through them. Quite a few comments to respond to here. That's an interesting point. Yeah, sorry guys, bear with me. I'll go through these because there's some really good points here. I want to just try and catch up. God, do you think Blair had charisma? I don't. Yeah, there's a lot to go through here. Things really first. Oh my God. That's just something I hadn't thought of. So all these clicks you can hear are me pinning comments I'm going to put up on the screen. Most of them are just very quick ones to show. Good question. Good question. I can't wait to read some of these out. They're brilliant. P-Man Funky, where are you? Nearly there. I'm nearly there. Oh, you want to know why I was expelled? Okay. Oh no, someone else going to vote Labour. Yes, it is. It is neutrality. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Winston. Yeah, that's a good point. Good, lots of good points here. Sorry, guys. I know this isn't fun watching me read your questions, is it? But we're about to have lots of fun going through it all. Oh, some good questions here. Right, I'm almost up to speed. Okay, hang on a second. I think we may have someone. Right, we've got another guest joining us. A live guest. I love this. This is the whole idea of this. Let me just get the sharing link. Here it comes. We have got a guest joining us. I've got someone else to keep me up. What are you doing up at this time? Okay, right. Okay, I've got to whip through these quickly. Lewis, just hold on a second. Let me whip through some of these and I'll bring you right in and give you 2 minutes, okay? Right, okay. D. Griffith says, do you think any of the manifestos are actually the silver bullet required? In terms of the housing market, the closest one is the Lib Dems housing manifesto, which does include 150,000 social homes being built a year. And that, there is no silver bullet, but that's the most important part of the whole plan, in my view. Mr. Beats says, do you think Labour are going to go to town taxing landlords? Well, they've said they're going to pretty much. I don't know the exact top of my head about the details, but yes, I do think that. I do think that. Which will backfire because they'll just put up rents more, won't they? Frizzle Frazzle says, politics between the left and right has been reduced to nothing these days because back in the day, there used to be things, actual things to fight for. However, they've all been sold off now. I agree with that too. Craig Wood says that he guessed I voted reform because I got a rebellious fuck the system streak in me. I do have that because the system fucks people over. And I don't like that. That's why I don't like the system. If the system helped people and gave everyone prosperity and lifted all the boats, then I'd love the system, but it doesn't. Charlie voted for Mr. Buckethead. Greasy Slick, how many people voted in my voting poll? It was over 1,000. It was over actually nearly 2,000. What did it get to? 1,750. I remember actually it got to 1,750 people voted in that poll, saying how they were going to vote. Craig Wood says UKIP max polling was at 17% back in the day, roughly what Reform are polling at now. Did that translate into the Brexit vote? I can't remember. Anyway, Kylo Hawk asks, Charlie, which cartoon character do you think would make the best Prime Minister? Do you remember the eagle from the Muppet Show? I think he'd be really good. Outvisit says, at least in 97, Blair had some charisma. But okay, someone said he's got more charisma than Starmer. That's not difficult. This pen has more charisma than Starmer. This little stone owl has more charisma than Starmer. I've had that all my life, weirdly. But Blair, it makes my skin crawl, actually. Someone says, Starmer always sounds like he's lying. I've actually just posted something on X because someone was actually reeled off and said literally Starmer is just as big a liar as Boris Johnson. And there's a website called Political-Lies where they're all kept up. Now, I'm not saying I agree with that. I'm not calling Keir Starmer a liar. I have said all politicians have to be liars. They can't do their job if they're not. It's actually impossible. But a lot of people could say that Starmer is a massive liar. There we go. Anyway, I'm going to bring Lewis in just to listen to me going through, so you can chime in, Lewis, and just.
Welcome. How are we going to do? You all right, mate?
What's your excuse of being up now?
Well, I'm in holiday mood now.
Oh, brilliant. Okay.
It's July, isn't it? So everything quietens down. So I get a chance to kind of chill out. So I've got a bit of time tomorrow morning, so I can have a late night and have a
fantastic. Well, so to everyone, to all my new followers, Lewis is the owner and operator of Shaw Financial Services, who is one of the two mortgage brokers that I refer you guys to when you want to go and use a mortgage broker you can trust, because I trust Lewis. But Lewis and I know, have quite sharply different political views, probably.
Possibly.
Do you believe I'm neutral, Lewis?
No.
Right, we'll game on with that in a minute. Let me just finish going through these questions that I pinned.
Sure.
Craig Wood says, thing is, Charlie, if he, I assume you mean Starmer, proposed anything like the sort of housing reforms you think are necessary, the media, right-wingers, and everyone under the sun will be screaming, mad Marxist socialists, come. Yeah, that's a fair point. Kang says, if Starmer wins a seat, he could lose it. Fingers crossed. I hadn't even thought about that. I don't know who he's up against and how safe his seat is, but my God, imagine that. Someone said that Angela Rayner may or may not keep her seat as well, but I don't know if that's true. But yeah, these things can happen. These things can happen. Nick Jones says Starmer is off the charts with charisma. I assume you mean off the zero end, right? Frizzle Frazzle says, I disagree. Keir has all the qualities necessary. Can you be specific as to exactly why you think Keir lacks these characteristics? To be specific would take too long, but to in general, as someone who has employed well over 500 people, and I've employed a lot of people from corporate, from government, and even from the political sphere, at times, in not just here but in other countries too. I've employed people in 4 different countries. I just know what I see when I see it. And what you need in a leader of a political party, and especially in a prime minister, is someone who knows how to deliver. And nothing about Starmer's choice of words, nothing I've ever heard him say, chimes with me as someone who knows how to actually deliver, who knows that there are going to be non-stop obstacles and hurdles in his way. Everything he says is a slippery, doesn't commit himself to anything, just sits on the fence, and it's classic. I'm sorry, I don't think. Yeah, that's the answer to that question. Farage laughed at me when I said we need a massive public house building scheme for. I don't remember him laughing. I remember he didn't. I remember he sort of had a weird reaction. Don't remember he laughed, but actually, I think, and I've got all the housing manifestos up here. I'm not sure whether or not they've even mentioned social house building in their manifesto, but I have, guys. By the way, I've got all the manifestos for anyone who wants them. They're on my X account. I put a tweet that would link to all of them, and someone pointed out correctly that I missed out the SDP's manifesto, and I added that onto the tweet below. Nar says, I'm completely black-pilled about politics. I can't stand either Tories or Labour, and I know they will win and be a complete disaster. I agree. How bad do you think it'll be for landlords if Labour get in? Well, it's not going to be good. It's certainly not going to be good. Just how bad it is, I don't know. Depends on other things as well, I suppose. Justin Purcell says, I got an extra 10k off a house I'm purchasing at the moment after a survey. Was it the election that frightened them into accepting a lower offer? Don't know, but could be. This is something I might discuss with Lewis. Ohio State says, Farage is a populist. And I was discussing with some people the next day exactly why populism is a good or a bad thing, because democracy means people rule, and popular means more people, and if what more people want, then that's democracy. But some people say no, populism is saying what people like to hear in order to get power, but with no plans to actually deliver any of it. Come on to that in a minute. Farage has a track record of delivering stuff, and that's why I don't think he is a populist. I'm not saying I agree or like what he's delivered, but he's someone that actually does get shit done, just whatever stands in his way most of the time. Whether it's taking on the banks or whatever. Winston Fahrenheit said, I heard Labour were going to start lynching landlords on Wednesdays between the hours of 2 and 5 p.m. P-Man Funky says, almost 9 a.m. here. You're 8 hours ahead. What are you, Singapore? Or are you West Coast of Australia? Let me know. Mike Dennington, hi, I'm from Eastern Canada. So you're behind us, aren't you? I'm British and I've voted in Brighton, planning to move back to the UK for my final years. I like the channel. Hello, thanks very much. You're welcome. And welcome back to Blighty. Brighton was where I bought my first place. Brighton, my first place. Hastings, my second place. Chelsea was my third place. Kylo Hawk says, do you see the Northwest house prices dropping? It seems to be immune from falls. I think the Northwest is one of the cheapest regions of the country, and therefore we'll be seeing a move, people who are downsizing or trying to move where they've got more space, especially as it's easier now than it used to be to work from home. And the Northwest, Northwest, not Northeast. It's certainly, I'd say the Northwest, so if you talk about Liverpool, Manchester, those cities are definitely holding on to house prices, especially the first-time buyer level, better than most other places. Don't know if you agree with that, Lewis, whether you're aware of that or not.
Yeah, they do seem to do quite well, to be fair. But they've got their own kind of economy up there. It's kind of hived off from the rest of the UK, isn't it, in a way?
Yeah. There's a lot of people been moving to Manchester from London, I know that. Nicky Knight says, cheer us up, Charlie. Tell us why you're expelled from school. I'm sure it will be entertaining. In a word, shagging. But it was because I was AWOL to go and see someone, and who it was is another story. But I got back from school as a new headmaster, and I was absent without leave, and he expelled me for it. There's a lot more to that, the details of that story, but that's for another day. Craig Wood says, I'm voting Labour because I've watched several hour-long interviews with Starmer and Rayner going into great detail on planning and housing and what they actually want to do in great detail. All right, that's a reasonable, rational sounding thing. What I'm telling you, I don't say this about Angela Rayner. I think she's a very, very different character to Keir Starmer. But Keir Starmer is he's someone who's an expert at climbing the greasy pole. And you don't get up there without being a politician right from the word go. And so he's very, very good at sounding impressive and knowing what to say without actually having. And I have had personal experience. I hired someone from a corporation. She was a global director in this corporation. You still there, Lewis? You just turned your camera off.
Still here, mate. Still here. Just get a camera.
Come from the security services as well, and she had these amazing references, and she interviewed amazingly, and she got into the organization that was very fast growing at the time, and she was like a wet paper bag, zero substance. Like, it wasn't just, oh, she struggled and couldn't do it. It was presented immaculately, sounded like, said all the right things, couldn't deliver a thing. And I'm sorry, but that's what Starmer is like to me. But I know he's done a few things in his career that look quite impressive, but none of them are up to what I think is needed to do the job of Prime Minister. But I think, Craig, for the very reason you're choosing to vote for him, is the reason lots of people choose to vote for him, because he sounds impressive, but I'm telling you he's not going to be, I don't think. Greasy Slick says, Charlie, you just said you want to change people's minds about voting Labour. That's not political neutrality. I'll come on and address that with Lewis in a minute, because I am politically neutral. I am on the side of what's best for the most people, for reasons I've described, and I don't think that voting Labour is in the best interest of most people. That's why I'm saying don't vote Labour. It's because of Starmer, not because of the Labour Party or its policies. Winston Fahrenheit, thank you for the super chat. It says the corruption, the ineptitude, the dishonesty, abuse, sadism, narcissism, venality, immorality, and law breaking, it's beyond repair. I assume you're talking about the political system as a whole, and absolutely, it's impossible. I think it's impossible to disagree with that. This is why I don't think there's any point picking out individuals in the system. It is the system itself that's rotten to the core. So if you're operating in it, what chance have you got? Especially if you go in there as an honest person and try and call out all the liars, they just attack you immediately. You don't get anywhere. D. Griffo says, the one thing about those voting Labour that confuses me is what it is they find appealing about Labour, other than they are the official opposition currently. I have seen no substantial policies. I'd agree with that. Not only handful more to go, Lewis, and then we're done. Starmer didn't challenge Sunak in the last televised showdown. This just makes me think Starmer will just plough on with his crummy policies once in government, blindly going where Labour has gone on before. Yeah, I have to say that I was expecting Sunak to be a sort of defeated man in that. And I was genuinely surprised and actually quite impressed with how he didn't back down one little bit. He fought as hard as he could. And I thought made Starmer look a bit feeble and pathetic in that particular debate. MK says, establishment media has not given platform to the Workers' Party of Britain and George Galloway because they're scared of George. Yeah, I agree that he should have been given more coverage than he has been, just for the sake of balance. Frizzle Frazzle asks, why is your smaller TomTom lower than your bigger one? I think it's just the angle. I think it's just, looking at the drums here, and it's just the angle there. So, but good question on that. Matt Lockie says, if interest rates start to go down and wealthy people see it as an opportunity to take their money out of their bank accounts and invest in property, could this cause a price rise? Lewis thinks so. I don't think so. We disagree on that. Because investing in property is a time-consuming hassle and business operation. It's not just, I'll move my money from there to there and it'll magically do really well. And I just think that the days of great property returns, which I've enjoyed myself, I think those days are gone. Carlos says, Charlie, what do you think of the media coverage of the election? Shameful. Shameful. And the reason I use the word shameful is because they're not doing right by the population. And it's more about what they're choosing not to report on than what they are reporting on. It's dishonesty by omission. And I genuinely find it absolutely shameful. Lewis says, I'm going to vote for Count Binface if you don't read your WhatsApp. Evil, it worked. Right, that's it for now. I need to get my little... I'm going to let you just ramble on and tell me all the reasons that I'm wrong and why you think... Because am I right, Lewis, that you are... that you're a Labour supporter? Am I right?
I used to be, yes. But now I would vote for anyone that would remove the Tories. So in the constituency that I live, a vote for anyone other than Labour would just be a wasted vote to a certain extent. No one else is going to challenge Labour in the area that I'm living, or the constituency rather that I'm in. But if I was in Clacton, for example, I would hold my nose and vote for Nigel Farage. I don't support him. I don't support reform. But if that was the best way to get rid of an incumbent Tory, that's what I would do. So I have an allegiance to an extent. I'm centre left, yes, but that's not to say that I used to be dyed in the wool, of course. When I studied philosophy at university, I was red in tooth and claw. There's no two ways about it. I was. But as you get older and you wise up a bit, that changes. But I wouldn't say so. I suppose in so much as I'm a natural Labour supporter, in so much as my father was a miner, I grew up in a mining community, was relatively poor, I guess. Then yeah, I suppose I would be would be classed as a natural Labour supporter, but that doesn't mean I can't think for myself. But in this election, there doesn't seem to be really any other choice, i.e., it's basically either another 5 years of Conservative rule, or we get change, and that change is going to be, inevitably, Labour. So what I think is kind of irrelevant in so much as to whether they're going to be good, bad, indifferent, worse, etc. Obviously, it's far bigger than any one person. And so would I like to see different policies that Labour enacted? Yes. Would I like to see a different political party voted in? Yes. Is that going to happen? No. So you have to be pragmatic rather than just principled all the time. I guess that's my initial position. I think there are elements of the Labour manifesto that are reasonable. There are elements of it that are dire. There are parts of what Nigel Farage said. I mean, people will probably, anyone that follows me will probably be surprised to hear me say this, but there are parts of what Nigel Farage has said of reform that are absolutely bang on the money. When he spoke about, for example, trying to decarbonise the economy and use completely sustainable energy, he's right. But pretty much any energy economist will tell you it's pretty much impossible. You need small modular nuclear reactors. We may not like that, but that's what we need. One of the reasons why the UK economy is absolutely knackered is because we've got a low margin economy. That's predominantly because we've got high energy prices. We can't produce stuff because it costs too much to produce stuff. Whereas in China, you can build a coal-fired power station. They don't give a toss, so they can build it in a week. So of course they're going to produce goods more cheaply than anywhere else can. So one of the things I think that we lose when there's an election, we all seem to, me included, we all seem to lose the inability to have nuance. It's a bit like the Brexit referendum in a way, where it's either binary, you're either in or you're out, rather than actually how most of life is, where there's a lot of grey, and going, well, do you know what? I'm not particularly keen on the supranational nature of the European Union, but there are some good benefits, and are those benefits better than the disbenefits of leaving, etc., etc. And so I kind of, work along those lines. So I wouldn't blindly vote for Labour. No, I wouldn't do that. But in this scenario, it seems, well, to be fair, if I don't go out and vote on Thursday, it will make virtually no difference, because it will be a Labour red wash, if you want to call it that. So that's where I stand in that respect. Where I stand politically is a different kettle of fish in terms of what I actually think. That's different to what a political party might say and all the rest of it. But the problem is, of course, is that you do have to work with pragmatism. I mean, I'm sure there are people within the Conservative Party, within Labour, within Lib Dems, within Greens, within Reform, that have got particular ideas about, this part of the manifesto is terrible. This part of the contract, if you reform, is, should be revised. You can't get everything, can you? So what do? You go with the least worst option. And I think the least worst option in the current situation is probably Labour. And even if it wasn't, that's what we're going to get.
We are going to get it. But, a government winning a landslide majority because they're the least bad option.
Oh, it's shit. Yeah, it's shit. It's absolutely shocking that we're in this situation. But then look at politics in the US. I mean,
no, we have a better system than the US, thank God.
We do.
We do at the moment.
But it's still
we're going to get what is apparently going to be the biggest majority in the history of the British Parliament, because they're not the Tories.
No, and I agree, that's dangerous. I would wholeheartedly agree that when you've got so much power in so few hands, that's dangerous. I don't disagree at all.
The passion that Reform supporters are showing for Reform and Nigel Farage, you kind of wish that the party winning a massive majority was winning it because it had that much passion from its followers, not because they're like, oh well, at least they're not the Tories. And I find it amazing that anyone, yourself included, can say what you just said when you know that what an absolutely shocking state the country's in. You think, oh well, let's just vote for them.
It's not, oh well, let's just vote for them. I do vehemently disagree. I do vehemently disagree with a lot of Reforms, with the persona, the vibe, I suppose, and some of the policies. I don't think everything is I don't think all the fundamental issues that we have are caused by immigration, which is what predominantly they're prefaced on. I don't think that's the issue. It's an A issue. Of course it is. It's definitely an issue. Anyone would be stupid to try and contest that.
I've got a question for you. Sorry to interrupt, but I mean, where do you stand on the opinion that I have and a lot of other people have, which is that the system is basically doesn't care whether it's Labour or Tory. This version of Labour and Tory is like the system's happy either way. The establishment is happy either way. As long as it's one of those two, they don't care, and therefore nothing's going to change whichever one of those parties is in power. Do you agree with that, or do you not agree with that?
I think there's an element of that, yeah, in terms of where the Overton window is. Yeah, definitely. I mean, Noam Chomsky is famous for this kind of stuff in terms of you frame the kind of debate in such a way that you stifle. It's like the bell curve. Anything outside the bell curve is all these outliers. They're just the weirdos and all the rest of it. So yeah, I agree.
But how can you vote for Labour if you agree?
As I say, it's a pragmatic choice. It's not. It's nothing to do with principle. It's nothing to do with principle. It's simply a pragmatic choice. As I say, if I don't vote, it will make no difference. If no one voted, it would make a difference. But not everyone's not going to vote.
And you were in. I mean, you're not talking about not voting, are you?
No. I will vote. I will vote, and I'll go and vote for Labour for the simple reason that I just want rid of. So, as I say, if I was in Clacton, I would hold my nose on a vote. I don't agree with Nigel Farage. I don't agree with Brexit. There's a lot of, all that kind of quite right-wing kind of ideology I don't agree with. But if I was in Clacton, I would vote for him. I wouldn't give a protest vote to Labour. I would vote to get rid of a Tory. So,
Okay. Well, I've got 48 hours to try and persuade you to not vote Labour.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing, Charlie. It's kind of irrelevant, isn't it? Because even if I don't vote Labour, the sweep. I mean, this election will be decided on 1 and 2 and 3%, if that, in marginal seats and all the rest of it. So even if you convinced all your followers to not vote Labour, it would probably have it wouldn't even move the needle. That's probably the reality. When you look at
I totally I get that, but to me, what you're displaying is a sort of form of apathy, and that is probably the biggest reason why.
No, I am apathetic to it because I think we've got a terrible electoral system. I think we should have proportional representation, and yet it's funny that I've been talking about to my friends and colleagues and all the rest about PR for years. And
Farage is the only one saying he'll do it.
And it's interesting that that now that reform, that element of the population that support those types of policies, it's interesting now that there's a groundswell of public opinion behind them. So at the weekend, it was of course Glastonbury, and I went to something called Lundfest, which is effectively Glastonbury but just in someone's house because we don't want to get muddy. So we all went to a mate's house. We get pissed for the weekend. It's great fun, and we could do all that and watch the football and all the rest of it without the hassle of tents and teenagers and all the rest of it. And one of the guys there said, "Oh well, PR maybe isn't such a good idea." And it was interesting because he was effectively saying, "Oh well, now that reform's come along and they've got this groundswell of public opinion, maybe that's not such a great thing because then they'd get more seats in Parliament." And I was like, whoa, hang on a minute. You can't be saying that. And I think we've had this conversation before. I can't remember when. But in terms of, there's a section of the population that feels unheard. And if you don't allow people to have a voice, it gets pushed underground. And that's where the pus builds up. And eventually it's got to find an expression somewhere. So I'm in favour of proportional representation, and if that means that we move to that system and then reform get 20, 30, 40, 50 seats, that's cool. I'm fine with that because I think everyone should have a voice. I'm going to disagree with them probably on some things, but I think they should have a voice because that's the entire thing that caused Brexit, right? People not being heard, people not being listened to, people being dictated to by a government in Westminster that has no idea how the rest of the people live outside of the Westminster bubble. That's the big problem we've had for years and years and years. I can't ever imagine a situation where more democracy can be a bad thing. And sometimes it will go against me, but that's democracy. Says Celavini.
Well, I mean, it's so nice to hear you just say that and understand that's the beauty of it. It drives me nuts how the political faction I would describe as the moderately hard left, not far left, but the moderately hard left, weaponize the word democracy and say that anything that isn't what they want is anti-democratic. It's anti-democratic. You're not being democratic. When actually, what they're complaining about is democracy working.
Yeah, I agree.
And if populism, to use the definition that I've been told, which is that it's saying whatever people want to hear just to get yourself voted in, and then not delivering it, well, you won't stay in power very long if that's what you do. And actually, you could level exactly that accusation of both the Tories and Labour for the last few elections, where they said all kinds of stuff they never delivered. So they were being populist using that definition of it anyway.
I think there's a difference between populism and being unable to fulfil the obligations that you set out in the manifesto. Because populism is knowing, I think there's a different distinction here. I think populism is overtly riling people up for politics. When people get emotional, rationality goes out the window. We all know that. You and I are men. If we get angry, if someone tells us to calm down, that doesn't tend to end well. So I think populism tends to be overtly the skill of winding people up, whipping people into a frenzy, knowing that rationality is going to go out the window. Whereas, if you're a political party in power and things turn against you, because of course we're in an interconnected, globalized economy. If Japan does something, if the US does something, if India does something, if China does something, we can't not react to it. We can't not adapt to it, and that may throw plans off kilter. I think this is one of the big problems with politics in general, is there's perhaps not a greater understanding, and I think that stems from the education system, where we don't have enough understanding of how that kind of works. If, for example, tomorrow the US decide they're going to chuck up the Fed decides they're going to chuck up their rate by 2%, we're going to have to follow them, as much as we wouldn't want to, as much as it was harm our economy, would have to, because it would be the least worst thing to do.
Yep.
And of course, that might, in that case, government borrowing would be more expensive, gilt yields, etc., would move, and therefore, if you got a plan to, borrow £30 billion to do X infrastructure project, it could be that debt is then unaffordable, and you have to shelve it. So I think we have to be realistic in terms of what they can achieve. Not to mention that our legal system is so archaic and our laws are so old and all the rest of it, that once you if you're a government and you have to go up against, for example, the High Court, you can be there for 3, 4, 5 years, and then it go against you, and even though you want to do X, Y, and Z, because we don't live in a dictatorship, we don't live in a tyrannical society.
Have you ever been to Singapore?
No, I've not. No.
It's a remarkably good advert for dictatorship.
Well, to be fair, so one of my friends who's a property developer, he built the local rugby club to me, as in, it doesn't matter really how that happened, but basically he helped to pay to build the local rugby club to me, which is where I'd go. And he lives in Singapore and he loves it. They've got a reasonable rate of taxation. It's very safe, it's very clean. They've got a lot of economic diversity, but they've also got a land value tax. Shock. So yeah. They do things in the right way. Whether Western society, such as the UK, would ever take to that, I've doubts about it. But yeah, clearly, with the population that's in Singapore and the political system they have, it works very well. And most people,
do you know the government completely controls the price of first-time homes?
Yes,
literally. Yeah, it's very clever. Did you see that Boris Johnson did a speech this evening?
Yes, I saw a bit of that on while I was watching Ian Dale. Yes.
It was. I mean, it's always entertaining to listen to him. He looks like he's just been dragged through a hedge backwards, even more than usual. He was quite funny. I still find it slightly odd that they've wheeled him out. It smacks of desperation.
Very much so.
But at the same time, probably quite effective. All the people who loved Boris and miss him, who probably defecting to reform or wherever, might go, I might not. If he's going to speak for the Tories again, I might stick around. I think it will have an impact. There's no doubt.
I think it will have an impact. I think it's marginal now. Did you see the Salvation poll today?
No.
Okay, so Salvation is saying something like, if I get these numbers wrong, I'm sorry, but
I'll put it up right now. What are they called? How do you spell Survation?
SURVATION.
Okay. Survation. Yep, I've got them. So it's today's poll, was it?
Yes.
99% more certain to win. Probabilistic seat count. Reform 7. Okay, so is this the one?
Something like Labour on 484 seats or something like that. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Where you see that, and you think, crikey, the Lib Dems could actually be the official opposition. Now, I don't think, looking at those figures, as centre left as I am, I don't think that's healthy. I don't think anyone could possibly think that's healthy.
No.
But this is where we are. But it's almost as though there's an element of the media that's saying things like, especially from the right-wing media, and I'm kind of sympathetic to them, this is unhealthy, which it is. But they've done that to themselves over the past 14 years. No one else, they've been in charge, they've done that to themselves. So the outcome is there, if that is the outcome. I don't think it will be that stark, but they've done that to themselves, and then kind of crying about it as though we should all be almost trying to save their skins because they've cocked up for the past 14 years. It seems an odd attack angle, personally.
Well, I mean, I think they know that they have. I think they kind of accept that. But I think they're probably now thinking ahead, and they're thinking damage limitation. Just damage limitation, try and preserve the actual party's existence rather than it going completely out of existence.
But does that not kind of feel like that's almost like if you're in a street fight and someone shows you a weakness, you don't walk away, you double down. So the way that isn't that kind of, if they're going to go, if you do this, they're going to win.
Well, I think there's probably look at the long-term characters behind the scenes that actually run the party, that are always there, and the leaders come and go, but actually the senior party members kind of run the party. The 1922 committee, all that kind of stuff. I mean, I know that's backbench MPs, but there are other people there as well. They're probably thinking, if it's a difference between 50 seats and 100 seats, that alters their future permanently.
Yeah, I get that.
100 seats is one thing, 50 seats is another. 50 seats is into total.
Sure. Can I just ask? I can see obviously the comments flying in. Lee Marsden has got a few comments on there. Now, I used to be in the military with a guy called Lee Marsden. And I'm just wondering, it's almost certainly not, but I'm just wondering if it is the same Lee Marsden.
Would he know you?
He would do, yeah.
Well, he probably would have piped up then. I imagine it's not him.
Possibly not. But you never know. You never know.
What the fuck was I thinking? 50-hour live stream.
Quite. You look like you're just off to Hawaii.
I'm just dressing up for the occasion. I'm just trying to find a way to keep myself going. 4.5 hours. So actually another half an hour, I'm 10% through.
It is a bit brutal. I mean, to be fair, when you actually said you were going to do this, I thought that's absolutely mental. I don't know why you would do it. To be fair, so I've been watching. Have you watched The Boys on Amazon Prime? Other channels are available.
The Boys? No, I don't think I have. No.
So I've been watching that on kind of consuming it over the past few days or weeks rather. I was watching that, and then I finished that. I was flicking through Twitter or X, seeing if there's anyone I could reply to or just get angry with, as you do. And then I saw that you were on, and I just thought, Christ, bless him. He's going to be on there, and his voice is going to be going, and all the rest of it. that's the reason why I just thought, you know what, I'll come on and have a chat. Because I know you.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
We messaged it the other day, but
it's I genuinely did feel like it was because elections are so important in terms of the housing market. Elections change the housing market more than anything else. They could, and if we did them properly. I can't say it's the most important thing and then not be here to try and make a difference. And I don't know if I'll make it. I mean, I'm gonna leave the camera on. I've got some fillers to play. I'm gonna plan to have some power naps. But there are people who start marathons and don't finish them. So I may or may not make it through.
On that, in terms of elections can change housing. What do you think comes first? Do you think it's housing changes the economy, or the economy changes housing? And I ask that because I think it's the economy changes housing. I think if we had a different economic paradigm, and I don't mean socialism or anything like that, but I think if we fixed some of the really big structural issues with the economy, that housing, to a certain extent, not completely, but to a certain extent, would sort itself out if people had higher wages, etc.
I think it's the opposite. So I'd like to explain that as well.
Sure.
I need something to drink, some fluid. I've got nothing at my desk.
Well, I do need a piss. So, do you want to get out? I'll go do that, and then you.
Let me put. I've got a short. I'm going to put I'm going to put 10-minute filler on, but I won't let it run to the end. I'll just probably about 5 minutes. I'll be back. All right.
Okay, let's do that.
See you in 5 minutes. See you in 5 minutes. I'm going to explain why, if you fix housing first, then you fix the economy and everything else.
And I'll argue the opposite. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Let's do that.
See you in 5 minutes. My first and hopefully my last ever 50-hour marathon live stream. This is not something I want to do. It's something I'm doing because I actually don't think I have a choice. I think I have a moral obligation to do so. Why is that? My name's Charlie Lambden. This channel is called Moving Home with Charlie, where I share my 25 years of experience within the property industry with anyone trying to move house to try and make moving home easier. My stated end goal one day in my career is a home for everyone, which I hope to achieve through my property website, Best Agent, and through raising awareness of how better to get things done when you're moving house. It's 2024, we're about to have an election, and everybody knows that the housing market is in a terrible state. Whether you are a buyer, whether you are a seller, whether you are a tenant, or whether you are a landlord, it's in a shocking state. And the most important thing is this: if we want change in the housing market, which pretty much everybody does, like 100%, almost 100% of people do want change in the housing market, a general election is the only chance we get to actually make changes to the housing market, because almost everything to do with the housing market is the result of political decisions and political failure. In between elections, there's nothing we can do. We're stuck with the government that we got until the next election comes along, and during that time, the last 20 years have taught us almost nothing changes. And the things that they do change don't tend to help. I am a politically neutral person. I was a student of politics, and when I was a student of politics, I realized right there and then it doesn't make any sense to be a supporter of any one party, blindly supporting one party. It makes sense to, each time an election comes around, have a look at the situation, have a look at the parties, have a look at the policies, have a look at the manifestos, have a look at the people, the leaders, the teams, and the likelihood of each party actually able to deliver change that most people want. So I'm a huge fan of being able to vote for whoever you like, and therefore I'm a huge respecter of anyone voting for whoever they like, even if it's not who I think it should be. As someone who's voted Labour twice in the past, I'm not anti-Labour. My problem is the Starmer-led government, which we are almost certainly about to get, is not going to accomplish the changes that the housing market needs. Number one, because it hasn't laid out enough changes that the housing market needs. And number two, because the ones that it has, like we're going to build 1.5 million homes, are not achievable. They're making promises they absolutely cannot keep. And so we are, with near certainty, as far as I'm concerned, staring down the barrel of at least 5, hopefully not 10 more years of absolute stagnation when it comes to progress in the housing market. So the purpose of this live stream, this marathon live stream, is for me to discuss with and debate with as many people as possible to try and change your mind. If you are planning to vote Labour and you want the housing market to get better, I want to change your mind. Come along and ask me why. Tell me why you think voting Labour. And I'm going to go through it. Why voting Labour, why so many people are doing it, because it seems at face value like that's the sensible thing to do, and I get that, but I want to explain to you why that's a mistake, and why it doesn't matter who else you vote for. What we need to do is to end the duopoly, the two main parties, the uni-party, however you want to call it. They've become almost indistinguishable from each other. They were like this, left and right, and they've just slowly over the years moved in, and they've overlapped, and they are heavily overlapping. Very, very similar policies with only slight differences in the leaders. Nothing would make me happier than to believe that the incoming Labour government with a landslide majority is actually going to fix the housing market. Nobody would welcome that more than I. And if you think you can persuade me that that's what's going to happen, I am all ears and I want to hear it. So you are invited to actually join on this live stream, either with audio or video. If you want to come on as a video guest, please do. If you don't want to show yourself on video, but you want to be able to talk to me, then you can also do that. There is a link below to a Google form where you put your details in and I can check it, make sure you're not a total nutter or a troll, and then I'll welcome you onto. We've got a lot of time to fill. I've got 50 hours to fill, so I can talk to anyone and everyone who wants to discuss this. The rules are, we debate policy, we debate track record of achievements or failures of individuals. We don't discuss individuals, we don't discuss, there's zero name calling, right? So debate and discuss as passionately with me as you want. Any name calling whatsoever. I'm back, Lewis.
We're on. Let's do it.
I've actually made myself a coffee, my first coffee.
I've got myself another can of gin and tonic.
I also have a beer. I've got a coffee, I've got a beer, and I've got some cheese and sun-dried tomatoes.
Happy days. Happy days.
So, where were we?
So, it was about, you think that you fix housing, you fix the economy. Now, I was saying, right. I think you fix the economy and you fix housing.
So let me explain why.
Go on.
It's people's productivity in the workplace, obviously, can fluctuate massively based on their morale, their motivation, and obviously their state of mind. And it's generally widely agreed that most people do something for a living that if they didn't have to do it, they wouldn't choose to do it. So it's not like a first choice way they want to spend their days. Mm-hmm. And the ability to get through that day doing the thing you wouldn't ideally be choosing to do can be hugely affected by how much you're looking forward to what you're going home to, how much you're looking forward to the quality of the rest of your life. And if your home life is good and happy and healthy home life, you're much better equipped to handle the rest of life's challenges, which are mostly at work. And I've noticed this. I mean, I work with software developers. I've employed software developers for over 20 years. And in that specific field, a software developer's state of mind and attitude and motivation level can literally 10 times the value of their output. Because when they're writing code, if they're in the mood of like, oh, I can't be fucked with this, I just got to fucking do it again, they will do the minimum necessary to get by. Whereas if they're excited, enthusiastic about it, and generally feeling good, they will produce something that just works better and lasts longer and has less bugs in it. And in software where you can leverage things massively, it makes a huge difference. Now, so that's people who are of working age. Then you've got people who are at home all day for whatever reason. Then you've got children. And I won the sort of the kid lottery, and I was born into a family in one of the happiest homes of any one of me or any of my friends knew. And to this day, they say it was just the happiest place we all used to come to. And so it gave me immense resilience. So if people feel proud of where they're going home to, somewhere that they want to invite people around for a cup of tea or a drink, and somewhere that they're proud to raise their kids, it changes everything about your approach to the rest of your life and your productivity and your effort and your willingness and motivation. And so we, generally speaking, people agree we have a fairly decrepit housing stock. We've got a lot of very, very poor quality, tired, old, aging stuff. And I've traveled around the world a lot, and I can see the quality of new builds. The quality of new builds in this country is just shocking.
It is terrible in the main, yes.
Right? It's just shocking. And so even that's demoralizing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when you've got kids who are raised in a less happier than it would have been home, it's going to affect their life chances. It's going to affect how well they do at school. It's going to affect their outlook on the world, their motivation. When you've got kids leaving school or leaving university, coming to the workplace, and you got kids who think, 3 or 4 years, I can afford my own place.
Yeah.
That's one thing. But if people are going 15 or 20 years before I can afford my own place, that's like too far. It's too long. And so that, again, your motivation is sapped before you even started. So if you fix the economy before you fix housing, you only worsen the affordability problem. You're going to worsen the income inequality. If you don't have enough,
how do you do that? How does that work? Sorry, I've got to ask. When we talk about fix the economy,
if there's income growth,
mm-hmm.
So the people who are earning above average are the only people who can afford to buy a house, and everyone else still can't afford to buy a house.
Mm-hmm.
You fix nothing. You've still got the same problem I just outlined. You've got demotivated kids, demotivated parents, demotivated workers, low productivity workers. You've got envy and jealousy and resentment, and you've just got what we've got now. It just gets worse.
Okay.
Right? So you need to start with the environment where you are raising and growing your future producers. And so this comes down to schools as well, right? It's the state of mind and the mental health of parents, which I think is probably at an all-time low in my lifetime. You've got the state of mind of teenagers. It's well documented that there are now record levels of mental health problems to teenagers. And then you see we've got record levels of child poverty, children living in official poverty. They're not going to have the same life chances. They're not going to have the same, they've set off on a road that's not a road to happiness. And yes, you'll get a few of those remarkable people who will climb out of any pit of despair because they've just got that determination. My other half is like that. She's amazing, right? Is one of the things I admire most about her is that she came from a very difficult, extreme poverty background. Didn't get any, didn't finish school, but just was going to get out of there, mm-hmm. and was going to find, was going to find a way out and up. Even though when her family, she wanted to leave where she grew up, her family all got pissed off with her. Why are you leaving here for? Well, do you think you're better than us? All that kind of stuff she got.
Yeah. I bet that.
and so you'll always get a few of those people, but a lot of other people that don't have that determination, they just end up going, this is too hard. This is just too hard. What's the fucking point? Mm-hmm. And that's the sense that I get from the population a lot at the moment. Is that it's too, you're working too hard. I get followers on this channel coming to me saying, we're parents with kids, we're both working full time, we never see our kids, and we can't make ends meet.
I know it's awful. I mean, it's what an indictment that is. It's just disastrous. But I still think that if you fix the economy, and when I talk about fixing the economy, I will be very specific about that. In order that people can buy a home, have better wages, have better disposable incomes, and have better life chances. So there's not much you said there, Charlie, that I would disagree with. I just think that the prime mover would be to fix the economy. And this is kind of lefty, that I'm going to say now, that we have to tax the extremely wealthy. Now, I don't mean people that earn £100,000, and I don't mean people that earn £250,000. I mean extreme wealth, so kind of 10 million, 20 million plus. And when I say earn, they don't earn that, they have that, and then they earn.
Okay, so that's wealth tax. That's different. Okay, that's not income tax. You're talking about wealth tax.
No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not talking about income tax. Yeah, I'm not talking about taxing people that work. I'm talking about taxing what exists. Now, this seems to get a bad press, and I don't understand why. So the half-year results out for the half-year results were out for the S&P 500. For your followers that don't know what the S&P 500 is, I'm sure most of them do, but for those that don't, it's essentially an index. It tracks the most valuable 500 companies in the US and their stock price, growth, etc. Now, the half-yearly results were about 15% up. And that's half yearly. So if you'd put £100 in, you'd have £115 by now. And the rest of the year, they're expecting it to be another 10%. Now, people often underestimate the growth. If you actually look at all the predictions that go back for the rest of, prior to this year, in terms of where we would be by now, 95% of them were wrong. They all underestimated where it would be. So the S&P 500 has outperformed everyone's expectations, and it's going to, well, the expectation is it will continue to do that. So with that in mind, if you think that someone has £10 million, let's say, they've just made £1.5 million. They've just seen, in half a year, they've seen their net worth increase by £1.5 million. So if you had a wealth tax of 1% on that uplift, they would still be richer than they were last year, still be richer than most people that they know, and they would still be growing their wealth towards the end of this year. It would make virtually no difference whatsoever to their lives, to their families' lives, to anyone else's lives. But it would have a huge impact on the ability of the country they are living in, whether that's the UK, whether it's US or Australia, wherever it might be, in order to fund public services. Now, it's a weird kind of setup where we're kind of always conditioned to go, tax is bad. And to a certain extent, tax is bad because it's meant to disincentivize things. Alcohol tax, tobacco tax, sugar tax, whatever that tax might be, etc. So it is, tax should be designed to disincentivize things. That's the reason we give tax breaks to pensions. We want to encourage people to save for the pension. Then we give a tax break. But in the environs of the super rich, and I don't even class 10 million now as super rich, but if I was sitting on a wealth of £10 million and I'd seen my growth, the growth of my wealth go up by a couple of £1 million, would I mind paying 120 grand extra in tax to live in a country that has a functioning democracy, an educated an able workforce, a welfare net that stops people from falling below the line at which they can actually live. No, I wouldn't personally. 120 grand if you've made a couple of million quid in a year from doing nothing. This is unearned income. This is income from dividends, etc., from stock growth.
So what's the pushback that you get when you espouse this on social media? What are the, because I mean the first thing here is that the top 1% pay 30% of all tax or something like that.
But that's distorted. It's the top 1% of income payers pay all tax.
Right.
So it's the top 1% of income payers because people that are well off don't pay tax because they can organise the tax affairs where they don't have to pay tax. Or, for example, if I've got £10 million in the S&P 500 and it grows over the last 5 years by 50%, and I've now got £50 million, unless I realise a share of those, unless I sell some of those shares, I don't pay tax, in which case I pay capital gains tax. And capital gains tax, of course, is less than income tax. So you can have a situation where people's wealth can grow over time because they don't need to sell it. It grows over time, they get compound interest, all the rest of it. And when they do sell some of those shares, then, of course, they pay a lower rate of tax. So I think it's an educational piece, in all honesty, because I think people don't understand the tax system because it's particularly the UK tax system is inordinately complex and ridiculous.
Yeah.
The pushback tends to be it's like you just want to tax people that are doing well. Well, no, it's not about doing well. You can do well and you can still pay in.
So I sit somewhere in the middle of this. I don't think, because what we know happens is if the super wealthy will not live in a place that they pay higher tax than they need to, they'll go live somewhere else. And when they do that, the country loses not just the tax that they're paying, but the money that they'll be spending while they're here.
Yeah, you see, I think that's
I mean, this is a fact. We know this happened. There are tax exiles.
No, I think that's a bit of a trope, to be honest. Because actually, if that was the case, why doesn't everyone live in the Cayman Islands or Monaco? And of course, a lot of rich people do live in Monaco. But for example,
I know them. I know some of these guys, and they do.
Yeah. So, for example, why doesn't the Duke of Westminster live somewhere else? Why doesn't a number of billionaires
because his assets? He can live somewhere else, but he can't take his assets with him because they're on property.
Yes, quite. But nevertheless, there are billions and trillions actually worth of assets that are in the UK that are what you class as hard assets, i.e., property or land.
Yeah.
And let me reframe this. Everything that produces an income has a postcode. Whether it's a digital course, it is registered somewhere. So if you tax the hard assets, you pretty much eliminate the problem. Even Adam Smith, the father of kind of classical economics, said that land tax was a peculiarly good tax because land is what.
Land value tax. That's different.
But and the reason I come back to this is because everything is based somewhere. So, for example, if you own a football club, if you own, as the Duke of Westminster does, huge swathes of London, assets exist somewhere, and even digital assets exist somewhere because there's a server, etc. So this idea that it's just in the cloud, well, the cloud doesn't really exist, does it? It's just a server somewhere.
No, well, it's distributed. That's the point, actually, because I use it. I use the cloud, and it's in multiple continents. So, and one of the reasons that I've done this, like with Best Agent, because I know from experience to expect both legal and technical attacks when you start to make it an impact. You can literally create it in a way that it doesn't exist. which I've done. I've needed to do that for best agents. So it's not a file. If it's a file stored on a file server, then yes. But if it's just, NFTs are just code, aren't they?
Fine, but that code exists somewhere, as in it's registered, presumably, as in a company. I'm talking about a company. A company is registered somewhere.
Companies are registered somewhere, yeah.
And they presumably make, so even though the cloud may be distributed across the globe, the company is registered somewhere.
The company is, but the company, so you can rent servers anywhere in the world. You don't own them.
Yeah.
And it's, they're secure. No one can access them. And you can do whatever you want on those servers. And no one knows. It's.
Yeah, but what I'm talking about, but the profit lands somewhere.
Nah. You see, I have a company in Portugal and a company here. I have work done there, work done here. I've got servers in other places. And honestly, the whole technology world has been a decade or 2 decades ahead of government attacks.
Oh,
and
yeah.
It's a GDPR, for example. I'm very detailed knowledge of GDPR law, but the data sharing that goes on between Google and other companies like that is just completely beyond that law, and it's an utter piss take. It's like
no. I agree with you. Yeah, well, we're completely behind. It's that whole thing of we've got mammalian brains, medieval institutions of godlike technology, isn't it? It's that whole thing. But the fundamental point is that you could tax hard assets. You could have a tax on hard assets and the income that people make from their wealth. And I think if you did that, you could rebalance the economy in favour of people that work for their income. I've never really understood this from being a young child. Why someone would make money from not doing anything and pay less tax than someone that makes money from doing something.
Yeah.
That just seems like when you think about it, when you boil it down into its most basic terms, that doesn't make sense.
No, I agree with that. I do agree with that. The thing is that you've got take farmers for example. They own a lot of land. They earn very little. A land value tax would destroy them.
But it's on the productive value of the land. So, for example, there will be farmers that would maybe suffer, and it's not a perfect situation. I'm not going to come up with Das Kapital on a live stream, of course, but there is an awful lot of land that is woefully underdeveloped. It could be, and I think this is the thing that people miss about land value taxes. I think most people often think about it in terms of housing. I don't think about it in that way. So I think most people think, okay, well, we've got this we've got this land, and if I'm going to be taxed on it, I'll sell it and people can build houses. No. I think what you'd actually find is that we've got this land and people can build businesses on it. Because, of course, if you've got, let's say you own a great big financial institution in the City of London, the value of that land that it sits on is going to be enormous. But actually, if you move that place from, say, London to, I don't know, Leeds or Wales or, Teesside, then actually it's not about building houses. We can take our business and we can drop it there. And yes, the value of that land that where we drop it is going to increase, but not by the much. And so you could spread wealth across the country relatively quickly with a land value tax, not to do with building houses, but to do with spreading the concentration of GDP that is concentrated in London. And that would enable people to have higher wages in areas where they weren't where they weren't used to them, and of course where houses are currently cheaper. Of course, house prices would rise in those areas, but they would fall in London, and then you have a much more balanced economy. That's what I would like to see, because actually the UK is one of the most, in terms of wealth inequality, one of the most geographically split in Europe. It's crazy. Everything is in London, and then we just throw out stuff to the rest of the UK. It's crazy. And it's the same in Belgium and France and Spain.
Sorry, Lewis, just go back to the original point, though. So, why do you think if the economy is fixed, it fixes housing? That was where we started with this, and I haven't heard the answer to that.
Okay, sorry. So essentially, if you tax wealth and if you tax land, then it does two things. It arrests inflation, because inflation is predominantly driven by wealthier people having more cash to spend on stuff, which pushes prices up. So it would arrest inflation. Secondly, it would mean that as higher paying jobs come out of London and are spread more equally across the country, people have access to better wages. That would drive infrastructure spending from the government. And generally, anything that the government spends, as long as it's a positive net return, is increasing GDP. And therefore, people with higher wages and better infrastructure will be able to buy a home at a lower LTI flow, so loan to income. And therefore, I think if you've got more geographically distributed wealth, effectively the housing market would fix itself, because yes, house prices
People
would
just go where the
rise in
jobs are.
areas. Is what, sorry?
People go where the jobs are. That's the problem, is that
Well, exactly. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. If you implement the land value tax and the wealth tax, then the jobs would distribute across the country rather than being concentrated in a square mile.
I don't understand how that would work, because employers are they tend to all cluster together.
Well, certain employees do, yes, of course. But for example, let's say you would pay, if there was a 1% land tax, let's say you would pay in London £10 million. And let's say that in Yorkshire, that land tax might cost you £500,000. So if your company could make an extra £9.5 million just by moving its headquarters from London to York, for example, you're saving cash. All those jobs move to York. People in York have got better incomes. They can buy homes, etc. Everyone in York benefits, because, of course, that income that is then being pooled in York is distributed amongst the local economy. The local economy grows. They've got more pounds in the pocket. They spend more, etc. Blah blah blah. Upward spiral. Happy days.
You'd have to be able to find the same staff in York that you find in London.
Yes, and I think this is the problem that we have. Is that we assume that they don't exist. But the reality is that they do exist, but they don't have the opportunity to have those jobs. So for example, I could do my job in London. I could do my job in London quite easily, and I do obviously arrange mortgages for people in London all the time. So I can do my job in London without a doubt. Because of,
drink, by the way.
Good shout, Hazy Jane. Yeah, nice. So I could do my job in London. Now think how many mortgage brokerages exist in London. I mean, there's one on every corner, pretty much. And in the main, not all, in the main, a lot of them are subpar. They are. For the simple reason that they've had it so easy for the last kind of 7-8 years that someone's going to walk in and go, I want to borrow £650,000, blah, 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 away you go. So if you have a situation where an employee goes, well, do you know what, we're going to be paying £10 million or £50 million in land value tax here. We can move to York. Do you really think that the people in York aren't able to do those jobs? Or do you think, or is it, or here's the thing, what about the people that are currently working those jobs, that are renting those houses in London, paying extortionate rents, are going to go, fabulous, I can move to York. I can be 25 minutes from the seaside. I can be 5 minutes from the countryside. I can be in all these lovely, quaint country pubs. I can be, and I don't have to flog myself to death to pay £2,000 to a landlord that shouldn't care if I live or die. And I can buy a home. Do you think they're really not going to move? And do you think that when they do move, that the economy of York wouldn't go, there's a lot of people here that like sushi. Let's have a sushi bar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Look, and that happens. I've seen that happen in the time I've lived in London, it was a long time, I've seen parts of London that were pretty much close to being slums, but are now absolutely buzzing, thrumming hives of small businesses, bars, shops, offices, live music venues, and the problem is, I've seen it happen just as you describe it, but that's because it's a sort of natural expansion of that hub that's London, and the people keep trying to do what you're suggesting. It's been done with some success actually in Wales. People, massive tax breaks to companies to go and put things in Wales, but ultimately, when ambitious youngsters who are growing up in remote locations or provincial places, ambitious people at the moment, where do you go? Go to London.
Yeah, of course. No, definitely.
Not just the diversity of jobs and employment opportunities, but also the people, the culture. That it's like such a fun place to go. Unfortunately, it's like gravity. Like the more people that go there, the more people want to go there. But I think you're seeing the same happening in Manchester now. I mean, I haven't been there for a long time, but from what I can see and what I can hear, Manchester is really sort of growing.
Exactly. Manchester. So one of my best mates lives in Manchester, well, just outside Manchester, in a place called Mottram. And you're right. There's huge development there. A lot of it is investment from what I can gather from what he's told me is from Chinese companies. But it's a second city. But this is what I'm trying to say. If we can find a way to distribute wealth more equally. When I say more equally, I don't mean taxing people and giving it to other people. I mean by distributing jobs across the country, and then by doing that, we can have a much more equalised society. And again, when I say equalised, I don't mean socialism. I don't mean Marxism. I'm just talking about, I wouldn't. Okay, so I do this job that I do. I could live in London, and I get a proportion of my business, a significant proportion of my business from London. I could live in London. I wouldn't, because I could walk out my front door and 3 minutes time I'm in a forest. I wouldn't choose to live in London.
Yeah. But you're not 23 anymore.
Well, no, that's true. That's true.
We got some. I just want to include.
Charlie. Cheers,
Lewis. I want to include some of the people who are here chatting and commenting about this. Right. Uba Bika says we need to rid our economy of service jobs. That's how you improve the economy. Now, it's an interesting point because I agree that an economy where you make stuff is definitely a better economy and longer term economy. But Mike Dennington makes the point: wages are too high in Western countries for a manufacturing base to be resurrected. Hence, I could support from China. And also, educated youngsters don't aspire to manufacturing jobs. They aspire to service jobs, and that's a problem. You're not going to go backwards. I mean, I noticed in America, just from stuff I see on YouTube, that there's actually been a bit of a resurgence of youngsters starting up small craft businesses, handmade leather goods, handmade high-end quality luggage, that kind of stuff, which is wicked. I think that's awesome. That's people making bespoke stuff and making a living doing it. They're never going to get rich, but they're making a good living, actually making nice stuff and selling it, and it's got their name on it. And we need more of that here. I definitely think we need more of that here. But the trouble is that it's incredibly, I mean, my daughter's 8, nearly 9. She's at the moment, one of the things she's just chosen to do is she loves sewing stuff. She just taught herself how to do it. But you want to start buying the materials for her to make stuff, and
so
you can't compete with the manufacturers that's coming from abroad. You just can't.
Sure. So this comes back to the energy piece. Because we've got a low margin. The reason we've got a low margin economy is because we've got such high energy prices. If we can fix the energy problem, then we can grow manufacturing. And I agree with you. Yeah, service jobs aren't the be all and end all. Although financial services does overwhelmingly produce the majority of tax income for the country. It does. We may not like that, but it does. But we need to fix the energy piece.
We do, and if we can do that, I mean, I just get the feeling that there are dark forces at play in the whole energy, the entire energy
I agree, yeah. So Mike Dennington, no, I'm not a communist, no. I'm simply saying that I think we should, I think we'd all be better off if rather than everything being concentrated, rather than everything being concentrated in one city in the southeast, if that was spread across the country, and I think that would be beneficial to all of us. So no, I'm not going down the communist route. It's more a case of if we can have, for example, more Manchesters. And more
look, Comrade Lewis, you've got to look at any country around the world. The whole city phenomenon, it happens, it occurs naturally everywhere.
Well, no, but it doesn't. It occurs where the infrastructure is correct. So which is one of the reasons why we need huge infrastructure investment, but also we can't have huge infrastructure investment until we fix the energy piece. That's the thing. It comes down to energy, which is why I mean, and this is why I was surprised to find myself saying about Nigel Farage, when he was talking, I think it was on Question Time, it was last week, about we're not going to decarbonise the energy grid anytime soon. That's true.
Yeah.
And actually, the way forward is SMRs, small modular reactors or micro reactors, where you can have very cheap, very safe energy, and remove the reliance on fossil fuels. So you take out all those spikes of energy that allows people to plan over multiple years and decades in some circumstances, especially with small modular reactors. So you can deliver infrastructure projects. So you can actually have arc furnaces in Port Talbot that aren't, etc. So you can grow the industrial base. So you can grow manufacturing.
See, one of the things I have, and actually in our industry course, the ultimate owners of businesses and the motivations of the owners of businesses is a really important consideration in an industry where you have very big players. And in the housing industry, several of the biggest players are Rightmove, Zoopla, and On the Market. Mm-hmm. All three, Zoopla and On the Market, are owned 100% by American private equity funds.
Yeah.
And Rightmove's, although it's listed on the stock exchange, it's predominantly controlled by American hedge funds. That I don't find to be in the best interests of the stakeholders, the users, the customers. And given the importance of a company like Rightmove to society because of social mobility in the housing market, it's the kind of thing that, you want to be careful because you do want to have a free market, but you also, where there's a marketplace which is so impactful on people's economy and livelihoods and life chances, you don't want ultimate beneficial owners of businesses that are influential in that market being people who have no interest in the housing market here whatsoever. They just don't care. It doesn't even occur to them, right? The controllers of Zoopla and On the Market, this is not anything against the staff who work there.
Yeah.
I know, so for example, the staff at Zoopla, they do care. They actually care about the agents, they care about movers, but they are completely hamstrung by what their rich American overlords want them to do. That's it. And Zoopla is one of a portfolio of, I think, between 50 and 100 companies that the owners own.
Oh yeah, massively. So Home Track, which is owned by ZPG, is one of the main pieces of tech the mortgage lenders use to establish automated valuation model. So it's not just within, for example, that type of stuff. It's endemic now within lenders because lenders want reliable automated valuations, and that's provided by Home Track in the main, not exclusively, but in the main. And so that's again a subsidiary. Home Track is a subsidiary of ZPG. Mm-hmm. So you're right in that respect. They get the kind of tentacles into one place and it spreads throughout the ecosystem. But
interesting comment from Craig Wood here. We've allowed the over 60s and NIMBYs to stop the rest of the country progressing.
I'd agree with that. I think.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
It's funny though, because you'd think that the over 60s would care about their kids and their grandkids' prospects. And it's like they're in denial about how their choices are directly impacting. I think it's that whole thing of collective responsibility. They don't, no one person or one family thinks that their choices or decisions are going to impact anyone else. And you're right, as a single, but as a demographic, they're all doing the same thing. They are a massive barrier.
I think we've got a bigger issue here. In terms, you use the words collective responsibility. So, whilst I'm not a Marxist or a communist, despite what some of the comments may say, but
I'm not a Marxist, but
yeah, exactly, yeah, but yeah, get the red flag up. We can't have it both ways. So, if we want to be kind of collectively, as a country, better off, there are certain things we're going to have to do that are going to disadvantage some people and advantage others. This idea of kind of collective healthcare, the NHS. I'm fortunate. I don't have to rely. If I get poorly, I don't have to rely on the NHS. I'm in a very fortunate position. But are we comfortable? We've kind of got to make a choice, haven't we? It's either every man for themselves, or we do it as a group. Now, I'm very comfortable with doing either. Genuinely, at this point, I'm comfortable with doing either. But it's this kind of like constellation between everyone wants it for themselves, but at some point they also want to club together, and that's the bit that's the bit that doesn't fit. And that's the bit that people won't seem to reconcile with themselves. That's how I feel.
I remembered what I wanted to pick a bone to pick. You don't think I'm politically neutral?
No, you're not politically neutral.
I fucking am.
No, you're not.
I am.
Look, no, you're not. You're Hawaii Five-0. You're Hawaii Five-0. You're drinking punk. You're reformed up to the tits.
There is no political party that represents me. Doesn't exist. Honestly, right-wingers think I'm left-wing. Left-wingers think I'm right-wing. Centrists think I'm a radical. And radicals think I'm a centrist. I mean, it's like, because I'm neutral, that doesn't fit into anyone's fucking pigeonhole. Where do we put, oh, that must mean he's that. And it's my whole life has been. It's not just in politics either. It's in lots of stuff. I have contradictory views that actually go, well, it's this and that. It's both. It's this. It's and so when you are neutral in politics, you piss everyone off. Left wing, right wing, everything else.
Then you're just a centrist.
I've got to. No, I'm not.
If you piss everyone off,
I'm not a fucking centrist. Centrism is the problem now.
So if you know what you're not, then you know what you are, because it has to be in relation to something else.
It's not a zero-sum game like that. Yeah. So I don't know if you watched the live stream when I described this, but I did politics A-level. And after I got expelled from school, and I was in a private tutorial in Brighton, and I had to go around to the house of this bloke, and he was an aspiring rock musician who was also a politics teacher. And he taught politics to pay his bills. And he lived in this terraced house in Brighton, and I think it was rented. And I used to arrive there. I was 17, and we'd go up to his attic, and his attic was just bare floorboards. He had a fireplace there, and these two wing-back leather armchairs, all tatty. It was, and there was just ashtrays full of fag butts and beer cans and coffee, and he had even a little stove up there, so you didn't have to go up and downstairs. And we used to sit there for hours just talking. He would just sit there smoking his Marlboro Reds, drinking his black coffee if he wasn't drinking, depending on what time of day it was. And after a whole course with him, and I got my politics A-level, I could never pin down what his politics were. And what he taught me was, if you end up like being a paid up member of any one party, you kind of miss the point of politics, because the whole point of politics is to improve the quality of life for the population of the country. It's the people choosing who governs them. It's government by the people, right? That's what democracy is. And as the comments have livened up, here we are.
Yeah, there we go.
And he said, you've missed the whole point of politics if you ever take a side. No, and he means as in become I am a Tory, I am a Labour, I am a this, I am a that. He said you've missed the point. The point is, every time there's an election, you should be objectively observing everyone, impartially observing everyone. And if you can't do that, you're not contributing anything if you can't do it impartially. And since the age of 17, I have been politically neutral, and that's why I've voted differently in every single election. And also, what I said earlier before you joined the call, which is the best bit of political advice I ever heard about who to vote for, was if your life's not okay, vote for the person that you or the party that you think will make it better. And if your life is okay, vote for the party that will make other people's lives better.
I'd agree with that.
I've never known a situation where that didn't apply. Like, if you're really struggling and your life is shit, you should vote for the people that you think are going to make your life better. That makes sense. But if you are okay, you should vote for people that are going to make other people's lives better. And that's different depending on the election, on what's happening in the economy, whether we're at war or not, whether we're on the up or on the down, or who the people are. And it's not just the parties and the policies, but it's the people as well. For example, my beef with Labour is not Labour and its policies, it's Starmer. I'm not anti-Labour. I'm anti-a Starmer-led government.
Why?
And so I have voted. I did a postal vote, and at the end of this live stream, I'm going to reveal what it was. It wasn't Labour and it wasn't Tory, but other than that, I'm not going to reveal it yet. But I can tell you that when I sat there with my ballot going, I had to give it some real thought where I put my X. It was not obvious. It was not obvious. And when I reveal it, I'll explain what it was and why. But I can assure you, with absolutely not a tiny squeak of doubt in my mind, that I'm politically neutral. Do I welcome the disruption to the status quo being caused by the surge of reform? Yes, I do. Does that make me a supporter of reform? No, it doesn't. Absolutely not. Right? The two things are very, very different. I welcome, because going back a couple of years in my videos, I've always said, as long as we start with Tory and Labour, the housing market's fucked.
That may be the case, but to be fair, Charlie, obviously we're mates. We've been mates for a couple of years now. A lot of your tweets, and I know obviously that's not the whole you, but they do seem predominantly in favour of reform. Now, maybe not as a political project, but they do seem in favour of their stats. Now, I get it if it's in terms of, because it throws everything up in the air and you kind of go, okay, we're going to mix it up a bit.
I am excited at the impact that reform is making. That does not make me a reform supporter.
No, I get that, but does it not? Are you not worried by the impact they're making in terms of how far the country has gone down? I don't want to say a rabbit hole, but that type of thing. In terms of thinking that is the answer.
What is the answer? I don't think.
Well, so for example, people that want to vote reform, and I get why they do, because they're sick of the status quo. They're sick of being told that it's raining when people are pissing on the toe caps. I get that 100%. I get that they're pissed off with stagnant wages, with unaffordable house prices, with low-paying jobs, with the inability of their children to get a good education or start a family. I get that. But does anyone seriously think that they would fix things? But I don't think. I mean,
I don't think that's why people are voting for them. I think people are voting for them because they don't feel anyone else represents those worries that you just outlined. right? They're not ready for government. They're not about to govern anything. But the whole point of politics is not just who's in government, it's who's in opposition. The opposition has a very active role to play in what happens in the government, and they get to vote. And depending on the balance of seats, the opposition can actually stop things going through Parliament. So, when you think about, I don't know everything about them, but there's the few things that they've mentioned that I thought were straight away quite good. I think they said they're going to take 20p off fuel duty. Now, I actually said a while ago, if I was the new Chancellor, I would scrap fuel duty, completely scrap it. It's an energy cost, and when you take fuel duty away, it disproportionately benefits the poorest. Right?
Yes, I'd agree with that. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Yeah.
So that's something that they said they'd take 20p off fuel duty. They said they'd scrap income tax below 20,000. Right, like there's nothing. That's a straightforward economic decision to make.
Sure, but hang on.
And why they've done it? Not just to put more money in the pockets of the low earners, but because they have rightly called out the fact that at the moment the universal credit makes it not worth working. It makes it not worth working.
I get that. But what happens?
All of these are, and the energy, the carbon energy comment you were talking about earlier. All of these things are stack up ideas, right? None of these are even politically controversial.
No, I get that.
But they're being dismissed as a bunch of just sort of swivel-eyed loonies again, is what they were called.
For the simple reason that it would blow up the economy. Because if you're going to cut those level of tax, if you're going to cut that amount of tax from the receipts that are going to come in, then of course there's going to be a deficit. And it's where that deficit will be made up from.
Well, hang on, is there going to be a deficit, or does that money go into the economy another way? Because what I think is that if you are someone who's up against it, right? Someone whose monthly budget has got nothing left at the end of every month, okay? And suddenly your monthly fuel bill drops by 100 quid. You're not going to save that. That 100 quid is going to go elsewhere.
Exactly, you're going to spend it, so that's going to push inflation up.
No.
Yes, because you've got more people with £100 in the pocket, they're going to spend it. And therefore, there's the same amount of goods.
No, because these people on that breadline, they're going to be paying down debt. I'm talking about people that are right on the poverty line. So, it's not going to make a big enough difference to other people, but it disproportionately helps the poorest. And also,
I get it would
it helps employers.
I get that. I get it would do that, but it
stimulates the jobs market, which stimulates tax receipts.
No.
More people going into work. Sorry, Lewis, if more people go into work because it pays, that takes them off the universal credit bill, which the taxpayer pays, and it means they start to become productive, contributing to the country and to the tax.
I get all that. But the reality is that if you increase spending power without increasing real resources, you will push up inflation. So if everyone has an extra £100 in their pocket, and bear in mind that would be disproportionate across the income spectrum, because it would be £100 for poor people and maybe £1,000, £1,500, £2,000 for wealthy people. If you increase the money that's in people's pockets and you don't increase the real resources, you've got the same amount of real resources by being chased by more money. You will devalue the currency and you'll push up inflation, and the bond market will fucking collapse.
No,
that's what will happen.
So when you take people who can't make ends meet and you allow them to make ends meet and you allow them to go to work because it pays, none of that's inflationary.
No. In an isolation, it wouldn't be. No, you're right. In an isolation, it wouldn't be. If you've got someone that's earning £10,000 and they're paying £5,000 in tax and they've got £5,000 to spend, in a vacuum, if you took away that tax burden and gave them more money, yes, they were better off. That's true. But in a national economy, if you do that, those people will have more money to spend. And as I say, when you're cutting that level of taxation, for example, where you're changing the income tax banding, that will disproportionately affect, yes, it will, as a percentage, increase the lowest earners' income as a percentage, yes. But in terms of pounds and pence, it will benefit the wealthiest. In terms of pounds and pence, in actual pounds and pence figures. Wow. For the simple reason, if you increase
You reduce the universal credit bill. That helps taxpayers.
Of course. I'm not suggesting that there wouldn't be offsets. Of course, there would be offsets. Nevertheless, you'd get a curve like that. So the very wealthiest would probably dip a little bit, but you'd have this big bit in the middle where the kind of middle class and the upper middle class, I suppose, anyone over kind of £80,000 a year would probably be better off in terms, not percentage wise, in terms of pounds and pence. And the thing is that a tin of beans isn't based upon percentages. It's based on pounds and pence. So if you do that, you flood the economy with extra purchasing power, but without additional resources. If you do that without any kind of supply side issue, without any kind of supply side reform, you will just massively increase inflation. That's what
I have to disagree with you.
That's what Liz Truss tried to do, and it would be Liz Truss on MDMA.
Right? No. I honestly disagree with you because, and I want to answer this point here because Craig Wood is making the point as well. The fuel duty argument is nonsense. The fuel duty impacts small businesses disproportionately, right? If you are a business running vans, cars, anything like that, if you're a tradesperson and you're on the road, your fuel bill is horrible, right?
Yes.
And for businesses that are running fuel bills, if your fuel bill gets reduced, you're not just going to make more profit, you're going to be able to hire more people. I absolutely guarantee this, right? If you cut fuel duty, for small businesses, it would make the difference between those businesses, some of them surviving and closing, and for the ones that are doing okay, they'll be able to, they will. I know the economics of small businesses. I've run many small businesses myself, logistical ones as well, not just software ones. And fuel is another energy cost. And the costs of energy are what make or break economies. And so if you reduce the cost of energy and travel, and if people can travel more easily because fuel duty is reduced.
I agree, Charlie, hang on.
It's not inflationary.
We're looking at this from two different sides of the coin. I'm talking about reducing the cost of energy through cheaper energy costs. You're looking at cheaper energy through reducing taxation. If there are whilst they seem the same, they're not. You can't just go cutting out. Look, I would love people on the lowest incomes to have more money in the pocket. Absolutely, of course I would, without a doubt, because I'd make more money for a start. More people would buy houses, but I cannot see a way that policy, that manifesto or contract, as they call it, could ever be implemented without a massive overreaction from the bond market, and they do tend to overreact and then calm down a bit. But I think it would be crippling. No, it
wouldn't. They've actually, they also explained how it would work. They'd stop paying interest on quantitative easing money, right?
Right. So hang on.
That's something that's done in many other countries. So that's not a radical idea, right?
No. That's not something that's done in many. It's done to an extent.
They would stop paying banks interest on.
No. You could do it for probably 1 to 4% of kind of those kind of tiered interest rates.
35 billion.
You couldn't do it. You could not do it across the entire banking industry. You would send interest rates to zero. That couldn't possibly work.
No, because it's only on a very specific type of deposit.
No, I know. But what I'm saying is that in terms of where that is in place, we're talking about 1 or 2 or 3 or 4% of kind of central bank deposits. We're not talking about the entirety of central bank deposits. It's a minute. It's a tiny.
Yeah, but it's quantified. It's 35 billion.
No. It's 35 billion for the entirety of the central bank deposits.
No, it's not.
No,
it was 35 billion savings. It was 35 billion direct savings from this policy.
No, it's 35 billion savings. If they got rid of all of it, they can't get rid of it. It would force interest rates to zero.
The cost of their income tax pledge was, I think, 50 billion. But what was, by the way, never mind the 0 to up to 20 grand threshold, it's the raising the higher rate, the 40p tax rate to 70 grand. The threshold 70 grand. That's very, very clever. That's really clever. If they, I mean, they're not going to be any in power, but I mean, that is a really, really smart move, I think.
Now, I've got to bring you back to this kind of central bank reserve rate stuff. There's no way that you could stop paying interest on all. So in terms of the tier reserves, you can't stop paying interest on all the tier reserves. It just wouldn't work. You would force interest rates. Effectively, the interest rate would be zero forever. Well, there's no country in the world that does that. We're talking about probably 3 to 4% of central interest bank kind of holdings that would do that. So you could do it, and there would be a saving. You could do it, and there would be a saving, but it was nowhere near the £35 billion mark. Nowhere near it. It would absolutely collapse interest rates, and then if you collapse interest rates, we would be in a worse position than when we were in 2020, and we saw what the outcome of that was.
Why would it collapse interest rates?
Because basically because you've collapsed interest rates, because no one's getting a return on the money. If the banks can't get a return on their money, then effectively...
No, but you've missed the point, Lewis. It's not their money. It's QE money.
No, it's not. It's not QE money when it's in the system. It's QE money at the start, but once it goes into the system, it's just money. It's just money once it goes in. So it is. It's, if you go, let's turn the printer on.
So do you know? So QE is the Bank of England buying bonds.
Yes, but what my point is that the reason we have free bank accounts in the UK is because the banks can arbitrage between what they're getting at the central bank and what they're making on mortgages, etc. That's why we can have free bank accounts.
Yeah.
If you collapse that mechanism within the central bank, then you're not going to be in a net better off position, but interest rates are going to be on the floor. It would be catastrophic.
You mean savers rates?
No. I mean, so I'm talking, for example, the vast majority of people in the UK pay nothing for the bank account or a nominal amount. Yeah. If there were no other factors behind that, we couldn't have a banking system, because banks can't run bank accounts for free, which they do predominantly, or at a loss.
The banks,
the only way they can do that is by holding central bank reserves and then balancing that through the system. The real rate of mortgages is not even... Most mortgage lenders run on a loss.
No, I know. I remember. So my first job in the city was trading short sterling futures. So literally trading Bank of England interest rate futures. And it was fascinating. It was absolutely fascinating to see how the whole thing worked. But we go round in circles. We need to go and dig this out, look it up, find out exactly. Because I don't think you're right. You might be right, I might be wrong, but I don't think you are. But this is a bit of a rabbit hole. I wanted to come back and just not lose people who are watching. So, guys, does anyone have any questions for Lewis? By the way, anyone got any questions for Lewis? Because I'm sure you.
5-year fixed 12%.
What's that?
5-year fixed 12%. Get it while you can.
So you were saying a lot of lenders have been lowering their mortgage rates slightly this week.
Yes, marginally. It's coming down kind of in very, very small incremental steps, kind of 0.1s and 0.3s and 0.5s. When I say 0.5, I don't mean 0.5%. I mean kind of 5 basis points. Yeah. 5/100ths of a percent. So coming down in very small margins, but they are coming down. That said, there's a lag between. So you've got swap rates, which really dictate kind of where mortgage rates should be. And there's generally a couple of week lag, because effectively lenders buy their tranche of funding at this point, and then they lend it out. Then if swap rates change, they've still got this funding that they've got at that price, and therefore they don't have to move it. And then if swap rates rise, then of course they have to adjust. So there's generally kind of 2 to 3 week lag between swap rates and mortgage rates. So over the past couple of weeks, where we saw swap rates reduce a touch. We saw no change in mortgage rates. That's now happening now, but swap rates have kind of edged back up again. So the chances are that they could be unwound marginally over the next couple of weeks, depending on who wins the election, depending on what happens after that. It's all a bit kind of up in the air at the moment. But yeah, they've certainly eased off.
There's a lot of competition, isn't there, between lenders?
Yeah, there's a huge amount of competition, massive amount of competition. Yeah, huge amount.
Important question there on the screen.
How long did it take for crikey? I started growing it initially in 2018. To get to this length, it probably took me, 9 months, a year, so not that long. And then I just have it trimmed. Although I've not been to the barbers for quite some time. The reason I'm wearing a hat is because I've not been to the barbers because I'm growing my hair. And I just look like a tramp. I look like some kind of Northern Jesus throwback. So I do need to go to the barbers to get it all sorted out. But every time I intend to go, something kind of gets in the way. So that's how long.
I'm creeping up on 6 hours. And
you're doing well, Charlie, to be fair. You're doing well.
And that I'm actually feeling slightly encouraged by this. Like I'm through the 10% mark, or less than 9%. I'm down to 88% or whatever it might be now. And this is a long haul, but I'm definitely going to have to take a power nap at some point. But a 20-minute power nap, that's all it's going to be.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to keep going. And I'm just like, it's coming up at 3 o'clock in the morning, and we've still got 132 people watching.
That's crazy. 132 people.
132 people watching on YouTube. Wow. And more on X as well. Yeah. Hang on. Yeah, sorry, that's
so Cookie Monster asked, do I do Father Christmas appearances? No, I'm not that kind. Is the answer to that. And also Father Christmas with a communist, so
was he?
Probably. Someone would say that.
Adam Dewhurst says, Charlie, no way you're going to complete this 50 hours. I'm late 30s and it's near impossible these days. By the 24-hour mark, you'll start losing your mind. I very nearly joined the military.
Do you mind, just before you get into this, I'm just going to nip to the loo. I'll turn my camera off.
Cool.
Okay, I'll be 2 seconds.
All right. I very nearly, I actually spent time with regiments, and I remember being on exercise for several days without sleep. And I've done some very big road trips without sleep as well. And like, I will have power naps. But I at the moment, I am planning to see this through because it's important. Oh, Craig says, I've got to get to bed. Got a code review in 6 hours and stand up at 7. Good luck, Charlie. We'll catch you later. Thank you, Craig. Thanks a lot. Thanks for your contribution. Sleep well. I will be very jealous. Yeah, second wind. What's the plan? Waza FHD says, what's the plan if you fall asleep on the stream? Oh. I've got some eye drops somewhere. I'm going to need them in a minute. I'm not going to fall asleep on the stream. I might actually, because on the other, by the way, look, here's the other camera angle. All right, here's the other camera angle. I might fall asleep on that table. If I do fall asleep, it's going to be on that table, all right? So you guys can... So Lewis, yeah, I've got 2 cameras going, so I can go between my desk where I'm sitting down and that room where I'm standing up.
Okay.
And it's a kitchen, and I might sleep on that table with the camera on. Do the Big Brother thing where people watch you sleeping weirdly.
Just don't get morning wood in the middle of the night. Come on, let's be honest, that happens. We all know that happens.
Awkward boner. Dean Atkin asks, is the UK a good future option? I'm not quite sure exactly what the context of that is, but generally speaking, I don't think so, no. Cookie Monster says, Holland, at least they have proportional representation, at least, and some bulls.
That's true. That's true.
Lee M says, election called as they know inflation will rise again in the autumn, so this was their window as they had until January to call the election.
There's an element of truth to that because, of course, the energy price will increase. So unless services inflation comes down, so at the moment we've kind of got a disproportionate thing with energy that's keeping the CPI at 2%. But inflation, services inflation was sticky at kind of 5.7 or whatever it was. So we know that energy costs are going to rise. So if inflation doesn't come down to, God, I can't speak here. If services inflation doesn't come down to counteract that, then we could see inflation rise again in the autumn. I think that's pretty much nailed on. Where
I'll blame Labour for it.
Right? Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. They'll blame Labour for it, yeah, of course. But doesn't that go to show that in terms of, with regards to political parties, with the Conservatives saying we've battled inflation, we've brought it down, that an incoming government will have no choice as to where that inflation figure lands in the autumn, that they actually haven't brought it down because it's nothing to do with them, because it's mainly external factors.
So Dean Atkins says, with all the current housing issues and financial downturn, jobs, cost of living expected, what would be good advice for the future? I have a family, wife, 2 kids, and I'm not very optimistic about the future. I just think, just look at all your options. That's all I'd say. Just look at all the options that might be open to you. Could you travel somewhere else? Can you work remotely? If you were a kid, where would you want to go and grow up these days? I have similar thoughts myself. I've got 3 small kids now, and I've got dual nationality. I'm half Portuguese, and I've got family in Portugal. We can go there. I do love England. I love the UK. I do love it with all its problems, and all my family here as well. But I've also contemplated going elsewhere, especially to homeschool the kids, and so we've got the option of doing that. Rates will fall when the US Fed start cutting. Alex, what makes you think they're going to start cutting? Alex, I've got to ask the question because whenever I hear this, when they cut rates, and that statement sort of presupposes that they will definitely cut rates, but no one ever goes, well, what if they don't cut rates? Actually, Square Rise is saying interest rate prediction. I'm not making one. I'm still sticking to what I've said all year, which is with a very low degree of confidence, I'm guessing 1 25 basis point rate cut this year.
So I'll make a prediction, and I'm going to caveat it heavily, so it's worthless anyway. But I'd say we'll probably see 25 basis points, possibly November. If things go south after the election, which they could, we could see 50 basis points. But I think August is being priced out now. So at the start of the year, we all thought it would be kind of May.
3 rate cuts by June, I remember people saying in January.
Yeah.
3 rate cuts by June.
Yeah. 3 rate cuts by June, yeah. And then as the year progressed, we thought, okay, we're probably going to get a cut in May. And then it got pushed back to June, and then it was August, and now it's looking like it's September. In fact, there's a very good chance, to be fair, the way that things were looking, that it could have come in March, but it didn't. But I think it's important to note here that when people make predictions, they're basing a prediction on what's happening now, and that's not what's going to happen in the future. Yeah. So that doesn't make their predictions wrong, as in that's based on what the data is now, as in what else prediction could you make? What other prediction could you make? To be fair, there are handful of people. In fact, you interviewed one of them, Charlie, Anthony Codling.
Oh yeah.
That said it would peak at 5.25. It would stay there for about a year, then it would start to drift down.
Sorry, actually, two things. I wanted to answer this point first. Alex Browning says, do you agree with me that Sunak has bought his way into number 10? He's only been MP since 2015. That's a staggeringly fast rise to power. It was a staggeringly fast rise to power, but I don't think he bought his way in. He was part of the Young Leaders Accelerated Leadership Program in the WEF. It's just a fact, along with a few of the people like Trudeau and Jacinda Ardern. So, he was definitely on the fast track from a very early age. So I don't think he bought his way in. No, you honestly, you can't actually do that. You really can't. But he definitely has the wheels greased for him. Uber Bika says the dot plot, Charlie. So you're talking about the Fed. I don't know. I haven't seen the latest Fed dot plot. Are the Fed announcing the rates tomorrow? Did you say?
To be honest, I don't know. I'm very much in holiday mood, so I've not been.
So Uber Bika said there'll be one at least. So you're talking about the Fed, I'm assuming, if it's a dot plot. Nikki Nike always asks about the BRICS de-dollarization. I've yet to see how and why that's actually going to happen. The Brazil, India, China, Russia, South Africa, until they create a sort of another reserve currency of some kind. I mean, I know that they are definitely collaborating in defense against. I thought it was interesting. The Saudis said they're going to stop selling oil in dollars. Isn't that right?
I think on that, yeah, they did. I think on that point, I think sometimes we forget how deep the liquidity pool is of dollars. It's enormous. It's in terms of moving to the BRICS creating their own kind of payment system, which I'm sure it will come, but the size of and the depth of the liquidity pool for dollars is phenomenal. It's pretty much the entire global economy. So to destabilize that, you've got to go a long way.
Dean, you say you're heavily in debt due to negative equity. Can I ask how that came about? Was it a new build? Because if you're happy to share the information, it's always useful for people to know that it happens. Because I think a lot of young first-time buyers either haven't even heard of negative equity, they aren't aware of the risks, or they think, oh, what happened to me? And I think it's really, really helpful for people to realize, actually, no, it really does happen. Because negative equity means you owe more on your home than it is worth. So I'd love to ask you, especially, it must be horrible when you've got kids as well, really worrying. I'd love to ask you how that situation came about. When did you buy? If you're happy to share that, it'd be great. Kang says no rate cuts this year. Yeah, I'm not expecting any. Square Eye says Saudi stopping trade in dollars is a big deal. Yeah, I agree. Nikki Nike says they're working on their own reserve currency. I mean, once they've actually finished working on it and they've got one, then maybe, yeah, that would be the time to consider what impact it might have. But until then, it's a bit.
Can I just interject on that one, please?
Yeah, of course.
The whole thing of a reserve currency is that it's a reserve currency, i.e., you can't create a reserve currency. A reserve currency is created by everyone agreeing that that's what we're all going to use. So it doesn't. You can't create a reserve currency. It just becomes the default because everyone uses it.
Yeah, but if the BRICS guys do the same and they all agree, and then they are actually larger economies combined than the US one is.
They are, but still 40% of all global trade is denominated in dollars. You've got to go a long way to try and displace that. I'm not suggesting it can't be done, and I think it's probably on its way, and it will come at some point. I just think it's probably a far... In the same way that, when we talk about kind of all reserves, I can remember being a kid, and you probably can as well, Charlie. I mean, I know it's a long time ago, but But you can probably remember being a kid and being told we've got 25 years of oil left, 30 years of oil left.
Peak oil.
Yeah, peak oil. Yeah, peak oil was a thing. We're well past when peak oil happened, aren't we? And there's now even more oil than we thought, and I think it'll be probably the same kind of thing with alternative reserve currencies.
Okay. Dean's about to let us know how his negative equity happened. Well, I have been going nearly 3 hours on this stint, except for our 5-minute break.
6 hours, isn't it? It's coming up to 3 o'clock.
No. But just since, so I had a half an hour break between 11:30 and 12. Got a telling off from my missus for waking her up. She's got to travel, so they're all leaving tomorrow. I'll get in the house to myself tomorrow. They're leaving first in the morning, going to see family.
Okay.
She's got to drive across the country with 3 small children in the car. So when I woke her up, she was not impressed.
Whereabouts on holiday or?
No, not a holiday at all. Just for 2 days. Just basically until I finished.
Yeah. Okay.
Come home when I finished. But it's weird. I mean, if I can keep going, this live stream will not stop until the election has happened. I'll probably stop it before we know the results. Although I'm fascinated to see the exit polls as they come. I'm honestly, I'm more fascinated to see to see this election outcome than I have been for any election I can remember for a very long time.
Alex Browning asked the question: What subjects did Lewis study at A-level university if he went? So at A-level, I studied music. I studied maths and music technology. I was a bit of a music geek. There's no two ways about it. And at university, I read for a degree in philosophy at UCL, University College London. Although I didn't do that until I'd been in the forces. So I finished school, went to the armed forces, left the armed forces, then went to university.
Oh, sorry. What did you study at UCL?
Philosophy.
Okay. Matt Lockie says, what do you reckon will be the immediate effects of old Trumpy boy getting in? Because he's 6 points ahead in the polls today, isn't he? And he's got an official get out of jail free card from the Supreme Court.
Which is mental. That is absolutely mad. Let's be honest.
Well, so it's him and all presidents. All presidents, past and future. It's not just him that gets this right. It's like you cannot be prosecuted for a decision that you made in office.
Which is crazy, right?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's a bit like soldiers, being prosecuted for things that happen during war. It's like, do you want that to happen or not? And there's strong arguments.
No, I think there's a difference there, because if I'd been told when I was in the armed forces, if I'd been told to jump over a hill and shoot someone, I shot them because I got told to. Whereas I didn't make that decision to do that. Whereas if you're an American president, you're saying, okay, we're going to do this. There is a difference there. It's a tenuous one. I get that, but there is a difference.
I think the immediate effects, I reckon it's already priced in. I don't think there's going to be any immediate effect in terms of the markets. It's not going to be a shock, is it?
No.
Anyone with half an ounce can see that Biden might not even live long enough to see the election.
I mean, that was just disastrous. I mean, who would even put up someone that was in that kind of frame of mind? I know he's old. I know he's getting on. And as a kind little gentleman, I'm sure he's lovely. But Christ almighty, we don't want that running the biggest military power in the world. Jesus. I don't particularly want Trump running it, but Christ, if we're going to have someone running it, at least they should be compos mentis.
See you, Kang. Dinner time, power nap. Catch you later. What part? Because you're somewhere else as well, aren't you? I can't remember what part of the world you said they were in. 6 hours. I think I'm gonna I think I'm going to have to take a half an hour and have my first power nap.
Have your first power nap. Right, that's a good point for me. So I'm going to get going. I'm going to go and jump in bed, and then tomorrow I'm going to argue with Barclays, I think, and Halifax.
Well, guys, listen, I don't know. I'm not expecting anyone to still be here in half an hour when I've had a 20-minute nap and then tried to wake myself up with the coffee. But I hope some of you will still be there, because it'll be tough live streaming to nobody.
That's very true, yeah.
Oh, Dean's just answered. Bought in 2007, 100% mortgage. Lived there for 4 years, then bought a house due to wanting a family. Right. Okay, and so just rented out the flat due to not being able to get out of the mortgage. Flat mortgage and negative equity to the financial crash, because he bought in 2007, so he bought at the top.
That's such an unfortunate place to be as well.
Yeah.
The global financial crisis really did fuck up a lot of things for so many people that were outside of their control, and they weren't aware. And the talking heads were talking about it, and it's such a shitty position to be in. So,
paying the house mortgage and the flat rent just covered by mortgage, but not fees, insurances. Oof. Yeah, tough times. And as Square Eyes says, nice to have you on, Lewis. Happy Z's. I'm just going to dream of Z's. They're a distant thing.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to shoot off, but I generally wake quite early anyway. So even though it's, what was it now, 3:05, I'll still probably be up. Even though I've had a couple of beers, I'll still be up at 7. So I tell you what, if you're still going for it, I'll jump on when I get up.
I'll be here,
and I'll eat some porridge with some blueberries in. Because to be fair, Charlie, this isn't a mammoth thing you're doing, and I'll be honest, I was a little bit worried about you in terms of he's a bit mental doing this, and I was thinking, Christ Almighty, he's going to be up against it. So,
well, the only thing, well, thank you, mate. I really appreciate it. I do, but the only thing I'm worried about so far is that I don't seem to have changed anyone's mind about voting Labour. So I'm failing so far. Whole idea of this is to get. Is there anyone there watching now who was undecided but has at least decided that they're not going to vote Labour as a result of this? Because that would make me feel that my 6 hours was worthwhile. If anyone says that. Have you just had a hazy Jane as well? Or was that something different?
I'm on Punk.
Oh, Punk, yeah. Dean was just saying he tried to sell his flat but couldn't. That's a nightmare. Then sold in 2017 but fell through due to find out the build that the flat was in didn't have a completion certificate. There is more, but oh my God.
Okay.
Square Eye says Charlie is a bit mental. That's why he can do this.
We won't argue there, Square Eyes. We won't argue there.
Dean says, by the way, I'm not voting Labour. Don't vote Labour. You're voting for more degradation of our society and economy. Adam,
that's a broad statement, but we'll leave that for the morning.
It is. I'm afraid it's just. You watch. The country's going to regret voting Labour. It's going to regret it. Really going to regret it.
So I'll say this before I go. I have no doubt that the economy will worsen under Labour. I've no doubt about it. But the economy would worsen under either Tory or Labour. I've no doubt about that. And it's about, for me, it's about who will worsen the economy less. And I know that's mental, and that sounds.
No, I agree. Who's going to manage the decline better?
Yeah, and this is the thing: is that we've all got to accept that this is not going to get any better until we see some kind of wide-ranging kind of radical reform with regards to land value taxes, wealth taxes, etc. So I don't have a doubt that things will get worse. Wealth inequality will continue to increase, and house prices, in a nominal sense, will probably rise, especially when we get the first base rate cut. So things will probably get worse. I've got no, I'm not voting Labour in the hope that I'm going to raise some red flag and then everything's going to be fixed. I know it's going to be knackered. I know it's all fucked, but at least I'm going into it with open eyes.
That just doesn't make any sense to me at all. I know it's going to be shit, but I'm going to vote for it anyway. Adam Gio says, see you in 7 hours off to bed. Lucky guy having 7 hours sleep. Good luck, but careful of doing this kind of thing too often. I'm never doing this again. This is the one and only time I'm doing this. Honestly, I will not be doing this. So thank you, Adam. Do not worry. I won't be doing this again. I will be getting some shut eye. And I know that just a 20-minute power nap is enough you can function on that.
Right, Charlie. I'm going to say good night.
Good night, Lewis. I really appreciate it.
Thank you to everyone. Take care.
See if anyone else wants to chat with me, and if not, I'll give my voice a break as well because I'm getting that sore throat.
See you later.
Thanks, mate. See you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Cheers.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
I'm going to make sure I don't accidentally end the stream myself. It's like when Joey Barton said on Question Time that it's like picking the least. Yeah. Well, guys, you're awesome. You are all awesome. Thank you. Thank you. But I'm going to take 20 minutes or half an hour now. That's not cheating, is it? Right? 3 a.m. I'll be back here before 4 a.m. And that's probably going to be the only nap I'm going to take tonight. I'll then probably have another one around about 9 a.m. But what I'd love to know is how many of you reckon I'm going to make 50 hours? Do you reckon I'm going to do it or not? Do you think I can make the 50 hours with power naps occasionally? I am shattered now. Look at my eyes; they're bloodshot to hell. So I'm gonna get some eye drops, 20-minute power nap, and I'll be back. All right, guys. What are you doing up, Roy, at this time of night? That's what I want to know. What are any of you doing up at this time of night? I'm so grateful for your company. I really am. Genuinely, really. It would be a bit weird and lonely sitting here talking to a camera that nobody watching when it's a live stream. Oh, hello, Lynn. Lynn says, yeah, thank you. Oh, hello, Fee. You guys have been quiet, sitting there watching quietly. Thank you very much. Uber says, not unless Stig pokes you. Vodka and Red Bulls. Oh, that takes me back. I haven't got any Red Bull, actually. I've only got coffee, but I might have to send out for some Red Bull in the morning. Haven't drunk it for years. That stuff's lethal. Does anyone of my generation remember a place called Tiger in central London that used to do tequila, vodka, and Red Bull? And then there was a champagne. It was called TVR, and there was also a champagne TVR. Have it like in a tankard. It would be champagne, tequila, vodka, Red Bull. Just drink those and keep going all night. Oh, awesome. Roy says you're photoshopping photos with music on and listening to me. Cool. Nikki says, what time is Stiggy back? Good question. Oh, hello, Gina. It's so nice of you guys to pop up and say hello. Don't know you're there unless you say hello. Right. Guys, I'm going to start playing one of my... Uber says, have a shot of whatever Biden gets before he's going live. Very funny. Okay. I'm going to put on one of my fillers and I'm going to see you in half an hour. Thanks, guys. My first and hopefully my last ever 50-hour marathon live stream. This is not something I want to do. It's something I'm doing because I actually don't think I have a choice. I think I have a moral obligation to do so. Why is that? My name's Charlie Lambden, This channel is called Moving Home with Charlie, where I share my 25 years of experience within the property industry with anyone trying to move house to try and make moving home easier. My stated end goal one day in my career is a home for everyone, which I hope to achieve through my property website, Best Agent, and through raising awareness of how better to get things done when you're moving house. It's 2024, we're about to have an election, and everybody knows the housing market is in a terrible state. Whether you are a buyer, whether you are a seller, whether you are a tenant, or whether you are a landlord, it's in a shocking state. And the most important thing is this: if we want change in the housing market, which pretty much everybody does, like 100%, almost 100% of people do want change in the housing market, a general election is the only chance we get to actually make changes to the housing market, because almost everything to do with the housing market is the result of political decisions and political failure. In between elections, there's nothing we can do. We're stuck with the government that we got until the next election comes along, and during that time, the last 20 years have taught us almost nothing changes. And the things that they do change don't tend to help. I am a politically neutral person. I was a student of politics, and when I was a student of politics, I realized right there and then it doesn't make any sense to be a supporter of any one party, blindly supporting one party. It makes sense to, each time an election comes around, have a look at the situation, have a look at the parties, have a look at the policies, have a look at the manifestos, have a look at the people, the leaders, the teams, and the likelihood of each party actually able to deliver change that most people want. So I'm a huge fan of being able to vote for whoever you like, and therefore I'm a huge respecter of anyone voting for whoever they like, even if it's not who I think it should be. As someone who's voted Labour twice in the past, I'm not anti-Labour. My problem is the Starmer-led government, which we are almost certainly about to get, is not going to accomplish the changes that the housing market needs. Number one, because it hasn't laid out enough changes that the housing market needs. And number two, because the ones that it has, like we're going to build 1.5 million homes, are not achievable. They're making promises they absolutely cannot keep. And so we are, with near certainty as far as I'm concerned, staring down the barrel of at least 5, hopefully not 10 more years of absolute stagnation when it comes to progress in the housing market. I'm Charlie, welcome to Moving Home with Charlie, and thank you for coming. Do you think we could build houses here? Is enough space to build houses here?
There's a lot of space, isn't there?
Yeah, there's a lot of space to put more houses in there.
Yeah.
And I've always said, don't wait to buy, ever. If you need a home and you found one that you can afford and you like it, buy it, just don't overpay.
Just to give you an idea, if you were to give up 1% of the carefully selected countryside that's not currently used, carefully selected, we could have 50% more houses. And the number one problem for house builders is finding land that's got permission to build on it. It's all very nice wanting to protect your view. And typically I think the NIMBY demographic tends to be more senior. But if you want your kids and grandkids to have affordable homes, what's more important, your view or affordable home for young people? Because as people have been predicting for a very long time, home ownership has been priced out for the young. And not just ownership, but renting as well has become too expensive because there aren't enough properties to rent. So the only solution, the only permanent long-term solution to this is building more houses. A mixture of urban, suburban, rural, isolated. It doesn't have to be all one kind, but just putting the whole mix in, there is massive, look at it. Look how much space there is. There's just huge, vast areas of wide open space, and not all of this is used for farmland. And I know that there are a million reasons for people being worried about it. Well, there aren't enough schools, there aren't enough facilities. That's true, and so that's going to be factored into the mix, of course.
Just had a lovely long conversation with a big issue seller outside South Kensington Tube Station in London. It was just interesting hearing his perspective. He said to me, did you know that there are people who buy houses in London and then you stay there 1 or 2 weeks a year and they just leave them empty? the rest of the year. And it just, seeing it through his eyes, of course I know that happens, but he just couldn't believe it. He said some people have so many houses, they forget that they've got one in London. And he said he thinks that there's 1 or 2 people dying on the streets every day in London. He said that homelessness is much worse now than it was 20 years ago. And he said 20 years from now, it's going to be even worse. He said he doesn't think the government's going to do anything about it until there's blood on the streets, he said, were his exact words. All of the house price indices, the figures they publish, which they call the average house price, are not the average of house prices. They are a bizarrely complex calculation of estimates and assumptions. So for example, the ONS does this thing where it creates this hybrid property, which is a makeup of a flat and a detached house and a semi and a terraced house, to call it the typical property. It doesn't exist in real. When a landlord wants to sell their property or move back into it, and they have to ask the tenants to leave, and those tenants are working and not in arrears, they've been perfect, they're no-fault tenants, they are put through what's called a no-fault eviction, whether they found a new home or not. And a lot of tenants in that scenario cannot find a new home through no fault of theirs. They just cannot find one. There isn't one they can afford, or they're not being given one. They apply and they're turned down, whatever it might be, they just can't get the new home. Eviction date comes along. If you find yourself without a home, even if you're able to sleep on a sofa here or sit, you try and hold a job down when you don't have a home. And what happens more than anyone realizes, you've got all the figures, you can look them up, right? About 1 in 3 cases of new homelessness is someone that was in work and was paid up, and through no fault of their own, has found themselves homeless. You lose your home, then you lose your job, then you can't get a home, and it's a horrible spiral. So the purpose of this live stream, this marathon live stream, is for me to discuss with and debate with as many people as possible to try and change your mind. If you are planning to vote Labour and you want the housing market to get better, I want to change your mind. Come along and ask me why. Tell me why you think voting Labour. And I'm going to go through it. Why voting Labour, why so many people are doing it. Because it seems at face value like that's the sensible thing to do, and I get that, but I want to explain to you why that's a mistake and why it doesn't matter who else you vote for. What we need to do is to end the duopoly, the 2 main parties, the uni-party, however you want to call it. They've become almost indistinguishable from each other. They were like this, left and right, and they've just slowly over the years moved in and they've overlapped, and they are heavily overlapping, very, very similar policies with only slight differences in the leaders. The house price correction, if you want to call it that, is only just getting started. The corrections being applied will include correcting for, number 1, 12 plus years of artificially low interest rates. Number 2, the effects of 1 trillion of quantitative easing, or money printing, now being reversed. Number 3, the unwinding effects of Help to Buy on wider house prices, around 20%. Number 4, the effect of the COVID cash handout property party, now the hangover. And number 5, the now popped buy-to-let bubble. On top of the corrections, not to double count anything, we also have now a failing economy, rising joblessness, and unmanageable government debt levels. The 10% correction expected by respectable institutions, as some call them, will prove a woeful underestimate. Whether they know they're wrong and are deliberately understating it, or they honestly believe it and are just crap at their jobs, I don't know. If my 3-year peak to trough, 35% estimated average nominal price fall expectations turn out to be anywhere near correct, I realise this means an unimaginably different future for many people who are relying on that not happening. People relying on house prices for their pension, for their care costs, for their family. I may be wrong, of course. Maybe prices will only fall 10%. They've already fallen further, just not yet reported, I think. And everyone can have a good laugh at my expense. But if you are someone who can't contemplate anything worse, I encourage you to consider the possibility that I'm right and ask yourself what, 3 years from now, you would wish you had done today with this information, especially if your family's future depends on it. The first one is about, so Good Lord, which is a provider of technology to lettings agents, was talking about how they have a monthly rental index. And they're talking about how rents rose to a new 7-month high, but the rise is slowing a little bit. And most importantly on here, they talk about voids lengthening. Now, a void period is the period that a landlord has their property sitting empty in between tenants. And voids across England lengthened during May, hitting an average of 21 days. And this is a rise from 19 days to 21 days. So that's an almost, that's an over 10% increase in the average void period in a month. I think that's significant. Average voidage, there's a word I didn't know existed, voidage. It's now 11% higher than at the same time last year, suggesting a slight lessening of the imbalance between demand and supply. On the same story, the BBC reported on the back of Zoopla's data, rents rise at 6.6% a year, but the pace is slowing. And this is data from Zoopla. Rents continue to grow faster than average earnings, although the gap is much narrower than a year ago. And he goes on to say that a continued slowdown in rental price growth to 5% by the end of this year. I got into the property industry for a living, but initially as a sort of landlord investor, one at a time in the 90s. But that was a sort of sideline for me. I got actually into it as a career in the late 90s because I thought to myself, moving home is quite obviously and publicly the second most stressful thing you can do in your life after divorce. And I thought, now the internet's here, estate agents aren't needed anymore. I was wrong about that, very, very wrong. My first startup was to try and disintermediate estate agents and just have a website that buyers and sellers could put their houses on. And I was convinced that this was going to just wipe out estate agents right in the late 90s. And so were all the investors who threw money at me. I was 26 years old. They were like, this is amazing. And they threw me loads of money at me. Anyway, that's how I started. I ended up actually then being a supplier. I learned quite quickly the hard way that estate agents do have a critical role in people's life. Unfortunately, most estate agents don't do it very well, but there is a small minority who do it exceptionally well and add great value to people's lives in the process. Those are the people I've had as clients for 20-something years. So it's estate agents of all sizes, one-man bands through to national corporations. In fact, my first software client was a countrywide brand in the early 2000s. And so I have spent the last 20-something years of my life all day, every day, dealing with estate agents' businesses as a provider of their CRM software, their management information software. I have seen literally millions of applicants, buyers registering, coming through Rightmove, through Zoopla, through on the market. They go automatically into the software that I provide for my agents. I have helped my estate agency clients manage the process of turning those buyers, those registrations into qualified applicants, turning those into viewings, turning the viewings into offers, turning the offers into deals, and turning the deals into exchanges. Because until they exchange, or until the tenant moves in, no one gets paid. And I've always, right from day one, understood that that's the end goal for everyone who needs to move out. Agents or movers, it's like moving in. Until you move in, everything is a waste of time and a waste of money, unless that move in happens. had a private message from someone on Instagram, which I thought was worth sharing with everybody because I get asked this question a lot. Hi Charlie, been following you for a bit on YouTube and the content's helpful. I'm soon to be a first-time buyer and looking to hopefully have circa 15 to 20,000 saved up early next year. So we're now March 2024. So he's about 9 months away, he's talking about. My current living arrangement isn't ideal, to say the least, but it is cheap, so I'm incredibly eager to get myself out of where I am, but very conscious of the market at the moment. And here's the question. When do you think the right time to start getting my ducks in a row would be? Once I've firmed up all my savings, or should I start speaking with people before that to speed up the process? Okay, I love this because when you're thinking that far ahead as a first-time buyer, it means you do have the chance to get yourself really well prepared. And as I've said in other recent videos, the first thing you want to do always, as a first-time buyer who needs a mortgage, before you start talking to any estate agents, is to find yourself a mortgage broker or financial advisor that you really are sure you can trust. I did another video recently about how to find a mortgage broker you can trust. It's a tricky thing to do. Go and check it out though. But what you want to find out is that the most common response you get when you ring up a mortgage broker and say, I want to buy a house in 9 months' time, is give us a call back when you found something you want to buy. And that, in my opinion, is exactly what you don't want to hear from a mortgage broker, because what that tells you is that that mortgage broker is only concerned about quick deals. They're all about the short term and they're not worried about your long term. Whereas a broker who says to you, great, good that we're talking early, we can really get to know each other and get everything lined up and make sure you're really well prepared. And a broker that's happy to talk to you and give you their time this far in advance is the kind of broker that you want, because they're demonstrating that they care about the long term for themselves, for their own business, as well as for you and their other customers. So 9 months is a long way off. And what I would be doing in that person's situation is I would be researching brokers. I would be making certain that when I do choose my broker, I don't fall into the trap of the wrong broker for me. Nothing would make me happier than to believe that the incoming Labour government with a landslide majority is actually going to fix the housing market. Nobody would welcome that more than I. And if you think you can persuade me that that's what's going to happen, I'm all ears and I want to hear it. So you are invited to actually join on this live stream, either with audio or video. If you want to come on as a video guest, please do. If you don't want to show yourself on video, but you want to be able to talk to me, then you can also do that. There is a link below to a Google form where you put your details in and I can check it, make sure you're not a total nutter or a troll, and then I'll welcome you onto. We've got a lot of time to fill. I've got 50 hours to fill, so I can talk to anyone and everyone who wants to discuss this. The rules are, we debate policy, we debate track record of achievements or failures of individuals. We don't discuss individuals, we don't discuss, there's zero name calling, right? So debate and discuss as passionately with me as you want. Any name calling whatsoever, or any baseless accusations without evidence to back it up, anything which is just what I call an argument ender, where, oh, well, they're just a ... they're just a so-and-so. That's not debating, that's ending discussion, because there's no comeback to that. So unless you've got evidence to say, well, there was this time when so-and-so did this thing which is relevant because, then of course. But if it's just, well, I don't like so-and-so because they're a ... that's not a debate. With the greatest respect, it's irrelevant what we think of the people. Voting based on what we think of people who we don't know never ends well, does it? We have to look at policies, we have to look at track records, we have to look at stated intentions, we have to look at voting records. So we have to look at tangible, meaningful things that actually are likely to affect the outcome of the election. So that's why I have also linked below on the page where this is being live streamed and the description below to a web page on my website where I've linked to all the housing policies and housing manifestos of the main parties, except for the Tories, because they don't even have one. The Tories deserve to get wiped out in this election, but that doesn't mean that Labour deserves a landslide win at all. So I vote you I haven't even started this and I'm exhausted. I urge you to vote for whoever is most likely to stop Labour getting in. And I hope that if this live stream, if this debate gets enough views, maybe even goes viral, if you share it for me and help me by sharing it, maybe we can change a couple of seats. Maybe we can change enough minds to change a couple of seats and just slightly tip the balance of power. Because nothing would improve this country's prospects more than a fairer housing market and the chance for working people to be able to afford to live in a decent home near to where they work. Nothing would improve this company's outlook more in terms of us as an electorate. Nothing would improve it more for more people than improving the housing market and all of its problems. I don't know how far into the live stream you might be watching this video, but if you are, thank you for watching, thank you for waiting. Right now, while you're watching this, I might be having a bathroom break, I might be having a very quick power nap, or tending to some other unavoidable situation, but I will be back soon. Most importantly of all, just please make sure you do actually vote, even if it is to spoil the ballot, because that tells the candidates that they all wasted a vote and lost a vote, and every single vote counts to these guys. I promise you, every single vote counts. Every single election result is made up of individual people voting, nothing else. Individual people voting is what makes up every election result. Anyone but Labour, but hey, if I fail to change your mind, and if you think that voting Labour is the right thing to do, I respect that completely, and I wish you all the best, and hope that Labour's going to get in. So I hope I'm wrong about them. I really hope they achieve lots of stuff. In the meantime, I'm going to play a few clips from a few of my older videos just to pass some time while I'm having a power nap or whatever I'm doing. And I'll be back with you before too long. Thanks for watching. Please remember, if you can, if you haven't, to help spread this video and get it suggested in more places, click the like button if you haven't. Give me one of those. Click the subscribe. And why not say hello in the comments, in the live chat especially, but in the comments underneath as well. It all helps to get this video out there. I don't normally ask to do that, but in this one I am. I really want to get this video out there. I want to engage as many people as possible who are undecided about how to vote for a better housing market. I'm Charlie, welcome to Moving Home with Charlie, and thank you for coming. Do you think we could build houses here? Yeah. Is enough space to build houses here?
There's a lot of space, isn't there?
Yeah, there's a lot of space to put more houses in there.
Yeah.
And I've always said, don't wait to buy, ever. If you need a home and you found one that you can afford and you like it, buy it. Just don't overpay.
Just to give you an idea, if you were to give up 1% of the carefully selected countryside that's not currently used, carefully selected, we could have 50% more houses. And the number one problem for house builders is finding land that's got permission to build on it.
Hello everybody, welcome to another video with me, Charlie Lambden. This is Moving Home with Charlie, and I'm here to share with you the 20-something years of insights that I have picked up from working alongside estate agents who've been my clients for all that time. For those of you moving for the first time, by that I mean selling for the first time and buying the next place, up until now your only experience of dealing with estate agents will have been buying. And as a first-time buyer with nothing to sell, it's never easy, and you probably had quite a stressful experience, but it is nothing compared to what you are about to go through if you are selling and buying. And I'm not talking about speculating on house prices. I'm not talking about selling, waiting for the market to drop and then buying. That's a totally separate thing. I'm assuming that all other things are equal. You need to move from one home into another home. So if you haven't already seen it, I would recommend that you check out the video I've done, which is advice for first-time sellers, which is just about the process of understanding what goes into the sale of a property, whatever your reasons for selling it. What typically happens in a typical move, and we're talking only about home movers here, of course, right? People moving out of one home and into another, is that people will try to sell their existing home and buy their new home at the same time, and will always try as much as possible to have a simultaneous exchange and simultaneous completion, so that you don't end up falling between two stools, and so you can move out of one house and into your new house on the same day. The problem with that, and the risk with that, is that you're relying on three parties. There's yourself, there is the buyer of your old home, and there is the seller of your new home. So you've got a transaction involving at least three parties. And what I want to show you on here is, so this is the one, the property on the left is the one that you need to sell. And the property on the right is the one that you need to buy. And this is you. Okay? And you've got over here your buyer. Over here you've got the seller of your new home. The two approaches to this that are available are the one I've already outlined, which is that you try to sell and buy the two properties simultaneously. And when that works out well, it's great. The alternative option is complete the sale of this home first, find somewhere to live temporarily, and then complete the purchase of your new home separately. Now, why would you do that? Sounds like moving twice, sounds like more expense, more uncertainty, more time, more hassle. Well, yes, potentially. There's a law of communications that goes something like this. Okay, if you've got two parties, you've only got two possible directions of communication. From party one to party two, and from party two to party one. It's just two-way communication, okay? And let's just assume that that's the scenario of you and the buyer of your existing house. The moment you put a third person in, right, you've suddenly got, instead of two communications directions, you've got 6 communications directions, right? So you have instantly tripled your communications overhead, your communications requirement, the number of conversations that need to happen. You've tripled it. You have got a 300% higher communications overhead to a simultaneous sale and purchase compared to if you do two separate purchases, where you'll only ever have 2 concurrent communications directions or overhead. Does that make sense? I hope that's clear, okay? So you've also got far more factors outside your control, because your buyer of your old home may be in a chain. The seller of your new home may or may not be in a chain. And you've got extra mortgages and surveyors and extra conveyances to have involved. And so it is a much, much harder job for you and your estate agent to line everything up for simultaneous exchanges and completions than it is to do one transaction at a time. The risk of doing them as separate transactions is that you end up, for whatever reason, being unable to buy your next home. And you end up falling between two stools in no man's land. And that can happen for a number of reasons. Your availability of mortgage might change, availability of finance might change, your credit, you might end up suddenly, for reasons outside your own control, not being able to get the finance together for the new home. That's a very real risk, and you wouldn't want to sell your old home if that was a risk. Did he think I was asleep? I don't give up that easily. Got a bit of a sore throat. But God, you've been busy in the comments while I've been having my nap. Roy Strawberry says, I remember Tiger. Yes, vodka Red Bull. If you don't make it back after this nap, it's over. Well, here I am. It's not over yet. I'm just trying to look and see what time sunrise is because I want to. Okay, so 5:09. So 1 hour, 20 minutes is sunrise. And I'm hoping to be out on the beach with my mobile, still live streaming. See if we can catch the sun coming up. Not without hard drugs. This may surprise many of you. I have never done hard drugs in my life. Martin Buss. Hi, Charlie. Long-time watcher here. Watcher, first-time commenter. Why are we relying on a government to create a housing program? Why can't we as the public, the government represent, create a real housing program? Why can't we as the public, the government represent, create a real housing program? Create a plan, subsidies for building material, paying for apprenticeships in the building trade, remove the ancient and evil government program that prevents building. We could pay developers a 50% refund on the land they buy if the property is purchased by a UK citizen or first or second time buyer. Make both principal and interest tax deductible for first and second time buyers. Have a land czar in each and every county responsible for identifying brown field, grey field, colour of the rainbow land other than green. Minimum 100 acres a month. Put on sale for developers with a proven track record of property development. Calculate how many people turn 22 each year and actually build council housing that equals 20% of that number that are never going to be sold and written into the property deed. And have the UK government set up a loan group as part of the Bank of England that is responsible for providing 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40 year mortgage rates at a fixed rate, the same as they do in the USA with Freddie and Fannie Mae. Thanks, Martin. We'll have a slurp of my coffee. Still 91 of you here. Oh, I just tried to have a nap, a power nap, and I couldn't. I don't know why. I had my eyes closed. But I did just have like a micro sleep, and I'm feeling okay. I'm feeling pretty tired, but I'm okay. Naida Afzal says, I need a crash to buy my house. Everything is almost sold. That's not silly money where I live. People just are not waiting for a further price drop. You mean the buyers are just buying anyway? Nikki, you haven't missed anything. I'm only just back a couple minutes ago. Well, Nikki, where are you? Which country are you in the UK or are you somewhere else? Are you on the same time zone as me? Now, I want to know what's happening in the election news. But nothing new, it would appear. Labour's surge predicting a 318-seat majority. Jeepers. That would be a record, wouldn't it? I'll just share the screen with you. The latest poll predicts a significant shift in the UK political landscape, a Labour majority of 318 seats. Never in my lifetime have we had a government with a majority like that. God, Nikki, what are you doing up? Why aren't you asleep? Don't you have to get up in the morning? Yeah, what's it going to be like to have a government with a majority that big? The Tories had a 80-seat majority, but that's 300-seat majority. I can't believe it's going to be that big. I can't believe it's going to be that big. I don't think that many people are going to vote for Labour. I don't think Labour are going to win nearly 500 seats out of 650. Or 625, isn't it? I just don't believe it. Now, I've got some other things I was going to run through, so let me get those up. Okay. I'm going to run through a few of the things that are actual real problems in housing to remind you why we have to vote for change. So this is a story that came out just a few days ago on Sky News. So, two families struggling to cope with living long distance from their roots due to a housing policy that's been likened to social cleansing. Sleeping on the way to school. Okay. It's an icy cold December morning outside Travelodge in Enfield. She's just been evicted from her room and is now officially homeless. Two girls aged 11 and 7 doesn't know where she'll sleep tonight. Panic is written all over her face. Clock is ticking. Don't have a place to leave my luggage. I have to pick up my children from school. The caseworker replies, that's not my concern. I'm not going to go through everything, but basically, yeah. I'm not sure if it says why they lost their house. Yeah. Yeah, out of area into temporary accommodation. This is what has to stop. And I just don't think it can be stopped without the government building their own social housing and accommodation to deal with the people who are the responsibility of the government to house, so that the government does not have to pay private property owners, like hotel owners, bed and breakfasts. So that's a recent story. Andrew Marr on Labour. So Andrew Marr, the political journalist, was talking about what a Keir Starmer government might be like. And he said, it's a bit like standing with your builder outside a ruined home. You both know what needs to be done. He's assured you he can do it cheaply and without as many bricks or cement as you thought were needed. And now you are both staring at one another with a quizzical, slightly suspicious expression. In other words, Labour are saying they're going to be able to do it, but are they? Okay, let's have a look at this story here. So this is on a website called Housing Today. Labour to make major housing announcements within a fortnight of winning the election. Starmer pledges to push on house building from day one as the party targets 1.5 million homes. So he's already admitted that they're not going to do 1.5 million in 5 years because he won't get to 300 grand until the last year. Angela Rayner will reportedly announce a house building program in the party's second week in power. Now, what I don't understand about this is, unless she's announcing a government house building program, how can she announce a house building program by private builders? Yeah, Nikki Knight says Labour invented platitudes. Absolutely right. I think they pretty much did. Well, I mean, they're all pretty bad at it, but Labour will, by the third week, write to councils to tell them to start regularly reviewing their green belt boundaries. Now, this is definitely a platitude, isn't it? This is, we're going to write to councils and tell them, yeah, but that's you're going to tell them to regularly review boundaries. Okay. They'll review them and go, yeah, we've reviewed them, they're still right. That in itself isn't going to make a change of any kind. So they're talking about grey belt. They're talking about changing the terminology of some of the land. So if it's not really rolling green pastures, then it's going to be grey belt. Before the end of July, the party will publish a draft national planning policy framework reimposing local housing targets in a bid to ensure that councils are meeting local need. See, this is pretty much a carbon copy of what the Tories said they would do, and they couldn't. And so my objection to this is that there's nothing in here that explains how they're going to overcome the problems that the Tories came up against. Starmer, in a joint interview in the Sunday Times with Shadow Chancellor Rachel Reeves, promised to hit the ground running on boosting house building from day one. Yeah. This is so a recruitment drive for 300 planning officers to help speed planning approvals along. And this first dibs scheme, I can't wait to the details of that, whether it's actually something good or not, whether it's yet another platitude. The first dibs scheme is where they're prioritizing new homes for local residents to make it harder for properties to be sold to overseas investors. If overseas investors are offering more money than local buyers, then the sellers are not going to sell them to local buyers. They're going to sell them to overseas buyers. Martin, you said you've filled out the form. Oh, we've got two more. Okay. And Lewis has redone that. Okay. Martin, if you are working at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, how are you up? Are you different? You're in America, that's right. Okay. So at a glance, guys, that's just what I think is, as Nikki calls it, platitudes, just total platitudes. Housing Today is a Fair Deal campaign has called on ministers to recommit to 300,000 homes a year with a plan of action. Yeah, I haven't seen anything that feels tangibly and substantially different. Now, this is a tweet by Richard Donnell, who's he's the research director at Zoopla. And he makes a very good point. Whoever wins the election, let me see if I can do this that way around. Whoever wins the election, the fundamentals of housing unaffordability in southern England remain. This will make building more homes harder unless these new homes target a wider range of price points and tenures. So this map on the right, the blue is where the prices are falling and the red is where prices are rising. Annual house price inflation according to Zoopla's house price index. Zoopla's house price index is a weird blend of previous sold prices and newly sale agreed prices. It's interesting. It's their own unique blend. It doesn't relate to completed prices, or it's what he thinks the prices trading at today are. But again, a national average doesn't make much sense when in some places they're going up, other places they're going down. So, for example, in northeast Scotland, they're going down, but in western Scotland and the Outer Hebrides, they're going up, and in Northern Ireland. So the northwest does seem to be doing quite well, but there's that weird patch where they're going down. So it's you can see, guys, it's highly localized. It's highly localized. But the biggest price falls, according to Zoopla, are in East Anglia, Kent, East Sussex, Devon, and Cornwall. Yeah, Martin Buss says, let's give the government our public housing program via petition. You're right. If we get a petition with enough signatures, then they have to respond to it. It's not a bad idea. Now Alex Browning says petitions are a waste of time. They're not necessarily a waste of time, only if they don't get enough signatures. But with enough signatures, they're not a waste of time. Ben, sorry, what's on the point you just made? Can you go more in depth, please? For Edinburgh, right outside of the picture. I haven't got any more in depth to go on that, I'm afraid, Ben, right now. That's all I've got for now. But Edinburgh looks to not be rising quite as much as the surrounding. Because Edinburgh is that orange bit, isn't it? Just around the Firth of Forth. If my Scotland geography is right. Now, what was the... I'm hoping to get Maurice Kilbride on the show tomorrow, by the way. Now, my next thing I wanted to share with you was... Again, just to show you just how serious the problem is, Liverpool is experiencing. So this is the political editor of the Liverpool Echo, Liam Thorpe. Liverpool is experiencing an acute housing and homelessness crisis, with more and more people losing their properties and being forced to live in temporary accommodation in hotels while they wait, often for very long periods, for the prospect of a place they can call home. The city has declared the situation an emergency and says it's overwhelmed the number of people in need of help. The situation is beyond dire. Yeah, it's very distressing. People in this situation. And the number one, there is a range of contributing factors to new homelessness, but the number one factor is no-fault evictions of people who are fully paid up tenants, not in arrears, haven't breached the terms of their tenancy agreement, and are in work, but they are evicted by their landlord for whatever reason. And this is a simple change I would make to the law, which is that if the council can confirm that they will become homeless if they're evicted, that there is a delay, because it's not in anyone's interests, not the taxpayers, not the local community, not the people being made homeless, especially when they haven't done anything wrong. I don't believe anybody should be made homeless or should be able to be made homeless when they've done nothing wrong. I think as a landlord, you might be thinking, well, what if I want to get my property back? I think you need to accept the chances. So if you want to rent a house to someone, then unless you're agreeing a fixed term at the start of the tenancy, where you say, right, it's 1 year or 2 years or 3 years, in which case at the end of the contract, the person knows they're moving out. If you take someone on and says, they want to stay there indefinitely, you have to accept the risk that if you want to get them out, they'll have to be able to find someone else to move into. And if they can't, then you can't get them out. It's just not in anyone's benefit whatsoever for people to be made homeless through no fault of their own. So we've then got this. So there's an organization called Free Leaseholders who are campaigning to get leaseholds banned and converted to something called common hold. And they think that the likely next government is going to hit the ground running with a new leasehold and common hold reform bill in the King's speech on July the 17th, according to the Sunday Times report. Now, if that happens, that'll be interesting. Because the leasehold reform bill is a really complicated thing to get through. And if they can do it, then I'd be happy to be wrong. Ben Turner saying, okay, Zoopla says 0.2% increase annually for Edinburgh versus 7% increase by land registry. That's significantly different. Not sure I'm missing something. Yeah, Ben, this is all part of the problem with the different house price indices. It's so hard to know what's really going on. The land registry is lagged. Zoopla's calculations attempt to be more up to date. Their calculation methods are completely different. So if a 7% increase in the land registry has got a lag on it and Zoopla's is a much lower increase, that might suggest that the annual price increases are coming to an end and prices might be starting to weaken in Edinburgh. But there could be other explanations for it too. And it will vary depending on what kind of property you're looking at, whether it's flats or houses, that kind of stuff. Okay. One moment, guys. I want to get this article up. Because this is an important article. This is a Times article. And it's no, Nikki, the leaseholders should actually benefit with the leasehold reform bill if it happens. It's the freeholders who would lose money. But let me just explain. Let me just share this story here now. So this is the interview that they did with the Times. And they're standing there looking very happy and relaxed, saying their close friends want to emulate the good working relationship between David Cameron and George Osborne. I find it strange that two Labour leaders are saying they want to be like two Tory leaders. It's a bit strange. They are to begin a house-building blitz within days of gaining power if Labour wins the election. At least 3 housing announcements are expected to be made in the first fortnight of a Labour government. Hit the ground running, turbocharge house building from day one, including a local authority-led review of greenbelt land. Before the end of July, Labour intends to publish a draft national planning policy framework, reimposing targets. I want to make sure that we can make a start on this on day one. Let's see what happens on day one, shall we? Because I reckon, again, this is exactly the kind of platitude that is just classic out of a bullshit artist that's actually not going to deliver. Let's see if on day one he breaks his promise, shall we? Again, I'd be very happy if he does that on day one. I really will. Yep, total guff, quite right. Reeves, this is where it frustrates me. If they don't deliver, this is frustrating because this is just cheap talk. Rachel Reeves said there was an urgency for Labour to become the party of house builders because we know that for kids like us today, from working class backgrounds, some of those opportunities to own a home don't exist. If all goes to plan, at the beginning of this party's second week in power, Angela Rayner, the incoming housing secretary, will announce a house building programme. I am very fascinated to see what that's going to be. By the third week, she'll have written to local authorities, telling them to start a process. You can tell them what you like, whether they're going to do it or not. There's no. How will we know if they're doing it? The intention is that councils will identify areas to be reclassified for development, a move likely to prompt early confrontations with the Tories. Well, if the Tories have been wiped out, it's not going to matter, is it? Reclassifying just 1% of it in England could produce as many as 750,000 new homes, according to research by a specialist development site sourcing company. Yeah, okay. There's nothing new in here except they're going to do something on day one and week one. And the Conservatives never met their manifesto commitment to build 300,000 homes a year. And challenged, Starmer said, it's more likely, I think, we'll ramp up over the Parliament. Therefore, towards the end of that, we'll be doing more than 300,000 homes a year. All right, well, I mean, I like the fact he's not saying that they'll deliver 300,000 homes in the first year, because that would be obviously impossible. Okay. The stability of the economy and the stability of the team that is running the country is something they believe investors will be looking for as they make choices. Yeah, that's true. I have been very skeptical about Rachel Reeves's competence as Chancellor. He's talking the talk. He's talking the talk. Yeah. Guys, it links to all of these. Actually, I'll put a link to that. This is a... This is not behind a paywall, this link, if you want to read that article. You can read it there. Let's go on to the next one. Stamp duty. So I did a tweet about this saying that there'd be a hike, and it was met with lots of angry rejection, saying that they're not going to raise it. So let me be clear. The stamp duty that first-time buyers who are buying at less than £425,000 will be going back up when Labour restore the threshold above which tax is paid from 425, where it is now, down to 300,000 again. It's just not a good idea. I mean, they don't have to do anything if that to happen. That's going to automatically happen because that's what the Tories set when they created that new threshold of 425. It's automatically set to come back down in April. The Tories have said that if they won back into power, they would make it permanent. Labour is choosing not to make it permanent. That doesn't help the housing market. It doesn't help the housing market. So it's a bit of a tax increase. And if you guys want to read that article on stamp duty, you can read it here. Not behind the paywall. Okay, and the next story I wanted to go through. Right, now I have, for those of you who are undecided voters, and you're not sure, if you agree with me that voting for Labour is a mistake, but you don't know who else to vote for, I'm saying it doesn't matter who else you vote for as long as you don't vote for Labour, and preferably vote for whoever's most likely to beat Labour in your constituency. But the Liberal Democrats' housing policy paper deserves a mention because they have gone into far more detail than anyone else. And I just want to run through the headlines of this with you. So this is a 68-page document about tackling the housing crisis. And that alone shows you just how much work there's gone into it. They've gone into the causes of the house price boom. Just checking this is up here. Yeah. And this is from their autumn conference last year. But I wanted to get to the bit where they say they're going to be building social housing. Here we are. The Liberal Democrats would enact a fair deal for housing, tackling the crisis head on and giving people the hope and security they deserve. We'll achieve this by building 150,000 social homes each year, including new council houses, and giving councils the power to borrow to build. This is the single best policy to fix the housing crisis and to make the country a place where there's plenty of decent, affordable housing for everyone again. This, to me, is the key thing the government needs to do, right? The Liberal Democrats and the Greens, they're also saying the same thing. The fact that they've recognised it is good. And if they are in opposition, if the Liberal Democrats are in opposition instead of the Tories, it's good that they'll be pressuring for this, all right? 10 new garden cities. Don't know where they're planning to do that. But again, if you want the link to this, here it is. There it is in the live chat. But it was just, I didn't know this until I saw this policy document. Their plan to build that. So that's on top of the private building targets. That's the government saying, we'll build those anyway. That would be massive and make a really big difference. But they go on to say, so building 10 new garden cities to help tackle the housing crisis, improve energy efficiency of new and existing homes. I don't agree with all of their stuff, by the way. They're investing in the construction workforce. That's cool. That's very cool. Creating jobs, creating skilled jobs. Ending exploitation by bad landlords by introducing a national licensing system and register with minimum standards. I do think that either landlords should be licensed, and if they're not, then they have to use a licensed lettings agent. That one step alone would massively reduce the number of tenants who are getting a really, really, really bad deal from landlords. So longer term tenancies, abolishing residential leasehold and capping ground rents to a nominal fee. This is easily the most impressive. Ignoring whether or not you agree with all the steps they're planning to take, it's the most impressive and most thorough and most detailed and most thought through housing manifesto policy of the Lib Dems. So for that, they deserve recognition. So Nah on YouTube says, social or no social, supply is very tight. Skeptical of grand government plans beyond allowing people to do their thing. I've said this already on this evening, but it bears repeating. The government is legally obliged to house homeless families and asylum seekers. And at the moment, it's putting them into private rented homes or hotels or bed and breakfasts at vast expense to the taxpayer. So for the government to build its own accommodation that it can use for temporary accommodation for homeless people, asylum seekers, etc., makes a lot of sense. It will save huge amounts of taxpayer money, and it will free up private rented sector for people who are looking for permanent homes. Yeah, I am going to lose my voice, Martin. I think you might be right. But well, I'm taking it easy. Only 45 minutes until sunrise. And then I will have been up. I will have been going for 8 hours. Nikki's being skeptical. If any of this stuff was possible, it would have been done by now. No, it's entirely possible. Just no one's chosen to do it. It's entirely possible. Any government could decide to do this. But, as we've seen with the Tories not taking housing seriously enough to keep the housing ministers in place for longer than a few weeks. Let me just show you this. All right, check this out. That's how many Tory housing ministers there have been since 2010. In fact, there's one more, Lee Rowley, on the end of that. And so when they just keep on changing ministers like that, how is any housing minister supposed to be able to do anything in that job? The money, Nikki, comes from the same place the government gets all of its money that it needs to invest. It can go to the bond market for it. And borrowing to build these assets that will directly save money as well as be income producing, so the government and the taxpayer starts to actually own these assets, is something that the bond market would be very, very happy to lend for. Or the government could create special house building premium bonds and allow ordinary retail investors to actually help fund it voluntarily. Ben Turner says the Tories could not be asked fixing it properly because they are the haves, not the have-nots. I can't disagree with you there, Ben. Can't disagree with you. Okay. My computer is struggling. I'm going to outlast my computer at this stage, at this rate. Let's just close a few of these other things down. Try and stop it from crashing. Close that, close that, close that, close that, close that. There we are. Harry Dance says, I start blacking out by 4 p.m. Do you mean 4 a.m.? Oh, you mean by 4 p.m. the next day if you stay up all night? Can't believe your ability to survive. Harry, there is no guarantee that I am going to be able to survive until 4 o'clock this afternoon. I just hope this is worthwhile. I just hope it's going to help raise awareness of some of these issues and make people vote more carefully in the election, because the election is the only chance we get to decide to make a difference to housing policy. And I really feel like we're going to squander it because everyone goes, well, it's going to vote Labour because, yeah, well, I mean, they're not the Tories, are they? So that's what we're voting for. It's just really, honestly. Lozenges and honey, yes. I'm just going to give myself a short 10-minute break, not to sleep, but just give my voice a rest and stretch my legs. If that's okay with everybody. Still can't believe there are this many of you watching me this time of night. Absolutely amazing. How many of you watching on... Okay, so there's no one on Instagram, but there are people on X and there are people on YouTube. Do we have any questions, guys? Any questions? Nah said, I'd done 3 days crunch coding a few years ago on coffee and feeling like dying. I'm hoping that do you know what? It's now Wednesday. The election is tomorrow. The election is tomorrow. That's exciting. I'm going to be having a look at the news this morning, and I might even... Is it cheating if I just play a bit of the news on the election? Give myself a break. Yeah, hopefully, Martin, I'm going to have Lewis and maybe Alex back in the morning. Paul is in Bangkok, traveling to Hong Kong next. Housing crisis is a worldwide phenomenon. Demographics will fix things. Empty Spain is getting emptier. That's your home base, okay. Yeah, Kang says the elections come around bloody quick. It is tomorrow. The polling booths open tomorrow. And one of the things I'm hoping you guys might do, let's watch this. If you're going to the polling booth, you're not allowed to take photographs inside the polling station. I'm not suggesting you do, but I would love any exit selfies or exit videos and to join and tell me what's happening at the polling stations where you are live tomorrow. I would, on Thursday that is, I would absolutely love that if it happens. Yes, I'm shutting down the background stuff. I'm going to take 10 minutes now, just comfort break. When I come back, I'm going to go through this Labour housing plan, such as it is on their website at the moment. That's going to be next, right? Give me 10 minutes, guys. 10 minutes. The numbers are starting to creep up again. It's really nice. Yeah, I just need 10 minutes and I'll be back with you. All right? Don't go away. Stick it out and see you shortly. My first and hopefully my last ever 50-hour marathon live stream. This is not something I want to do. It's something I'm doing because I actually don't think I have a choice. I think I have a moral obligation to do so. Why is that? My name's Charlie Lambden. This channel is called Moving Home with Charlie, where I share my 25 years of experience within the property industry with anyone trying to move house to try and make moving home easier. My stated end goal one day in my career is a home for everyone, which I hope to achieve through my property website, Best Agent, and through raising awareness of how better to get things done when you're moving house. It's 2024, we're about to have an election, and everybody knows that the housing market is in a terrible state. Whether you are a buyer, whether you are a seller, whether you are a tenant, or whether you are a landlord, it's in a shocking state. And the most important thing is this. If we want change in the housing market, which pretty much everybody does, like 100%, almost 100% of people do want change in the housing market, a general election is the only chance we get to actually make changes to the housing market, because almost everything to do with the housing market is the result of political decisions and political failure. In between elections, there's nothing we can do. We're stuck with the government that we got until the next election comes along, and during that time, the last 20 years have taught us almost nothing changes. And the things that they do change don't tend to help. I am a politically neutral person. I was a student of politics, and when I was a student of politics, I realized right there and then it doesn't make any sense to be a supporter of any one party, blindly supporting one party. It makes sense to, each time an election comes around, have a look at the situation, have a look at the parties, have a look at the policies, have a look at the manifestos, have a look at the people, the leaders, the teams, and the likelihood of each party actually able to deliver change that most people want. So I'm a huge fan of being able to vote for whoever you like, and therefore I'm a huge respecter of anyone voting for whoever they like, even if it's not who I think it should be. As someone who's voted Labour twice in the past, I'm not anti-Labour. My problem is the Starmer-led government, which we are almost certainly about to get, is not going to accomplish the changes that the housing market needs. Number one, because it hasn't laid out enough changes that the housing market needs. And number two, because the ones that it has, like we're going to build 1.5 million homes, are not achievable. They're making promises they absolutely cannot keep. And so we are, with near certainty as far as I'm concerned, staring down the barrel of at least 5, hopefully not 10 more years of absolute stagnation when it comes to progress in the housing market. So the purpose of this live stream, this marathon live stream, is for me to discuss with and debate with as many people as possible to try and change your mind. If you are planning to vote Labour and you want the housing market to get better, I want to change your mind. Come along and ask me why. Tell me why you think voting Labour, and I'm going to go through it. Why voting Labour, why so many people are doing it, because it seems at face value like that's the sensible thing to do, and I get that, but I want to explain to you why that's a mistake and why it doesn't matter who else you vote for. What we need to do is to end the duopoly, the two main parties, the uni-party, however you want to call it. They've become almost indistinguishable from each other. They were like this, left and right, and they've just slowly over the years moved in, and they've overlapped, and they are heavily overlapping, very, very similar policies with only slight differences in the leaders. Nothing would make me happier than to believe that the incoming Labour government with a landslide majority is actually going to fix the housing market. Nobody would welcome that more than I. And if you think you can persuade me that that's what's going to happen, I'm all ears and I want to hear it. So you are invited to actually join on this live stream, either with audio or video. If you want to come on as a video guest, please do. If you don't want to show yourself on video, but you want to be able to talk to me, then you can also do that. There is a link below to a Google form where you put your details in and I can check it, make sure you're not a total nutter or a troll, and then I'll welcome you onto. We've got a lot of time to fill. I've got 50 hours to fill, so I can talk to anyone and everyone who wants to discuss this. The rules are, we debate policy, we debate track record of achievements or failures of individuals. We don't discuss individuals, we don't discuss, there's zero name calling, right? So debate and discuss as passionately with me as you want. Any name calling whatsoever, or any baseless accusations without evidence to back it up, anything which is just what I call an argument ender, where, oh, well, they're just a ... they're just a so-and-so. That's not debating, that's ending discussion, because there's no comeback to that. So unless you've got evidence to say, well, there was this time when so-and-so did this thing which is relevant because, then of course. But if it's just, well, I don't like so-and-so because they're a ... that's not a debate. With the greatest respect, it's irrelevant what we think of the people. Voting based on what we think of people who we don't know never ends well, does it? We have to look at policies, we have to look at track records, we have to look at stated intentions, we have to look at voting records. So we have to look at tangible, meaningful things that actually are likely to affect the outcome of the election. So that's why I have also linked below on the page where this is being live streamed and the description below to a web page on my website where I've linked to all the housing policies and housing manifestos of the main parties, except for the Tories, because they don't even have one. The Tories deserve to get wiped out in this election, but that doesn't mean that Labour deserves a landslide win at all. So I vote you I vote you? I haven't even started this and I'm exhausted. I urge you to vote for whoever is most likely to stop Labour getting in. And I hope that if this live stream, if this debate gets enough views, maybe even goes viral, if you share it for me and help me by sharing it, maybe we can change a couple of seats. Maybe we can change enough minds to change a couple of seats and just slightly tip the balance of power. Because nothing would improve this country's prospects more than a fairer housing market and the chance for working people to be able to afford to live in a decent home near to where they work. Nothing would improve this company's outlook more in terms of us as an electorate. Nothing would improve it more for more people than improving the housing market and all of its problems. I don't know how far into the live stream you might be watching this video, but if you are, thank you for watching, thank you for waiting. Right now while you're watching this, I might be having a bathroom break, I might be having a very quick power nap, or tending to some other unavoidable situation, but I will be back soon. Most importantly of all, just please make sure you do actually vote, even if it is to spoil the ballot, because that tells the candidates that they all wasted a vote and lost a vote, and every single vote counts to these guys. I promise you, every single vote counts. Every single election result is made up of individual people voting, nothing else. Individual people voting is what makes up every election result. Anyone but Labour, but hey, if I fail to change your mind, and if you think that voting Labour is the right thing to do, I respect that completely, and I wish you all the best, and hope that Labour's going to get in. So I hope I'm wrong about them. I really hope they achieve lots of stuff. In the meantime, I'm going to play a few clips from a few of my older videos just to pass some time while I'm having a power nap or whatever I'm doing. And I'll be back with you before too long. Thanks for watching. Please remember, if you haven't, to help spread this video and get it suggested in more places, click the like button. If you haven't, give me one of those. Click the subscribe, and why not say hello in the comments, in the live chat. especially, but in the comments underneath as well. It all helps to get this video out there. I don't normally ask to do that, but in this one I am. I really want to get this video out there. I want to engage as many people as possible who are undecided about how to vote for a better housing market. I'm Charlie, welcome to Moving Home with Charlie, and thank you for coming. Do you think we could build houses here?
Yeah.
Is enough space to build houses here?
There's a lot of space, isn't there?
Yeah, there's a lot of space to put more houses in there.
Yeah.
My body is starting to show symptoms of not being happy about being awake this long. Nothing worrying though, nothing worrying, but it's also starting to get light outside, which is really lifting my spirits because I pulled through the first night. And I'm coming up on 8 hours, which if it was 48 hours total, that would mean I was doing 1/6. It's not quite because it's 50 hours, but you know what I'm saying. Alex Browning, just saw your last comment there. I think the Tories will do better than expected. Many people really hate Labour, and I don't blame them. I'm going to just show you a piece of news I just saw. Where is it? Here we are, news. Suggesting something different. Hang on a second. Copy. Paste. There we go. So I want to just discuss what you think, guys. What do you think what surprises are there going to be in the election? So this is so one of the things that X has is it has its own AI called Grok that automatically generates headlines and stories like this based off purely off real time what's happening on social media. So 25 minutes ago, it says the upcoming UK general election tomorrow has sparked intense discussions among social media users with a significant focus on the potential outcomes and strategies for voting. Many users express a strong desire to remove the Conservative Party, yes, with some advocating for tactical voting to ensure a Labour Party victory. However, there are also concerns and criticisms regarding the Labour Party, particularly its leader, Keir Starmer, with some users expressing reservations about his policies and leadership. Interesting. So, guys, what do you think? Do you think there are going to be any surprises in this election and what there might be? No, Roy, I'm back. Ye of little faith. 4:30. No, I'm here. WJB says okay, this is one thing I want to talk about actually. So yeah, let's go back to the Labour housing plan. Now look, the problem with Labour's housing plan is that because they're not planning to do any government house building, they're going to be relying on house builders. And by relying on house builders, I assume, unless they're going to announce something that's a surprise, by relying on house builders will only build profitable stuff. And in order for house builders to be able to make profits, they need house prices to go up. And so Labour, to get house builders building, will need to implement policies that pump house prices. And as anyone who's watched this channel for a long time knows, pumping house prices is bad for the housing market because it actually makes housing less affordable and makes transaction volumes fall because people can't afford to buy. So why are you guys talking like I'm not back here? I am back here. Is there a delay on the comments? So this is why I think Labour's housing policy, unfortunately, is going to lead to continually worsening affordability. Although I do think house prices will still come down. Yeah, you see, it's the same old crap. Keir Starmer's Labour Party will do things differently. It doesn't say how. By introducing a better system that builds homes local people can afford, delivers new infrastructure, and improves green spaces. We need to bookmark this and come back to it in a few years' time and see how they're doing, don't we? Martin Buss says you're making chicken sandwiches. Look, I've actually got a whole roast chicken to pull apart. I might just do that on camera, actually. Now asks, do I think Labour will introduce a de facto property tax and or capital gains tax on homes? I don't know. I think I'm right in saying that Keir Starmer ruled out capital gains tax on homes. I think from memory he said they wouldn't do that. But other property taxes, I don't know. He hasn't ruled out other property taxes, I don't think. So that's not impossible. That's not impossible. What I want to do is I want to see if I can get my mobile camera working. It's a bit cloudy. It's not sunrise yet, but it is in about 20 minutes. Come on, guys. Who's got questions for me? Help me out here. I'm struggling. My voice is struggling. I'm actually more worried about my voice than I am about staying awake. If I whisper, can you hear me? I just want to know if that's a good enough backup. Is whispering like that going to work? Is it loud enough? Or is that going to be really annoying? Because if I lose my voice, I may have no choice but to whisper. I haven't lost it yet. Although, if it's feeling like this after just 8 hours, 50 hours is going to be hard. Really hard. Okay, here is an explainer on what the parties have pledged on tax. Let's take a look at that. All right. So Conservatives, Labour, Liberal Democrats and Reform, and they agree on a lot. All say taxes on working people will not increase or will be cut. All pledge to end the crisis in the National Health Service, and all commit to turbocharging an economy that's lagged behind the UK. They insist this sums that up, but the experts are less convinced. The IFS has accused the two main parties of a conspiracy of silence. Yes, we've heard about that. And the Conservatives bank on certain savings. In reality, whoever wins may face a stark choice between raising taxes, borrowing more, or inflicting further cuts on struggling public services. Main policy offerings, Labour. Yeah, you see, they're saying that they're going to deliver economic stability and they're going to deliver growth, but like you can't just pluck growth out of a hat. They talk about doing that. No return to austerity. That would be good. The party has set an ambitious target of raising economic growth to 2.5% by reforming the planning system to boost house building and infrastructure. They think that house building is going to be what boosts economic growth 2.5%? Well, No rise in income tax, national insurance, or VAT. Replace business rates. VAT on schools. Increase stamp duty on on resi property purchased by non-UK residents. Okay. Abolish non-dom. That's gonna backfire on them, I think. Okay, windfall tax on large oil and gas to bring in 1.2 billion. 1.2 billion is really it's nothing in the scheme of things. Cap corporation tax 25%. Ban 0 hours contracts. Okay, that would be fairly drastic if they do that, because there's a lot of businesses that rely on those at the moment. But also they get abused. Poor staff get abused by those contracts. Housing reform of planning system to build. Okay. Forge ahead with new roads, railways, reservoirs, and other nationally significant infrastructure. Grants and loans for insulation and home improvements. Abolish Section 21 no-fault evictions and toughen obligations on landlords and within the property sector, I am not popular by being a supporter of ending Section 21 evictions. But as part of my end goal is to bring about an end, is to help bring about an end to homelessness. I know that Section 21 is a direct contributor to homelessness. Okay, stimulus. Oh boy, prepare for stimulus socialism, says nah. Martin Buss says, why does the UK not have government-backed 25, 30-year mortgages like the USA? I think it may do. I'm actually in conversations with a brand new lending bank that does do a 30-year mortgage, 30-year fixed rate mortgage. And I think it's a really unusually good product to get people into certain homes because it promotes longer term purchases. I haven't heard anything about that. WJB says, what do you hear about the residential nil rate ban? I haven't. That's news to me. I've missed out on that. Of all recent elections, I'm the least worried about Labour this one, because I don't think there's a way out without ending the Conservatives for good, opening space for a new major party. Yeah, actually, you make a very good point. You make a very good point. There's no way out without ending the Conservatives to make space for a new major party. Yeah. That's a very good point. Well made. I agree with that. I do agree with that. Establish a national wealth fund. 7.3 billion funding over the next parliament. So where's that money coming from? Yeah. I wonder how that's going to work out. Okay, the Conservative manifesto seems a bit pointless, doesn't it? It's just a bit pointless. Does anyone want me to go to the Conservative manifesto just for shits and giggles? Have a laugh? Or not? Martin Buss, you reckon they're going to be record low voting and Reform gets 75% of votes, 90 seats? Okay, that's interesting. 30-year fixed rates has killed the US real estate market. Nobody can sell because they've locked rates. So they can't sell because they would end their fixed rate and then rates have gone up, so they can't afford a new mortgage. That's interesting. That's an interesting point. But I mean, my point is that, okay, and Nah said he's not sold on incentivizing private debt with longer term mortgages. So there are specific cases where I think this is a good thing. And the specific case is, imagine a young couple who wants to buy a home and intend to start a family, but on current 2 and 5 and maybe 10-year mortgages, because those mortgage products require stress testing to be done because nobody knows what the rate will be when their fixed rate ends, it limits what they can borrow. And by having a fixed rate for the full term, a stress test isn't necessary because you know that your payment's not going to go up. And when you know your payment's not going to go up, you're not going to get a surprise mortgage rate hike like people have had in the last couple of years here. Because there's no stress test, you can actually borrow still within the same multiples of earnings. You can borrow more money and maybe get, instead of being a 2-bedroom flat, maybe get into a 3-bedroom semi house with a garden where you can actually stay. And so for lower to middle income working people who want to have a family and a family home that they can stay in for a long time, this 30-year fixed product, I think, actually helps people and improves the prospects of having a family. And that helps the country and the economy and the population. So that now is why I think there are certain cases where it does make sense. No, it's not government backed. That's true. Yeah. And I think being stuck in a home is better than losing a home because rates go up. You know, given those two outcomes, what do you want? A fixed rate comes to an end and then you can't afford to keep your existing home, or a 30-year fix that means that you can't afford to upsize? That's the lesser of those two problems, isn't it? Does anyone care about the Tory manifesto, or shall I skip past it? Yeah, it's all a bit 1.6 million homes, just so they can say it's more than Labour. A new Help to Buy scheme for first-time home buyers. I'm genuinely gobsmacked that they think that that's a good idea. I mean, obviously, this thing is a vote winner. It's just a stupid idea. It's short-termism. It pumps prices. It takes prices further out of reach of more people. It's a stupid idea. I did like this idea. Capital gains tax relief for landlords who sell to existing tenants. I like that idea. Some people said it's open to abuse. Everything's open to abuse, but for people who do it in good faith, it's good. Lib Dems. Yeah. Not sure I like much of this. It's the Lib Dems things. Review, in quotes, tax and national insurance status of employees. That sounds to me like tax rises could be hidden into that. A new 4% tax on share buyback schemes in the FTSE 100 companies. Yeah, that's not a bad idea to raise revenues. Taxing international flights to focus on frequent flyers. It's just not going to make much difference to anything. I think that's lip service. Sewage tax on water company profits. Yeah, good idea. Okay, so housing, they're saying building 300,000 homes a year, including 150,000 social homes. All right, so actually what they're saying is it'd be 150, 230,000. Okay, so that's quite cool, because what they're saying is that's 230,000 homes a year privately built, as is currently the case, plus the 100,000 social homes. And that would be more homes than any of the other parties if they build it. Ban no fault evictions, yeah. I don't think ending right to buy is a good idea. I just think, I think it's nice when people can have the right to buy their own home if they want to stay there, as long as you replace it. Wow. Allow councils to increase council tax by up to 500% where homes being bought as second homes. Wow, that's punchy. That would, if they were to do that, that would, a lot of people would sell their second homes. A lot. Okay, reform. So on taxes, raise the threshold for paying tax to 20,000 and for 70,000 to higher rate taxpayers. I think that is given how skint everyone's feeling, especially people on middle incomes. I know that sounds weird when I say that, but I think that a lot of people who are on good, like higher than average incomes, are also feeling skint, and that's really demotivating. And I think that's a very, very clever idea. And I know people are worried about how it's paid for. I don't think it's inflationary. I really don't think it's inflationary at all, because actually all it's doing is reversing the stealth tax rises of the fiscal drag. Lower fuel duty by 20p a litre for residential and business users. That's brilliant. I think that's great. Remove VAT from energy bills. Yes, that makes a lot of sense. And remove stamp duty on residential property charges below 750. That makes a lot of sense. That would really, really breathe life back into the market if they did that. It would make a big, big, big difference. A lot more people would downsize, freeing up and bringing down the price of bigger homes. That makes a lot of sense. I don't know what I think about this removing inheritance tax. Okay, raise, that's cool. That's very cool. That's very cool too. Yeah, you see, all of these policies, I understand a lot of people are very worried about what they would cost. I am still live on Instagram. Maybe I'm not. Sorry, I was just reading the comment there, whoever said that. Maybe it's timed out. You see, all of these policies, I think, re-stimulate the economy. They would need funding, that's true. But it would just breathe activity back in. It would just, I think people are feeling the squeeze like a hand around your neck, like struggling to breathe financially. And I think all of these things really, and these are all measures for small businesses, which are the biggest employer. And I think it would massively improve employment levels. Okay, some people are going to think that that's racist, but it's hard to criticize a policy that prioritizes British workers who are looking for work, and then you can still hire overseas workers. And the net zero target, it makes so much sense. It's such a stupid thing, that net zero target. It doesn't even achieve what they wanted to achieve, and it just costs a lot of money. It's stupid. Prioritise local people for social housing. Restore landlords' rights to deduct finance costs and mortgage income on rental income. Okay, so that's the Section 24 changes that will make it, it will reduce the tax burden on small landlords. That might stop so many landlords leaving the sector and stop the Bank of England paying interest to commercial banks on reserves created during QE. That was the thing that Lewis, my guest who was on earlier, said, no, you can't do that at all. It would make interest rates go to zero. It wouldn't work. Catching up with some of your comments. No, we haven't had sunrise from the beach yet. Sunrise is supposed to be in 1 minute, but it's very cloudy, so I'm not sure there's actually going to be a sunrise. Let's just see if I can get this to work, because I would like to. I really would like to. Do this if I can. Okay. Can everyone see me okay? If I do this, I'm not going to be able to see the live chat. But I would like to go and get some fresh air and have a walk. Yeah? Is it okay if I do that, guys? It's a little bit of a walk. Or a very, very short drive to the beach, but I would like to do that because I've been here for 8 hours now. Is this okay? Can you all see me and hear me okay still? I just want to just want to wait for someone to confirm that you can actually see me and hear me okay, because I'm not on the Wi-Fi, I'm on the 5G connection now. Okay, all right, okay, let's go. I'm gonna put a hat on, and I'm gonna get. I can't believe you guys have been with me all night. It's crazy, and the sun's coming up. Right, we're doing it. I can't wake anyone up. I'll be in real trouble if I wake anyone up. Shoes. I need a coat of some kind. Sorry, guys. I'm in so much trouble. It's too noisy. We're gonna drive, it's gonna be quicker. I'm gonna put the phone down. My door's open, that's why it's beeping. Right. You guys still with me? I can't see the comments. It's only a minute. About 60 seconds. Would have been much too long a walk to take you with me. Wish I could see the comments. Hopefully I'll be able to see them when we get there. Okay. Sunrise on the beach. Any moment. Can't park there. Okay. Right. I don't even know if I still got a signal. I don't know who we are. It's a weird beach, this. I really want to see, I wish I could see some comments. Come on. Yes, that's right, sheep. I can just see the most recent comment. I'm about to walk into a sheep now. Sheep by the beach. Well, I think the sun is up, but it's just too cloudy. Sheep look really pissed off with me. What the hell are you doing here? I need to get up over this. This is quite tricky, and I didn't put the right shoes on for this. A bit of bracing sea air. It's just what you need. So the tide's in, and the tide's out. There's a huge black, flat, sandy beach here. The sky looks a bit ominous, doesn't it? You guys all still here? Watch out for Kiss Dharma. The wolf will be around a sheep. No, I'm not going for a dip. No. It's freezing. Yeah, I would like to get some of my drink. Can't reach the sand right now. But one night done. I've only got to do one more night. Now I've done it.
Yes, sheep. So hang on. No police in the West Country to list for speeding. Okay. Skinny dip time. No, I'm not jumping in, Kang. Sorry. Can you guys hear this? Can you hear the waves? Yeah, it is amazing, actually. There are sheep. There are sheep. It's not the most beautiful morning, but it is lovely to be able to pop to the beach like this. It's about a sort of 7-minute bike ride, half an hour walk, or 2 minutes in the car. Right, got to get back. Get back inside. I'm sorry there's no sunrise, guys, but look, it's just cloudy. That's where it would have been, over there. Yes, this is in Devon. Okay. Worried looking sheep. There's actually right the far way up there, there's a cafe in the dunes, but it doesn't open until later. Right, do we have any shark? Do we have any questions? Oh, I'm very glad that 100 or so of you were able to do that. What am I going to do about my throat, my voice? It's not going to last the whole time, I don't think. Let's get back in the car. Yeah, full English brekkie. Bit early for that. Charlie's Horror, very funny. Some of you might know the story about Charterhouse School, or Charterhouse as it was known. I actually did spend a couple of years at Charterhouse. That was bracing. It's not too bad, it's 14 degrees. Okay. That's my break. Although it's good to know that I can do this without losing signal. So I might be able to come and do this again if the weather picks up and gets a bit nicer today. Because I think when I'm going a full 50 hours, I think getting out and having a bit of a stretch of the legs is a good idea, isn't it? Maybe I can do it while I'm chatting with someone else and let them do the talking. But just a reminder, I know that most of you watching have been watching for a while. We've got to try and stop people voting Labour. You know, if Labour get in, or when Labour get in, and the housing market continues to crumble, and nothing new happens for ages, and the economy continues to crumble even worse, and we realise that we actually don't have a competent team running the country, and it all just goes to shit, I will be able to say, I really tried. I really, really tried to use my little platform as best I could to warn people against the dangers of apathy, which Lewis admitted to. Yeah, apathetic. How can anyone expect anything to improve if
You're knowingly committing apathy. Right, I'm going to be really quiet again now. If I wake the baby up, I will be dead. It's a good thing about electric cars. They don't make any noise. Except when they lock. Makes me feel like I'm 15 again, not 50. Got away with it. Back at my desk. Okay, now I can switch back to the walk of shame. Walk of shame, says Paul Keenan. Very funny. Or the stride of pride, as it's also known. Paul, okay, let me just change cameras. And switch this one off. Almost forgot to turn the microphone back on. I'm back with you. That was surreal, wasn't it? Sheep and the beach. A bit of cold coffee. Can I fire up Instagram? I don't think I can now if it's stopped. I can't restart Instagram. Sorry. I don't know. It started with it. I don't know why it stopped itself, so I can't get Instagram back up. Okay. What have I missed? Loud noises. Roy says, question, Charlie, is Plymouth a nice area to buy a house? Parts of it, yes. Parts of it, other parts of it, less so. So I don't know it well. What time is the family leaving? I think they're leaving around about 9 o'clock-ish, 8, 9 o'clock-ish. And I'm going to need to take a break when they do to just help get them in the car and get them off. They've got a long way to go. Right. Feel like the newspapers. Okay, that's right. Tomorrow's papers today. Should we see what's happening? This is a really cool website. Okay. Okay. Here we go, guys. This is going to be fun. So we've got it's not too late to stop Labour. Oh dear. Okay, I think it is too late to stop Labour, isn't it? Labour plotting inheritance tax rate to redistribute wealth. Ukraine told it's too corrupt to join NATO. Okay, what's the next headline? The Times. Everything I know about sperm donors. Johnson, big Labour win is pregnant with horrors. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Next paper. Prisons crisis for new government on day one with cells full 1 in 1 out plan. Boris and Rishi unite to stop Starmageddon. Wow. Because this is the last day. Yeah, it's the last day of papers until. So backlash over anti-Semitic Tory attack on Starmer. Don't know about that. Daily Express. Rishi, your vote counts. Your voice counts. Please use it wisely. Okay. Is it coming home 14 years of hurt? That's quite good. That's quite good, isn't it? Yeah, he did. Johnson did squander a good majority, didn't he? Never stopped us dreaming. I'm sorry, I just don't think he's up to the task. We'll see. 80s pop legend joins the Daily Star in endorsing the sanest politician in Britain, Count Binface. Now that I know he has alien origins, he could be an option. The final poll, Tories brace for total wipeout. The rich offload assets as concerns mount over Labour's capital gains tax agenda. I find it strange that they're planning to build an enormous tower in London when there's so much empty commercial property as far as I know. There we go. Any more papers left to look at, or is that there's one more? Here we are. Unis spying on students for police. Weird. Okay, that's it. There's the papers, guys. Paul, what time did you join us? There are billionaires actually supporting socialism now. They can see the pitchforks on the horizon. Yeah, Martin says, if we do it 4 a.m. tomorrow morning, it might work if the weather's better. Yeah, we might get an actual sunrise. We could do a sunset tonight if the weather's good as well. All right, guys. Yes, I did a bit of fresh air. I'm not feeling too sleepy. My eyes are a bit stingy, but otherwise I'm feeling okay. It's just my voice. Crabs. I missed that one. Crabs. Okay, guys. Do we have any questions I haven't answered? Oh, I have got a few. Square Ice. This is from hours ago. Square Ice. I don't think it's there now. Sorry. Which party will sort out the mess that is leasehold? I'm getting bummed without consent. I honestly don't know how they sort out leasehold. There are going to be so many legitimate legal challenges to things that, I mean, yeah, it's going to be horrible. I know someone, I know him professionally and I know him personally, who is a leasehold expert. I'm going to sneeze. Oh, excuse me. He's a leasehold expert, and he just said it isn't actually possible to untangle leasehold law. He said you can't do it. It cannot be done. I don't know if he's right or not, but he's one of the most experienced people I know dealing with leaseholds. He deals with leaseholds in London, and he just said it just can't be done. It can't be done. It can't legally be done. And I suspect that there are two approaches to doing it. One is when the freeholders protest, Labour goes, don't care, tough. Or the other way is to placate the freeholders somehow with some kind of sweetener that gets them all to just go, okay, fine, we'll give up our leaseholds. I mean, leaseholds are archaic. They do need to go, but some of them are so old. The law is so old, and it's just how you go about actually changing that, because it's going to change values of properties. It's going to cause all kinds of problems, but it needs to happen. Will Labour do it? I don't think so, but I hope I'm wrong. Okay. Any new questions? LP says, didn't Scotland do it? I don't know. Did they? I didn't know that. Flying Hedgehog says, Reeves makes Quasi look like Einstein. Cucumber slices on the eyes. Okay. Yeah, I might try that. I actually might try that when I have my next break. There will be a glorious socialist sunrise tomorrow, comrades. Yeah, that's true. With a massive majority, they're going to do pretty much anything that they want. Yeah. Morning, guys. Do we have any new joiners? Anyone just joining us this morning? Say hello. Say hello if you are joining us for the first time. What I'd love to know is whether the people watching have been watching the whole time. Has anyone been with me right from the start? Is there anyone still watching who can put in the live chat who's been with me for 8.5 hours? Labour wants to build new towns. So do the Lib Dems want to build new towns. What do I think of it? It depends. It all depends exactly where and how it's done. But if it's done well and it's done in intelligent places, then actually, but when I say if it's done well, I mean if the whole town is designed with the latest technology in terms of efficiency, energy efficiency and long-lasting, well-built homes and that kind of stuff. So in other words, if they make the new cities and towns more desirable, they're just living in a standard new build on the outside of an existing town, that's a good idea. If they can really, I mean, Milton Keynes, I happen to know Milton Keynes, and I just look at it now and I just think it feels as soulless as it ever did. And it was soulless on the day it was built. It has no center to it. It's just like a sort of vanilla sprawl of roundabouts and squares and blocks and stuff. And I kind of get why they did it. And I know they designed it, I think it was in the 70s, wasn't it? But don't do another one of those. Martin says, would mass building help the UK economy and help pay down national debt? Yes, it would. It would solve lots of problems. Oh my God, nah, that's incredible. You started 2 hours late, but you watched the whole thing at 1.75 times speed until you caught up. That's amazing. Thank you. Does anybody want me to take my GoPro into... Actually, my iPhone's waterproof. I could take my iPhone into the shower if you really want. Paul says, don't build new towns, just build upwards in the south. Taller. Yeah. It's a legitimate suggestion. It's the day before the election, and it feels like a very quiet news morning so far. And I know it's early. Let me just check. Reform shakes up UK election. That's okay. Yeah, I don't know what you guys think. How many seats do you guys think Reform are going to get in this election? Does anyone, the most recent sort of respectable poll puts it at 7 seats. But that's a very, very, very difficult projection to make because you just don't know the voting patterns in the individual constituencies. I know they've got some formula they use for that, but I just don't think it makes sense. %20 of the seats would be 125 seats, wouldn't it? If they get 20% of the vote, I know how it works. It doesn't mean they get 20% of the seats, but that would be, yeah, so they end up with 7 seats. Yeah, there's a lot of anger towards the Tories, a lot of anger towards the Tories. The overall sentiment, okay, this is the last story, the most recent story on X. So the upcoming UK election has sparked significant discussion amongst voters, with a notable focus on the Reform UK party. Many users expressed dissatisfaction with the current political landscape and a desire for change, leading them to support Reform UK. Concerns are raised about the potential consequences of a Conservative Party wipeout. That's definitely, I mean, that's happening already. And the possibility of the Labour Party benefiting from reforms. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think that's true. I don't think the Labour Party is benefiting from reform success at all. In fact, if anything, I think the Labour Party has lost more votes to reform than the Tories have. I genuinely do. Because I know people don't like to hear this. I'm not sure I'm going to say it, actually. Let me just get this poll of polls up. Here we are. This was yesterday. So this is the poll of polls. So Bloomberg, each of those little spots that you can see on there, just make it bigger. Each of those little spots is an individual poll result, and the lines are a 14-day moving average. Okay, and if you I mean, this is the most comprehensive, authoritative overview of all the polls that I have seen. And you can see that they were all sort of holding fairly stable until the election was announced. And then suddenly they all changed direction. And so the Conservatives have come down a long way since the election was announced, but Labour has come down further, right? This clearly shows to me Labour has actually, if I find the original source of that graph, it's actually interactive. Let me see if I can find it, because it actually gives the exact numbers. And I think it's, let me see if I can find it, sorry. I can't find it now. Sorry, guys, I can't find it. But I think that what you're seeing there is that the biggest movement. So if you look at the sudden change in direction of all three of these lines, the red, the blue, and the pale blue, the red is Labour, and that's had a bigger drop than the dark blue line of the Tories, right? The pale blue line is Reform, and that's the biggest movement. That's even bigger, an even bigger movement up than the Labour movement down. Now, the Lib Dems have definitely had some more as well, but what's very, very clear here is that Labour and Tory have both had significant losses, and Reform and Lib Dem have both had significant gains, and the Greens and SNP have had no change, basically. And this is a 14-day moving average, and it's not showing like the most recent stuff. And it's very, very hard. There are people making assumptions about where. Oh, hang on. About where people are voting for one party or another. And I don't think it's that obvious. I don't think it's a safe assumption that Reform supporters are all former Tories. I just think that's absolutely wrong. I think there are as many, if not more, left of the Labour Party, former Labour voters who are feeling deserted by their centrist/Tory party, who have gone to Reform. Because I think those former left-wing Labour voters are actually not so much political voters as they are voters for what feels right for them. And I think if you change the grid lines of political divides, suddenly they're on the same level as a lot of the sort of more working class, lower to middle income of the right wing as well. The left wing, they're actually both feeling equally put out and equally pissed off with both Labour and Tory. Yeah, polls don't show turnout, and who knows what the turnout's going to be. I mean, France had what was France's turnout? It was a massive, like 60% or 60% rise. It was a surprisingly big turnout. in the French poll on Sunday. And so I think it stands to reason that we're going to get a higher than expected turnout at this election, especially from younger voters. All right, so we've got 20 seats for Reform, says Kang. Martin says 90 seats for Reform. Paul says Starmer has taken the most bungs or bribes out of any MP. If you think he's a socialist, I've got a bridge to sell you. I agree. He's not a socialist. I agree. Nar says the dream scenario for me is that the Conservatives get less than Reform, even if it's 0 versus 1. Yeah, because that would really signify a total destruction, wouldn't it, of the Tory party? Martin, I think you're absolutely spot on. I think the thing everyone is missing or is misunderstanding is just how fucked off the entire country is with the two-party system that has failed Britain for 30 years. Yep. Wow, Martin. You saw it here first. Reform wins election 90 seat. I mean, that would make them definitely in opposition, wouldn't it? They would be the opposition. Yeah. Roy Strawberry says, I think we may have a huge surprise coming in Reform. I've heard so many people saying they're going to vote for them. James Sky says, so much has gone on these last 4 years that I cannot predict what will happen in the election. I think the polls could be very wrong on multiple levels. Let's see. I agree with that completely. I think that I really think there are going to be all kinds of things people get wrong about this. Not necessarily what we think either. GDFR says lack of poll data reporting would suggest Reform are doing better than expected. Yeah. Yep. Martin Buss, every time Labour or Conservatives say something on TV, another 100,000 Reform voters. LP says, I just hope Sunak loses to bin face. I've heard of Count Binface, but I don't actually know anything. What do we need to know about Count Binface? Okay, hang on. Let's see what Count Binface has to say, shall we?
I'll let you guys into a little exclusive. He said, I think he said, one of two things, that either one of his children wanted to vote for me, or that one of his staff might have actually voted for me. But the problem is, Sadiq Khan is quite softly spoken.
He's quite short as well, isn't he?
Yes, and I'm inside a bin, and both those reasons made it a little bit difficult to hear. So I can't tell you precisely what he said, but he was charming. Well, it's a pleasure to be here, Kathy. Hello, Times Radio listeners. It's lovely to be in the thick of it, not the series. Watch out for the copyright, because I'm sure Armando Iannucci is on your case.
Probably. I mean, I've got to say, you're speaking through a bin as we speak, as you were, I mean, almost exactly a week ago. The count for the London mayoral race was in full swing. It was rather tense because of all these rumours flying around on Twitter, on X. Tell us the mood as it was to you there.
Well, that's a very good question, because this time last week, of course, they weren't counting the votes. They were just verifying them.
Saturday.
But everyone thought they were. I think you've made a very good point. And so all these rumours started on social media, like usual, of people saying Susan Hall might have won. Now, I had a problem with that. I had two problems, in fact. My first one is I had no idea who Susan Hall was.
Despite the fact you were standing against her, and presumably you had your manifesto and all that.
Yes, throughout the entire thing, the Conservative Party candidates completely passed by, and I still have trouble. In fact, the name's literally gone out of my bin again. I can't remember who it was. But then also the people are saying she'd won. Of course she hasn't won. She was awful. So it was a strange time. But then eventually journalists caught up, did some counting, and realised that Mr. Khan was on for a landslide.
Well, talking in terms of counting, you finished in 11th place. I mean, pretty poor, but you got 24,260 votes. I mean, who are these fools voting for you?
Well, excuse me, listen, I wasn't expecting a roasting from Times Radio, calling it poor. Listen, that is literally an official record on your planet by an extraterrestrial standing in a first-past-the-post election. And they had changed the rules, I should say that to you as well. But who are these people? Do you know the most fascinating thing that no journalist has yet picked up is in the last mayoral election, I scored 24,000 votes. In this election, despite the change of system, I still scored 24,000 votes. That means there is literally a steady constituency of bin-faced voters in the capital. And why John Curtis isn't focusing on this, I've got no idea.
Well, I mean, have you got 24,000 friends or something who are just very loyal and go out relentlessly to vote for a bin?
You might think that. Actually, no. It is human beings who have been persuaded by my wonderful, fully costed manifesto. Were any of my opponents offering to build at least one affordable house? No. Was anyone else price capping croissants at £1.10, blaming Rishi and Liz for the extra 10p? No. Was anyone else going to make Phoebe Waller-Bridge the new name of London Bridge, or going to make Claudia Winkleman's Fringe grade 1 listed? No. So you put all this together, and really, my surprise is why you're surprised.
Well, and I did particularly like your Phoebe Waller-Bridge policy. I mean, Nick Scanlon, the Britain First candidate, stormed off the stage. Sadiq Khan name-checked you. He said your victory over the far right was another reason to love London. I mean, that's a bit of a win, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, I've had quite a week. I was about to, fly back off to Sigma 9 because this has been my holiday. I've got all sorts to do back home. But and then Sadiq.
It's today's screaming Lord Sutch, isn't it? That's what that is. Today's screaming Lord Sutch. Brilliant. Absolutely love it. It's the first time I've seen him. Don't know anything about it. So he's a mayoral candidate, was he? He's not standing against Rishi in Rishi's constituency, is he? That's not what's happening, is it? Okay. Is he standing in this election? Oh, I'm looking it up. I don't know. Do any of you guys know, is he actually standing in the general election? That'd be very cool. Fully costed manifesto. Brilliant, isn't it? Well, welcome. The number of views is creeping up slowly with the sun this morning. I am going to, what are we now? It's 10 to 6. I just need a 10-minute break. 10 minutes. I'll be back with you just after 6 a.m. All right, guys? Please don't go away. Please stay there. Back with you after 6 a.m. I wonder if I might just put something else on for you. Have you all seen that 10-minute video of a few times now? Or running out of things to do. Yeah. Guys, I'm just going to put that 10-minute filler in. And I will see you in 10 minutes. My first and hopefully my last ever 50-hour marathon live stream. This is not something I want to do. It's something I'm doing because I actually don't think I have a choice. I think I have a moral obligation to do so. Why is that? My name's Charlie Lambden. This channel is called Moving Home with Charlie, where I share my 25 years of experience within the property industry with anyone trying to move house to try and make moving home easier. My stated end goal one day in my career is a home for everyone. which I hope to achieve through my property website, Best Agent, and through raising awareness of how better to get things done when you're moving house. It's 2024, we're about to have an election, and everybody knows the housing market is in a terrible state. Whether you are a buyer, whether you are a seller, whether you are a tenant, or whether you are a landlord, it's in a shocking state. And the most important thing is this. If we want change in the housing market, which pretty much everybody does, like 100%, almost 100% of people do want change in the housing market, a general election is the only chance we get to actually make changes to the housing market, because almost everything to do with the housing market is the result of political decisions and political failure. In between elections, there's nothing we can do. We're stuck with the government that we got until the next election comes along, and during that time, the last 20 years have taught us almost nothing changes. And the things that they do change don't tend to help. I am a politically neutral person. I was a student of politics, and when I was a student of politics, I realized right there and then it doesn't make any sense to be a supporter of any one party, blindly supporting one party. It makes sense to, each time an election comes around, have a look at the situation, have a look at the parties, have a look at the policies, have a look at the manifestos, have a look at the people, the leaders, the teams, and the likelihood of each party actually able to deliver change that most people want. So I'm a huge fan of being able to vote for whoever you like, and therefore I'm a huge respecter of anyone voting for whoever they like, even if it's not who I think it should be. As someone who's voted Labour twice in the past, I'm not anti-Labour. My problem is the Starmer-led government, which we are almost certainly about to get, is not going to accomplish the changes that the housing market needs. Number one, because it hasn't laid out enough changes that the housing market needs. And number two, because the ones that it has, like we're going to build 1.5 million homes, are not achievable. They're making promises they absolutely cannot keep. And so we are, with near certainty as far as I'm concerned, staring down the barrel of at least 5, hopefully not 10 more years of absolute stagnation when it comes to progress in the housing market. So the purpose of this live stream, this marathon live stream, is for me to discuss with and debate with as many people as possible to try and change your mind. If you are planning to vote Labour and you want the housing market to get better, I want to change your mind. Come along and ask me why. Tell me why you think voting Labour, and I'm going to go through it. Why voting Labour, why so many people are doing it, because it seems at face value like that's the sensible thing to do, and I get that, but I want to explain to you why that's a mistake, and why it doesn't matter who else you vote for. What we need to do is to end the duopoly, the two main parties, the uni-party, however you want to call it. They've become almost indistinguishable from each other. They were like this, left and right, and they've just slowly over the years moved in, and they've overlapped, and they are heavily overlapping. Very, very similar policies with only slight differences in the leaders. Nothing would make me happier than to believe that the incoming Labour government with a landslide majority is actually going to fix the housing market. Nobody would welcome that more than I. And if you think you can persuade me that that's what's going to happen, I'm all ears and I want to hear it. So you are invited to actually join on this live stream, either with audio or video. If you want to come on as a video guest, please do. If you don't want to show yourself on video, but you want to be able to talk to me, then you can also do that. There is a link below to a Google form where you put your details in and I can check it, make sure you're not a total nutter or a troll, and then I'll welcome you onto. We've got a lot of time to fill. I've got 50 hours to fill, so I can talk to anyone and everyone who wants to discuss this. The rules are, we debate policy, we debate track record of achievements or failures of individuals. We don't discuss individuals, we don't discuss, there's zero name calling, right? So debate and discuss as passionately with me as you want. Any name calling whatsoever, or any baseless accusations without evidence to back it up, anything which is just what I call an argument ender, where, oh, well, they're just a ... they're just a so-and-so. That's not debating, that's ending discussion, because there's no comeback to that. So unless you've got evidence to say, well, there was this time when so-and-so did this thing which is relevant because, then of course. But if it's just, well, I don't like so-and-so because they're a ... that's not a debate. With the greatest respect, it's irrelevant what we think of the people. Voting based on what we think of people who we don't know never ends well, does it? We have to look at policies, we have to look at track records, we have to look at stated intentions, we have to look at voting records. So we have to look at tangible, meaningful things that actually are likely to affect the outcome of the election. So that's why I have also linked below on the page where this is being live streamed and the description below to a web page on my website where I've linked to all the housing policies and housing manifestos of the main parties, except for the Tories, because they don't even have one. The Tories deserve to get wiped out in this election, but that doesn't mean that Labour deserves a landslide win at all. So I vote you I vote you? I haven't even started this and I'm exhausted. I urge you to vote for whoever is most likely to stop Labour getting in. And I hope that if this live stream, if this debate gets enough views, maybe even goes viral, if you share it for me and help me by sharing it, maybe we can change a couple of seats. Maybe we can change enough minds to change a couple of seats and just slightly tip the balance of power. Because nothing would improve this country's prospects more than a fairer housing market and the chance for working people to be able to afford to live in a decent home near to where they work. Nothing would improve this company's outlook more in terms of us as an electorate. Nothing would improve it more for more people than improving the housing market and all of its problems. I don't know how far into the live stream you might be watching this video, but if you are, thank you for watching, thank you for waiting. Right now while you're watching this, I might be having a bathroom break, I might be having a very quick power nap, or tending to some other unavoidable situation, but I will be back soon. Most importantly of all, just please make sure you do actually vote, even if it is to spoil the ballot, because that tells the candidates that they all wasted a vote and lost a vote, and every single vote counts to these guys. I promise you, every single vote counts. Every single election result is made up of individual people voting, nothing else. Individual people voting is what makes up every election result. Anyone but Labour, but hey, if I fail to change your mind and if you think that voting Labour is the right thing to do, I respect that completely, and I wish you all the best and hope that Labour's going to get in, so I hope I'm wrong about them. I really hope they achieve lots of stuff. In the meantime, I'm going to play a few clips from a few of my older videos just to pass some time while I'm having a power nap or whatever I'm doing, and I'll be back with you before too long. Thanks for watching. Please remember, if you haven't, to help spread this video and get it suggested in more places, click the like button. If you haven't, give me one of those. Click the subscribe, and why not say hello in the comments, in the live chat especially, but in the comments underneath as well. It all helps to get this video out there. I don't normally ask to do that, but in this one I am. I really want to get this video out there. I want to engage as many people as possible who are undecided about how to vote for a better housing market. I'm Charlie, welcome to Moving Home with Charlie, and thank you for coming. Do you think we can build houses here? Yeah. Is there enough space to build houses here?
There's a lot of space, isn't there?
Yeah, there's a lot of space to put more houses in there.
Yeah.
And I've always said, don't wait to buy, ever. If you need a home and you found one that you can afford and you like it, buy it, just don't overpay.
Just to give you an idea, if you were to give up 1% of the carefully selected countryside that's not currently used, carefully selected, we could have 50% more houses. And the number one problem for house builders is finding land that's got permission to build on it.
Morning, everybody. Do I look like I've been up all night? It's 6 o'clock. It's 2 minutes past 6 on Wednesday, the 3rd of July. I am 9 hours into my 50-hour live stream. One more hour and I'll be 20% into it. But it still feels like I'm just getting warmed up. I thought I had masses of stuff ready to go through with you guys, but I've been through most of it already. I suppose 9 hours is quite a long time. I wonder if Alex is going to wake up anytime soon and join us. But in the meantime, what I want to know is, of those of you watching, are any of you still considering voting Labour? And if so, can you let me know, and let me know why, so that I can change your mind? Because that's the point of this video. That's the point of this video, is for me to change the minds of people who think that voting Labour is, it's okay, it's the safe thing to do. I actually think it's the most dangerous thing to do of all. Count bin faces standing in Rishi's constituency, a total of 13 candidates. Okay, that's interesting. I can't get to that link. All right, that's interesting. Imagine if Rishi Sunak lost to Count bin face. That'd be amazing. Yeah, come on, guys. There's still enough of you watching. There must be someone amongst. I mean, statistically, most of you are voting Labour. And the best reason I've heard so far is, he seems all right, and they're not the Tories, can't be any worse than the Tories, and that's just not the case. So do I have 0 Labour voters amongst the people watching this video right now? Literally 0 Labour voters? Come on, guys, you're leaving me dangling here. I need something to work with. Something to work with, please. What I have got to work with at the moment is the BBC's recently published article on the election. This is how they're characterizing it. That's just less and less of a fan of the BBC. So Chris Mason says, we stand on the threshold of a landmark election. It's quite a long article, which I just quickly read through during that break. And there's nothing really new in there other than it gets to the bottom and says, he starts to talk about reform a long way down. Yeah, I didn't hear that. But people said his speech was great. I didn't hear his speech. But he goes on to finish up his article saying, politics could be reshaped beyond the biggest parties as well as between them. We stand on the threshold of what looks like a landmark general election, but time is running out for folk like me talking about all this stuff. Soon it will be over to you to decide how things look on Friday morning. Yeah. Thank you, John T. Thank you for the good luck wishes. But what I need and what I'm here to do is to change your mind if you're thinking of voting Labour. So I really wish someone would let's just check out that poll I did. Okay. So just for fun, I asked 6-7 hours ago, who do you think will win the election? Not who you'll vote for, who do you think is going to win? 68% of you think Labour. 3% of you jokers think the Conservatives are going to win the election. Lols. 15% think Reform are going to win the election. Wow. And 13% think it's going to be a hung parliament. Now, I think that the hung parliament option or outcome is actually the second most likely outcome. First most likely outcome is a Labour majority. The second most likely outcome is a hung parliament. And if it is, it'll be fascinating to see what happens next, because nobody will know what the vote numbers actually are, what the seat numbers actually are, and therefore what the potential coalition deals might look like. But I think a hung parliament could be absolutely fascinating. Really, really fascinating. Could it even conceivably be a Lib Dem Reform Conservative coalition having more seats than Labour? I mean, anything's possible, right? Anything is possible in that scenario of a hung parliament. Okay. Just joined, says Alison on YouTube. Can you give a recap as to why Labour is bad for housing? Yes, absolutely. In a nutshell, it's because the party that currently calls itself Labour is really only a very slightly left of centre version of the Tory party. It has no major changes planned in housing, other than just saying it's going to hit building targets it didn't hit before, and writing to councils and telling them to review the land classification more often. They are saying potentially they're going to have some big announcements if they get into power in the first week or 2 weeks. So I wait with bated breath. And Keir Starmer said that on day one, he's going to kick off a house building blitz. It is my very strongly held conviction that the incoming Labour government that is mostly being voted for because people are like, well, it's not the Tories. That's the number one reason people are voting Labour. Not because they want Labour in, not because they think Keir Starmer is an inspirational leader with a vision, but just because it's not the Tories. And that's a huge mistake, because the economy is in decline no matter who wins. And it's whoever manages it best is what we need. But as one of the followers who's been following me all night said, a total Conservative wipeout will make space for a brand new party of some kind, which is a good thing. But it's not that I object particularly to the Labour policies. I think they're a bit vanilla. There's nothing really bold in there at all. It's that I don't think that the leadership team of Labour is going to deliver. I don't think they've got the leadership caliber between them. I don't think Keir Starmer is a strong enough leader, and I think that what's going to happen as a result is that the existing problems in the housing market are only going to get worse. They are going to end up being manipulated by house builders. They're going to end up being pressured into doing more housing stimulus that will make housing affordability worse. And actually, we're just going to have more of the same problems that we had under the Tories. I don't think they're going to get the law changed on leasehold reform, having promised that they would. Maybe they'll get Section 21 evictions banned. I hope that they do. I really do hope that they do, but I don't think they're going to. And I think that everyone's reasons for voting Labour are because, well, we can't vote Tory, and none of the other parties were taken seriously, so that just leaves Labour, right? That's literally, and I've asked on X, I've asked people why they're voting Labour, why they're voting for Starmer, and I cannot get a serious answer. In fact, I want to pull up the answers to why is anyone voting for Keir Starmer and show you the answers, because it was a genuine question. Like, what am I missing? Why is there going to be a landslide election victory for a party led by Keir Starmer? What is it about Keir Starmer? Where is it? I want to find this. I asked people to tell me why they were voting for him. Here we are. Here it is. Oh, see. Can anyone honestly give me one thing about Keir Starmer that distinguishes him from the Tories? That was my question. I think that's a fair question, isn't it? What makes him a Labour leader as opposed to just a leader? What are his lasting values that he hasn't changed? Anyone? Genuine questions. What does he ideologically stand for that qualifies him to be a Labour leader? So I've asked the sort of same question over and over again, really wanting to know who is this incredible leader that's going to win a record majority in the House of Commons? And let's go through the answers that I got. Yeah, because he accepted £76,000 worth of entertainment, clothes and similar freebies from UK donors since 2019, more than any other MP, according to research by the Financial Times. So the answers are his history as a shit PM, because he hasn't got one yet. Banning hope value. That is something that a Tory would never do in a million years. So that's talking about land value. That's Mark Polden, who was a guest on this live stream early on. Someone else says he's not a liar, a thief, and a hypocrite like most Tories. But that's not true. He's been shown to be a liar repeatedly. He hasn't yet had a chance to be a thief. He's definitely a hypocrite. But again, this is the answer to the question is not like why is he great, but why at least he's not a liar. He's a serious person who wants to make change. Most people I know are serious people who want to make change. Give him a chance. Give him a chance. That's something I keep hearing. Let's just give him a chance. Give him a chance. Give him a chance. The cost of that chance, the risk of that chance is massive. The Tories have had 14 years of chances. I'm not suggesting the Tories need to go. There's no doubt, right? But that was one answer. And again, the next answer was the behaviour of the last 4 Tory leaders has been nothing short of despicable. And you think you can lump Keir in the same category. No. I'm asking why he's different. Okay, so someone here says, appointing Ms. Gray suggests that there's an intention to be seriously rule-based. Whether we like the rules is another question, but it should at least start as a more disciplined machine than recent governments have proved. Okay, all right, well, if that's true, that's a good thing, but it's not something that I think stands him out ideologically. He is not a Tory. I think that's the most honest answer. His party has less infighting. No, it doesn't. It didn't. Currently might do, but once they're in government, I don't think that's going to be the case. He will eventually lead us back into the EU. I don't think that's a good thing. He is a problem solver. I don't know if he is. And has a good team. I don't think so. I mean, fair enough, that's someone's opinion, right? But he is not a Tory, is this first start. There's no corruption. There is integrity and hopefully some honesty would be a good start. Yeah, would be a good start. But again, can you see what I expected to find here? Yeah, someone else says, isn't the defining quality of leadership having a clear vision and knowing how to achieve it? Neither of which I was feeling him. His dad was a toolmaker, someone said, which is quite funny. And tumbleweed. So I'm not aware if Keir Starmer has a vision. I don't know what it is. Good morning, Josephine. Yes, I am still here. 9 hours going. And so guys, I'm still asking. I still want to know. What is it that makes Keir Starmer someone who's about to win a record majority in the House of Commons? And if there is no answer, what the fuck are we doing voting him in? It's almost like we know we're voting in a mediocre bloke just because he's not a Tory. Voting someone in because they're not something isn't a reason to vote somebody in. So I remain open to hearing what it is about Keir Starmer that makes him deserve such a massive majority. I mean, it reminds me a little bit of someone, in a sports tournament, one side just waiting for the other side to make enough mistakes, and then you win just because the other side's mistakes. That's what's happened. They haven't done anything. Zero Head, good morning, says, I want the Tories nowhere near government. I think most of us agree with that. 14 years of failure. They had the chance to borrow money at the cheapest rate and they chose austerity and they chose to cripple public services. I share that frustration, absolutely. Untidy Gardener says, morning, still going? Yes, I am. Agreed rehung Parliament, but think it's unlikely to happen. Yeah, I don't think it's likely. The most likely outcome is a Labour government, but it's not impossible. And if it happened, I think it would be brilliant. Brilliant. Zero Head says, I'm voting Lib Dem as it's the tactical vote in my area. I wouldn't be adverse to voting Labour if it meant removing the Tories. Look, just careful what you wish for, guys. Martin Buss asks, question, do you think Labour missed their golden opportunity in not putting in their manifesto that they were going to roll out guillotines to execute net worth people over £5 million and redistribute wealth and houses? Very funny. Very funny. Jacek, good morning. Good morning. You're only 9 hours late. Slacker. Slacker. You're normally there at the start. Where have you been? Come on. Is the morning news coming? Is there nothing gossipy or nothing sensational that's happened overnight in the news? Really? Nothing? Let's just take a look at the BBC News headlines, shall we? Because I find them pretty. Okay, we looked at that. Leaders make final push for votes. Yes, almost. Oh God, I've got family in Jamaica actually who are battling down the hatches of the hurricane. That's a big hurricane. Biden blames jet lag and travel for poor debate performance. Yeah. The BBC really only wants to talk about these two, doesn't it? It just really only wants to talk about these two. And the reason I think that's disingenuous is because the Lib Dems and Reform deserve as much coverage as Rishi Sunak does based on the polls. It feels like a slow news day. It really does. I thought there'd be some overnight, Nigel Farage has kicked up a stink and pissed somebody off or been accused of being something else outrageous and shocking again. Well, that's a good question. Craig says, what would need to happen to reverse all the damage that Labour will commit in the next few years? So I think that the damage that's going to happen is just failing to stop the existing damage from getting worse. And by that, I mean they don't understand how to stimulate transactions, which is what the market needs, demonstrated by their intention to let the stamp duty threshold for first-time buyers drop back down from 425 to 300,000. That will not help. Yes, Count Binface should have been talked about on the BBC website as well. So, guys, so no Labour voters for me to take on here. And what was the name of that lady? Alison, did I answer your question satisfactorily? I hope so. I hope so. It all feels weirdly calm. Weirdly calm. I know what I want to ask you. How many of you are currently in the middle of moving house? Any of you in the middle of moving house? I doubt you'd have been up all night or up this early if you're in the middle of moving house. But what I want to know is, if you are in the middle of moving house, has your move been affected by the election or not? I'd like to know that very much. I know that new activity, so new properties coming to the market and new buyers searching, it's actually been a really good time for buyers to go out and find bargains the last few weeks while agents have been so quiet. Jack Sinclair says, it's hard to believe we're heading towards a Blairite government facing a Blairite opposition. Very nicely put. Simon M says, I have voted Labour. Well, that's not very fair. I haven't got much chance to change your mind now, have I? Simon, can I ask you what your reason for voting Labour was? Could I ask you to is it because you've always voted Labour? Was it a protest vote against Tories? Or is it because you believe in Labour? And if so, why? I'd love to know that. Zero Head says, I'm currently buying a flat. No chain either way, but it's slow. Do you know what's causing it to be slow? Nah, you say you're considering moving to Crawley. I know Crawley very well. I worked there. I had a business there for a few years in the mid 90s, early 90s actually, early to mid 90s. Where do you live now, and why are you thinking moving to Crawley? Out of interest, Simon. I'm waiting for your answer. If you're not planning to give me one, just let me know. Just say, sorry, can't explain or something, because I'm just so keen to hear one compellingly good reason why Labour has been voted in or is going to get voted in. But well done for voting, at least. That's the most important thing, is that everyone does actually vote. So has anyone else actually already voted, done their postal vote, and wants to tell us what it was? That'd be cool. Okay. Simon has kindly responded. I always voted Tory until 2016. I'm fed up of the Tories putting party first. Okay, so you have voted Labour as a protest vote, is what I'm hearing. Totally legitimate reason. But unfortunately, I'm still looking for any one person who goes, oh my God, Labour's policies are so good. It's going to be great because they're going to change this and that, and they're going to solve this problem and that problem. Not one single person. I've been asking on X and on YouTube for days, someone help me understand why we're about to give a landslide victory to Labour. And I can't get an answer other than he's not a Tory. And I think that's a massive mistake as a country for us to give anyone that much power in Parliament just because they're not something else. Is anyone trying to buy? Anyone who's watching trying to buy at the moment? And if so, have you stopped looking while the election happens? Oh, it's raining. Let me see. Oh, I know where we're going to look. Ooh, there's a story about me on estate agencies. This is an estate agency industry website. There's a story about this live stream on the in the trade news. Best agent boss, that's me, launches 50-hour pre-election housing debate. Hopefully, I might get. Oh yeah, people are joining with that link. Fantastic. If anyone's joined from that link, if there are agents joining, please say hi. That'd be cool. What other news is there? Savills saying prime price growth on pause due to election uncertainty. Do they mean general election uncertainty or general election uncertainty? And by the way, what uncertainty? There isn't any uncertainty surrounding the election, is there? I mean, a Labour landslide is an almost given certainty. But they're using this as an excuse to say that prices in central London have fallen 0.4% in the quarter, 0.9% in the year. This is for the prime stuff, the multi-million pound stuff. Yeah. Some prime buyers opting to wait and see before firming up plans. Yep, that's happening a lot. Yes, Property Mark says buyers are waiting for election and interest rate movements. Well, they might be waiting a long time for interest rate movements. Northern cities dominate top property sales hotspots, research. Bradford has maintained its position as the leading hotspot in the country for the second consecutive quarter, according to On the Market. Okay, well done, Bradford. Meanwhile, Blackpool edged into second place, followed by Rochdale. Fourth placed Plymouth, the only southern location in the top 5, has also seen a considerable jump from 22nd place in the first quarter. Okay, that's interesting. In London boroughs, less fluctuation. Agents urged to take advantage of new MPs in listening mode. Okay, that's not a news story. I know that guy. Buyer demand rising amid hopes of rate cuts. That's just not true, is it? We've just seen 2 stories saying buyers putting things on hold while the election happens. Yeah, I know who that is as well. Why they're saying that? They're trying to talk agents up. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't believe that. Well, I mean, if that's true, that's good news. The largest quarter-to-quarter jump in demand since interest rates started to climb in December 2021. Doesn't chime with anything that I'm hearing anywhere. I don't know who Wandering Turnip is, Paul. Yeah, is the least uncertain election in my lifetime, says nah. Okay. You've explained your reasons for wanting to move to Crawley. I mean, I think there are plenty of other places that meet that spec for somewhere to live that's within easy reach of the city, but there you are. Paul Sant makes a very valid point. The British never really elect in a government. They vote to throw the previous government out. Yeah, that's true. Stealthful says, fell through 3 times. An agent has advised everything is quiet and should pick up after elections in euros. So that you're selling, are you, Stealthful? This is what I was really worried about. It's what I was warning a long time ago for sellers. Like, it's just going to be really, really hard to sell in this market. Wow. Martin Buss said, sold after telling the realtor I only wanted a cash buyer and dropped price by 15%, ended up sold for 10% below my original asking price and consider myself fortunate to get out when I did. Yeah. Simon M says the Tories should have capped the energy price rise like the Spanish and French did. That would have reduced inflation on everything. Labour's plans for energy independence are incredibly important. Yep. Alison says, thanks for your summary. I postal voted Lib Dem as I didn't want to vote Tory or Labour. Yes. Tom Ack says, yeah, stopped looking, not only due to the election, but also because I realised I can't afford it yet. Single male, 39, well-paid engineering role in London southeast area. Yeah. If you're a well-paid 39-year-old and you can't afford a home, it's not good, is it? Good morning, Catherine. I'm still here. I've got slightly, if not very bloodshot eyes, but I'm still here and I'm awake. And I'm chugging my coconut water to try and rehydrate and counteract the effect of all the coffee I've been drinking all night. Right. Okay, let's try another estate agency website. Oh, wow. Okay. Here we are. So this is this morning's estate agency news. Oh, there I am. That's this live stream has made the headlines on the Negotiator website today. Cool. There's not much information. Okay, that's interesting. Property leaders slam rushed through Leasehold Reform Act. Makes the law more uncertain, not less. What do they mean? This is what just happened before the election. The act is on the statute books, but it is not yet in force, as many parts of the bill require secondary legislation to be passed. Okay. Only 6% thought it got enough scrutiny. 60% agreed another bill was necessary to sort the mess out. So this is part of the problem that any government's going to have trying to improve leasehold reform. Only 40% felt that leasehold reform had been satisfactorily dealt with through the law. Mind you, it's also true that lawyers, whenever asked if there's complications, they do tend to go, well, actually, yes, there are complications. That does happen quite a lot. Now, sellers need to be aware of this. Material information. So there are new regulations that require estate agents to include a minimum amount of certain information on a property before they can publish it and advertise it. So Fine & Country mislabeled one of its Rightmove listings. But was it really worth the ASA spending time and resources after such a minor complaint? Let's try and see. Oh, incorrectly labeled as detached property when it was not. Well, that's just a mistake, isn't it? Yeah. So the new rules say that you're supposed to include all kinds of information on a property before advertising it, but almost nobody is. Doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. What are they saying about the live stream? It's very meta, isn't it? Live streaming about the story about the live stream. YouTuber promises 50-hour marathon property and politics debate. Yeah, I suppose I have. That's cool. Vote carefully, yes. Okay, all right. So, but there's not really any, I mean, I suppose it's unsurprising that there's not really any actual industry news because there's nothing really happening. Here we are. This is the last news website. Next government urged to reform landlords' tax rules to boost supply of homes to rent. Yes. I don't think that's going to happen, though. That's wishful thinking. Politicians will be in listening mode. I don't know why he thinks that. This is a chap saying that MPs will be in listening mode. Okay. Yeah, I'm not. I don't think that's really a story. Okay. You see, okay, so Rightmove, this is just this morning. So Rightmove's latest snapshot of the rental market. Rents have gone up. Outside London, 1,300 a month. Inside London, 2,600 a month. Average advertised rent. So this is asking prices again, right? 7% higher than this time last year. $120,000 more rental properties are needed onto the market to achieve 2% rent growth per year based on the current level of demand. Okay, it's interesting. How many are there at the moment? I've got that data. For England, anyway, I've got that data. Not enough. So they're saying, okay, this is how many there are at the moment. Advertisers available. That's just in England. That's not Wales or Scotland or Northern Ireland. So they're saying that there needs to be well over double that amount to get rental growth down to 2%. Well, that's interesting. Where's that going to come from? Where is that going to come from? Scotland is hardest hit by supply and demand imbalances. London is the least effective. Well, that's good news because London was a nightmare a couple of years ago, wasn't it? A decrease of 15% in the number of tenants looking to move in London. An increase of 16% in available properties to rent the capital. Means London has seen the overall biggest improvement. Yeah, I did expect that to happen. I said so a couple of years ago. Rightmove is calling on the next government to streamline the planning process, accelerate house building, okay, and provide incentives for landlords to invest in more homes for tenants. That's where it gets dangerous. Okay. So the Northeast has seen an 11% increase on the asking rents from this time last year. Then West Midlands, 10%. London and Wales, both the weakest at 4%. Yeah, okay. Wow, guys, this is beginning to feel like a real marathon, you know. Painful, exhausting, and wondering when it's going to end. But I'm coming up on 10 hours. That'll be 20%. Yes, Greg O'Neill, I have been doing this since 9 p.m. last night. Wow, lots of people joining. Hi there, good morning. Andrew Dennis says, which party would solve the problem of holiday homes and what would you do about them? Well, I was going through the Liberal Democrats' housing manifesto promises earlier. They are saying that they would give councils the right to increase council tax on second and holiday homes by up to 500% if they wanted to. What's quite clever about that is because giving councils the freedom to decide what it is quite good, because there are holiday destinations that rely on tourism income as their main source of income, and those tourists need a place to stay. But of course, it's a balance thing, and if you get too many holiday homes, it kills those towns. But you also don't want to wipe holiday homes out completely, because that has the opposite effect. Because people coming to stay in those holiday homes come and spend money and actually contribute to the local economy. So, it's nice for people to be able to go on holiday, right? Isn't it nice to be able to go with your family and go and stay somewhere in a home by the beach or by the sea or whatever it is? And if those were all wiped out, well, that would kind of kill the domestic holiday economy, because a lot of those nice places to go don't have hotels and that kind of thing. Yeah, they're not. The holiday homes aren't a big problem, I don't think. Andrew says it's destroy communities in these areas. Yeah, it can. What areas are you in, Andrew? What are you talking about? Visual Ghoul, hi there. Morning. Tories suck. Labour sucks. Lib Dems are idiots. Okay. Nah says there are like 70,000 total holiday homes in England and Wales. That really is a tiny amount, isn't it? When you look at, what is it, 28 million is the total stock of homes? That's so about 4% holiday homes, if I'm right about that. 28 million, 280,000, 2,800, 1%. Yeah. I can't remember anyway. Trying to do mental maths. Sorry, guys. I've been up a long time. Forgive me. I don't actually agree with that, Visual Ghoul. Vetting large numbers of candidates isn't something that's easy and quick to do, and that's why there are companies that you hire to do it. They're professionals, they know how to do it, and they did hire the company to do it, and the company that they hired just didn't do it at all. Are you saying he's grifting for donors and influence? I again, I don't agree. I think he's already a wealthy guy. He's basically retired. He doesn't need to do this. He's doing it for fun, maybe, but grifting for donors, why would he bother? I don't know. Good morning, Jill Hayes, saying you're just waking up to the news that Labour's lead has narrowed a little bit. Maybe I'm having an impact. I would like to think so. Greg O'Neill says, oh, because Greg, were you here last night as well? Mental. Can you keep going at least another 30 minutes while I get ready for work? Yeah, I'm going. I'm going to keep going another 30 hours, 40 hours actually. Anthony Park says, keep going, Charlie. You're doing great. I reckon you'll get a second win when the world starts waking up. I'm actually feeling okay. My eyes aren't great. It's just my voice. It's hurting a bit. Visual Ghoul says, Lib Dems promise the earth and then come up with ideas like selling Royal Mail. Yeah. Dar says, it's time for change, Charlie. I agree. What? Simon M says, I believe that Guinness World Records will accept 48 hours, 15 minutes as a world record for the longest live stream. I did not know I was in the running for a potential world record. Well, that's going to earn me a few more shares and a few more viewers, isn't it? A world record attempt. Tories have got Bojo out of the freezer. Yes, I know. Did you guys see that? Did you see the clip of his speech? I mean, it's entertaining. He was always entertaining. Let's just see if I've got that. Here we are. Should we just have a few, give my voice a little bit of a break by watching a little bit of Boris just for fun? Is everyone okay with that? Or is everyone gonna disconnect if I do that?
Thank you so much, everyone. Can I first of all say how wonderful it is to see you all again. I feel deprived of your company, and how grateful I am to all of you for everything that you've been doing over the last few weeks, and for coming so late tonight to this venue, way past Keir Starmer's bedtime. Yeah, so now, if you are slightly surprised to see me, I want to be absolutely clear that I was glad when Rishi asked me to help. Of course, I couldn't say no, and I'm here for one reason and one reason only, which is the same reason as all of you, all of us are here. We're here because we love our country, and whatever our differences, utterly trivial by comparison with the disaster we may face if these so-called opinion polls are right. And it's still an if. I think and hope the British people will show more sense on Thursday and draw back from the brink. But if these polls are right, then at the very moment when this country has beaten COVID and beaten post-COVID inflation, at the very moment when we should be encouraging enterprise and growth and putting some money into home ownership and putting some money into people's pockets, Westminster is about to go in diametrically the opposite direction. And so none of us can sit back as a Labour government prepares to use a sledgehammer majority to destroy so much of what we have achieved, what you have achieved. 5 years ago, you helped to send Jeremy Corbyn, as then disciple Keir Starmer, into orbit where they belonged, and we got Brexit done. We restored democracy. We restored democracy to our country, and it was because we got a proper Brexit, and you will all remember how hard that fight was, that we came out of the EU single market, we controlled our own regulation. And my friends, whatever people may say, that national independence was vital when it came to approving COVID vaccines faster than any EU country, and therefore getting the fastest vaccine rollout of any major economy and the fastest economic rebound in the G7. And let me just ask you, in case you've forgotten it, because I haven't had a chance to remind you recently, which, of all the 200 countries on earth, which was the first government, after all the miseries of COVID, to put a licensed, approved...
Right, guys. My family are all awake and just getting ready to get in the car and go on a long road trip. So I just need to take a short break to see them off, and I'll be back. Don't go away. Please leave this open, share it, help me spread the word, help me on the day before polling day to get people to not vote Labour if they want an improvement to the housing market. And I'm just going to put on a little video, a pre-recorded video, just to cover the time, and I'll be back shortly, hopefully to see more and more of you as well. See you in a bit. I'm Charlie. Welcome to Moving Home with Charlie, and thank you for coming. Do you think we could build houses here? Is enough space to build houses here?
There's a lot of space, isn't there?
Yeah, there's a lot of space to put more houses in there.
Yeah.
And I've always said, don't wait to buy ever. If you need a home and you found one that you can afford and you like it, buy it. Just don't overpay.
Just to give you an idea, if you were to give up 1% of the carefully selected countryside that's not currently used, carefully selected, we could have 50% more houses. And the number one problem for house builders is finding land that's got permission to build on it. It's all very nice wanting to protect your view. And typically I think the NIMBY demographic tends to be more senior. But if you want your kids and grandkids to have affordable homes, what's more important, your view or affordable home for young people? Because as people have been predicting for a very long time, home ownership has been priced out for the young. And not just ownership, but renting as well has become too expensive because there aren't enough properties to rent. So the only solution, the only permanent long-term solution to this is building more houses. A mixture of urban, suburban, rural, isolated. Doesn't have to be all one kind, but just putting the whole mix in, there is massive, look at it, look how much space there is. There's just huge, vast areas of wide open space, and not all of this is used for farmland. And I know that there are a million reasons for people being worried about it. Well, there aren't enough schools, there aren't enough facilities. That's true, and so that's going to be factored into the mix, of course.
Just had a lovely long conversation with a big issue seller outside South Kensington Tube Station in London. It was just interesting hearing his perspective. He said to me, did you know that there are people who buy houses in London and then only stay there 1 or 2 weeks a year, and they just leave them empty the rest of the year? And it just, seeing it through his eyes, of course I know that happens, but he just couldn't believe it. He said some people have so many houses, they forget that they've got one in London. And he said he thinks that there's 1 or 2 people dying on the streets every day in London. He said that homelessness is much worse now than it was 20 years ago. And he said 20 years from now, it's going to be even worse. He said he doesn't think the government's going to do anything about it until there's blood on the streets, he said, were his exact words. All of the house price indices, the figures they publish, which they call the average house price, are not the average of house prices. They are a bizarrely complex calculation of estimates and assumptions. So for example, the ONS does this thing where it creates this hybrid property, which is a makeup of a flat and a detached house and a semi and a terraced house, to call it the typical property. It doesn't exist in real. When a landlord wants to sell their property or move back into it, and they have to ask the tenants to leave, and those tenants are working and not in arrears, they've been perfect, they're no-fault tenants, they are put through what's called a no-fault eviction, whether they found a new home or not. And a lot of tenants in that scenario cannot find a new home through no fault of theirs. They just cannot find one. There isn't one they can afford, or they're not being given one. They apply and they're turned down, whatever it might be, they just can't get the new home. Eviction date comes along. If you find yourself without a home, even if you're able to sleep on a sofa here or sit, you try and hold a job down when you don't have a home. And what happens more than anyone realizes, you've got all the figures, you can look them up, right? About 1 in 3 cases of new homelessness is someone that was in work and was paid up, and through no fault of their own, has found themselves homeless. You lose your home, then you lose your job, then you can't get a home, and it's a horrible spiral. The house price correction, if you want to call it that, is only just getting started. The corrections being applied will include correcting for, number 1, 12 plus years of artificially low interest rates. Number 2, the effects of 1 trillion of quantitative easing, money printing, now being reversed. Number 3, The unwinding effects of Help to Buy on wider house prices, around 20%. Number 4, the effect of the COVID cash handout property party, now the hangover. And number 5, the now popped buy-to-let bubble. On top of the corrections, not to double count everything, we also have now a failing economy, rising joblessness, and unmanageable government debt levels. The 10% correction expected by respectable institutions, as some call them, will prove a woeful underestimate. Whether they know they're wrong and are deliberately understating it, or they honestly believe it and are just crap at their jobs, I don't know. If my 3-year peak to trough 35% estimated average nominal price fall expectations turn out to be anywhere near correct, I realise this means an unimaginably different future for many people who are relying on that not happening. People relying on house prices for their pension, for their care costs, for their family. I may be wrong, of course. Maybe prices will only fall 10%. They've already fallen further, just not yet reported, I think. And everyone can have a good laugh at my expense. But if you are someone who can't contemplate anything worse, I encourage you to consider the possibility that I'm right and ask yourself what, 3 years from now, you would wish you had done today with this information, especially if your family's future depends on it. The first one is about, so Good Lord, which is a provider of technology to lettings agents, was talking about how they have a monthly rental index. And they're talking about how rents rose to a new 7-month high, but the rise is slowing a little bit. And most importantly on here, they talk about voids lengthening. Now, a void period is the period that a landlord has their property sitting empty in between tenants. And voids across England lengthened during May, hitting an average of 21 days. And this is a rise from 19 days to 21 days. So that's an that's an over 10% increase in the average void period in a month. I think that's significant. Average voidage, there's a word I didn't know existed, voidage. It's now 11% higher than the same time last year, suggesting a slight lessening of the imbalance between demand and supply. On the same story, the BBC reported on the back of Zoopla's data, rents rise at 6.6% a year, but the pace is slowing. And this is data from Zoopla. Rents continue to grow faster than average earnings, although the gap is much narrower than a year ago. And he goes on to say that a continued slowdown in rental price growth to 5% by the end of this year. I got into the property industry for a living, but initially as a sort of landlord investor, one at a time in the 90s. But that was a sort of sideline for me. I got actually into it as a career in the late 90s because I thought to myself, moving home is quite obviously and publicly the second most stressful thing you can do in your life after divorce. And I thought, no, the internet's here. Estate agents aren't needed anymore. I was wrong about that, very, very wrong. My first startup was to try and disintermediate estate agents and just have a website that buyers and sellers could put their houses on. And I was convinced that this was going to just wipe out estate agents right in the late 90s. And so were all the investors who threw money at me. I was 26 years old. They were like, this is amazing. And they threw me loads of money at me. Anyway, that's how I started. I ended up actually then being a supplier. I learned quite quickly the hard way that estate agents do have a critical role in people's life. Unfortunately, most estate agents don't do it very well, but there is a small minority who do it exceptionally well and add great value to people's lives in the process. Those are the people I've had as clients for 20-something years. So it's estate agents of all sizes, one-man bands through to national corporations. In fact, my first software client was a countrywide brand in the early 2000s. And so I have spent the last 20-something years of my life all day, every day, dealing with estate agents' businesses as a provider of their CRM software, their management information software, I have seen literally millions of applicants, buyers registering, coming through Rightmove, through Zoopla, through On the Market. They go automatically into the software that I provide for my agents. I have helped my estate agency clients manage the process of turning those buyers, those registrations, into qualified applicants, turning those into viewings, turning the viewings into offers, turning the offers into deals, and turning the deals into exchanges. Because until they exchange, or until the tenant moves in, no one gets paid. And I've always, right from day one, understood that that's the end goal for everyone who needs to move out. Agents or movers, it's like moving in. Until you move in, everything is a waste of time and a waste of money, unless that move in happens. I've had a private message from someone on Instagram, which I thought was worth sharing with everybody because I get asked this question a lot. Hi Charlie, been following you for a bit on YouTube and the content's helpful. I'm soon to be a first-time buyer and looking to hopefully have circa 15 to 20,000 saved up early next year. So we're now March 2024. So he's about 9 months away, he's talking about. My current living arrangement isn't ideal, to say the least, but it is cheap, so I'm incredibly eager to get myself out of where I am, but very conscious of the market at the moment. And here's the question. When do you think the right time to start getting my ducks in a row would be? Once I've firmed up all my savings, or should I start speaking with people before that to speed up the process? Okay, I love this because when you're thinking that far ahead as a first-time buyer, it means you do have the chance to get yourself really well prepared. And as I've said in other recent videos, the first thing you want to do always as a first-time buyer who needs a mortgage, before you start talking to any estate agents, is to find yourself a mortgage broker or financial advisor that you really are sure you can trust. I did another video recently about how to find a mortgage broker you can trust. It's a tricky thing to do. Go and check it out though. But what you want to find out is that the most common response you get when you ring up a mortgage broker and say, I want to buy a house in 9 months' time, is give us a call back when you found somebody you want to buy. And that, in my opinion, is exactly what you don't want to hear from a mortgage broker, because what that tells you is that that mortgage broker is only concerned about quick deals. They're all about the short term and they're not worried about your long term. Whereas a broker who says to you, great, good that we're talking early, we can really get to know each other, get everything lined up and make sure you're really well prepared. And a broker that's happy to talk to you and give you their time this far in advance is the kind of broker that you want, because they're demonstrating that they care about the long term for themselves, for their own business, as well as for you and their other customers. So 9 months is a long way off. And what I would be doing in that person's situation is I would be researching brokers. I would be making certain that when I do choose my broker, I don't fall into the trap of the wrong broker for me. Hello everybody. Welcome to another video with me, Charlie Lambden. This is Moving Home with Charlie, and I'm here to share with you the 20-something years of insights that I have picked up from working alongside estate agents who've been my clients for all that time. For those of you moving for the first time, by that I mean selling for the first time and buying the next place, up until now, your only experience of dealing with estate agents will have been buying. And as a first-time buyer with nothing to sell, it's never easy, and you probably had quite a stressful experience, but it is nothing compared to what you are about to go through if you are selling and buying. And I'm not talking about speculating on house prices. I'm not talking about selling, waiting for the market to drop and then buying. That's a totally separate thing. I'm assuming that all other things are equal. You need to move from one home into another home. So if you haven't already seen it, I would recommend that you check out the video I've done, which is advice for first-time sellers, which is just about the process of understanding what goes into the sale of a property, whatever your reasons for selling are. What typically happens in a typical move, and we're talking only about home movers here, of course, right? People moving out of one home and into another, is that people will try to sell their existing home and buy their new home at the same time, and will always try as much as possible to have a simultaneous exchange and simultaneous completion, so that you don't end up falling between two stools, and so you can move out of one house and into your new house on the same day. The problem with that, And the risk with that is that you're relying on three parties. There's yourself, there is the buyer of your old home, and there is the seller of your new home. So you've got a transaction involving at least three parties. And what I want to show you on here is, so this is the property on the left is the one that you need to sell. And the property on the right is the one that you need to buy. And this is you. Okay? And you've got over here your buyer. Over here you've got the seller of your new home. The two approaches to this that are available are the one I've already outlined, which is that you try to sell and buy the two properties simultaneously. And when that works out well, it's great. The alternative option is complete the sale of this home first, find somewhere to live temporarily, and then complete the purchase of your new home separately. Now, why would you do that? Sounds like moving twice, sounds like more expense, more uncertainty, more time, more hassle. Well, yes, potentially. There's a law of communications that goes something like this. Okay, if you've got two parties, you've only got two possible directions of communication. From party one to party two, and from party two to party one. It's just two-way communication, okay? And let's just assume that that's the scenario of you and the buyer of your existing house. The moment you put a third person in, right, you've suddenly got, instead of two communications directions, you've got 6 communications directions, right? So you have instantly tripled your communications overhead, your communications requirement, the number of conversations that need to happen. You've tripled it. You have got a 300% higher communications overhead to a simultaneous sale and purchase compared to if you do two separate purchases, where you'll only ever have 2 concurrent communications directions or overhead. Does that make sense? I hope that's clear, okay? So you've also got far more factors outside your control, because your buyer of your old home may be in a chain. The seller of your new home may or may not be in a chain. And you've got extra mortgages and surveyors and extra conveyances to have involved. And so it is a much, much harder job for you and your estate agent to line everything up for simultaneous exchanges and completions than it is to do one transaction at a time. The risk of doing them as separate transactions is that you end up, for whatever reason, being unable to buy your next home. And you end up falling between two stools in no man's land. And that can happen for a number of reasons. Your availability of mortgage might change, availability of finance might change, your credit, you might end up suddenly, for reasons outside your own control, not being able to get the finance together for the new home. That's a very real risk, and you wouldn't want to sell your old home if that was a risk. Good morning, everybody. I'm back again. I haven't gone anywhere, but I am now home alone, which means I haven't got to worry about making noise. I can stomp around. I've got the whole run of the whole place, and it means I'm on my feet, which is going to help me stay awake. Yes, Welsh Hibby. Labour will destroy this country. Okay, that's slightly stronger than what I've been saying. And welcome, everybody. This is a live stream where I'm here to help people who care about housing decide, if you're undecided, who not to vote for. I never tell anyone who to vote for. But if you're undecided, or if you are thinking that you want to vote for Labour, I want to challenge that decision. And I want to invite anyone who is planning to vote for Labour to tell me why they think that's a good idea. And answers that we've had too many times that I don't think are really good enough answers are because they're not the Tories. Okay, they're not, and I get that, and I get the Tory protest vote, but that's not a reason to give any party a massive majority just because they're not someone else. Give them a chance. You're gambling with 5 years of the country's life when it's on a slide down into oblivion. You really want to roll the dice of 5 years on someone that just give us a chance? But what I really want to know is, and I keep asking this question, and every time I ask it, I realize there isn't an answer. That's why I'm not getting one. What's inspirational about Keir Starmer? What's his actual vision? Or is he just a new Tory with a Labour label on him? I think Labour are going to fail us on housing. That's why I think it's important not to vote for them. That's why I think it's important that we do get a major political change. Anyway, let me go through some more of these comments. Philip Dobrin says, I don't even know who I'll vote with. Reform wants to make the UK a tax haven. Labour will do what Labour will always do. Conservatives are for the rich. Lib Dems are just there to be there. Okay. Interesting. Gnomic Gnome says, I personally don't think Farage has done any real damage with the Russia comments. People like me, roughly under 35, didn't grow up with the same Cold War propaganda as those who are older. Yeah. Remember that animated TV series about nuclear annihilation, which they made all the kids watch? Yes, I remember that in the 70s. We weren't affected by that. Dar. Hello, Dar. I haven't seen you for ages. Charlie, we shouldn't be discussing votes. Everyone respectfully has their own right to vote for who they want without influence, but good luck on your mission. Well, I appreciate the good luck wishes. This live stream was billed as an election live stream where we're going to be discussing votes. You don't need to watch it. And if you don't like what you might think of as influence, I suggest you don't watch it. But everyone else who's here understands that I'm not trying to vote anyone. I'm not trying to influence who anyone should vote for. I am here to try and say that they should not vote for Labour. Anyone but Labour is what I've been saying. Yeah, Simon, I agree with you. We're all grown up enough to decide whether we want to talk about votes or not. I'm happy to say who I voted for. Appreciate others may not. That's interesting. Craptacular82 says, and I remember you saying earlier at the beginning of the live stream, you don't know who you're going to vote for. And it's tomorrow now. I'm not sure if this is normal for a UK election, but I've been working from home most days of the last 4 weeks, and I haven't had a single knock on the door from any party out canvassing. What part of the country is that? Right, guys. What I would love is questions. I'd like questions from people who've just woken up and joined the live stream who are undecided. Do we have any undecided viewers? I'd love to know if there are undecided viewers there. I'm politically neutral. I always have been. I am on the side of whatever I think is best for the country as a whole. That changes from election to election for me. That's why I've voted 4 different ways in the last 5 elections. I have already voted this election, postal vote, and I will reveal at the end of this live stream who that was with, who was it for. Wasn't Labour, spoiler. And thank you, whoever it was who recommended a lozenge. I just had a lozenge and it's helped. And this cup of Yorkshire tea has got honey in it too, so that's helping. Because my voice is going. Who's undecided or who thinks that they need to vote Labour? Can I change your mind? That's what I'm here to do. That's what I'm here to do. Simon M says, I think Starmer has the country's interests at heart. He works in public service for many years. He could have gone after the big bucks working for big corp, but decided not to. Okay, allow me to offer an alternative viewpoint to that. I don't doubt he has the country's interests at heart, but he has his own interests at heart as well. There's nothing wrong with that. He's worked in public service for many years. Yes. That's, I think, neither here nor there. He's been very well paid for it. He could have gone after the big bucks working for big corporations, but decided not to. Because if he gets to be prime minister, he gets much, much, much bigger bucks than if he did it before he became prime minister. So you could argue that actually he is in this for the big bucks in the long run. But I'm not suggesting there's anything wrong with that. I'm afraid my view is that Starmer is what I call a company man. He's someone who's very, very happy to wear the corporate or institutional clothes of whichever institution he decides to sell out to or serve. And I believe he's doing it in good faith. I don't think he's doing it in bad faith. But he hasn't got what it takes to make the change the country needs, because I think he underestimates how difficult it is to get changes made. I really do. I really do. That's interesting. So Nah says, my seat is deep red, where some people assume Canary Wharf wouldn't be, but we're in the middle of Tower Hamlets. Okay. All right, Kang. Thank you. Yes, I'll try the cucumber slices for the stinging eyes. Yeah, I know I do have eye drops, actually. I do have eye drops. I'm actually feeling, at the moment, I'm feeling bizarrely, weirdly okay, considering I've been up all night and not had a wink of sleep. I did try once to just get 40 winks, but it didn't work because I just had coffee. Just looking at the clock ticking up here, 10 hours, 21 minutes. Someone said that the Guinness Book of World Records is 50 hours or was 45 hours or something. So I don't know if my breaks are going to count or not. Interesting. Visual Ghoul says, Keir Starmer helped Sippy Livni walk free despite war crime charges. He has the country's interests at heart, but it's not the UK. He's a plant. Wow. Okay. Don't know anything about that, but it's interesting to hear the views. Zero Head says, I feel tired for you, Charlie. SJT Fun Club says, hey, Craptacular, it's East Dulwich is a safe Labour seat. Maybe others have just given up. So if you're in a safe Labour seat and you don't want to vote for Labour because you want a better functioning housing market, my suggestion is, if you have no preference amongst the remaining options, that you vote for the one that's most likely to challenge Labour and give them the best chance. That's the best. But if you have a preference, vote for preference. And if you were going to ask me, hey Charlie, who do we vote for? Who's got the best housing policy? Based on housing policy alone, of the others, the Lib Dems deserve a vote on that basis. Not necessarily on all bases, but on that basis they do. Martin says, Charlie, you've picked the wrong week to give up meth. TC says, utterly uninspired by all parties. Lost trust, faith, and belief in all of them. I do not have any particular political leanings. I'm at a loss. Well, TC, in that situation, if you feel so strongly enough that you don't want to vote for anyone, I would still recommend that you vote. You go and spoil your ballot. Spoilt ballots get counted, and they are a measurable protest against the state of all the candidates. But if you are open to my thinking, and which is to try to not have Labour having such a big majority, then I suggest finding out whichever party you think is going to be the biggest challenge to Labour, if they're the stronghold for you, and vote for them. Wow. Scarlett, that's amazing. I took time off to join you. That's going way beyond the Call of Duty. Thank you very much indeed. And guys, please help me spread this video. Share it on your socials if you want, with anyone that's undecided voters who care about housing. That's who I'm here for, okay? Undecided voters who care about housing, or people who think that voting Labour is a safe thing to do. It's not. Andy Jacks makes the point, when will people realise corporations and business don't pay tax? Only individuals working in the private sector pay tax, or as an end consumer. Yeah, interesting point. I was trying to find some industry news, some property market news this morning, but there's nothing other than Rightmove talking about the rental market, which I've already been through. And there's one other website. Let's have a look at this story. Okay. Yeah, this is worth looking at for a number of reasons. This is a news story out this morning. It's on a state agency industry website. And it's saying the next government is urged to reform landlords' tax rules to boost supply of homes to rent. With a number of homes coming up to let in short supply, Property Mark, and I know the boss of Property Mark, is calling on the next government to reconsider the way landlords are taxed in a bid to incentivise new investment in the buy-to-let sector. Demand continues to grow, but fresh data from Rightmove shows an alarming fall in the number of available properties to rent. As more tenants look to renew their existing tenancies rather than move home, adding to the widening supply-demand imbalance in the PRS. Property Mark boss Nathan Emerson said, Property Mark has long argued that the private rental sector needs more houses to stabilise rental prices. But there's a myriad of other factors that can contribute towards making the market more attractive for both investors and tenants. So the tax relief changes. So for those of you who don't know, what happened was the previous government, or some time ago, actually changed the tax law. So landlords used to be able to deduct the interest on their mortgage payments before calculating their tax bill. That got changed so that the interest on mortgage payments on a buy-to-let mortgage was no longer tax deductible, meaning you're effectively paying tax on that, which you weren't before. And with lots of other things, like interest rates going up and everything else, it's one of the things that squeezed landlords out of the sector. I mean, if the landlords who are selling up are selling their properties and they're being bought by first-time buyers, that's not a bad thing, is it? if more first-time buyers are getting homes because those landlords are selling up, then that's not a bad thing, because those are first-time buyers who may not otherwise have been able to afford those flats, because that increase in stock for sale will have brought prices down, and those landlords selling out will have been likely forced to sell, so they would have had to take a hit on the price if they wanted to sell. Just looking at your comments now. Okay. Leandros asks a fair question. What Labour action when in government would change your view on Labour? If they do anything they've said they're going to do when they've said they're going to do it, it would change my view. It's as simple as that. So they've made some claims that I've already been through in this live stream earlier about things they're going to do on day one, and then in week 1 and week 2 and week 3. And and all of those things they're saying they're going to do in that time are things that are within their control to do, because they're simple communications. Let's see if they do those. But even if they do those, they are nothing more than the first salvo of shots fired to ask councils to make changes. There's nothing in there saying that they're going to force changes on council town planning departments. So it looks like lots of action. It looks like lots of assertive, yes, let's get this done. And we had a guest on last night on this live stream who is optimistic and positive about Labour and what they're going to do. And he was saying how Labour are going to overrule councils who decline planning permission for new home builds more often than the Tories did. Apparently that's already something that the governments can do. And he said he's expecting Labour to do that a lot more. But if they actually make a material change to the planning process that results in more developments being approved for new builds, only then. Does that answer that question? I hope so. Next question. Meow478, who's a fresh name on this live stream. Hello, welcome, good morning. Says the housing market is so broken without the government daring to completely reform it at a system level. Parties are promising new house builds, but who's going to build them with the current skills shortage? I think the skills shortage is regional. There are places where there are skills, and they're going to train up new people, I hope, as well. But I agree with you, the whole system needs completely redesigning from the ground up, because it's not fit for purpose anymore. And Labour is not going to do that. Lee M says it's not first-time buyers. Most likely Lloyd's Bank amongst other hedge funds buying property like in America. I think that's been happening on a small scale. I'm not aware of that happening on a large scale yet. And I think it would catch the news if it was happening. Yes, I have put a hat on, and Alex, and at some point I'm going to need a shower. Now, every morning at around 9 o'clock, thanks to TalkTalk, my broadband provider, the internet just craps out. It just craps out, like almost, it doesn't 100% break, but it goes down to barely anything. Happens, I don't think normally 9 a.m. is when I'm having video calls in the morning with my team that I work with, and that's always when the internet. So if that happens, I'm going to take a break at that point and try and have a shower, that kind of stuff. I do want a shower. It'll help me feel fresher and awake, get some more eye drops in my eyes. Who am I debating today, says TC. So I'm hoping to have Russell Quirk join me today. Oddly enough, we won't be debating so much as agreeing on what needs to happen to fix the housing market. He's put a lot of thought into it, and quite some time ago. Oh no, is it happening now? Is the internet bad now? Shit. Is it really? Alex, I've got two Era routers. It's not my router, guys. If anyone else tells me that, it's going to drive me crazy. My internet speed is fine the rest of the time, and then just in the mornings, it goes really shit. So it's definitely a line problem, not an equipment problem. Glad it's good now. Okay, cool. All right. I don't know what time Russell's on yet. I'm going to be doing this during my breaks. I'm going to be lining up some of the guests. I have got a handful of people who've asked, and I need to follow them up. Yeah, I've got a handful of people who want to appear, and I'm expecting Alex Gramwater to come back at some point, and so that's Housing Stig, and also Lewis might pop back, and Russell, and Morris Kilbride, I'm hoping might join as well. I don't know if he will or not, but hopefully he will. Just closing down other stuff that might be using the internet. There we go. So for now, I want to debate you guys, and if you guys want to debate me, go to the link in the description below the video, and there's a form. Click the form, put your details in, so I can just double check who you are. And I would love to have anyone on the show who wants to just debate about the housing market and the election. Yes, Alex, I'm using the Eero router. I can show you if you don't believe me. Yes, the Eero is connected to the OpenReach modem via cable. Right. Okay, guys. I still can't believe how few Labour voters or undecided voters I've got here. So are you all of you watching now already on board with not voting for Labour to get a better housing market? Or are there any of you still undecided? I'd love to know. Yes, we all knew that Keir Starmer was Director of Public Prosecutions and his dad was a toolmaker. That's all. We all knew that. Yes, you can, Martin. If you can come on camera and join a live stream. If you want to debate the actual thing, your plan of the petition is a little bit too much detail to go into in this video. I want to talk about election, the election, and really getting people to understand that a Labour government is not going to be good. Joanne Ward says, no matter who gets in, could we not outline what we want to happen with these reforms to the planning system and get a petition to have it discussed in Parliament? Yeah, we could do that. And a petition is what Martin was suggesting. petitions rarely lead to any change happening. And one of my biggest frustrations is the amount of talk that happens. Endless talk, committees talk, committees talk, committees talk. And I realize that's the process. But, you know, in the end, sometimes, I mean, I know one thing that happened with the industry, and it was 5 years of talking with government and getting things ready and lined up. And it just got scrapped. It's got scrapped. Scarlett says, you're undecided, want to know who I'm voting for. I will reveal who I voted for because I've done it in my postal vote already. And I photographed my ballot. So I will show you that at the end when the polls have closed, because I don't want to be influencing anybody. Visual Ghoul says, a two-parent household working back in the 70s would have had a relatively decent income. The tool his dad made was Keir. Very funny. Good morning, Southwell Pianos. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. So, Pitford. Please rename the channel Waking Up with Charlie. Hello, good morning, Az Zed and David Holloway. Good morning. Welcome. You join us almost 11 hours into the live stream, and I'm currently standing. The problem is that I need to lift my arm up to get there. It's making my neck hurt. Tina B says, I'm not voting Labour for other reasons this time, but living in a true blue area, spoiling my ballot might have more impact than going indie. Cool. Can you share your reasons for not voting Labour this time? Would love to know. Or obviously no pressure if you don't want to. Yes. I don't want to influence anyone, just doing a 50-hour live stream to stop people voting Labour. I'm not saying who to vote for. I'm just saying who not to vote for. SFM, good morning. You guys are funny. You guys are funny. Is anyone aware of anything in the news? Like, is it just me, or is it a really slow news day today? Rents are rising faster than inflation and wage growth. Whoever the next government is, this is Vicky Spratt in the iPaper. So Boris Johnson's in the news. Obama doubts Biden's re-election chances. Well, that's no big surprise there. Sunak's risky gamble enlists Boris Johnson. I don't think it was risky because he had nothing to lose, did he? There's just no news. Photo IDs. Have you all got photo IDs? I've done postal votes for as long as I can remember. So, is everyone going to remember to take their photo IDs tomorrow? Okay, great question here. Hang on a second. Okay. Tina says, being a woman affects my life more than housing policy. Fair enough. Thank you for sharing that with us. Nick Who says, the more I watch this, the more I want to vote Labour. You wanted to vote Labour before this anyway, right? But if that's, I can't tell whether you're saying that as a joke or whether you're being serious, but if that's a serious comment, Nick, can you explain why? What am I doing that's making, what am I saying that's making you want to vote Labour even more? Yeah, that's some interesting comments here. For me, it's an easy choice, says Steve Key. Starmer, better than Davey, better than Sunak, better than a bucket of shit, better than Farage. It's not ideal, but it is what it is. So you're saying, Steve, that you're voting for Starmer because he's just less shit than everyone else? Again, I don't think that's a reason to give anyone a massive majority just because they're not as shit as everyone else. Southwell Piano says, my local MP is Robert Jenrick. I'm going to have to vote Labour as that's the only way to get him out. He's an awful MP, such a negative impact on housing locally and his role during the pandemic. Yeah, I mean, if anyone is voting for local reasons, yeah, of course, what I'm talking about is for national housing policy. So totally respect that sometimes local considerations outweigh national ones when it comes to election time. Alex Browning says, I think reform will be successful due to Farage on I'm a Celebrity, and also the short notice of election means the media don't have time to vilify them enough. But they are trying hard. What do I think? Yeah, I do think the media is trying to vilify reform. And without being a reform supporter, I find the media lack of impartiality really, really shocking. And I also think it's backfiring on them. I genuinely think it's backfiring on them. They're kind of, I honestly think with the major media organizations failing to be transparent. Sorry guys, I've been up a long time now. Failing to be impartial, they are reminding a lot of people why they're pissed off with the establishment. Right, Josephine Murphy. Apologies if you already addressed this, no I haven't. But which party would you vote for if you were a renter who wants to see Section 21 abolished and more protection for renters? Okay. So the Tories said they were going to abolish Section 21 and run out of time, and say that they still will if they got back into power, I believe. Labour have said they're going to abolish Section 21. The Lib Dems have said they're going to abolish Section 21. And your comment about more protection for renters reminds me that I think, from memory, in Reform's housing manifesto, they've talked about enforcing existing laws, and they're the only party to do that. And it makes a lot of sense because, as someone who's worked in the property industry for as long as I have, most of the problems come from the fact that the existing regulations aren't enforced, including against on landlords. So more protection for renters. Who would I vote for if I was a renter to see that abolished? Well, Labour have said they're going to do it. Let's see if they actually manage it. Because I think Labour is a bad choice for the housing market, and I would want to vote against that. The other ones who say that they're going to do it, clearly, because again, you may not want to vote Tory either. So no Labour, no Tory. Next up is Liberal Democrats, who very clearly stated in their manifesto that they would abolish Section 21. So hopefully that answers that question for you. Meow476 says, I think people will just vote for anyone who will likely get rid of the Tories. All those housing pledges by any party are either fluff or will prop up house prices rather than fixing the system. Yep. And what I find ironic is how everyone's so angry about the Tories failing the housing market that they're going to vote Labour and expect it to be different. And it's not going to be different, I don't think. What are my thoughts on Robert Jenrick's time as housing minister? Well, he didn't actually achieve anything, did he? To my knowledge, I don't know off the top of my head if he did or not. I'm just trying. I've got a graph here, which is a picture of how long they were all in. Robert Jenrick, where was he? No, he wasn't. According to this, he wasn't. All right. Those are all the Tory housing ministers. Robert Jenrick is not there. Was he? Did he come after Rachel McLean, or is she still there? Nick says you're just winding me up about wanting to vote Labour even more. Thank you. But you are. I mean, am I right that you are someone who still wants to vote Labour despite listening to me explain the reasons why? Why I don't think you should. Andy Jack says, I'm not a Labour supporter, but don't forget income tax was reintroduced by the Conservatives as a means to reduce import and export tariffs and spread the burden of government debt to individuals. Yeah, but again, you have many options if you want to vote against the Tories, many options other than Labour. You don't have to vote Labour to get the Tories out. That's the point. Actually, Paul, I don't feel like I'm getting my second wind. I'm flagging. I'm flagging quite hard. I'm going to need to go and take a break soon. Yeah. The media's impartiality is leading us all to the alternative media. Yeah. Leandros says, lately, I think what's most important is what the big companies want in power rather than what the people will vote for. Yep. As Zed says, I'm waiting for the Daily Mail clickbait headline. Southerner performs 50-hour live stream to discourage Labour voters. You won't believe what happens next. Telegraph today says more renters begging to be given a Section 21 by landlords. So when it's abolished, what will the renters do then? Right. The Section 21 notice is what a landlord must serve on a tenant in order to be legally authorized to evict the tenant. Now, a Section 21 notice on its own does not mean a tenant is forced out. Landlords then have to go and get an eviction order as well. And without a Section 21 notice, tenants can't then go and get council property or get council support. So the renters begging to be given a Section 21 notice by their landlords are renters who are hoping to get council paid accommodation. In some cases, not in all cases. So, yeah, when it's abolished, what will renters do then? Good question. Good question. You know, unfortunately, Section 21 is open to abuse by tenants as much as landlords, weirdly. AWO7 says, Charlie, this isn't healthy for you, surely. Nope, it doesn't feel healthy. I'm not feeling very healthy. I'm going to try. I'm going to try a half-an-hour break in a minute. I like boring things, says Go Charlie. Thank you. I would like the UK to build lots of quality low-rise apartments. Minimum 55 square meters, 1 bed, 75 square meters, 2 bed, and 95 square meters, 3 bed. Yeah. What part of the country would you like that? Andy Jacks makes the very wry observation, we have the best politicians that money can buy. Visual Ghoul says, Charlie, why do you think Labour are a bad choice for the housing market? Starmeroid says he'd like to see house prices go down. Also, his words mean nothing. Right. My primary reason is because I don't believe they'll change anything and the housing market will continue in its current rotting state of dysfunctionality. They just won't do anything. That's why it's terrible. And so much change is needed because the housing market is so badly messed up. And that affects a lot more than just the moving market. Nah says, where do you think they'll build Starmergrad? David Holloway says they're talking about Section 21 and landlords now, saying we need landlords now. Who's they? Where are they talking about that? Be good to know. Visual Ghoul says Generic granted planning permission for a £1 billion property scheme 2 weeks before the developer donated £12,000 to the Conservative Party. Scarlett Spear says Labour destroyed mental health services, a field I work in. I will never forgive them. Yeah. GB News, okay. Zed asks, have any of the parties said anything about council tax? No, I don't think so. The Liberal Democrats have said that they would allow councils to charge up to 500% more on second homes. Balded says, I finished a night shift and I'm off to bed. See you tonight. Oh, I'm so jealous. Can people stop telling you that they're going to bed? Honestly. Yeah, go and get some coffee or rest. I'm going to need. Chris Dickinson says, is this a 24-hour live stream? It's a 50-hour live stream. That's my target anyway. That is my target. And I'm coming up on 11 hours in. So that's 22%. It's creeping up. It's creeping up. And it really feels like a marathon. I've called it a marathon live stream, and it is. Yeah, I don't think I ever heard Starmer say he wanted house prices to go down. He's talked about improving affordability, yes. And he wants to pump house prices. They all do, sadly. The I newspaper said, what did the I newspaper say? Yeah, it is insane. I know, Chris, you're quite right. But I just feel it's really important people understand. I don't think Labour are considering capital gains tax on private residences. So SFM, no, I don't think they are. I don't think they are. Right, guys, will you give me half an hour? I'm going to just see if I get a power nap, quick shower, and I'll be back. All right. Yes, sorry, Visual Ghoul. If I haven't made it clear, the Tories deserve the wipeout that's coming to them, absolutely. And I'm not suggesting for 1 minute that anyone votes Tory. Although I would, if it came down to it between Tory and Labour, I would vote Tories over Labour right now. Notwithstanding the utter cluster of the last 14 years, in the last few months, they started making progress on housing with the leasehold reform, and they ran out of time. They've started to make it, so I actually think that if the Tories continued, they would probably make more changes than the Labour are going to make. That's what I think. But I'm not saying for a minute anyone should vote Tory. I'm really not. I'm just saying that I would pick them over Labour, even because I think Labour's going to be even worse. I genuinely think it's going to be even worse. Okay. Guys, I will see you in half an hour. To those of you who've already seen this before, Sorry, but 30 minutes. See you then. Bye. My first and hopefully my last ever 50-hour marathon live stream. This is not something I want to do. It's something I'm doing because I actually don't think I have a choice. I think I have a moral obligation to do so. Why is that? My name's Charlie Lambden. This channel is called Moving Home with Charlie, where I share my 25 years of experience within the property industry with anyone trying to move house to try and make moving home easier. My stated end goal one day in my career is a home for everyone, which I hope to achieve through my property website, Best Agent, and through raising awareness of how better to get things done when you're moving house. It's 2024, we're about to have an election, and everybody knows that the housing market is in a terrible state. Whether you are a buyer, whether you are a seller, whether you are a tenant, or whether you are a landlord, it's in a shocking state. And the most important thing is this: if we want change in the housing market, which pretty much everybody does, like 100%, almost 100% of people do want change in the housing market, a general election is the only chance we get to actually make changes to the housing market, because almost everything to do with the housing market is the result of political decisions and political failure. In between elections, there's nothing we can do. We're stuck with the government that we got until the next election comes along, and during that time, the last 20 years have taught us almost nothing changes. And the things that they do change don't tend to help. I am a politically neutral person. I was a student of politics, and when I was a student of politics, I realized right there and then it doesn't make any sense to be a supporter of any one party, blindly supporting one party. It makes sense to, each time an election comes around, have a look at the situation, have a look at the parties, have a look at the policies, have a look at the manifestos, have a look at the people, the leaders, the teams, and the likelihood of each party actually able to deliver change that most people want. So I'm a huge fan of being able to vote for whoever you like, and therefore I'm a huge respecter of anyone voting for whoever they like, even if it's not who I think it should be. As someone who's voted Labour twice in the past, I'm not anti-Labour. My problem is the Starmer-led government, which we are almost certainly about to get, is not going to accomplish the changes that the housing market needs. Number one, because it hasn't laid out enough changes that the housing market needs. And number two, because the ones that it has, like we're going to build 1.5 million homes, are not achievable. They're making promises they absolutely cannot keep. And so we are, with near certainty as far as I'm concerned, staring down the barrel of at least 5, hopefully not 10 more years of absolute stagnation when it comes to progress in the housing market. I'm Charlie, welcome to Moving Home with Charlie, and thank you for coming. Do you think we could build houses here? Is enough space to build houses here?
There's a lot of space, isn't there?
Yeah, there's a lot of space to put more houses in there.
Yeah.
And I've always said, don't wait to buy, ever. If you need a home and you found one that you can afford and you like it, buy it. Just don't overpay.
Just to give you an idea, if you were to give up 1% of the carefully selected countryside that's not currently used, carefully selected, we could have 50% more houses. And the number one problem for house builders is finding land that's got permission to build on it. It's all very nice wanting to protect your view. And typically I think the NIMBY demographic tends to be more senior. But if you want your kids and grandkids to have affordable homes, what's more important, your view or affordable home for young people? Because as people have been predicting for a very long time, home ownership has been priced out for the young. And not just ownership, but renting as well has become too expensive because there aren't enough properties to rent. So the only solution, the only permanent long-term solution to this is building more houses. A mixture of urban, suburban, rural, isolated. It doesn't have to be all one kind, but just putting a whole mix in, there is massive, look at it. Look how much space there is. There's just huge, vast areas of wide open space, and not all of this is used for farmland. And I know that there are a million reasons for people being worried about it. Well, there aren't enough schools, there aren't enough facilities. That's true, and so that's going to be factored into the mix, of course.
Just had a lovely long conversation with a big issue seller outside South Kensington Tube Station in London. It was just interesting hearing his perspective. He said to me, did you know that there are people who buy houses in London and then only stay there 1 or 2 weeks a year, and they just leave them empty the rest of the year? And it just, seeing it through his eyes, of course I know that happens, but he just couldn't believe it. He said some people have so many houses, they forget that they've got one in London. And he said he thinks that there's 1 or 2 people dying on the streets every day in London. He said that homelessness is much worse now than it was 20 years ago. And he said 20 years from now, it's going to be even worse. He said he doesn't think the government's going to do anything about it until there's blood on the streets, he said, were his exact words. All of the house price indices, the figures they publish, which they call the average house price, are not the average of house prices. They are a bizarrely complex calculation of estimates and assumptions. So for example, the ONS does this thing where it creates this hybrid property, which is a makeup of a flat and a detached house and a semi and a terraced house, to call it the typical property. It doesn't exist in real life. When a landlord wants to sell their property or move back into it, and they have to ask the tenants to leave, and those tenants are working and not in arrears, they've been perfect, they're no-fault tenants, they are put through what's called a no-fault eviction, whether they found a new home or not. And a lot of tenants in that scenario cannot find a new home through no fault of theirs. They just cannot find one. There isn't one they can afford, or they're not being given one. They apply and they're turned down, whatever it might be, they just can't get the new home. Eviction date comes along. If you find yourself without a home, even if you're able to sleep on a sofa here or sit, you try and hold a job down when you don't have a home. And what happens more than anyone realizes, you've got all the figures, you can look them up, right? About 1 in 3 cases of new homelessness is someone that was in work and was paid up, and through no fault of their own, has found themselves homeless. You lose your home, then you lose your job, then you can't get a home, and it's a horrible spiral. So the purpose of this live stream, this marathon live stream, is for me to discuss with and debate with as many people as possible to try and change your mind. If you are planning to vote Labour and you want the housing market to get better, I want to change your mind. Come along and ask me why. Tell me why you think voting Labour. And I'm going to go through it. Why voting Labour, why so many people are doing it. Because it seems at face value like that's the sensible thing to do, and I get that, but I want to explain to you why that's a mistake and why it doesn't matter who else you vote for. What we need to do is to end the duopoly, the 2 main parties, the uni-party, however you want to call it. They've become almost indistinguishable from each other. They were like this, left and right, and they've just slowly over the years moved in, and they've overlapped, and they are heavily overlapping, very, very similar policies with only slight differences in the leaders. The house price correction, if you want to call it that, is only just getting started. The corrections being applied will include correcting for, number 1, 12 plus years of artificially low interest rates. Number 2, the effects of 1 trillion of quantitative easing, money printing, now being reversed. Number 3, the unwinding effect of Help to Buy on wider house prices, around 20%. Number 4, the effect of the COVID cash handout property party, now the hangover. And number 5, the now popped buy-to-let bubble. On top of the corrections, not to double count anything, we also have now failing economy, rising joblessness, and unmanageable government debt levels. The 10% correction expected by respectable institutions, as some call them, will prove a woeful underestimate. Whether they know they're wrong and are deliberately understating it, or they honestly believe it and are just crap at their jobs, I don't know. If my 3-year peak to trough 35% estimated average nominal price fall expectations turn out to be anywhere near correct, I realise this means an unimaginably different future for many people who are relying on that not happening. People relying on house prices for their pension, for their care costs, for their family. I may be wrong, of course. Maybe prices will only fall 10%. They've already fallen further, just not yet reported, I think. And everyone can have a good laugh at my expense. But if you are someone who can't contemplate anything worse, I encourage you to consider the possibility that I'm right and ask yourself what, 3 years from now, you would wish you had done today with this information, especially if your family's future depends on it. The first one is about, so Good Lord, which is a provider of technology to lettings agents, was talking about how they have a monthly rental index. And they're talking about how rents rose to a new 7-month high, but the rise is slowing a little bit. And most importantly on here, they talk about voids lengthening. Now, a void period is the period that a landlord has their property sitting empty in between tenants. And voids across England lengthened during May, hitting an average of 21 days. And this is a rise from 19 days to 21 days. So that's an almost, that's an over 10% increase in the average void period in a month. I think that's significant. Average voidage, there's a word I didn't know existed, voidage. It's now 11% higher than at the same time last year, suggesting a slight lessening of the imbalance between demand and supply. On the same story, the BBC reported on the back of Zoopla's data, rents rise at 6.6% a year, but the pace is slowing. And this is data from Zoopla. Rents continue to grow faster than average earnings, although the gap is much narrower than a year ago. And he goes on to say that a continued slowdown in rental price growth to 5% by the end of this year. I got into the property industry for a living, well, initially as a sort of landlord investor, one at a time in the 90s. But that was a sort of sideline for me. I got actually into it as a career in the late 90s because I thought to myself, moving home is quite obviously and publicly the second most stressful thing you can do in your life after divorce. And I thought, now the internet's here, estate agents aren't needed anymore. I was wrong about that, very, very wrong. My first startup was to try and disintermediate estate agents and just have a website that buyers and sellers could put their houses on. And I was convinced that this was going to just wipe out estate agents in the late 90s. And so were all the investors who threw money at me. I was 26 years old. They were like, this is amazing. And they threw me loads of money at me. Anyway, that's how I started. I ended up actually then being a supplier. I learned quite quickly the hard way that estate agents do have a critical role in people's life. Unfortunately, most estate agents don't do it very well, but there is a small minority who do it exceptionally well and add great value to people's lives in the process. Those are the people I've had as clients for 20-something years. So it's estate agents of all sizes, one-man bands through to national corporations. In fact, my first software client was a countrywide brand in the early 2000s. And so I have spent the last 20-something years of my life all day, every day, dealing with estate agents' businesses as a provider of their CRM software, their management information software. I have seen literally millions of applicants, buyers registering, coming through Rightmove, through Zupa, through On The Market. They go automatically into the software that I provide for my agents. I have helped my estate agency clients manage the process of turning those buyers, those registrations into qualified applicants, turning those into viewings, turning the viewings into offers, turning the offers into deals, and turning the deals into exchanges. Because until they exchange, or until the tenant moves in, no one gets paid. And I've always, right from day one, understood that that's the end goal for everyone who needs to move out. Agents or movers, it's like moving in. Until you move in, everything is a waste of time and a waste of money, unless that move in happens. I've had a private message from someone on Instagram, which I thought was worth sharing with everybody, because I get asked this question a lot. Hi Charlie, been following you for a bit on YouTube and the content's helpful. I'm soon to be a first-time buyer and looking to hopefully have circa 15 to 20,000 saved up early next year. So we're now March 2024. So he's about 9 months away, he's talking about. My current living arrangement isn't ideal, to say the least, but it is cheap, so I'm incredibly eager to get myself out of where I am, but very conscious of the market at the moment. And here's the question. When do you think the right time to start getting my ducks in a row would be? Once I've firmed up all my savings, or should I start speaking with people before that to speed up the process? Okay, I love this, because when you're thinking that far ahead as a first-time buyer, it means you do have the chance to get yourself really well prepared. And as I've said in other recent videos, the first thing you want to do always, as a first-time buyer who needs a mortgage, before you start talking to any estate agents, is to find yourself a mortgage broker or financial advisor that you really are sure you can trust. I did another video recently about how to find a mortgage broker you can trust. It's a tricky thing to do. Go and check it out though. But what you want to find out is that the most common response you get when you ring up a mortgage broker and say, I want to buy a house in 9 months' time, is give us a call back when you found something you want to buy. And that, in my opinion, is exactly what you don't want to hear from a mortgage broker, because what that tells you is that that mortgage broker is only concerned about quick deals. They're all about the short term, and they're not worried about your long term. Whereas a broker who says to you, great, good that we're talking early, we can really get to know each other and get everything lined up and make sure you're really well prepared. And a broker that's happy to talk to you and give you their time this far in advance is the kind of broker that you want, because they're demonstrating that they care about the long term for themselves, for their own business, as well as for you and their other customers. So 9 months is a long way off. And what I would be doing in that person's situation is I would be researching brokers. I would be making certain that when I do choose my broker, I don't fall into the trap of the wrong broker for me. Nothing would make me happier than to believe that the incoming Labour government with a landslide majority is actually going to fix the housing market. Nobody would welcome that more than I. And if you think you can persuade me that that's what's going to happen, I'm all ears and I want to hear it. So you are invited to actually join on this live stream, either with audio or video. If you want to come on as a video guest, please do. If you don't want to show yourself on video, but you want to be able to talk to me, then you can also do that. There is a link below to a Google form where you put your details in and I can check it, make sure you're not a total nutter or a troll, and then I'll welcome you onto. We've got a lot of time to fill. I've got 50 hours to fill, so I can talk to anyone and everyone who wants to discuss this. The rules are, we debate policy, we debate track record of achievements or failures of individuals. We don't discuss individuals, we don't discuss there's zero name calling, right? So debate and discuss as passionately with me as you want. Any name calling whatsoever, or any baseless accusations without evidence to back it up. Anything which is just what I call an argument ender, where, oh, well, they're just a ... they're just a so-and-so. That's not debating, that's ending discussion, because there's no comeback to that. So unless you've got evidence to say, well, there was this time when so-and-so did this thing which is relevant because, then of course. But if it's just, well, I don't like so-and-so because they're a ... that's not a debate. With the greatest respect, it's irrelevant what we think of the people. Voting based on what we think of people who we don't know never ends well, does it? We have to look at policies, we have to look at track records, we have to look at stated intentions, we have to look at voting records. So we have to look at tangible, meaningful things that actually are likely to affect the outcome of the election. So that's why I have also linked below on the page where this is being live streamed and the description below to a web page on my website where I've linked to all the housing policies and housing manifestos of the main parties, except for the Tories, because they don't even have one. The Tories deserve to get wiped out in this election, but that doesn't mean that Labour deserves a landslide win at all. So I vote you I vote you? I haven't even started this and I'm exhausted. I urge you to vote for whoever is most likely to stop Labour getting in. And I hope that if this live stream, if this debate gets enough views, maybe even goes viral, if you share it for me and help me by sharing it, maybe we can change a couple of seats. Maybe we can change enough minds to change a couple of seats and just slightly tip the balance of power. Because nothing would improve this country's prospects more than a fairer housing market and the chance for working people to be able to afford to live in a decent home near to where they work. Nothing would improve this company's outlook more in terms of us as an electorate. Nothing would improve it more for more people than improving the housing market and all of its problems. I don't know how far into the live stream you might be watching this video, but if you are, thank you for watching, thank you for waiting. Right now while you're watching this, I might be having a bathroom break, I might be having a very quick power nap, or tending to some other unavoidable situation, but I will be back soon. Most importantly of all, just please make sure you do actually vote, even if it is to spoil the ballot, because that tells the candidates that they all wasted a vote and lost a vote, and every single vote counts to these guys. I promise you, every single vote counts. Every single election result is made up of individual people voting, nothing else. Individual people voting is what makes up every election result. Anyone but Labour, but hey, if I fail to change your mind and if you think that voting Labour is the right thing to do, I respect that completely, and I wish you all the best and hope that Labour's going to get in. So I hope I'm wrong about them. I really hope they achieve lots of stuff. In the meantime, I'm going to play a few clips from a few of my older videos just to pass some time while I'm having a power nap or whatever I'm doing. And I'll be back with you before too long. Thanks for watching. Please remember, if you can, if you haven't, to help spread this video and get it suggested in more places, click the like button if you haven't. Give me one of those. Click the subscribe. And why not say hello in the comments, in the live chat especially, but in the comments underneath as well. It all helps to get this video out there. I don't normally ask to do that, but in this one I am. I really want to get this video out there. I want to engage as many people as possible who are undecided about how to vote for a better housing market. I'm Charlie, welcome to Moving Home with Charlie, and thank you for coming. Do you think we can build houses here? Yeah. Is enough space to build houses here?
There's a lot of space, isn't there?
Yeah, there's a lot of space to put more houses in there.
Yeah.
And I've always said, don't wait to buy, ever. If you need a home and you found one that you can afford and you like it, buy it. Just don't overpay.
Just to give you an idea, if you were to give up 1% of the carefully selected countryside that's not currently used, carefully selected, we could have 50% more houses. And the number one problem for house builders is finding land that's got permission to build on it.
Hello everybody, welcome to another video with me, Charlie Lambden. This is Moving Home with Charlie, and I'm here to share with you the 20-something years of insights that I have picked up from working alongside estate agents who've been my clients for all that time. For those of you moving for the first time, by that I mean selling for the first time and buying the next place, up until now your only experience of dealing with estate agents will have been buying. And as a first-time buyer with nothing to sell, it's never easy, and you probably had quite a stressful experience, but it is nothing compared to what you are about to go through if you are selling and buying. And I'm not talking about speculating on house prices. I'm not talking about selling, waiting for the market to drop and then buying. That's a totally separate thing. I'm assuming that all other things are equal. You need to move from one home into another home. So if you haven't already seen it, I would recommend that you check out the video I've done, which is advice for first-time sellers, which is just about the process of understanding what goes into the sale of a property, whatever your reasons for selling it. What typically happens in a typical move, and we're talking only about home movers here, of course, right? People moving out of one home and into another, is that people will try to sell their existing home and buy their new home at the same time, and will always try as much as possible to have a simultaneous exchange and simultaneous completion, so that you don't end up falling between two stools, and so you can move out of one house and into your new house on the same day. The problem with that, and the risk with that, is that you're relying on three parties. There's yourself, there is the buyer of your old home, and there is the seller of your new home. So you've got a transaction involving at least three parties. And what I want to show you on here is, so this is the property on the left is the one that you need to sell. And the property on the right is the one that you need to buy. And this is you. Okay? And you've got over here your buyer. Over here, you've got the seller of your new home. The two approaches to this that are available are the one I've already outlined, which is that you try to sell and buy the two properties simultaneously. And when that works out well, it's great. The alternative option is complete the sale of this home first, find somewhere to live temporarily, and then complete the purchase of your new home separately. Now, why would you do that? Sounds like moving twice, sounds like more expense, more uncertainty, more time, more hassle. Well, yes, potentially. There's a law of communications that goes something like this. Okay, if you've got two parties, you've only got two possible directions of communication. From party one to party two, and from party two to party one. It's just two-way communication, okay? And let's just assume that that's the scenario of you and the buyer of your existing house. The moment you put a third person in, right, you've suddenly got, instead of two communications directions, you've got 6 communications directions, right? So you have instantly tripled your communications overhead, your communications requirement, the number of conversations that need to happen. You've tripled it. You have got a 300% higher communications overhead to a simultaneous sale and purchase compared to if you do two separate purchases, where you'll only ever have 2 concurrent communications directions or overhead. Does that make sense? I hope that's clear, okay? So you've also got far more factors outside your control, because your buyer of your old home may be in a chain. The seller of your new home may or may not be in a chain. And you've got extra mortgages and surveyors and extra conveyances to have involved. And so it is a much, much harder job for you and your estate agent to line everything up for simultaneous exchanges and completions than it is to do one transaction at a time. The risk of doing them as separate transactions is that you end up, for whatever reason, being unable to buy your next home. And you end up falling between two stools in no man's land. And that can happen for a number of reasons. Your availability of mortgage might change, availability of finance might change, your credit, you might end up suddenly, for reasons outside your own control, not being able to get the finance together for the new home. That's a very real risk, and you wouldn't want to sell your old home if that was a risk. I don't know if you picked that up. I just didn't manage to get some sleep. I managed to have a shower, did a couple of bits and bobs, and get myself a cup of coffee. And I was just having a quick tap on the drums. I have not had 2 naps so far. I've had 1 micro nap. Quick run through of some of your pinned comments that I wanted to go through. Rebecca Lloyd, good morning, Rebecca, says, will Boris backing Rishi make a difference to voting? I actually think it'll make a small difference, yeah. I do. I think Boris has such a hard fan base that will forgive him anything, that a few people who felt that the Tories actually made a mistake getting rid of him might, if they were a floating voter, they might go back and vote Conservative because of Boris. Some will. Bite Your Asp says, good morning, Charlie. Just wishing you good luck for the next part of your marathon. Thank you very much. I'm beginning to feel a bit cuckoo. So there's that. A. Clark says, the thing is, politics is not merely policy. Individuals are important, which is why I won't be voting for Starmer. And you have just reminded me of something that I wanted to actually play, because that is a very valid point. Just lining that up ready to play in a moment. Morning. You been to bed yet, Charles? Nope, I have not been to bed yet. So I got up yesterday morning, whatever time it was, quite early, and I haven't been to bed yet. I've been up all night. I've been going for 11 and a half hours in this live stream, which means I've got 38 and a half hours left. Sounds a lot less than 50 though, so there's that. Visual Ghoul says, Labour ruled out capital gains tax for first homes, but I expect them to increase capital gains for second homes. I just want corporate ownership of family homes to be banned. Yeah, I can go along with that. Yeah, this is my I've lost count of my outfit changes so far on this live stream. It just helps. Yes, I've got multi-angles. I've got so next door I have the camera on at all times just in case. So we've got that angle, but it's empty there because I'm not there. I'm here. That's my standing up. That's my standing up place, and this is my sitting down place. And I'm sitting down right now. Free at last says, please don't vote Tory. I agree with that, but also please even more don't vote Labour. The housing bubble needs a pop, and better it happens now than later. Dove Star says, I'm voting for reform. So fed up with all the lies from both Tories and Labour, we need to shake up politics. And Nah, who's been watching this since 2 hours after we started, says 0 breaks for me. Yes, all right. Making me feel like an amateur. Now, I did see a comment earlier from someone saying, I think we've done, Barry Crump says, what's the next item on the agenda? The Labour issue has been flogged to death. Yeah, I can accept that. Well, pending, actually, I've got to, when I get my next break, I'm going to text a couple of the guests I'm hoping to have on today. And to remind those of you, if any of you haven't done so, who wants to come on and debate me on any of this. Oh, yes, we have had someone else. Okay. David, a systems engineer, says that voting based on housing is a wasted vote. That could be an interesting topic to debate. And so, yeah, David, hang on in there. When can you do? Wednesday, today before 2 p.m. or after 8 p.m. and all day tomorrow. Okay. All right. Let's see where we get to that. I might try and do that this morning with you, David, because that's an interesting topic for us to discuss. I'm struggling, guys. I am struggling. Morning, Ricky. Ricky, you were here last night, weren't you? You've had a nice, good night's sleep, haven't you? Okay, I'm going to hide the comments for a second. Just put this up, and I'm going to just turn off that ticker because it's a bit distracting. And I just want to, because it was 25 to 9 in the morning, I'm expecting the internet to go crap at about 9 o'clock because it does every single morning. So I'm going to plan to have another break just after 9 o'clock to have the nap I didn't have in the previous break because I'm genuinely going to need it. Without going into too much detail, most people are aware of the growing number of people who are suffering as a result of housing market dysfunction, as a result of a tanking economy, losing jobs, losing homes. The numbers are rising. And some people say, yeah, but still not very many people, but it doesn't matter. The numbers are rising. And the failure on the housing market for so many decades has been a major contributing factor to the terrible situation that we're now in. And I think that most people forget the fact that an election is the only time we get to do something about it. And that's why I am so worried that everyone's voting against Tory rather than for Labour, which is going to give Labour a landslide. And it's going to be a missed opportunity because until the Labour-Tory duopoly is changed, we will not get any meaningful solution in the housing market. We'll get small incremental changes, if any. That's why I'm doing this ridiculous 50-hour live stream, although right now I don't feel like I'm going to last another 50 seconds. And it's real people. You know, for a lot of us, it's just statistics you read about in the papers, but actually real people losing homes every single day at the moment. Either tenants being evicted through no fault or because they can't pay their rent, or people who can't pay their mortgage are losing homes. It's happening all the time and it's getting worse. And if we vote in a Labour government, that's not going to change. And that's why this is important. Elections are the single most important thing in the housing market. All of the policies that were put in place leading to the housing market we have today were as a result of elections, voting in governments who made these policies. And if we don't change it, it's not going to change. And I'm afraid that the ruling class, including the better than average but still not wealthy paid sector, are more likely to vote to just continue with the gradual decline than they are to vote for any change. And I think all lessons in history show us as well that's what happens. So in many ways, I know that this live stream is actually going to be wasted effort because it's not going to make any difference at all to the outcome of the election or the housing market. But you know, when you still feel you have to do something, you have to stand up and say something, and you have to try and get the point across in the hope that perhaps when the next election comes around, we don't make the same mistake again. And this isn't a political stance, it's a systemic stance, if that makes sense. This is not one party versus another party. This is the system of government has failed us. The system of politics and government and legislation has failed the housing market, which is failing society as a whole. And it's leading to ever diminishing returns for ever harder work for people trying to save up for a house. And I know there are plenty of people who do buy houses, mostly with help, deposit help, but there are people who work hard, save up for a long time, and manage to get a house that way, but a huge personal compromise and cost. And so it really breaks my heart to hear everyone saying, well, Labour, it's just better than Tory, isn't it? Because what it says to me is that very few people understand the importance of an election as far as the housing market is concerned. I know a lot of people think that, election doesn't matter who you vote, you're going to get the same thing anyway. Well, perhaps that's why we keep voting for the same thing, because people keep saying that. Oh, Alex, you're awake. Might you come and rejoin me, or do you not have time? I have been going for a long time. Okay, so Craig Wood says, power on you, champ. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Hang on a second. Oh, you're asking who I voted for. So Alex says, so we can rule out Labour and Tory in regard to Charlie's vote. My money's on Reform. Yeah, like 60% of you voted that. Debbie Eastman says, my first thought was Reform, but now I'm thinking Lib Dems. It's interesting. I shall reveal at the end. Alex, morning, mate. You're looking remarkably alive. Appearances can be deceptive. I am not feeling remarkably alive at all. I just had a shower, but my brain is grinding to a painful halt. I don't think I can have a full English brekkie now. I think I'm actually, because I've been snacking and grazing all night and eating and drinking all night, I'm actually really full. All I've had is a boiled egg. I've had a hard boiled egg this morning and I'm actually quite full. Craig says, I reckon Charlie's got a twin or a clone. Do you know what? I really would love that today. That would be amazing. Lynn Shepherd says, morning, Stiggy. Oh, Jack says, I'm voting for Charlie to get an hour's power nap on the sofa. I think it might need to be, I'm not sure 20 minutes is going to cut it. I think I might need to do an hour, but Investing with Dan, hello, that's a new name, says, I'm assuming you're talking about me. Charlie will be like me, prefers the economic policies of Reform, but socially they're stuck in the 50s and therefore unpalatable to most people under 65. Interesting. Alex Browning says, our parliament is not suited to anything other than a two-party system of adversary. That is painfully and sadly true. Tina B says, there is a reason that charity-type telethons have multiple presenting teams on rotation. Change is coming says, how are you feeling, Charlie? Unusual. Name the film. That quote's from. I feel unusual. Different reasons, but that's how I'm feeling. It's not in a good way either. Investing with Dan says, not a wasted effort, as helping hundreds of people decide how to vote and help them become more informed in housing. Still think this should have been a 24-hour marathon, though. I think you're probably right. But it's too late. That ship has sailed, hasn't it? I should have started it tonight and done 24 hours. TC, got to go to work shortly. Okay, cool. Jill Hayes says, please take a few hours break. No judgment here. Alex Browning says, he definitely looks like a Lib Dem. Ashley says, has he started hallucinating yet? Genuinely feeling very, very close to it. Very close to hallucinating. Jack Waldron says, to be honest, the only Labour supporters will be watching this. To be honest, only Labour supporters will be watching this after 9 a.m. and the rest of us go to work. Yes, Tina B and Alex with nail. Very, very good. I feel unusual when he's hungover. Does spoiling your ballot count as voting, says Craig Wood? Yes, absolutely it does. Absolutely. And it is as legitimate a thing to do with your vote as anything else. Debbie Eastman says, you need to get everyone to give you more likes to boost your visibility and reach. I never normally ask for likes and clicks and subscribes and stuff, but today I am. So if you haven't liked this video, wherever you're watching it, please do so. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, would you, then do so. And even if you don't want to, would you do so for today and then unsubscribe tomorrow? That's fine. It actually makes a difference and will really help spread this and get more people watching it. And I'm hoping to get the ball rolling. We didn't dip below 100 people overnight. It's just like going to the mid-90s at one point briefly after I had put a filler on. But we've been over 100 people the whole time, 153 creeping up. We were up at 300 and something last night when we started. I'm hoping through the day it'll just gradually creep back up. I really thought there would be election-related news. That's what I was going to show you. Don't know how this is going to go down. Anyone seen this? Hang on. Let me just check that it's there. Okay, here we go.
Why should I be worried about a Labour Party having a majority even bigger than Boris Johnson's? I don't think, for all his fault, nobody thinks that Keir Starmer is a proven, morally corrupt serial liar. He might.
That's literally all he's done for the last 4 years, James. All he's done is lie. 10 pledges gone. Increasing tax on high earners, getting rid of tuition fees, public ownership of energy, mail and water, ensuring that there aren't expulsions of people for factional reasons, not imposing candidates from the NEC, freedom of movement as we leave the European Union, getting rid of tuition fees, saying that Jeremy Corbyn was a friend as well as a colleague, and then just saying that you never said it for no reason, even though it's completely inconsequential. He lied about Diane Abbott's suspension from the whip, saying that it was out of his hands when it was literally in his hands the whole time and the actual investigation had ended. In 2023, the man does nothing but lie. Peter Oborne has a website, political-lies.co.uk, which has loads of Keir Starmer lies just listed for you to be able to see. He is a proven serial liar, James. What world does this man live in?
Could accuse him of breaking promises made in pursuit of the Labour leadership that he is not intending to keep once he's secured it, but that's politics.
Making a promise that you have no intention to keep is explicitly a lie, James. Oh, that's just politics. Oh, when he does it to the left, it's just politics. When the red team do it, it's just politics. When he does the easily proven and compulsive lies deliberately for political reasons to hoodwink people into gaining votes to then purge them from the party, right? That's just politics when the red team do it. Yeah, that's called lying. And yet when Boris Johnson does it, then it's the worst thing possible and he is an absolute damning indictment on the failure of democracy. And this is the same guy who gets mad about footballification in politics. And literally his only political belief is red team good. You literally could not make this up. This is centrism. I don't need to critique these people anymore. I can just direct people back to this very specific segment and go, this is why you people are politically incurious dullards who nobody should listen to ever.
Ooh. That ended quite brutally. Actually, I hadn't seen that end part. So that was obviously someone on LBC referring to Keir Starmer line. Now, I have said today on this, not today, on this live stream, I have said that it's impossible to be in politics without lying. You can't do the job of a politician without lying because you are expected to toe the line of your party. You can't just speak freely. You've got to toe the institutional line of your party or organization. And that means you have to say things you don't agree with, which is basically also a form of lying, some people say. You know, people have always shrieked and hollered about how politicians lie. I mean, humans lie, don't they? All of us. It's not a big surprise. And when you are in the employment of something like a political party, you're going to be expected to lie for them. But, you know, I actually was labouring under the misapprehension that Keir Starmer was not as much of a liar as Boris Johnson was. But actually, according to this website, Political Lies, these are all Keir Starmer lies. And I'll put that in the live chat for anyone who wants to check it out. All Keir Starmer lies, apparently. I haven't checked them out individually, but the whole website is just about that. So I'll put that in the live chat in case anyone wants to check it out. And you know, it just surprises me that apparently everyone's okay with Starmer lying when they weren't with Boris Johnson lying. The only difference I think between so Labour shadow politicians and all the others is that they haven't been in power yet, and therefore the things that they say that are falsehoods or whatever you want to call them, nobody cares about because they're not in government. That's the only difference. So they're no different. I don't think they're any different. Oh my goodness me. Tina B says, I'm having a survey done today on my potential forever home. This is stopping me climbing the walls. Lol. Wow, how exciting. So you've had the offer accepted and now it's all just subject to the survey, is it? Cool. Yeah. Just reading your comments here. That's not me having the speed up on that video, by the way. It was just the speed was just up on that video. Car World says people don't know how bad the economy is right now. My guess is it will all come out after the election. Yeah, I agree with that. I absolutely agree with that. By the way, guys, just so you can see exactly what I'm watching, ironically. That's what I get to see from my desk every day. And it's interesting watching the construction because it's timber frame and then some sort of insulation board, but nothing hard, no bricks or that kind of stuff. Simon Clark asks, which party has anything in their manifesto which we think will make a significant improvement in housing? The single biggest headline answer to that is the Liberal Democrats saying that they will build 150,000 social homes per year on top of the private sector's building to total 380,000 homes a year. That's the headline. I mean, and that any government that decides to build that many social housing every single year is going to make a massive difference to the housing market. It's going to solve a lot of problems. Not all of them. There are other things that need to happen as well, but that'll solve a lot of the problems. That's true. Investing with Dan says the website was initially made for Johnson and his lies. As you see, Starmer only recorded 22 times. His lies, a lot less than the others, yeah. Right. Sophie says the Lib Dems could have the best housing policy, but they support open borders, so it's kind of meaningless how many houses they build if millions are going to be imported under them. Yeah, that's a very salient point. Tina B about the house you're buying says, yep, all down to the legals and will it stay standing up report. Paid more than I wanted to, but took your advice and had a hard limit. Well done. Well done. So you're still happy about it. I hope that's the thing, right? T San says, thanks for your advice on being out there viewing. Found the perfect bargain and got it yesterday. So thank you. Oh, wonderful news. Congratulations. I was so happy to hear that. Well done. And yeah, for anyone else watching this, new followers, if you are someone thinking of buying a house, unless you're actually out viewing properties and finding out if there's anywhere that you want to live and making an offer, you're not really in the market. You've got to be out there viewing, out there viewing, out there viewing. It's the only way to find out what's happening with the market for the kind of properties you want to live in. Richard Painter says Labour's unsaid policy on inheritance tax could be interesting. Stopping intergenerational wealth will help lower affordability, bring down prices longer term. Kicking Mustang says, good morning, Charlie. Hope you got some sleep last night. Nope, not a wink. I tried once, but I just had loads of coffee, so I didn't sleep. Although, because we're coming up to 9 o'clock, and I know that that's when my internet goes crap, I am going to try. I know, I'm sorry, this hasn't been long since the last break, but I'm feeling absolutely brain fried and really struggling. So I'm going to take half an hour, nothing more. I'm going to literally go straight to my sofa, lie down on it, set my alarm, play the half an hour tape, and be right back after that. And to those of you who've seen it, please just put it on mute, leave it playing, keep the numbers up, keep sharing it, keep liking it. And guys, I will see you back here, hopefully slightly more refreshed and ready, and maybe with some guests to bring on in about half an hour. Thank you, guys. Thank you for your patience. We're going to get through this. We're going to get through this together. See you in a bit. My first and hopefully my last ever 50-hour marathon live stream. This is not something I want to do. It's something I'm doing because I actually don't think I have a choice. I think I have a moral obligation to do so. Why is that? My name's Charlie Lambden. This channel is called Moving Home with Charlie, where I share my 25 years of experience within the property industry with anyone trying to move house to try and make moving home easier. My stated end goal one day in my career is a home for everyone, which I hope to achieve through my property website, Best Agent, and through raising awareness of how better to get things done when you're moving house. It's 2024, we're about to have an election, and everybody knows that the housing market is in a